Chapter 1. Patrol. 8 figures moved with tense caution through the gloom of the jungle. The thick canopy of trees towered 80 feet above them, trapping air and wetness like a lid on a simmering pot, creating a thick fermented mist below. Where sunlight could find its way through the canopy, it looked like misty pillars of gold. The uninitiated were exhausted after 5 miles just from the effort of breathing. Sweating did nothing to cool them down because the high humidity kept sweat from evaporating. Dehydration could kill just as quickly as the scorpions, snakes, and spiders. The jungle was thick with the sounds of animals, monkeys, birds, frogs, bugs, all communicating over each other, making the rainforest anything but peaceful, and easily masking the sounds of approaching threats. The 8 figures moved in single file and stopped when the one in the lead brought up a clenched fist. The leader crouched as the other 7 did their best to move quietly into the nearby shadows. Sergeant Lori Wesson knelt alone. Her pale green eyes scanned the surroundings. Almost everything looked normal. Almost. The radio in her ear gave a short hiss. "What is it, Sergeant?" Her mic boom was nearly close enough to touch her lips, making her whispered voice easy to hear. "One of our tripwires has been set off. I'm checking it out." By confirmation, her radio hissed again. "Okay, squad, keep your eyes open. Wesson will recon." Wesson went forward a short distance, studying her surroundings, then stopped. With a final scan of the area, she bent down to examine the ground. "Staff Sergeant," whispered Wesson, "I got tracks." With a quiet grunt, Staff Sergeant Jack Tate shrugged off his combat pack, working his shoulders to ease the pain where the straps bit into his shoulders. Leaving the concealing shadows, he quietly joined Wesson. Tate took off his worn boonie cap as he knelt next to Wesson and examined the tracks she had found. The camouflage of his army combat uniform was faded and sweat-stained, but did the job of helping him blend into the surroundings. He opened his canteen and dribbled some water onto his boonie cap to cool his head, even though the relief was only temporary. He saw that the carpet of fallen leaves had been disturbed in a wide path that led into the trees ahead. Tracks were expected, but still, an unwelcome wrinkle. "What do you think? How long since they were here?" "A day, maybe 2, said Wesson. She scraped away some dirt, exposing damp soil below. "This topsoil is dried and it hasn't rained here for a few days." She pointed at a busy trail of fire ants. "You can see where these ants had to rebuild their path after it was disturbed." She moved up a few feet, then came back. "I can't give an exact number, but judging by the tracks, there's more than 5, less than 15. Sighing, Tate ran his fingers through his short, ash-blonde hair and keyed up his mic. "Team," he said, as he put on his cap and combat pack. "Line up on me. We've got signs of contact. 10 Victor mics plus or minus." The remaining 6 members gathered behind Tate. The radio man looked around anxiously. All of his gear had that just-out-of-the-box look, while the rest of the teams were worn and faded. He tapped the soldier in front of him, who looked over his shoulder slightly annoyed. "What?" "What's a Victor mic?" asked the radio man. The soldier frowned at him with disapproval but said nothing. "It's my first patrol," said the radio man apologetically. The soldier sighed in disgust. "Victor mic. Victus mortus. Latin for living and dead, stupid. Don't they teach you nothing at boot camp?" "You don't call them zombies?" asked the radio man. "Don't be such a noob," grumbled the soldier. "Nobody says that anymore. Victor mic, or Vix for short." "Hey, quiet back there," crackled Tate's voice over the radio. The soldier looked at the radio man like he was dirt. "Keep your hole shut, noob," said the soldier, and turned his back on him. Wesson took up the point position and waved the patrol forward into the shadows. After going a few miles further, the patrol came to a break in the jungle that opened up to a wide, flat landscape, dotted with small clusters of trees and tall brown grass. Half a mile ahead was a small village. Tate signaled the team to spread out and stay hidden in the tree line. Taking out his compact binoculars, he scanned the village. Wesson did the same. Tate swept his glasses to a cargo container a few hundred yards away from the village. The sun was on the opposite side of the container, casting a shadow on Tate's side, but he could still make out it was painted with a camo pattern and had a radio antenna on top of it. Heat waves rippled his view of the landscape, but he couldn't detect any other movement. Tate took down his binoculars and wiped the sweat off his face. He caught Wesson looking at him expectantly. "All right, let's see if anyone's home." Tate keyed his mic. "Radio." Down the line, the radio operator was staring, wide-eyed, at the village. This was his first patrol, and it showed, from his new gear to the white-knuckled death grip on his M203 grenade launcher. When he didn't respond to Tate's call for the radio, the soldier next to the new kid gave him a light slap on the back of the head. "Hey, dipstick, the staff sergeant just called you." The kid nodded and wiped the sweat from his face, then looked up and down the line, unsure where to go. Sighing, the soldier pointed in Tate's direction. "No noise," he said, as the rookie moved past him. Crouching low, the kid made his way to Tate, who wore an expression of tired impatience. He could see the new guy was nervous, and Tate softened his expression. "What's your name, Private?" "Eggbeater," blurted the private. Then, catching his mistake, he tried again. I mean, that's my call sign from boot camp." Tate was still waiting, and the private wished he could disappear. "Paul, I mean Keeble, Staff Sergeant," he said. "Private Keeble." Tate looked at him firmly, but without blame. "Private Keeble, look at this team and tell me what you see." Keeble glanced at the squad members quickly, wanting to avoid eye contact. "Soldiers, Staff Sergeant?" Tate chose to ignore Keeble's reply was more a question than an answer. "That's right, Private. Soldiers who got the same training you did. They followed that training and it hasn't failed them. Follow your training and it won't fail you." "Yes, Staff Sergeant," said Keeble, his anxiety coming down several notches. "Good," said Tate. "Now, get me that observation post on the radio and let's see what we're dealing with." Keeble pulled out a list of frequencies related to their patrol area and punched in the numbers. "OP Charlie, how copy, over?" He waited a few seconds for a reply but got nothing. He tried again with the same results. Wesson leaned in close to Tate. "That was nice of you to take time with Keeble." Tate scanned the area surrounding the observation post for a long time. "Hoo-ah, Sergeant. As long as he believes it, maybe he'll live a little longer." He wiped the sweat off his neck and looked out at the observation post thoughtfully. Wesson rolled her eyes and put away her binoculars. "The OP's not responding. I'm going to check it out." She gave Tate a disapproving look and keyed up her mic. "Yeller, you're with me." "Hang on, Sergeant. I'll do it. Besides," said Tate, patting the spread of his stomach, "I need the exercise. Sergeant Wesson, you and the rest of the team will provide cover. Private Keeble, keep trying to raise the OP. If we run into any Vics, use your grenade launcher and drop smoke rounds. That'll confuse them and buy us time to get out of there. Got it?" "Yes, copy, Staff Sergeant," said Keeble. Wesson followed Tate as he unbuckled his pack and propped it against a tree. "I think I should go, Staff Sergeant." Tate did a quick check of his battered M4 rifle, then slung it over his shoulder. "How would it look on my patrol report if my sergeant did all the work? The captain would accuse me of being, how did you put it, apathetic and disinterested." "You weren't supposed to see that report," said Wesson. "I won't lie," said Tate. "That part about apathetic stung. I would have gone with cynical. Reports aren't your style. Let me guess, the captain was behind it, right?" "He's reached his limit with you. It can't be a surprise. You're a staff sergeant, but you don't lead. You don't invest in your men. No disrespect, but I don't know why you're even here." "This is quite a rare moment of candor for you, Sergeant Wesson," grinned Tate. Then he turned serious. "My situation's complicated. I'm here because this is all I know." He looked like he was going to say more, but changed his mind and walked back to the edge of the tree line. A moment later, Tate and Yeller left the trees into the tall grass. Tate turned the volume on his radio off and motioned to Yeller to do the same. Moving quietly, they stayed low with their heads just above the grass, both of them scanning for any danger. The crunch of the dry grass made Tate wince, but even a ninja would have made noise here. He kept glancing at the cargo container for signs of movement, but nothing stirred, only the constant hum and clicks of insects. In reality, the cargo container was a mobile observation post made of honeycomb plastic walls to act as a sound buffer, so noise inside couldn't be heard from outside. It was light enough to be carried by a Black Hawk helicopter and put down just about anywhere. Once in position, it could be covered in brush or a camo net. Self-contained to house 2 soldiers whose assignment was to monitor and report. Tate's squad was there because the OP had missed their last 3 check-ins. Tate and Yeller reached the near side of the OP and took a moment in the shade. Tate thought he could hear the hiss of a radio, and both men confirmed it wasn't theirs. Each side of the OP had a non-reflective tinted window, making it impossible to see in from the outside. They moved around to the access doors in the back, but they were locked. "This is Tate," he said into his mic. "It's locked up tight, and there's no sign of—" Suddenly, Tate and Yeller heard a crackle of static and Private Keeble's voice. "OP Charlie, please respond, over." Puzzled, Tate and Yeller looked at each other, wondering where that just came from. It hadn't come over their radios. "Radio silence," whispered Tate into his mic. Back at the tree line, Wesson keyed her mic twice to acknowledge the message. Through her binoculars, Wesson could read the body language of the 2 men. Both of them had just cranked up their alertness. The other squad members strained to see what was happening across the field. "That was the OP radio," said Yeller quietly. "We shouldn't have heard that through these soundproof walls, right?" Tate nodded in agreement. "I think it came from the other side. Come on." Everything about this was wrong, and Tate didn't like any of it. He didn't like the OP missing their check-in. He didn't like recon missions because you never knew what dangers waited for you. He didn't like being out in the open with no cover for hundreds of yards, and he didn't like the apprehension that was crawling up his spine. They moved around to the sunny side of the OP and stopped cold. Both of them gripped their weapons and scanned the surrounding grass with renewed unease. The side of the OP had been ripped open, leaving a gaping hole. Chunks and shards of the honeycombed wall laid scattered on the flattened grass in front of the nearly man-sized hole. Now they knew why they could hear the radio inside. "See that?" asked Tate, as he motioned to several bullet holes in the wrecked wall. "No bullet casings out here." "Meaning all of the shots were fired from inside the OP," said Yeller. "No signs of any Vicks." Tate brought up his rifle and softly pushed the safety off with his thumb. It was old, but reliable. Yeller slung his Scar 17S over his shoulder and drew his Glock. With Tate watching the area around them, Yeller tried to see inside the OP. The stark pillar of light punching through the hole of the OP restricted Yeller's eyes from adjusting to the shadows deeper inside. He moved his hat to shield the sun from his eyes, while pointing his pistol in the same direction he was looking. "Can't see much," he said, leaning further through the hole into the OP. Grumbling in annoyance, he fumbled for his flashlight. "Tick-tock," said Tate, urging Yeller to speed up. Yeller straightened up, offering his flashlight to Tate with a grin. "Hey, if you think you got better eyes for this, I'm more than happy to—" Suddenly, a rotted hand flashed out of the darkened OP, grabbing Yeller by the face. The fingers punched through the flesh of his cheek and eye socket and ripped away half of his face. Yeller's scream died to a gurgle as a gush of blood clogged his throat. Time slowed to a crawl as Tate's mind tried to comprehend the horror in front of him. Yeller staggered back, holding what was left of his face. Tate could see each drop of blood in minute detail as it spurted between Yeller's fingers. With his other hand, Yeller was pulling the trigger of his pistol. Each flash of the gun looked like a slow bloom of fire, yet there was no sound. Into this nightmare, something horrific appeared from the hole in the OP. Ripped flesh hung in ragged ribbons from its face. One shriveled eye swung from the socket. In slow motion, it shoved the handful of Yeller's shattered face into its mouth and turned its gaze to Tate. Its remaining eye glowed with lustful menace as it started to climb out of the hole. The air was ripped as one of Yeller's shots narrowly missed Tate's head and snapped him out of his trance. What had happened in seconds seemed like hours. Instinct took over, and Tate yanked a grenade from his combat vest, pulled the pin, and dropped it. Without looking back, he ran around the other side of the OP and bolted for the tree line and his squad. "Contact! Contact! Single Vic!" Tate yelled into his mic. His voice electrified the squad. They brought up their guns and panned the field, ready to annihilate any sign of movement. A flash of light and crack of explosion rocked the OP as the grenade went off. Tate was halfway across the field when a Vix rose up in the grass, then another and another. 4 corpses turned towards Tate and charged. 2 were badly decayed and very slow, but the other 2 were lethally fast. Tate was putting everything he had into running flat out and didn't look around to see how many there were. The only important thing was not slowing down. But 20 extra pounds and being out of shape was already affecting him. Speed and his squad were the only things keeping him alive. In the tree line, the squad members began firing. The 2 slower corpses were easy targets and went down quickly. But they weren't the problem, since the staff sergeant was easily outdistancing them. The other dead were madly sprinting towards Tate from his left and closing. "Smoke!" yelled Tate. "Smoke!" It felt like an eternity until he heard the distinct thunk sound of Private Keeble's grenade launcher. Any second there'd be a plume of smoke he could run into and make his escape. An instant later, the ground ahead of him exploded in a fountain of dirt and shrapnel. In his panic, Keeble hadn't switched a grenade shell for a smoke round and just fired it off. Hot metal peppered Tate's face and chest like burning needles, but he couldn't dare slow down. He heard a crack from a rifle and saw from the corner of his eye a chunk blown off of one of the Vics, spinning it around. It disappeared into the grass. An instant later, it was back up and racing after Tate, bone and goo flapping from a gaping wound where its arm used to be. Tate's breath was ragged, and his legs were starting to feel like they were filled with sand. Blood ran down his face, blurring his left eye as he bent his will to dig deep and push himself to keep pumping his legs. The squad was shooting the instant they had a target, but the Vics were fast and their movements erratic. The best they could do was pour on the firepower and hope they hit something. Among the squad, there was one soldier who hadn't fired a shot. Casey Oda looked down the scope of his beloved Dragunov SVD, breathing slowly in and out. Through the scope, he could see the strain carved into Tate's face, but he didn't care. Oda moved the crosshairs and found the Vic nearing Tate. Through the lens, he watched as something yellow dribbled from the Vic's mouth, and its hands clawed at the air as it tried to reach Tate. But Oda didn't care. All he cared about was his breathing. He focused on the sound of the air as it flowed through his nostrils and out of his mouth. The numbing roar of gunfire around him didn't exist. His mind was void of right or wrong, time or need. He drifted his sight slightly ahead of the dashing corpse and counted his breathing. Tate could feel his body failing him. He wasn't the young man he used to be, and the end of his energy was about to give out as abruptly as the tug of a hangman's rope. Gunfire from the tree line was tapering off, which told him the Vics were so close now that many of his team were afraid of hitting him. He reached for his pistol, and the next second he'd either use it on the Vics or himself. Suddenly his shoulder was yanked as the hissing corpse latched onto his web gear. The Vic's mouth gaped open as it pulled itself to Tate. He raised his pistol, but fate was making the gun feel too heavy, too slow. He'd be dead before he ever pulled the trigger. He could hear the thing's teeth snapping next to his ear with perfect clarity and knew it was over. Tate flinched as something slapped air right next to his face with a stinging buzz. The entire top of the Vic's head vanished in a fine mist, and it crumpled to the ground. Before Tate could react to the second corpse, it was blown off its feet, spraying skull fragments behind it. Oda pulled back the bolt of his rifle, spinning the spent cartridge into the air, aware of the looks of amazement from the rest of his team. A moment later, Tate staggered into the tree line, rejoining his team. His legs trembled as he bent over, gasping for air. Wesson handed him a canteen, which he poured over his head, washing off dust, blood, and ooze. Drenched in sweat and water, he motioned for the radio man. Riddled with guilt, Keeble began to explain. "I'm sorry, Staff Sergeant. The grenade. I panicked." With a surprising resource of energy, Tate slammed Keeble across the jaw with a sledgehammer blow. The private ragdolled to the ground unconscious. "Keep him out of my sight," gasped Tate, "for the rest of the patrol, or I'll kill him where he stands." Oda walked past the inert private with mild curiosity and handed Tate his backpack. "Can we go home now, Staff Sergeant?" Chapter 2. Ciudad de Rosa. Jack Tate looked out at the passing neon lights of the city from the back seat of a taxi. Every time it went around a corner, the thing leaned like a ship riding a high wave. The springs squeaked like tortured steel, but at least it was clean and the driver didn't play his music loud. It seemed to Tate that every time he came into town, something had changed, but he figured that was what life was like in the frontier towns of the Old West, and in many ways, Ciudad de Rosa was no different. Located in the narrow straits that connected North and South America, Ciudad de Rosa started as a refugee camp which grew into a city. Named after the patron saint of South America, Saint Rose of Lima, the city was cradled between two massive mountain ranges that followed either coast. Between it and the untamed malignant continent of undead was Fort Hickok, the U.S. Army installation and Tate's home, used as a staging area for the newly formed branch for dealing with clearing out South America. Originally, Ciudad de Rosa had 3,000 people until it exploded with the migration of refugees. That also brought opportunity for businesses, big, small, and illegal. The black market used to thrive with the transportation of drugs coming out of the country, and when that stopped, it adapted to other financial trades. Now, Ciudad de Rosa was a stark contradiction of itself. Extravagant homes occupied hundreds of acres of land, like mini fiefdoms, making Beverly Hills look like a slum. Refugees lived in a sprawling camp of tents, huts, and anything they could hold together to give them a roof and walls to keep the snakes, fire ants, and scorpions out. A few factories had set up in the hopes of capitalizing on the cheap labor, until they discovered the cost of putting peasant farmers in a factory setting. In the end, many companies had to set up training courses. Overall, the city was well behaved. Criminals on both ends of the financial scale knew things ran smoother when everyone got along. The realists in the police department understood what they could and couldn't do. There were places in Ciudad de Rosa where the law never went. Besides, by the time they showed up, the problem had already been sorted out, or the only ones to interview were dead. So the city thrummed along at an easy pace with little upheaval. Jack Tate had left the Army base after working up his action report and Private Keeble's transfer forms. The captain had torn into him, threatening that he'd jump past an Article 15 and go for a court-martial. It was white noise to Tate. His mind was far away from the squawks of his CO. He stood at attention and waited for the yelling to stop, then left without a word. It was his time now, and he was tired of seeing anything in camo. He knew a club in part of the city that was perfectly situated beneath trendy and above seedy. The Blue Orchid could have been in the nicer areas of town if the owner could afford it, but the bouncers kept the dirt out, so it was okay with Tate. The taxi pulled up outside the club and Tate got out. He noticed a small tremor in his hand as he paid the driver. He was having trouble turning his back on today's mission. As the taxi pulled away, Tate took a moment to fill his lungs with the evening air. A bouncer standing at the entrance passively watched him. The owner, Teddy Moon, didn't like the expression bouncer and called them doormen, believing it gave the place some class. He was also a big fan of the 1940s noir movies, and it showed, from the club's decor to the music. If you didn't like Glenn Miller or Harry James, this was the wrong place for you. The doorman looked like a stack of boulders, and just as solid. Tate couldn't tell if his face was naturally flat or the result of stopping a lot of punches. If it was the latter, he was sure that face had left a trail of broken hands behind it. He was typical of the doorman Teddy hired. It was impossible to get drunk enough to believe you could take on one of these guys, and yet all of them were civil and polite. He moved aside as Tate approached. "Evening, Mr. Jack." "Evening, Rocco," said Tate. He didn't believe that was his real name, but Teddy Moon had a thing for nicknames, and if you stood still long enough, Teddy would put one on you. Rocco was as good a name as anyone could have come up with, and in this case it was a good fit. "Looks crowded tonight." "That's how the boss likes it. But there's always room for you, Mr. Jack. Enjoy yourself." Rocco opened the door, and Tate stepped inside. Tate walked in, greeted by the jukebox, playing That Old Black Magic. The lighting was easy on the eyes, not too dark, but lit well enough to see around the place. The club was done up as close to looking like some place Bogart would get a drink at. Leather, brass, and wood made up most of the decor, although on closer inspection everything had a worn look to it. Some might think it was aged and shabby, but to Tate it just felt lived in. He looked around for an open seat at the bar. Sitting alone at a booth made him feel alone and self-conscious. "Jack!" someone called across the room. Teddy Moon crossed the club floor to Tate, with a large smile and friendly handshake. "It's a pleasure to see you, old man," said Teddy warmly. "Welcome back to the Blue Orchid." "Thanks, Teddy," said Tate. "Nice to be back." "Teddy, don't be so formal," said Teddy. "All my friends call me Commodore." Tate had no idea how or why Teddy had come up with that nickname, but it did no good to ask. He was well-groomed and always in fashion should the 1940s ever come back. Tonight, he was wearing a simple but well-tailored double-breasted jacket with a white dress shirt and tie. His cologne was a warm mix of tobacco, citrus, and leather, and he never went anywhere without it. Tate didn't go out of his way to make friends or be chummy, but Teddy had that kind of personality that you couldn't help but like. "Let's see, you'll be wanting a place at the bar, right?" asked Teddy, without really asking. He glanced at the bar and saw it was full. Tate wasn't feeling picky and would have settled for any place that wasn't the center of Teddy's attention. "It's okay, I can sit anywhere." But Teddy wasn't listening. He escorted Tate to the end of the bar, where a couple of girls were talking. "Ladies," said Teddy, "excuse me, but it's just come to my attention that these seats were the victim of someone's overindulgence, and I'll have to ask you to move to one of the booths while we clean them up." The girls looked at Teddy, uncomprehending. Few people talked like Teddy, and it took a while to get used to him, although he understood himself perfectly and therefore believed everyone else did too. The girls continued to stare at Teddy as they waited for him to say something they understood. "A guy threw up on your seats," he said impatiently. The girls leapt off the seats like they'd just been stabbed by a pin, craning their heads around looking for stains on the rear of their tight dresses. "Yes, it's horrible," said Teddy, as he took each of them by an arm, leading them over to an empty booth and sitting them down. "I'll have your drinks brought over to you." "We left our purses at the bar," objected one of the girls. "I'll have them sent over," said Teddy. "What about our bill?" asked the other girl. "I'll have that brought over too," said Teddy, leaving them gaping at his back. Tate couldn't help but smirk as Teddy came over and sat him at the bar, leaving an empty seat between Tate and the other patrons. "Bertie," said Teddy, catching the bartender's attention, "take care of my friend here." Then to Tate, "I heard things got dicey on your outing today. You're at the Blue Orchid now, so put your feet up and take it easy." Tate was troubled but not surprised that Teddy knew about the patrol. It wasn't difficult for him to believe that Teddy's enterprises reached beyond running a nightclub. I don't suppose you'd tell me how you always know so much. Teddy appraised Tate with a smile that held more meaning than he was willing to explain. The Blue Orchid caters to those who pay in currency other than money. And speaking of money, keep your wallet in your pocket tonight. It's on the house. If you need anything else, just give me the high sign. Before Tate could ask what the high sign was, Teddy was gone. Bertie looked at Tate patiently, waiting for his order. I'd like a bourbon. The bartender gave him a slight nod and reached under the counter for a bottle. He put a tumbler in front of Tate and filled the bottom of it. The aroma of alcohol and oak coming from his glass filled his senses, and he could feel himself beginning to relax. Bertie left him to take care of others along the bar, which was fine with Tate. It was just him and a glass of smooth bourbon. He held the tumbler up to his nose, closing his eyes as he inhaled. He let his mind drift around the sounds of the bar while he settled against the bar. Suddenly, his peace was shattered with blood and screaming. Images of Yeller's shattered face filled his mind. Horror gripped at Tate, and his eyes shot open, finding only a dimly lit club filled with people. The memory faded, leaving his trembling hand holding the tumbler. Startled and angry, Tate knocked back his drink in one swallow. He stopped himself from banging the tumbler down on the bar top and struggled to get his emotions back under control. The bartender appeared and poured his glass again. Tate held up his hand before the bartender walked off. Hang on, Bertie. You're gonna be pouring a few more of those in a minute. Tate lifted his glass, about to empty it in one swig, when a hand landed heavily on his shoulder. You need a good cigar with bourbon, said a friendly voice. Anything less is a crime. Recognizing the voice, Tate stood up and saluted. Good evening, Colonel Hewitt. Sit down, Jack, smiled Hewitt. I'll have one of those, he said to the bartender, pointing to Tate's drink. The colonel sat in the stool next to Tate and reached into his jacket, taking out a small cigar case. He slid 2 cigars from the case and offered one to Tate. No, thank you, sir, said Tate. Let's leave the sir back at the base, said Hewitt. Replacing one of the cigars, he put the case back in his jacket pocket. The bartender produced a cigar cutter and lighter for Hewitt, who took them with a nod. I like this place. I can see why you come here. He snipped the end off the cigar and put it in his mouth. He started the lighter and held the flame to the end of the cigar while he puffed on it a couple of times until the end briefly glowed a dark orange. Tate watched the colonel go through the ritual. He'd met Earl Hewitt a year earlier when he first joined the AVEF, and they had immediately clicked. There's a connection soldiers share who have been through the merciless forge of combat. They don't wear it on their sleeve, it's something in their presence, a vibe that other soldiers of shared experiences recognize instinctually. And in spite of his lax demeanor, the colonel saw it in Tate. Tate had a mixed opinion of officers, but appreciated that the colonel cared about those under his command. When he was on base, the colonel was often seen away from his desk, talking to his junior officers, watching the units go through their training, combat shooting practice, etc. What had Tate curious was that he and Hewitt didn't socialize, on or off the base. Following the normal chain of command, Tate reported through his captain. He'd bet good money the colonel wasn't here by coincidence, and sooner or later he'd get around to it. As it was, Tate didn't have to wait long. You know, Jack, if you stay in the army long enough, you either become a very good politician or a very good soldier. If you're not good at either, you end up dead either way. I think you're a good soldier. No disrespect, sir, but I know a lot of people that would disagree with you, said Tate. Well, you know what they say about opinions and assholes. Jack, it's true most good soldiers get weary of the death, said Hewitt. It wears them down. When their tour's up, they retire and go home, which is why the army is top-heavy with politicians. Hewitt took a sip of bourbon, followed by a long draw on his cigar. He blew out the smoke slowly and took a sip of his bourbon. I'm wondering why you haven't gone home. Tate was beginning to dislike where this was going. His past was a topic he avoided talking about, but when put on the spot, he'd lie. Lying made him uncomfortable. Not that he couldn't. On the contrary, he could lie easily and be convincing. but lies left behind tracks that a clever person might discover. He didn't have to worry about that this time. For example, I heard about a guy, Jack Tiller, that served with the 471st until a couple of years ago, said Hewitt. That's one of those hush-hush Delta special mission units. They get the messy jobs nobody wants to do, or admit doing. They keep to themselves mostly. Not a lot of guys have their unit tattoo. Easy to spot, though. The colonel stopped and eyed Tate expectantly for a reaction, but Tate stared, stone-faced, at his glass. So, this guy, Jack Tiller, one day he just ups and vanishes into thin air. Those spec-op guys are a tight-lipped family and they wouldn't say anything else, but I did hear some chatter that something bad happened at home. Tate only nodded, but said nothing as the colonel took his time getting to the point. Tate wasn't in a hurry either, and waited to see how many gaps the colonel would fill in. Must have been pretty bad for this guy, Tiller, to quit an entire life just like that. Must have, Tate said, as he stared into his glass. Part of my brigade is the Mortuary Affairs, where they slipped in the all-volunteer expeditionary force. Those AVEFs aren't even real soldiers, not that the Army would complain. They need all the bodies they can to make a dent clearing out those rotting meat sticks. They'll take anyone who walks in the door, so it's not hard to imagine how low the bar's set on performance. Hell, if they can button their own shirt, we're satisfied. So, when your name kept showing up on action reports, I got curious. Where the life expectancy in that unit is a few months, you're not only alive and kicking, but demonstrating advanced squad tactics. The kind of tactics someone with special training would have. Tate knew he'd been found out, but was too annoyed and stubborn to admit it. Knock it off, Jack. I don't have any more time for this crap. He was tired of this game and had used up what patience he had for innuendos. Show it to me, he said, bumping Tate in the shoulder with his knuckles. The colonel knew too much for Tate to claim ignorance. With a sigh, he pushed up his right sleeve, exposing a tattoo. It had two snakes intertwined up the handle of a double-bladed executioner's axe. It was framed with a shield and 3 words surrounding the axe: Iudex Iudices Carnificem. Well, isn't that a thing? Said the colonel in mock surprise. My Latin's rusty. Iudex Iudices Carnificem. Judge, jury, and executioner. Did I get that right? What else do you know or want to know? Sighed Tate. Hewitt took another pull on his cigar. Now that he was confident he had the right man, the hard part was out of the way. I know you were one of the best operators the 471st had. I know you have a box full of medals and ribbons, probably stuffed away somewhere. I know you pulled some hellacious high-risk missions, deep infiltration, and high-value terminations. I could go on, but I think I'm hitting inside the 10 ring. I wouldn't know about any of that, Colonel. Hewitt chuckled and sipped his bourbon. I'm sure you wouldn't. What I don't get is why a highly skilled operator would go off the reservation and a year later sign up in a loser detail scrubbing the world's toilet. Tate's glass stopped halfway to his mouth, and he put it down on the bar hard, rattling the ice cubes. With all respect, sir, where is this going? Come on, Jack, you snake-eaters all have it in you. You guys can't resist testing yourselves, pushing yourself to the next level, honing your skills. Tate didn't say anything, but rolled his sleeve back down, covering his tattoo. Since you've been in mortuary affairs, you've been drag-assing your way from one commander to another. The word is you're on your last leg. Your captain's going to file a court-martial and probably get it. Anyone else, and I'd say they deserve it. But I don't think that's you. You act like you hate the Army, but you always seem to do just enough to keep from getting kicked out, until now. And I think that was a mistake. That wasn't part of your plan. If you wanted out, you would have been gone a long time ago. Tate emptied the last of his drink, wishing the bourbon would hurry up and blur the world out of existence. Well, if that was true, and I'm not saying it is, or isn't, none of that matters now. I don't think the captain will have much trouble getting his court-martial, and I'll be gone. Which brings me to answering your unspoken question of why I'm here. Ever since we got South America, the prevailing strategy has been to systematically work our way across the country, wiping out the Vics as we go. It's a simple plan, easy to execute, easy to understand, and wrong. Our country is in trouble. I don't have to tell you the devastation we've suffered because of the outbreak. Our infrastructure is broken, and some of us have done the math. The current plan is too little, too late. Jack, the country will collapse if we don't do something fast. South America has silver, copper, and gold mines, oil fields, and natural gas that we desperately need. Those resources would go a long way to getting our country on her feet again. But the government refuses to see the danger. They're so afraid to admit their plan isn't working that they reject anyone who disagrees with them, discrediting in public as alarmist. There are some who aren't willing to sit back and watch the government drive the country into an early grave. They've come together from branches of military, corporations, and even a few in the government. The objective is to scout out the most accessible resources, ones we can tap into and bring online with the least amount of expended assets, and the government will have no choice but to change its direction. And you want to form a covert unit inside the AVF, right? Said Tate. Exactly. They're so insignificant on everyone's radar, it's the perfect place to operate from. Tate swirled the ice cubes in his glass, watching the play of light winking off them. Why are you telling me about this? Whatever you think you know about my past, I'm not that guy. The most exercise I get is convincing myself to get out of bed in the morning. He didn't show it, but the prospect of running operations again was making his heartbeat quicken. He knew the colonel was trying to read him. Tate kept an attitude of bored interest. He wasn't going to give the colonel any emotional leverage. I'm not looking for supermen, but I do need a guy with experience under his belt. You'd be tasked with creating a small unit, said the colonel, which would conduct specialized missions to insert and recon suspected high-value targets. Hewitt lightly rapped his cigar on the edge of the ashtray, knocking off the ash and giving Tate time to digest what he'd heard. You report back, and we send in assets to collect the resources. That simple. Hewitt took a sip of his drink, saving the best part of his offer for last. I'll authorize your request for a limited number of promotions within your unit, and you'd be promoted to Sergeant Major, as befitting your responsibility. Tate couldn't hide his expression of surprise. That's 3 grades. Nobody's going to sign off on that, and even if they did, that's going to attract a lot of attention to your secret unit. Hewitt tapped the rank insignia on the shoulder of his uniform. That bird means I do the worrying. All you need to do is sign on. Besides, wasn't that your rank in the 471st? You earned it, you wear it. Hewitt paused, giving Tate time to consider his offer. He casually looked around the room for a few moments, buying himself some time. The next part of the conversation could get rocky, but this was too important, and he wasn't going to shy away from it. It'll be your unit, your people, said the colonel. The thing is, Jack, a man of your experience is hard to come by. It would be a great benefit to me. But I have to know you're squared away. Hewitt looked straight at him, studying Tate's every expression. I need to know you aren't going to bail on me the first time you feel inconvenienced. You are a highly decorated, highly skilled soldier that walked away from friends and career without a word of explanation. Then, out of the blue, you sign up in the crap shoveler unit that follows the elephant parade. I think you'd be a perfect fit for my unit, but I have to know I can rely on you. I have to know your men can rely on you. I can't have you quitting on me because of some bullshit baggage. A visible coolness came over Tate. But Hewitt saw beyond the mask to the anger Tate was barely controlling. "I have never let my men down, or been accused of failing in my duties as a soldier," said Tate through an expression of stone. "And my bullshit baggage," the words were sticking in his throat, "was because, while I was away on a mission, when I should have been home." Tate forced himself to take a breath. He lifted his drink to his lips, but changed his mind and put the tumbler back down. "My little girl, who I should have been protecting, was torn to pieces by a pack of Vicks. So yes, I've never failed my men, but I failed my little girl. I failed my wife. Every time she looked at me, all she saw was the man responsible for her sorrow. The single most important thing I needed to do, and I failed." "Well, hell," said the colonel. In a rare and unexpected expression of solace, Colonel Hewitt put his hand on Tate's shoulder. "Anything I could say to lessen your grief would sound feeble and dishonor the tremendous loss you've suffered," said Hewitt, firmly squeezing Tate's shoulder. "I apologize for opening that wound." The colonel got out of his seat and looked for a moment at Tate, who sat staring 1,000 miles away. Hewitt was about to say something, but thought better of it and walked out the door. Outside, the colonel's aide opened the door for him. Getting in the back seat, Hewitt took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Someone on the other end of the call picked up. "Tate's a no-go." "Yes, I told him what we're doing, but he's trustworthy. He's not a liability, so don't touch him." Hewitt listened while the aide patiently sat in the driver's seat, waiting for instructions from the colonel. "Send me the file on our next candidate. I've got time." The colonel was interrupted by a rapping on the car window. He lowered the smoke glass window to see Jack Tate peering at him with disturbing intensity. "Jack?" Tate wordlessly stared at the colonel, who was feeling something close to fear creeping up on him. "I'm in," said Tate, then walked away into the gloom of the night. Chapter 3. Shadows in the Night. The barracks door slammed open as a line of exhausted soldiers shuffled in from the dark of night. They were splattered with mud and wet with sweat from having been out since the crack of dawn, and had thought of nothing but a shower and sacking out for the past 2 hours. Entering the barracks, they let out a collective groan. The contents of their footlockers had been dumped all over the floor. Their bunks had been stripped of bedding, and the mattresses were skewed over the bunk frames. It looked like a tornado had ripped through the place, backed up and went through again. But this disaster was care of their drill instructor, a small lesson in digging deep into the gas tank when you think there's nothing left. This was M Squad, or as everyone called it, the Meat Squad. These were the new troops, fresh out of boot camp. It wasn't the traditional training regular soldiers got, where seasoned, tungsten-hard drill instructors turned civilians into a soldier. M Squad had signed up for mortuary affairs because it was a non-combat unit. Or so they thought. The training they got in boot camp was just enough to teach recruits how to put on a uniform and dig a hole. All recruits arriving on base from boot camp were thrown into M Squad and remained unassigned to their final units until they'd been given some real training. One of the privates raced to his strewn belongings in near panic. Everyone else was too exhausted to notice or care, as the recruits searched through the mess while the rest of them worked to neatly put away their stuff. Flinging open the lid of his footlocker, stenciled Cooper J., he tossed in his things until he spotted a toothbrush case and snatched it up. He quickly glanced around to be sure nobody was looking his way, then opened the case. He took out a folded paper and stuffed it into his pocket as relief washed over him. By the time everyone had finished getting the barracks in order, it was 2 a.m. If anyone felt like crying, nobody would have blamed them. But they were too tired and dehydrated for the effort. Before succumbing to fatigue, Private Cooper read through the instructions on the paper he'd retrieved from his toothbrush case. He knew it was important he got it right. The last of the soldiers had collapsed into his bunk less than 2 hours ago, and the now orderly barracks was a hive of snoring. Nobody heard the three figures enter their quarters. In the gloom, the figures were only visible when they were silhouetted against the dim moonlight through the windows. There was no stealth in their actions. The scraping of feet could be heard as they dragged them across the floor. They didn't speak, but uttered low, wet, guttural noises, and still no soldier stirred. Klaxon alarms suddenly shattered the quiet of the night. Outside, spotlights flared to life, sweeping around the barracks as an urgent voice barked over the loudspeaker. "Victor Mikes have breached security," blared the speaker. "They are in the camp. Vics are in the base." As the soldiers of Meat Squad clawed their way out of sleep, one new recruit saw a figure looking down on him. The outside spotlight momentarily lit the figure, searing its image into the recruit's mind. Its hideously deformed face leered at him, its clothes torn and black with dried blood. Something brown and shriveled spilled out of a gaping hole in its belly. Another soldier caught a glimpse of a cadaverous woman, bent over a soldier's bunk, scooping bloody hunks to its face. The figure turned towards him and the spotlight passed, leaving only darkness and the sound of growling coming closer. The horrified soldier tried to shout a warning, but his words became a scream as bony fingers closed around his face. He fumbled for the pistol near his bunk, madly pulling the trigger before the gun had even cleared the holster. Any shred of sleep vanished in that instant. The barracks exploded in screams as gunfire strobe lit the terror and panic consuming the soldiers. Except for one. Before the klaxon alarm had sounded, before the undead creatures had gotten 5 feet into the barracks, Private Jared Cooper had quietly slipped off his bunk and slid under it. He heard rather than saw the feet scraping by his bunk. Then the alarm had gone off, followed by the screaming. He waited until the sound seemed to move away from him and broke for the door. Outside, a spotlight swept over 2 guards running by, and Cooper yelled for them. The guards stopped and pointed their rifles at him. "I'm not bit," he said as he ran to them. Before either guard could say a word, Cooper grabbed a grenade clipped to the guard's belt. As the guard began to protest, Cooper yanked the rifle out of his arms and ran back to the barracks with the guards chasing him. As Cooper reached the barracks door, the screaming inside was near hysteria. As the guards reached Cooper, he pulled the pin on the grenade. "Back off!" he yelled, holding the grenade over his head. The guards turned and ran off. Cracking open the door, Cooper threw the grenade inside, then dove for the ground. A moment later, there was a deafening crack and bright flash of light. Cooper got to his feet, brought the stolen rifle to his shoulder, and sprayed bullets into the barracks. The rifle spat out the casing of the last bullet, and Cooper winced as the camp light snapped on and the klaxons abruptly stopped. The noise of the alarms was replaced by the shouts of several drill sergeants that seemed to magically appear from nowhere. Unmoved, Cooper stood, gaze fixed on the door, hoping nothing would come through it. "I said, fall out!" shouted a sergeant in Cooper's face while taking the rifle out of his hands. Open-mouthed, Cooper watched him stomp into the barracks, yelling, "Fall out, you stupid pukes!" Dazed and disheveled, everyone in M Squad lined up in the front of their barracks, each looking at the other, trying to understand how they weren't dead. Standing before them was a grim staff sergeant, staring at them with hard eyes. "My name is Staff Sergeant Tate," he said, as he began walking along the line of ragged men. "You have just participated in a recreation of an event that occurred in your barracks when 3 Victor Mikes got onto this base. It is a special event we hold every time we get a new squad." The door to their quarters slammed closed behind the row of men, and their eyes went wide as 3 ragged corpses walked by them and lined up next to the drill sergeants. It's evident the performance our actors played was convincing. Just like the actual event, only a few of you were attacked by our actors, and just like the actual event, all of you died. How could this happen, you ask? Because each of you acted as an individual instead of a unit. Your only interest was self-preservation, to live, regardless of what happened to the other guy. In short, you killed each other. Fortunately, all of your ammunition was replaced with paintball munitions. If you look at your squad mates, you can judge your effectiveness in protecting yourself and them." The recruits looked at each other, seeing they were pockmarked with blots of blue paint, with the exception of one. Private Cooper stood out from the other soldiers, completely untouched by blue paint. "We hold this event so you'll feel welcomed here," continued Tate, "and to impress upon you that any slack behavior, lapse in judgment, or stupidity on your part could very well result in what you have experienced today." Tate paused as he stood back and looked up and down the line of men. He looked at Cooper for the second time, and his expression hardened. "Private," said Tate flatly to Cooper, "how is it that you are not dead?" All the eyes of M Squad fell on Cooper, who continued to look straight ahead. "Staff Sergeant," said Cooper, "nobody wanted to bunk near the door because we were told in boot camp that's always the first person to die when a Victor Mike enters a barracks of sleeping soldiers. I got the short straw and had to take that bunk." "And yet you are not dead, Private," said Tate. "No, Staff Sergeant," said Cooper formally. "I tied a shoelace from the door handle to my finger. When the door opened, it woke me up. When I realized what had entered the barracks, I knew it was a no-win situation." "Explain your meaning by saying no-win," said Tate. "Staff Sergeant," said Cooper, "if I raised the alarm, there'd be no light to see the threat. People would panic and start shooting blindly. I realized I had to accept the loss of my squad to save the camp, contain the infection, and eliminate the threat." "So you fragged your own barracks," said Tate, "then emptied an automatic weapon into it just to be sure." Cooper didn't flinch. He stood at attention, staring directly ahead. "Just to be sure, Staff Sergeant." Tate looked long and hard at Cooper, who began feeling cracks in his stoic confidence. Doubt swarmed through Cooper as images of long months in a brig flashed through his mind. Then Tate relaxed his gaze. "Sergeant Wesson," he said, "have these men fall out and clean themselves up, and have Private Cooper transfer his gear to his new barracks." Cooper's shoulders sagged in relief and found he could breathe again. As Staff Sergeant Tate came over, Cooper noticed a corner of folded paper sticking out of his pocket and quickly pushed it down, then came to attention as Tate looked him over with a nod. "Welcome to your new unit." Several soldiers sat behind the 4 rows of desks when Jack Tate walked into the briefing room, and all conversation abruptly stopped. Tate's reputation around the base was that he was fair, tough, but a hardliner. It was true that during his first year in the AVEF, he expected his unit to know and adhere to military regulations. But few in the AVEF, including the Army at large, saw themselves as real military, and Tate's efforts were met with passive resistance. His complaints to the CO died in his inbox. Eventually, Tate gave up, but his reputation of being strictly by the book endured. Tate walked to the table at the front of the room and leafed through a thick folder before beginning. His jungle camos were weathered from hard use, but pressed and creased. His sleeves were uniformly rolled up to textbook standards, and the patch on front of his ACUs had 2 extra rockers under the chevrons and a star in the center, signifying his recent promotion to Sergeant Major. If anyone was surprised, they hid it behind expressions of stone. The air conditioning hummed in the background, blunting most of the heat in the briefing room, but did little against the humidity. In spite of the human touches, the room fell short in compensating for the style of bleak sterility common to the military, prisons, and insane asylums. Tate put down the folder and spent a few seconds looking at each individual in the room. "My name is Sergeant Major Jack Tate. I'm forming a new unit that will operate out of the Mortuary Affairs Battalion, but will have very different duties. You've been selected for the opportunity to volunteer to be part of the unit." Looking around the room, some of the faces were known to him, while others he was still trying to pin a name to. All eyes were on him, with a mixture of curiosity and respect of the rank. "The information I will be speaking about is classified, which means you will not discuss what you hear with anyone. These missions are likely to be high risk. Your time outside the fence could last for days. If you're going to make it in this unit, you have to accept the demands expected of you. Consider things like calling in support a luxury. If things go wrong or get rough, you are the only support you can count on. In short, I can promise you it will be dangerous." Tate paused while scanning the room, looking at each face. He played a mental game where he'd size up people and decide what they'd do. He thought of it as a game, but it was more of a skill, and it proved valuable in knowing who could be relied on and who was a weak link. Not everyone is cut out for this. There's no shame in accepting this about yourself. If you don't think this is for you, leave now. After a moment, there was a squeak as a chair pushed away from a table and a soldier got up and left. Tate smiled inwardly as he mentally put a check mark next to one of the soldiers he thought would leave. If you are still here because you're feeling curious, believe you're a badass, or are an adrenaline junkie, I can guarantee before your first training is over, those feelings will be replaced by regret, exhaustion, and pain. But it will be too late by then. Once you agree to be part of this unit, there is no getting out. There are no transfers, no loopholes, and if you're thinking you can go AWOL, you will be the subject of a casualty notification to your next of kin, expressing your regrettable demise in the line of duty," said Tate with a humorless smile. He wanted to drive home the seriousness of desertion, and by the expression around the room, he had succeeded. Tate remained quiet, giving each soldier's mind plenty of room to run free. Silence was claustrophobic, spawning doubt and forcing it to feed on pride and ego. After several minutes of quiet, another soldier got up, and before they reached the door, 4 more got up and left. After the door closed behind them, you could have heard a pin drop. Tate was beginning to feel better about those still remaining. The ones he'd identified as not ready for the cut had gone, leaving him with a better sense of confidence in the remaining group. Sergeant Wesson walked around the room, putting a form and pen in front of the remaining men and women. "By signing this form," said Wesson, "you agree to the command structure, terms of classified information, risks and responsibilities of your duties, and all terms stated. It is your responsibility to read and understand this document before signing. In short, your signature acknowledges that everything you do, see, and hear is classified. Understood?" asked Tate. Everyone in the room replied in one way or another. Private Jared Cooper looked at the others around him as they busied themselves with filling out the forms. He didn't want to be there, but the decision was out of his hands. Signing the form meant there was no turning back. If he was honest with himself, there was never a moment he could have turned back, from being tipped off to the simulated Vix attack on his barracks, following the instructions on how to beat it, to getting Tate's attention. Nearly from the moment he was assigned to the base, he had been someone's puppet, but the cost of cutting those strings would be devastating. The process of weeding out people who weren't right for specialized missions was multi-layered. Tate had learned many of the tells, and seeing that Cooper was the one head not bent over his form was telling Tate that Cooper might not belong. "What is it, Private Cooper?" Cooper stiffened, not expecting to have been called out. He sat staring at Tate, caught in a conflict. If anyone knew why he was joining the unit, he could be court-martialed, or maybe shot. If he lost his nerve and walked out, the consequences would be a personal nightmare far worse than a firing squad. "Private Cooper," said the sergeant major, "if you're looking for the door, it's located behind you. Otherwise, if you have a question, ask it." Cooper nearly stuttered as his mind grasped for something to say. In the end, he only sat there staring at Tate like a deer in headlights. Tate was puzzled by Cooper's sudden appearance of doubt. He knew the private was green and needed training, but he was certain Cooper was a good fit for the unit. The private was struggling with something, and Jack was beginning to doubt his own judgment of Cooper. Either way, this wasn't a therapy session. Either he was in or out. "Private Cooper, either you're trying to work up the courage to ask me out, or you believe I can read your mind. The answer to both is no." Cooper groped for an excuse and threw out the first thing he could think of. "Sorry, Sergeant Major. I'm not sure if my training is up to the types of missions I'm getting myself into, lied Cooper. He was scared. He knew what he was being forced into, but his self-doubt began to question if he could do it. No, Private. Before we go on our first mission, you're going to get additional training that's going to make boot camp look like nursery school. Cooper mentally sighed with relief as another soldier raised his hand, shifting Tate's attention away from him. Tate acknowledged the soldier, who stood. Sergeant Major, if we're only fighting Victim Ikes, what's the big deal? We got all the training we need for a turkey shoot. Tate walked to the front of the room and sat on the edge of his desk. The training you got at Boot was fine for doing janitor work, and that's what you've been doing, cleaning up the world's garbage. There's a backlog of people waiting to sign up for that kind of duty because they suck at life and think this is an easy way to make a buck using the system. They think all they have to do is slog through the jungle and shoot Vicks. 3 or 4 months later, half of those new grunts are dead from predators, snakes, poisonous spiders and frogs, infections and disease. That uniform you're wearing makes you as much of a real soldier as a cape makes you Superman. Jack Tate looked around the room with a mixture of melancholy and disappointment. His thoughts were never far from his fall of once being part of an elite combat unit to this. You've never been in combat or fought for your life. You have zero concept of how crippling stress under combat can be. Your training will prepare you to operate under the demanding conditions we can expect while in the field. Sergeant Major, asked another private, visibly concerned. Are we going to be in combat? Are we going to be shot at? Tate glanced at the name tape on the private's jacket. No, Private Fulton, but you will be trained to operate under stress. It's unpredictable out there. 1 minute you're on a normal patrol, and the next minute it's Oscar Sam Tango. That got a chuckle from some of the seasoned grunts in the room and helped break some of the tension. Oscar Sam Tango, Sergeant Major? Asked Fulton. It stands for Oh Shit 30, Private. It's a time you'll never see on a watch, but you'll know it the instant the second hand hits. Vicks don't shoot back, but they're dangerous. You won't get combat training, but I'll give you training you can trust in. Tate paused, giving everyone in the room time to ask other questions. We start tomorrow at 0500. You're dismissed. Cooper stood to leave, and Tate walked over to him. Private Cooper, something is troubling you. If you're having self-doubts, this is the time to leave them behind. If you can't, then this isn't the place for you. Cooper instantly looked uncomfortable. Yes, Sergeant Major, he said. Some of the guys in the room looked hardcore. I'm just a rookie. I don't want to let them down. If you perform in the field like you did in that fake Vicks attack, you'll fit in here, said Tate. You can put on a uniform and sit behind a desk, but my guess is you wanted to be a soldier. A ship is safe in harbor. That's not what ships are made for. Cooper relaxed a bit and smiled at the Sergeant Major. Yeah, makes sense. Chapter 4. In or Out. Cooper put on his cap and sunglasses as he stepped out of the briefing room into the bright sunlight. The hot, moist air brought beads of sweat to his face almost instantly. He started across the compound, scanning for any familiar face, pleased that only a few people were outside, and all of them strangers. Being out in the heat was something everyone tried to avoid when possible. Tarps and camo netting were hung up as cover to shade the most often used pathways and allowed Cooper to see who he may run into. Glancing to see if he was noticed, he headed to a cluster of barracks a short distance away. Satisfied nobody was watching, he went inside the nearest barracks door, checking that it was empty. Cooper took out his cell phone and dialed a number from memory. There was an audible click as the connection went through. Mr. Ed, it's Jared Cooper. I'm in. I know who it is, said the person on the other end of the line. Was there any trouble? Trouble? No. Why did you think there was trouble? Cooper tried to sound confident, but he was anything but. The voice over the phone turned cold. Don't lie to me. You want me to special delivery another piece of your sister? What aren't you telling me?" Cooper's face lost all color as he flashed back to the day his family disappeared. He came home, finding only a note and a small white box on the table. He would never be able to erase the image of the pale, bloody finger as it rolled in the box. The almost surrealistic candy-pink nail polish his little sister loved magnified the hideousness of the dark red stub and white bone. "No, don't do that." Cooper was overcome with guilt and despair. "I told you, it's fine. I followed the instructions you gave me." There was only silence on the other end of the line. Cooper took a breath before going on. "It's fine," he said, sounding calmer. "I got into Sergeant Major Tate's squad." "Good. His people aren't stupid. It's not likely they'll do anything when you're around until they get to trust you. Regardless, give me daily reports on Tate and any mention about your missions. You stick to the plan, and everything and everyone will be fine." "Might not be," a click told Cooper the other person had hung up. He put his phone away and looked around to reassure himself nobody had heard him. The barracks was cooler inside, but Cooper was sweating more now than he'd been outside. He took a deep breath and wiped the tears from his eyes before stepping outside. The next morning, Cooper arrived at the armory. As part of his assignment to his new unit, he needed a weapon. He showed his requisition orders to the clerk. After checking the form against his list, the clerk unlocked the door and let him in. "You're authorized for one rifle," said the guard, "from racks J to L. You can select a sidearm from rack O and P. Edged weapons are on rack W. Got it?" Cooper nodded to the guard and went inside. The darkness blinked away as fluorescent lights flickered on, revealing row after row of weapons. Cooper lingered, admiring some of the sleek modern rifles with their laser sights, scopes, and night vision optics. But his smile wilted when he reached the weapon rack marked J. Lined up in the rack were rifles that looked like something out of an old World War II movie. Most had wooden stocks that were scuffed and dinged from hard use. There were even bolt-action rifles, which Cooper had only seen in history books. He picked up one of the rifles and blew on it, sending a fine cloud of dust curling into the air. He shook his head in disbelief that somewhere in the army, an officer who probably never even saw combat would consider sending a soldier into harm's way with this museum relic. "Finding your way around, Private?" Cooper flinched, startled by the unexpected voice. He fumbled with the rifle, nearly dropping it, a cardinal sin in the army. Luckily, he recovered it at the last moment. He spun around to find Sergeant Major Tate behind him. "Sergeant Major," said Cooper. "Good morning." Tate gave him a good-natured smile. "Good thinking getting here early, before the good ones are gone." "Good ones, Sergeant Major?" said Cooper. "These weapons are junk. Why can't we get a newer weapon?" "According to command, those are for real combat soldiers. Our role isn't deemed hazardous," said Tate sourly. "We sweep and clear an adversary that doesn't shoot back, so—" Cooper looked at the rifle in his hands with doubt. "I've heard stories about guys getting ripped open because their rifle jammed and they got swarmed." "Let me see that," said Tate, gesturing to Cooper's rifle. Cooper handed it to Tate, who inspected it with crisp movements, like it was second nature. "This is a Colt Bushmaster Gen 4. With this one, they finally worked out the touchy receiver. I don't think you'll have any trouble with jams. Whoever had it before you took pretty good care of it. It's old, yeah, but it's light and easy to carry. It'll do the job." Tate handed the rifle back to Cooper, who eyed it with new appreciation. "Thanks, Sergeant Major." "Sure," said Tate. "See you at training." Cooper took his rifle to the front desk, leaving Tate among the racks of near relics. He passed a few rows to the modern rifles, admiring the quality and design only a tested warrior could appreciate in a tool of combat. He reached for one but stopped himself, knowing it wasn't his to take. Not hazardous enough, they say. How would they know what hazardous is? The new unit was ending their second week of training with Sergeant Wesson running them through their paces. She didn't expect that she'd be running the training, but when Tate showed up 2 hours late on the first day, indifferent and with lukewarm energy, she realized that nothing was going to change. She was confused and disappointed with Tate, because when he first approached her about joining the team, he made it sound like a great opportunity to learn more skills, get away from the boredom of tedious patrols, and maybe springboard to another branch of the military. But 2 weeks later, and it was the same old Tate. Wesson had more experience and field craft knowledge than the other team members, but not enough to fill an entire training course, and it was showing. The training was becoming repetitive, and the unit was getting bored and losing focus. Wesson was spending half her time training and the other half barking at someone for screwing around. Tate wandered the training area with mild interest, giving someone a pointer or a bit of advice. He didn't see the harm in the team clowning around. They were just blowing off steam. That night, Tate couldn't sleep. In the 2 years since his precious little girl was slaughtered, he had never told anyone about it until his encounter with Hewitt at the Blue Orchid. The memory of her innocent face hung like a lodestone around his neck. The weight of it had crushed his spirit. The irony of her death was sharp and achingly bitter. He devoted his life to protecting those he loved by defending his country, but when it mattered the most, he wasn't there for her. The knife bit even deeper because he knew as he held his wife, racked with sorrow, he had nothing left to give, and he wasn't there for her either. He walked the darkened base until he finally felt his mind had quieted. Maybe now sleep would come. Walking back to his quarters, he saw a light on at Wesson's apartment. Curious, Tate walked up to her door. She'd thrown herself into training the new team, and it occurred to Tate he hadn't told her what a good job she was doing. He thought he heard the television and leaned his ear closer to the door. It wasn't the TV. She was crying. He knew what he was hearing, but he was so shocked it didn't seem real. He'd known Lori Wesson for the better part of a year, and he'd never seen her cry. He stood there, lost in confusion, trying to figure out what was going on. Then realization hit Tate with icy clarity. It was him. He had neglected his responsibility of training the team and let her carry the full weight on her shoulders until it had broken her to tears. Once again, someone had relied on him, and he wasn't there for her. He stopped himself before his thoughts took him down that path for the millionth time. He struggled for something to say, but no words came to his mind. After a moment, he turned away from the door and headed home, knowing he wouldn't find any sleep tonight. Sergeant Wesson hoped the morning air would help clear her groggy head. Just to be sure, she'd swung by the base coffee shop. The corporal on duty clearly appreciated the importance of coffee at 4 a.m. and made it strong enough to beat up a triple espresso and take its lunch money. Wesson was sipping at her coffee when she arrived at the training area and stopped in her tracks. Everywhere she looked, the team was hard at their exercises, with a seriousness she hadn't seen before. She did a double take, thinking she was in the wrong place. "Good morning, Sergeant," said someone behind her. Wesson turned, surprised to find Tate standing there. His PT uniform was already damp with sweat and his face red from exertion. "Did you have breakfast yet?" Wesson stammered as her answer and questions clashed over which would be spoken first. "No, Sergeant Major. What are you— why are— "Get something to eat," said Tate, with a pensive smile. "You're going to need something besides that battery acid to get you through your training today." Before she could reply, Tate walked into the training area, where a couple of team members were struggling to climb over an obstacle wall. "Rossi, are you trying to climb my wall or hump it?" yelled Tate. "Climb it, Top," puffed Rossi. "No way I work this hard to have sex with anything." Wesson puzzled over Tate's change, but only briefly. Her own training soon occupied her full attention. He wasn't perfect at first. Tate hadn't undergone some amazing transformation, but little by little he worked himself into the role of instructor, and in time their training improved. Because they wouldn't be in combat, Tate's focus was on things like jungle field craft, squad communications, both verbal and in hand signals, and team building. Several of the members were from Tate's original squad and knew some of this, but all of them went through it so they could mentor the fresh recruits, adding a smack to the back of the head or a chewing out when needed. Being rough on recruits was a tradition as old as time, and recruits, the smart ones, knew to accept it with a shut mouth. Something that Cooper hadn't learned. The team had been running a move-and-shoot exercise for several hours. The exercise was set up to create a frantic and rapidly changing situation that required members to move together while shooting pop-up targets placed in every direction around them, and communicate and acknowledge each other's actions. The exercise mirrored the stress and chaos that caused soldiers to become overwhelmed and get tunnel vision, or worse, mentally shut down. The practice would start off fine, but as the intensity turned up, Cooper kept losing focus, making stupid mistakes. Each time they'd have to reset and start over. It was their 5th time through it. The targets were springing up faster and closer to them as they tried to reach a safety zone. One of the veterans, Specialist Brian Alkins, was on Cooper's right, calling out his right flank was blocked. They'd have to sweep left to avoid being cut off. Cooper didn't respond and stayed in his position. Frustrated with Cooper screwing up the exercise again, he shoved Cooper to clear his path. Snapped out of his tunnel vision, Cooper flailed as he fell, catching Alkins by the belt. Alkins tried to catch himself but overbalanced and fell with Cooper into a tangled heap. Furious, he got up and yanked Cooper to his feet. Cooper's bad performance in the exercises wasn't by accident. If he could get kicked off the team, he'd be useless to Mr. Red. There'd be no reason to hold Cooper's family. They'd be free, and he'd be free. As long as it didn't look like he quit, he'd be home free. His thoughts were broken by Alkins yelling in his face. "Open your damn ears when I'm talking to you!" shouted Alkins and slapped Cooper upside his head. It wasn't a hard hit, but for Cooper it amounted to the final straw. Months of living in fear for his family, guilt and frustration boiled over, and Cooper saw red. He drove at Alkins with everything he had, who deftly turned away his attack. "You want to think twice about doing that again, buddy." Alkins was thoroughly capable of beating Cooper to a pulp, but Cooper didn't care. He was desperate to stop feeling like a victim. He launched himself at Alkins when someone grabbed his shirt from behind and wrenched him off his feet. Cooper landed on his back with a grunt, having the wind knocked out of him. Tate stood over him, leveling a hard look at Alkins. "I think we're done here, Specialist, don't you?" Alkins shifted his glare from Cooper to Tate, and let his hand relax from the white-knuckled fist he was about to use on Cooper and dusted himself off. "Kick him, Top. He's gonna get someone killed. If he don't die first." Alkins left, and the rest of the squad went back to training, leaving a lot of space between them and Tate. Cooper got up slow, feeling the ache of a hard landing. "I'm sorry, Sergeant Major. I screwed up. Maybe Alkins is right." If Tate didn't know better, he thought Cooper sounded relieved. There was something going on deep below the surface with this private. Tate knew Cooper had potential and didn't want to give up on him just yet. "What's going on with you?" The question surprised Cooper, catching him completely off guard. He was expecting to get chewed out, then he hoped marched off the team. "You handled that surprise drill in the barracks like you were made for this team. Ever since then, you look like you're half-assing every training exercise." "I don't know," said Cooper. "I got scared back in the barracks. It was just reaction, and I got lucky. I thought I could bluff my way through training, get a quick promotion to a desk assignment." He shrugged his shoulders in a feeble gesture of apology. Tate didn't believe a word out of Cooper's mouth, but he didn't have time for games. "If you want out, then you're out." Those words were a sweet relief to Cooper, and he began to feel salvation spreading through him. His family would be free soon. "For security reasons, you'll be reassigned out of the country," said Tate. "I understand," said Cooper, faking disappointment. If Cooper wanted out, Tate would grant him his wish. But he resented being jerked around by this private and didn't have any qualms returning the favor. I don't think you do. As the NCO, it's my opinion you purposely sabotaged your training with the desired result of being expelled from the team, and your record will reflect that. The color drained from Cooper's face. Mr. Red had demonstrated he knew things that happened on the base. Cooper imagined Red might have spies there. The slightest twinge on Mr. Red's spiderweb, and he'd know about it before the sun had gone down. If the sergeant major wrote on Cooper's record that he was deliberately getting himself kicked out, it was guaranteed Mr. Red would learn about it. Mr. Red was only a voice to him, but it was a smothering, claustrophobic voice he couldn't escape. They'd never met, but Mr. Red knew all about Cooper. Even more frightening was how he knew what Cooper was doing, all the time. Verging on panic, it took all of Cooper's self-control not to grab Tate. "No," he pleaded. I wouldn't do that. I'm not trying to get kicked out." His plan was careening out of control and on the brink of getting himself and his family killed. His mind scrambled for something to say that could veer him away from the cliff he was heading towards. "Private Cooper, are you jerking me around?" asked Tate, completely confused. "Are you telling me I didn't hear you just say you were bluffing your way through training, or was that my imagination? Are you telling me I'm losing my mind, Private? Is that what you're saying?" "No, Sergeant Major, that's not what I'm saying." "What's that, Private? I can't hear you over the sound of your own bullshit." "No, Sergeant Major," shouted Cooper, snapping to attention. "It wasn't bullshit. I was mad about Elkins and feeling like everyone's pushing me around. Nobody wants me on the team, and I said what I thought they wanted me to say to get rid of me, Sergeant Major." Tate leaned in, locking eyes with Cooper. "Private, I decide who stays and who goes. That's my job, not yours. Your job, everyone's job here, is to drop their bullshit and operate as a team. This training and everyone in it is supposed to be hard on you. It grinds away the lies and bullshit everyone pretends to be until all that's left is the bone. When that's all that's left, then everything else falls into place. The skill, the knowledge, the teamwork, then it happens. That process can't happen because you're fighting it." Tate stood back and folded his arms across his chest. "So what's it going to be, Private?" "I understand, Sergeant Major," Cooper blurted. "I'll stay if you let me. Just give me to the end of the week to prove I'm committed. I will be as good as anyone here." Tate crunched his thoughts about what to do with Cooper. There were a lot of conflicts within him, and that gave him some serious doubt. But it also presented a challenge, something Tate hadn't had in a long time. He could cut the private loose, but that felt like the easy way out. He pushed his finger into Cooper's chest. "You've got your head so far up your own ass you don't know the meaning of good. When I was a fresh recruit, I thought I was good. I had the speed, reflexes, and all the answers. I didn't have to try, so I didn't take training seriously. I wanted to kick in heads and be a badass. The rest of my squad thought that I was a Class A prick. One day we're going through hand-to-hand combat, and my squad decided this was their chance to bust me up, and they didn't hold anything back. I admit I was a Class A prick and had it coming. I should have lost, but I was young, tough, and stubborn. I beat every one of them. It wasn't that I was a better fighter. It was just that I could suck up more pain than they could. My drill instructor didn't care I was thrashing these guys, but he sure as hell cared that I was half-assing my way through his course." Tate paused, smiling as the memory played out in his mind. Suddenly, the DI was nose to nose with me, and I'm thinking I'm in for a first-rate chewing. Instead, he says, "Private Tate, I've seen guys like you before. They're good, really good. I'm going to reassign you to their detail. Keeping you with your squad is a waste of your talents. I'm picking you up at 0500 tomorrow." And without another word, he walks off. Cooper was looking at Tate like he was Superman. "Oh, man," he said. "You were getting into the elite, right?" "Something like that," said Tate. The next morning, 0500 sharp, the DI drives up. We're driving for about 30 minutes, and the whole time the DI is telling me how he told them all about me last night and how I'm gonna fit right in with these guys. The sun started to throw some light over the horizon when we crested a hill, and he stopped and got out. I followed him, looking around. There they are. I looked where he pointed and saw it is a graveyard. I stood there trying to make sense of what was going on. He took me down into that graveyard and walked me past one headstone after another. Private Ryan, Beale, Private Scott, Everett, Private Napier, Headley, McAvoy, Cole, Henrys, Janes. He'd written the same thing on the sides of each headstone. All of these guys thought they were good just like you. I stood by every one of their caskets as they got lowered into the ground, just like I'm gonna stand next to yours. I wrote on their headstones just like I'm gonna write on yours, because being good got them killed just like it's gonna kill you. The thought of seeing my headstone lying in a neat row with all those others brought home the reality of my mortality. I left all my bullshit behind in that graveyard. Nobody was ever going to write on my headstone. "What was it?" Cooper asked. "What did he write?" Tate looked at Cooper, searching for sincerity, hoping this wasn't wasted on the kid. "Good is the enemy of great." Cooper didn't say anything, but his expression told Tate the private understood exactly what he meant. Cooper could stay in the unit, and Tate knew he'd be all right. Chapter 5. Briefing. It had been 3 weeks since training had finished, and Tate was getting impatient. He knew their first mission was coming, but he didn't expect it to take this long. He wasn't a stranger to how slow the military moved, but the colonel made it sound like his group of suits were chafing at the bit for Tate's team to become operational. It had been a long time since the colonel had been on the base, and Tate was beginning to wonder if something had changed. He'd have to wait until they needed him, but he hoped it was soon, before they started losing their edge. It had been a while for him, too, and he was feeling a restless energy building up inside him. 12 days before, Colonel Hewitt had walked into Tate's office and placed a briefcase on his desk. All his time in Spec Ops, Tate's operation briefings had been handled by his commanding officer, usually a lieutenant. Tate guessed that cutting out that many levels of the command chain meant this was classified on a level a lot higher than he first thought. Tate came to attention and saluted. "At ease, Sergeant Major." Hewitt cocked his head slightly, looking at Tate. "Have you lost weight?" "A little, sir," said Tate. "Training will do that to you," said the colonel as he took a chair. He opened the briefcase, taking out a mission packet, and put it in front of Tate. Tate opened it and briefly scanned through the contents. Inside were maps, sat pictures, and a thick file on someone named Ben Finn. He sounded familiar, but Tate couldn't put his finger on why. Going through the packet, he discovered multiple folders of information. "It'll take me a while to get through all of this, sir." The colonel reached into his briefcase and took out a newspaper. "I got time." He opened the paper and leaned back as if Tate wasn't there. A red flag went up in Tate's head. Full-bird colonels didn't cool their heels waiting on sergeant majors. When the military found a process that worked, it became a standard operating procedure. The rest of the world would call it a ritual, and the Army loved its rituals. Departing from the SOP was seriously frowned upon. The Army had a process for running classified operations, and this wasn't it. This had the feel of somebody outside the Army making the rules, and whoever they were had enough clout to make a colonel sit in a sergeant major's office playing babysitter. If the colonel was going to give him the time to read through all the intel, he wouldn't complain. Experience had made Tate a convert to the edict, "The devil's in the details." Those seemingly unimportant things had a nasty way of coming back on you at the worst time. It had been a long time since he'd read a mission packet, and he was out of practice, so Tate took his time. It was about 2 hours later when Tate closed the last folder and neatly stacked it on the others. "You can keep all the intel except the folder on Finn," said the colonel from the other side of the newspaper. "Ask your questions." Tate slid the folders back in the envelope and tamped it on his desk before tying the packet closed. "Sir, this says we're collecting intel from an American ambassador's vacation house. I thought we were going to be doing recons, search and clear, ops like that." The colonel folded the paper, stretching as he sat up with a grunt. This is the mission future missions hinge on. What you're retrieving contains critical locations, key codes, and other vital information. So, you understand the importance of making this a successful op?" Tate asked for details the mission packet didn't answer, abort procedures, possible difficult terrain, etc., and took notes with the colonel's permission. But there was an unmistakable feeling that the colonel knew more than he was saying. This wasn't new to Tate, and he told himself to ignore it. The higher-ups typically compartmentalized information. An hour later, they finished up. The colonel stood and Tate followed suit. Hewitt picked up the folder on Ben Finn. "Whatever you find is eyes only. You and your team aren't cleared. Everything goes from his safe into the grab bag without anyone reading it." "Understood, Colonel. Is there anything else?" Hewitt took out a cell phone from his pocket and put it on Tate's desk. "This is a secure phone. Any time we need to talk privately, use this. If nothing else comes up, we'll talk again after the mission." "Sounds good, sir," said Tate, saluting. The colonel returned his salute, then walked out. There was a nagging feeling in the back of Tate's mind that this was like the other ops he'd run, the kind where he was only getting half the story, and the other half was where the real danger waited. He shook off the thought and dialed his phone. "Sergeant Wesson, assemble the team for a mission briefing at 1000 hours tomorrow morning. Thanks." That morning, the squads gathered for their first official mission briefing. The room was filled with an unspoken excitement. Everyone had a folder with "classified" stamped on the outside in large, bold letters. Private Cooper was just opening his folder when he realized none of the veterans had touched theirs. Instead, their attention was on Sergeant Major Tate. Cooper hurriedly closed his folder and nudged it away. Tate walked up to the white screen and put a thick folder down on the table next to him. "Good morning. I'm going to cover the high points of this mission, and I'd like you to hold your questions until I'm finished. Each of you has a folder with mission details, your unit assignments, radio frequencies, call signs, and timetables. You will study and memorize the mission intel forwards and back before you put a boot on the helicopter skids come deployment day. As you saw by the big red letters on your folders, this mission is classified. You do not discuss anything related to this mission with anyone outside this room." He paused to look around the room, making sure he had everyone's attention, and picked up a pointer stick. "Sergeant Wesson, let's get this show started." A moment later, Wesson turned on a digital projector from the back of the room. On the screen appeared a photo of a heavy, balding man in a suit, sitting at a desk with the American flag staged behind him. It was a typical publicity photograph where everyone had perfect teeth and complexion. This is, or was, Ben Finn. Before he went missing at the time of the outbreak, he was the American ambassador to Colombia. Just prior to the country's collapse, Ambassador Finn was in possession of valuable intel. The image on the screen changed to an aerial view of a city. The image zoomed into a devastated area of destroyed buildings. Sat recon of the American Embassy in Bogota shows a pile of smoking rubble, and it's believed anything of value was destroyed along with the building. Any hope of salvaging that intel was written off, until... Appearing on the screen next to Tate was a satellite image of the west coast of Colombia. Tate zoomed in to a 20-mile area of fractured coast, speckled with small atolls and river inlets. The dense blanket of trees crowded up to the blue water's edge. Tate zoomed the image, revealing a patch of gleaming white beach with a single dock perched over the water. At the other end of the beach was a large house with a swimming pool and tennis court. A wall, or fence, bordered the entire area, extending a short ways into the water. Tate tapped the image with his stick. Before the reanimated shit hit the fan, this was the vacation villa of Mr. Finn. It's located about 27 clicks from the city Buenaventura. There's strong evidence that Finn kept copies of files in a personal safe. And yes, that's where we're going. Questions? Tate pointed to one of the hands that went up around the room. Rossi. Before the prisons had been emptied to refill the rapidly depleted ranks of the military, Tyler Rossi had been a career prison guard. He didn't have a problem with rules as long as he was enforcing them. He did have a problem with authority, and little respect for some pussy giving him orders. The other NCOs were either fed up or frightened of him and eagerly recommended Tate take him. Tate had watched Rossi before approaching him for the team. Rossi wasn't stupid, and his barrel chest wasn't just for show. He displayed the physical and mental skills for the missions Tate's team would be pulling. His obstinate attitude toward authority didn't faze Tate. In Rossi's case, he resented anyone in authority who hadn't earned their position. It was an attitude Tate could appreciate from both sides of the fence, and was quick to cement in Rossi's mind that his new NCO was firmly at the top of the food chain. "All of our forward bases are north and east of Columbia," said Rossi. "That looks about 300 miles south of any recon territory. If the brass wanted to get rid of us, they could just discharge us." Tate smiled at the easy laughter in the room. In spite of the excitement, the team was becoming comfortable enough to joke with him. "You don't get out of the Army that easy. Here's where it gets fun." The satellite image pulled back and shifted down the coast to a wide inlet. Where the inlet broke up into several rivers was an island city. This is the city of Buenaventura, and most of the territory surrounding it was prime real estate for the drug cartels. Back when there was a cartel, the U.S. government tasked the Drug Enforcement Agency, which has gone the way of the dodo bird, with stopping drug smuggling into the U.S. As part of that operation, the DEA established several paramilitary fire support bases throughout South America, which they would execute raids from. We're going to be airlifted to this river about 4.5 miles west of Buenaventura, then travel 2 miles on foot to an abandoned DEA base designated Checkpoint Phoenix, which has 2 fast boats. From there, we're going to take a fast boat along the coast to our objective. There, we'll search the location for our intel and return along the same route we used where we will extract via helo. The projector turned off, and Tate leaned against the table behind him. Questions? The first hand up was Sergeant Monkhouse. He was the team's engineer. What he lacked in conventional training, he made up for with the ability of improvising solutions from nearly anything at hand. "You said that base had boats," said Monkhouse. "Are they working?" "I doubt it, but that's why I picked you as our engineer, Sergeant Monkhouse," said Tate. "Hey, Top," said Monkhouse, leaning back in his chair. "I'm good. Okay, better than most. But even I wouldn't bet all my chips I can fix them. We don't know their condition, and we don't even know if that camp has been looted. Without replacement parts, those boats and us aren't going anywhere." "Sergeant Monkhouse," said Tate, "do I detect a note of skepticism regarding the reliability of the intel we've been given?" Quiet laughter rolled around the room. "He's right," said Tate. "No matter how solid intel looks, you should never rely on it until your boots are on the ground and you see for yourself. If you go into a situation feeling safe and secure because intel says so, you're going to drop your guard and get careless. At best, intel is an advisement. We roll the dice. If the boats don't work, we try something else. This team isn't about aborting the moment something goes wrong. We get the mission done." "Why don't they drop us on the guy's front lawn?" asked Rossi. "Seems like a lot of extra work on our part." "A couple of reasons," replied Tate. "The helo crew isn't cleared to know our mission or our final destination. They don't even know about the DEA base. Another is, like you pointed out, this area is completely unexplored. We could get dropped into a herd of Vics and not even know it until half your armor's eaten off. On the bright side, here's your chance to get out on the water and out of the jungle." "I don't know how to swim," groused Rossi, "and I ain't wearing one of them stupid-looking life-preserver things." Tate let out a small sigh. Well, then I suggest that everybody here that Rossi owes money to collect it before the mission, or you might not ever get it back. Good-natured laughter rolled around the room as another hand went up. Suller, said Tate, pointing to one of the raised hands. What's our unit name? Asked Suller. Until we get our official designation, it'll be Rover, said Tate. That brought a groan from the room. Yeah, I know, but we won't have to live with the dog jokes for long. I promise I'll get us a better name. Tate decided to wrap it up and let them get on with their mission prep. Remember, this is classified. We lift off tomorrow at 0600. Chapter 6. Checkpoint Phoenix. The sun was breaking over the treetops as Private Cooper jogged into the mission assembly area. The rest of the squad was there. The guys who were in Tate's earlier unit were talking in their own group. Most of the newbies to the unit were talking in groups trying to look bored, but their quick glances for any signs of change in the veterans' actions betrayed their nerves. Cooper dumped his combat pack next to the others, lined up in a neat row, then looked around, unsure what to do with himself. He played over the anxiety of last night's events. He had covertly scanned the mission documents and transmitted them to Mr. Red using a secret cell phone. That was nerve-wracking enough, but then he received a demand to call Mr. Red immediately. "Your mission's in the morning and I'm just getting this now?" snapped Mr. Red. Cooper was scared that Mr. Red would take out his fury on his family and hastily explain they'd only just been given the mission briefing. "They like to keep things close to the vest," said Mr. Red. "This'll take some fast planning." "Planning?" Cooper said, confused. "We're lifting off in a few hours. There's nothing I can do." Ignore that. I was thinking out loud," said Red. There was an uncharacteristic pause as Cooper heard the sound of papers rustling over the phone. Look, I want you to get me copies of those documents you're going after." Tension tightened around Cooper's chest, and he gripped the phone as his mind raced through the ramifications of Red's demand. "Do you even know what you're asking me to do? Why are you doing this to me? I'm nobody." "Exactly," said Mr. Red. "That's why we picked you. To everyone else, you're just another face in the crowd. There's nothing special about you, and you're new. People are more likely to give you the benefit of the doubt for making mistakes." "It'll never work. Don't you understand? There's no way they're going to leave me alone with whatever we find. I'm not even supposed to see them. They're going to catch me, maybe even shoot me on the spot." Cooper was quickly working himself into a panic, but Mr. Red only heard excuses. "Do you know how embarrassed I get every time I have to explain to my superiors why you keep screwing with us?" said Red. "It hardly leads any time to look after your family. Come to think of it, I can't remember. Did I feed them yesterday? Or was it the day before? Your sister, what is she, 5? They're always so hungry at that age. But those are the formative years." Cooper couldn't see a way out. His surrender to Mr. Red's demands were his family's lifeline, but no matter how hard he tried, risk and disaster loomed over him. He was a living lie to everyone but the man that held his family hostage, and even he didn't care if Cooper lived or died. So Mr. Red would send him on a suicide mission. He'd be caught by Tate and shot on the spot. He would die, then so would his family. "That's it. I'd die no matter what happens. If I'm gonna die, why drag it out? Let's get it over with." Feeling like there was nothing to lose, Cooper embraced his reckless anger and for the first time in a long time felt like a free man. "What kind of sick bastard tortures a kid? First you cut up my sister, then you starve her? And for what? Some documents? How about I just ask Tate if I can borrow them to give to the guy that's blackmailing me, huh? No, I got it. I'll just kill my whole squad. Sounds like something you'd like, right? And then I'll drive right up to your front door and put the papers in your hands. But you know that won't happen, because as soon as I try to steal those papers, someone will put a bullet in my head. So why wait? I'll shoot myself right now. Either way, I'm going to die. and then you'll kill my family." Alarms were beginning to go off in Mr. Red's mind. His ambition to get those documents had made him push Cooper too far. He'd lose his only asset in Tate's unit, his chance at the papers, not to mention the questions Cooper's suicide would cause. Anyone looking into it would find the encrypted cell phone. And did Cooper keep a journal or write notes about any of this? Alarm bells went off in Mr. Red's head. He had underestimated how unstable Cooper was and had to work fast to bring him back from the edge. Mr. Red decided Cooper was too much of a risk, and after he delivered those papers, he'd have Cooper killed. He had another asset within that military base, one he could rely on to sanitize Cooper's belongings so there'd be nothing to tie him to Mr. Red. But first things first. Mr. Red took a deep breath, thinking quickly how to defuse Cooper. "You're right. This whole situation is terrible. I'm going to tell you something, but it's just between you and me. You understand? If anyone knew, we'd all be dead. You, me, your family." Mr. Red paused before going on. "Your family's fine, okay? They're fine. Nobody cut up your sister. We got the finger from a morgue. The people I work for aren't sadistic. They don't believe in torture. But Cooper, they do believe in killing if they're forced to. That's why we need to work together. As long as I can tell my boss everything's going according to plan, your family stays secure, watching TV, eating pizza. But you have to help me help them. I know what I'm asking you to do is dangerous, but it's for the right reasons. Believe me when I tell you we're on the same side. You're serving this country, and so am I." Mr. Red waited a moment to let his words take root. "So, can I count on you, Jared?" Cooper had calmed down, let himself listen to Mr. Red. He wanted to believe Mr. Red was telling the truth, even though his suspicion told him they were all lies. But he saw a chance and he took it. "Yes, I'll try." "Come on," said Mr. Red. "Try? After all this special training you got? I know you'll be good at this." "Good is the enemy of great," said Cooper. "Yeah," said Mr. Red, sounding encouraged. "Yeah, that's the spirit. I'm glad to see you're on board with this. Good is the enemy of great. I'm going to remember that one." It was the first time Cooper felt like he was talking to a person and not a monster threatening death over his family. He didn't know how long it would last, but he saw an opportunity to find out more about Red and went for it. "Why didn't you just ask?" he said. "You could have told me you're trying to do something good but dangerous and asked me to help." "It's not that simple," said Mr. Red. "A long time ago, people thought surgery was evil or witchcraft. People couldn't see beyond the blood being spilt. It's the same now, but on a global scale. To save lives, blood has to be spilled, and most can't see beyond the blood. I can. I accept the spilling of blood because I know it'll lead to a better world. A new world." Mr. Red was confident the blending of lies and truth had maneuvered Cooper back into his pocket. He was being honest when he said his bosses didn't believe in torture, but Mr. Red did. It was a hugely effective tool, but one that he'd have to hold in reserve now that Cooper was so fragile. The line went dead, and Cooper felt a wash of relief and doubt flow through him. Had he gone too far? Did his outburst just make him disposable? He deliberated if he should call back, but decided he might just make things worse. His thoughts were broken as someone tugged on his sleeve. "Private Cooper, I'm talking to you." Sergeant Wesson gave him an annoyed look. "Have you double-checked your combat pack according to the mission loadout?" "Yes, Sergeant," blurted Cooper, a little too loudly. 200 rounds of ammo, 2 canteens of water, 4 pairs of socks." "I don't need to hear the whole list," said Wesson. Her expression softened slightly, and she gave Cooper a once-over. "Don't go into this mission nervous. You won't do anyone any good that way. If you have a question or aren't sure what to do, let me know. We do our mission and we come home, simple as that." Cooper only nodded. He wasn't thinking about the mission at the moment. He was thinking how pretty Lori Wesson was when she wasn't yelling at him. He was terrified that the way he looked at her would give him away, because she would kill him on the spot, so he did his best to hide it behind his poker face. It must have worked, because she nodded with approval and walked off. The mood of the assembly area shifted from casual boredom to excitement as the pilots kicked on the Blackhawk engines. The hum of the turbines climbed to a steady whine. Soon it was joined by a deeper hum as the rotor blades slowly started to rotate. The crew chief stood outside near the nose of the helicopter, visually monitoring the startup. The rotating blades quickly gained speed until they were a blur. The rotor wash buffeted the soldiers and blew unattended gear off the assembly platform. Satisfied with his visual inspection, the crew chief slid open the rearward cargo door and gave a thumbs up to Sergeant Major Tate. Tate returned the gesture, then waved the squad forward and pointed to the open cargo door. The squad lined up with their combat packs slung over their shoulders as the crew chief directed each squad member to a jump seat, instructing them what to do with their combat pack and weapon. With everyone on, Tate grabbed the metal frame of the bench seat and pulled himself inside. He put on the headset, and the engine noise was instantly brought down to a manageable level. Across from him, the crew chief did a final inspection of the squad and gear. He switched the channel on his flight helmet, and his voice crackled through Tate's earphones. "Good morning, Sergeant Major," said the crew chief. "I'm Sergeant Gibbs. I'll be your crew chief for this ride. Our target landing zone is 288 miles, give or take, and our travel time will be about an hour and 15 minutes. "Thank you, Sergeant," said Tate. He had familiarized himself with the flight details the night before, but appreciated having a crew chief who didn't treat everyone like cargo. Tate had studied weather, times, distance, and a long list of other mission details until he knew them by heart. His years as a top-tier operator had taught him the power of knowing every detail about a mission. Tate pushed the headset off one ear and yelled over the noise to his squad. "Ready?" Everyone answered with a thumbs up. After a short glance, the crew chief nodded. Reseating the headset, Tate heard him talking to the pilots. "We're secure and you are clear to go," said Gibbs. The whine of the turbines climbed to a roar, and the Black Hawk lifted off. Soon they were hovering above the camp. The nose of the helicopter tipped forward, and the ground below slipped by with nearly no sensation of movement. The squad craned their necks to take in the view. Below them rolled an unbroken canopy of lush green that stretched away into the misty horizon. The stillness of the landscape gave a sense of tranquility, but Tate wasn't deceived by the facade. Beneath the blanket of green, life ranged from miserable to lethal. He smiled to himself, amused by his own cynicism. "You can't even let yourself appreciate a good view, can you?" he thought to himself. Eventually, the green terrain changed to a deep blue as they broke over the ocean. With it brought a cool breeze, giving relief to the soldiers sweating under their full combat load. Tate stared off into the misty horizon as memories drifted through his mind of his life before everything changed. He thought of the men he called brother and the missions that bonded them together, a bond Tate thought could only be broken by death. It had been 2 years since he had closed the door on that life, but he still thought of his brothers with a mixture of regret and guilt. They'd been a part of his life nearly from the time he'd joined the military. They had been there on his wedding day, the birth of his daughter Jessie, and the day he got word she'd been killed. Even if he'd wanted, he couldn't hide the devastation that sunk its claws into his spirit and ripped it from his chest. All meaning had been shredded from his life, leaving it a colorless wasteland. For a year, he'd poured himself into keeping busy, thinking that one day he'd wake up and begin to feel normal again. But that feeling never came. His wife had struggled too, but was incredibly strong. She could see the devastation and guilt crushing down on Tate. The more she loved him, the less worthy he felt of her. He was lost without any thought what to do. The answer had come to him one night while staring at the ceiling in the shroud of darkness, a voice of clarity that told him he had to leave, right then and there. The groaning weight he had felt relentlessly crushing him since his precious girl had been ripped from him seemed to crumble away. 10 minutes later, he was driving through the night. The direction didn't matter, only distance. With every mile, he felt the tendrils of despair loosening their hold on him. The next few months were like air to a drowning man. He was a blank slate, settling down in Texas. Nobody knew him and nobody cared. He constructed a new past, and with it, Tate was created. He was surprised at how easy it was, stepping into a new life, trailing none of the ghosts of his past. But that had all been a lie. His past was with him, patiently searching for the chink in his fantasy, and one night it found it. With the hunger his past chewed through his delusions of a new start. He dreamt of his wife, anguishing alone, deserted by the man who had made vows as he slipped on her wedding ring. He saw his friends fighting for their lives, undefended by the man who had taken oaths to protect them with his life. Reality had crashed down on him like a massive granite wall, and he awoke gasping as regret and shame stared him in the face, denying him from looking away from the truth that he had deserted his friends and wife. A burst of static scattered these thoughts. "Hey, Top," said Sergeant Monkhouse. "That jungle looks like something from one of those dinosaur movies. What would you do if you ran into a T-Rex?" Brett Monkhouse was one of the original members of Tate's squad when he first started in mortuary affairs, and he was glad to have him. His specialty was as the engineer of the squad, whether it was a makeshift bridge, demolitions, or booby traps, Monkhouse could do it. No matter how bad something went, he'd always have a smile. Tate decided long ago it was because Monkhouse knew that sooner or later he'd get to blow something up, and that cheered him up all day long. Tate pushed back the shrouds of emotions and brought himself back into the present moment. "Monkhouse, where do you come up with this stuff?" "I'm a Renaissance man, Top. I think about all kinds of things. So, what would you do?" "I'd run like a bat out of hell." Monkhouse laughed. "Get real, Sergeant Major. You're not exactly in the kind of shape to outrun a T-Rex." "I'm not in any shape to outrun a T-Rex, but I'll bet good money I can outrun a mouthy sergeant," chuckled Tate. The rest of the team laughed. "Heads up, Sergeant Major," said the crew chief. "We're 20 minutes out." "Thanks," said Tate. "All right, squad, you heard it. Last check before we're feet on the ground." Everyone went through their individual examination of their gear until the last of them signaled in with a good-to-go thumbs up. The air became moist and hot as the Black Hawk banked to the left, leaving the blue ocean behind and cutting inland. The pilot began following a meandering river, which Tate remembered from his map was near their insertion point. As if reading his thoughts, the Black Hawk gently flared, then came to a hover over a break in the jungle near the bank of the river. The crew chief reached out and grabbed the fast rope just below where it was anchored to a metal brace on the outside of the helicopter. He checked that the coil of rope wasn't tangled with anything and kicked it out the door, watching it unwind as it fell to the ground. The crew chief flipped up a plastic cover on the bulkhead near his seat that protected the quick-release button for the fast rope. This had become a necessary precaution after a helicopter and everyone on it was lost when a soldier was rappelling down the rope and a couple of Vics had appeared. The soldier had stopped halfway down the rope while a squad shot at the Vics from the helo. The sounds of gunfire attracted a horde of Vics from everywhere. The soldier had dangled on the rope like bait above a swarming meat grinder. He was screaming for help, his hands shaking with fatigue as his friends tried to pull him up. It was a tug-of-war they couldn't win. The Vics swarmed the rope, their sudden weight began pulling the helo, the pilot panicked, overcorrected, and swung into the trees. The rotor shattered, spraying fragments like bomb shrapnel. The ones who died in the crash were lucky. After that, helicopter crews didn't wait for a response to retrofit a quick-release switch. They did it themselves, giving new life to the adage, every solution breeds new problems. The problem here was that not everyone was a mechanical engineer. Some of the jury-rigged rope couplings broke under the weight and stress of a fully loaded combat soldier, resulting in people falling to their deaths. Helicopter crews were some of the tightest-knit families in the military, and while they honestly felt bad for the lost soldiers, their attitude was, better them than us. Fortunately, the Army approved the idea, issued a reliable quick-release system, and prevented further injuries. With a thumbs-up signal, Lori Wesson moved to the door and sat down with her feet over the edge. As the unit automatic rifleman, she was the first on the ground. With her LM-948, she could chew up a mob of Vicks without breaking a sweat. Built off a polymer Teflon frame, the .338 caliber light machine gun dissipated heat, making it possible to fire magazine after magazine without the risk of deforming the barrel. The high-energy rounds chemically reacted on impact. Hitting an object, the slug deformed into a metal wad and instantly hardened in that shape. The slug's combination of shape and velocity created an annihilating impact that would penetrate through multiple soft targets. It was jaw-dropping to see in action. The crew chief reached out and pulled the rope to her, then put his hand on her shoulder while she got her grip. She nodded she was ready, and he patted her shoulder, signaling she could go. She swung out and instantly started her slide down while the next soldier got in position. Soon it was Tate's turn, and he wasted no time in getting to the rope. The sound of the helicopter was thumping in his ears, but his time in Special Forces had taught him how to push the distraction out of the way. He scanned the area from above for the last time as he felt the crew chief's hand pat his shoulder twice. Tate leaned out and was free of the helicopter. The motor wash beat down on him as he slid down the rope. He felt like the jungle was reaching up for him, and as he passed the bright green canopy, he was being swallowed into its dark, fetid belly. His boots hit soil, and the illusion passed. The others had already set up a defensive perimeter, while the last of the unit left the safety of the Blackhawk. After a final head count, Tate waved off the helicopter, which banked away, its thumping fading into the distance. Everyone stayed in position and listened for any telltale clue that the sound of the helicopter had attracted any Vicks. Slowly, the sounds of the jungle returned, and nothing more. Soon the air was alive with the noise of insects and animals. Satisfied they hadn't attracted any Vicks, Tate keyed up his mic. "Let's head out. Wesson is on point, single file." They'd hardly touched down, and Tate's camo uniform was already damp with sweat. They moved into the jungle and were soon swallowed by the vegetation. While several of the squad members had been in Tate's last platoon, 3 soldiers were new to him, including Private Cooper. Tate had spread out the greener soldiers among the more seasoned veterans to keep an eye on them and catch any mistakes before they happened. Cooper had trained for this, but this was too real. The reality that he was on a real mission with no do-overs began to overwhelm him. He'd been out in the jungle before, but everyone knew the area was secure. The worst thing that could happen was getting chewed out for doing something stupid. But here, now, he felt he was walking a razor's edge and was a hair's breadth away from dying or getting someone else killed. There wasn't a safety net out here. The jungle crowded in on the team, making it impossible to see anything lurking just an arm reach away. The closeness made the air stale, heavy, and thick. The jungle growth they couldn't push through had to be hacked, and the sound of the chopping echoed like a signal announcing their presence. A screech tore over their heads, and the team instantly stopped and crouched, except for Cooper, who froze. His eyes were wide with fear, and his gaze darted around, looking for an unseen death about to rip him open. Behind him, Rossi rolled his eyes and yanked Cooper down hard by his pack. "Get down, you moron," growled Rossi. Cooper turned to look at who or what had grabbed him and came nose to nose with Rossi. "Something you want to say?" Cooper nervously shook his head. "No." Rossi ignored him and turned his attention to scanning the area. Cooper tried to slow his breathing when he saw his finger squeezing the trigger of his rifle. He would have sprayed the trees overhead if he hadn't forgotten to take the safety off first. Forcing his hand to unclench, his finger finally broke its grip from the trigger. Satisfied nothing was approaching, Tate keyed up his mic. "Just a monkey," he said. "Let's move." The squad stood up and headed out. At the front of the line, Sergeant Wesson was picking her way through the growth while keeping an eye on her compass heading. She tied her bandana around her neck and had it pulled up, covering her nose and mouth to keep the bugs out. Besides finding the best path to their checkpoint, she had to watch for other dangers. A dozing snake camouflaged as a vine or tree limb. A small dab of color could be a butterfly or a deadly poison dart frog. There were trees with 2-inch spikes covering their trunk. The points of the thorns would go right through the thin leather gloves many of them wore, and the tips would break off deep in the flesh, causing certain infection if it wasn't dug out. She had to see everything all at once, and was one of Tate's best people. Wesson was always strictly professional with Tate, and avoided parties when the group needed to get drunk and blow off steam. She avoided giving anyone a reason to suspect Tate gave her special treatment, or worse, that they were involved. That wouldn't happen in her own team. Everyone in the squad either respected her as an equal or feared her. A few months ago, after she started as Tate's operations assistant, she was having a beer with friends. At another table was a corporal who had been competing with her for the posting. Still feeling bitter about it, the corporal had told his buddies that Wesson was screwing her way up the ladder, making sure the rest of the room heard him. By the time the MPs arrived, she had beaten the corporal and his 2 friends to the floor. Witnesses in the bar said it was self-defense, and the corporal said he must have been too drunk to remember what happened. The charges against Wesson were dropped, the corporal spent 2 more weeks in a cast, and the rest of his time at the base avoiding Wesson like the plague. The wind began to pick up and brought dull gray clouds that stretched across the sky. The horizon was dark gray, with heavy storm clouds coming their way. Lightning flashed within the belly of the gloom, but the storm was too far off to hear thunder. It felt like they'd been swimming in jungle for hours when the tangle of green abruptly eased as the unit entered into sparser, younger growth. To Tate, this signified that they were very close to their checkpoint. Any base would clear a wide perimeter outside its walls of anything offering concealment to the enemy. This foliage looked about right for a couple years' growth. A moment later, the radio crackled in his ear. "Top," said Wesson. "We've made Checkpoint Phoenix." Chapter 7. Dog Pile. The team's approach brought them to the side of the abandoned DEA base. The compound was surrounded by double rows of chain-link fence, providing a patrol path between them. Each high fence was topped with razor wire. Observation towers stood in the 4 corners of the base, giving a clear view to the surrounding area. Tate frowned as he assessed their position. With the fence in front and the jungle at their backs, they'd have a pretty bad day if the Vics came at them from the jungle. Tate keyed up his mic. "Take up defensive positions. No noise." Tate pulled the reconnaissance images from his combat vest pocket. He saw the main gate was to their left, a short distance away. "Wesson and Oda," he said. "You 2 head left and recon the main gate." Each confirmed and quietly moved out. Wesson was good as a tracker, but Casey Oda was the best scout he'd ever seen. People joked he could walk over potato chips without a sound. His blonde hair, deep blue eyes, and square features made him the poster boy for a Viking recruitment ad. He was friendly and enjoyed being around others, but hardly ever talked. While others were happy to share stories of their past, Oda was content to listen and waved off questions about his past with a smile. His past was a big unknown, except that somewhere along the line he became a devout follower of Zen philosophy. He didn't wear it on his sleeve, he lived it, and it unnerved the hell out of people who didn't know him. Because no matter how dangerous or frenzied things got, he was as calm as a napping cat. It gave the false impression that he couldn't be relied on if things went bad, that he didn't take things seriously or couldn't be counted on. But it was just the opposite. As the team sniper, it gave him a deadly edge. All the normal stress and anxiety other shooters had to deal with didn't exist in Oda's mind. Oda and Wesson made their way around the corner of the perimeter fence, and after a few yards saw the front gate. They checked the guardhouse and surrounding area of the camp through their binoculars, but saw no movement. There was less jungle growth here, and it gave them a clear line of sight into the camp. The gate was closed, and there didn't appear to be any signs of damage to any of the buildings. To their left, the camp bordered a river, but buildings and rows of large steel shipping containers blocked their view of the area. "Top," said Wesson, keying her mic. "We're at the front gate. It's closed but unlocked. No signs of movement." "Copy that," replied Tate. "We're moving to your location." Wesson and Oda scanned the area from the low brush as they waited for the rest of the team to join them. Once there, Tate scanned the front gate and complex, but saw the same as Wesson and Oda. Nothing. He took out a satellite image of the base and called the team together before their next move. "Intel says there's no mines or traps in the area between the fences," said Tate, as he traced the perimeter of the base on the map with his finger. "The DEA report says they did an orderly bug-out and closed up shop behind them. It's likely local military stationed a small force here to secure the base for later use." The sergeant major gave the base a quick glance, then returned to his satellite map. "There's no signs of the kinds of damage you'd normally see when Vicks crash a party, so we may not have any contact, but don't get sloppy. If you see a closed door, leave it closed. We go through the gate and head to the boat dock. Monk, there's a boathouse at the dock which should have what you need to get a boat up and running." Monkhouse looked up from the map. "A boat engine sitting unused in the jungle heat and humidity for a couple of years. Should start right up," he said with a smile. A brilliant flash of lightning snapped across the sky above their heads, followed by a crack of thunder that thudded in their chests. "See?" said Monkhouse. "It just keeps getting better and better." They could hear the beating of falling rain on the jungle a moment before it reached them. Warm water showered down, drenching them instantly. "Once there," said Tate, "everyone else will set up a perimeter around the dock. Oda, see if you can't find your way up to one of those watchtowers and give us overwatch." Oda nodded but said nothing. "Okay," said Tate. "Wesson, you're with me. Everyone else form up behind us single file. From here on, everyone observe radio SOP and keep chatter to a minimum." The rest of the squad acknowledged and prepared to move. Tate and Wesson went first, followed by Oda and the remaining team members. Rain quickly turned the ground into mud, which sucked at their boots. But the road leading to the front gate was hard-packed dirt and made the going easier. Wesson did a quick check and confirmed there was nobody in the guard booth next to the front gate. The gate was latched but not blocked. It sat on a track that allowed it to roll to the side. Tate scanned what he could see of the compound for movement or any signs of danger. The interior of the base sat on packed soil, and except for isolated patches of weeds, there was little opportunity for jungle growth to take over. "Rossi and Fulton," said Tate, pointing to the two men. "Open the gate and do a quick recon. The rest of the team will keep watch." At the gate, Rossi looked at the compound, seeing nothing more than he did before. 2 years in the army and all I get to open is a damn gate, said Rossi as he spit out his gum. "I hear you," said Fulton. Picked fresh from the load of recruits from boot camp, Specialist Jeff Fulton was one of the new guys to the squad. Tate saw potential in him and had chosen him for the team. Putting him in with more seasoned soldiers would speed up his training. Pairing him up with Rossi would toughen him up. The veterans in the team didn't like babysitting and wouldn't cut new guys much slack, but if noobs kept their mouths shut and eyes open, they could learn a lot from the guys with field experience. Rossi looked at Fulton like he'd just shot out of a cow's ass. "What do you mean you hear me?" "Well, you know," said Fulton, realizing he'd just said the wrong thing. "Like I know what you mean." "How would a green scrub know what I mean, Specialist?" asked Rossi, looking at Fulton like he had just spat on Rossi's mother. No, Sergeant, I understand," said Fulton. No, I don't know what you mean." "You're damn right you don't know," said Rossi. "And you keep on not knowing until I say otherwise. Now, open that gate and don't talk to me unless you got something to say that don't sound like a donkey farting." Fulton pulled on the gate, which only moved a few inches, then stopped. He pulled harder, but it didn't move. Rossi gave him a withering stare, and Fulton quickly went to work, yanking on the gate until it started to move with a rusty squeal. He pulled the gate open a few feet, painfully aware of all the noise he was making, but hoped it would be masked by the heavy downpour. Rossi brushed past him, muttering, "Stupid kids acting like they know jack all." He did a quick scan of the compound for movement, but saw nothing and moved deeper into the camp. There were 3 steel cargo containers to the left of the main dirt road that led further into the camp. To his right, there was a building with a couple of large roll-up doors, probably a garage. Rossi pointed to Fulton and then to a couple of buildings ahead to the right. Even though he was drenched from the rain, Fulton looked like he was sweating bullets. Not sure if he was more afraid of Rossi or the Vicks, but Rossi was there and the Vicks weren't, so he moved up to scout the buildings. He checked the doors, finding them locked, and then looked in the windows. He signaled back to Rossi that there was nothing. They continued through the rest of the camp, not finding any signs of recent activity, or Vicks. "Yeah, boss," reported Rossi over his radio to Tate. "I got nothing here. Come on in." The team joined up with Rossi and Fulton in the center of the compound. Tate took out his map and orientated the team to their surroundings. "The west perimeter fence parallels the river. That fence has a gate that opens up to a dock where our 2 patrol boats are supposed to be tied up. I don't expect any Vicks activity, but I want Oda and Twig to stand watch at the dock entrance. Monkhouse, you'll check out the condition of the boats. Everyone else can find a place out of the rain until we're ready to go." Tate put the map away and looked around his squad. "Questions?" Nobody answered, and Tate headed for the dock gate with the squad following. A few minutes later, the squad came around the corner of a building and saw the dock gate. Like the front gate, this one wasn't locked or secured either. Tate thought it was strange that the compound hadn't been locked up or ransacked. It was possible that scavengers had never found this place, but with it being on a river, it seemed likely that somebody would have noticed the place. He didn't have an answer and turned his attention to the here and now. Their intel was holding solid. Nobody else seemed to notice, but to Tate, it was a small miracle. Back when he was a part of the 471st, intel was critical to their missions. The world wasn't static, it kept on changing, and it was a given that the intel they got was outdated before it landed on their briefing desk. After joining Mortuary Affairs, his squad never needed anything more than just a drop point and a direction. Walk around and shoot anything that's not human was the typical directive. Tate had to smile because just as the intel described, there were 2 boats tied up at the dock. Both were rigid-hull fast boats with twin-diesel turbocharged motors. An inflatable collar of tough Kevlar and polyvinyl ringed the hull, giving the boat greater buoyancy and allowing it to stay afloat even if the boat took on water. Monkhouse was standing next to Tate, sizing up the tasks ahead of him. The boat on the right side of the dock was downriver of the current, and debris had piled up around, making it look like the boat was sitting in a bird's nest. The protective tarp tied over its awning was in tatters, and the hull was partially filled with green, scummy water. The boat on the left side of the dock was in much better condition, partly from being protected by the dock. The tarp over the awning was weathered, but in good condition. At least it wasn't listing to one side like its counterpart. "Looks like you have your hands full," said Tate with a wry smile. Maybe it's not so bad," said Monkhouse with a shrug. "How much time do I have to get them usable?" "You're the engineer, how much do you need?" "Well, the batteries are probably flat. The fuel's gonna have condensation, so I'll need to drain and refill the system and check for cracks in any hoses, fix any leaks in the collars." "I get it," said Tate, taking the hint. "How long?" Monkhouse absent-mindedly scratched a bug bite on his arm. Maybe 6 hours." Tate said nothing, but stared at him. "Or 5, said Monkhouse. "I could do 5. Is 5 okay?" Tate stared at him, unblinking. 4, said Monkhouse. Bare minimum. Anything less, and I promise you, that tub will break down before we get halfway there." "You have 2, said Tate. "Grab who you need to help. If they're not ready by then, we strip the boat down to the hull and row. I'd hate to be the one to tell the squad you're the reason they have to paddle to our objective." 2 hours? I thought I was the engineer." "You are," smiled Tate, "and I'm the guy in charge of the engineer." "You know, you're letting this sergeant major rank go to your head," said Monkhouse good-naturedly as he walked down the dock and disappeared under the tarp of the left boat. A short while later, the rain trailed off until it stopped entirely. Monkhouse had assessed the condition of both boats and was handing out assignments to squad members. Tate was going over the landmarks they'd used to plot their course to the ambassador's villa and back, when Monkhouse gave him a report on the boats. "The right boat is a mess," said the engineer. "With a lot more time, I could get it working, but I can get the left one running in less than an hour. Between the two boats, I think I can rig up working parts." "Good to hear," said Tate. "It'll be nice to get out of the jungle onto the open water. I can't remember the last time I felt fresh wind in my face." "We were in a helicopter just like a few hours ago," said Monkhouse. "Wasn't that windy enough?" "I wonder if the local Vics have ever tasted Monkhouse," said Tate. "What do you think?" Monkhouse took the threat in his stride, but got the message. "I think I hear someone calling my name. Lovely chatting with you, but I have to go." Monkhouse returned to the usable boat where Rossi was taking the filter off the fuel line. He showed it to Monkhouse, who examined it with disappointment. "Look at this thing," said Rossi. "It's shot. Them billion-dollar satellites didn't tell us about that." Monkhouse frowned as the filter seeped black gunk over his hand. He tossed it back to Rossi, hoping it would splatter him with the sludge, but it didn't. He grabbed the rag hanging from Rossi's belt and wiped off his hand. "Do you need a billion-dollar satellite to tell you to grab the filter off the junk boat?" "That is the one from the junk boat, smart guy." "I really treasure these little moments with you," said Monkhouse as he tucked the mucky rag in Rossi's pocket. He walked over to Sergeant Wesson and explained his dilemma. "I need your help finding another filter. Maybe it's in storage. If you can't find that, then I'll settle for solvent. Maybe we can wash the thing. Maybe not." Wesson called over Private Cooper, and they set off in search for a storehouse or workshop. The compound had been designed to handle up to 30 permanent personnel, and everything needed to sustain them for 6 months. While the admin building and barracks didn't require much space, the support facilities, defac, garage, medic station, and storage made up nearly 70% of the compound size. Wesson and Cooper's search took them near the back of the compound, where they found the headquarters and barracks. The doors were locked, and since it wasn't likely boat parts would be stored in either, they left them alone. Looking through the grimy window, Cooper saw a row of bunks with footlockers at the end of each. The side table nearest the window had a small picture propped up against a wind-up clock. A woman and small boy smiled out of the photo, cheek to cheek. A blue toy dinosaur stood next to the picture. It was an unwanted reminder of the day the sirens abruptly came to life in Cooper's small town. National Guard trucks roared onto their street, and soldiers pounded their fists on everyone's doors. The defenses had been overrun. "Get out now, or we'll leave you." Everything he had disappeared as the truck turned the corner, and his home was gone from sight. They came around the back of a long building which they discovered was the defac. Further up, they could see across the compound to the gate leading to the boat dock, but a building blocked their view of the dock and the people working on the boats. The only thing Wesson and Cooper hadn't checked out was the row of steel cargo containers next to the defac building. 8 of them sat in a row, some green, a couple red, and a blue one. There didn't appear to be any order to them, with nothing on the doors to say what was inside. Cooper unlatched the thick steel handle on the first one. The door groaned on the hinges as he strained to open it. Beyond the limited reach of the sun, the interior of the container was darkness. He groped over the flashlight clipped to his combat vest, looking for the on switch. It only took a moment to snap on the light, but in that moment, Cooper's mind had filled the darkness with rotted, clawing hands reaching out for him. The beam of light banished his imagined fears, leaving him looking at stacks of boxes. He went inside and started pulling them out. Wesson went to a red container next to Cooper's and shoved up on the latch to get it to move. As she heaved the door open, A wave of putrid stench rolled out of the container. Adrenaline shot through her body, and she jumped back as she grabbed the pistol grip on her LM-948 and leveled it at the darkness within the container, with her fingers squeezing the trigger. Nothing happened. No sound or movement came from inside it. With a shaking hand, she reached across her chest and turned on her flashlight. The beam revealed only boxes and a couple of large broken jars that had exploded from the prolonged heat. Greasy ooze had run down the jars and puddled into a disgusting mound of yellow and green mold. Wesson took a breath and let go of her death grip on her machine gun. She looked around, fearing someone had seen her acting like an idiot. But her few seconds of fear passed completely unnoticed. Wesson shouted over to Cooper, louder than she wanted. "Hey, Cooper, when you're done with that container, I got another one here for you." Cooper's voice dully echoed from the other container. "Yeah, okay." Wesson went to the third container and pushed up on the latch. She was mildly surprised how easy the latch was to move, when the steel door slammed into her. Seeing stars, she stumbled backwards and tripped over her own feet, falling hard on the ground with a grunt. Blurry figures sputtered and growled as they came into the light. The world came into horrifying sharpness as a pack of Vic shambled near her, staring up into the sun. After nothing but darkness, the sun was the strongest sensory input to them, but Wesson knew she only had a few seconds before they turned on her. She looked for her gun, which had fallen a few feet away. To get it, she'd have to move, and certainly draw the Vic's attention. But it didn't matter, because one of the Vics tripped over her foot and fell on her. Small slivers of rotted flesh fell off when it smacked into her. Instantly, the thing started chewing on Wesson, clawing and ripping at her. Luckily, it was attacking her combat vest, but the Vics would shred through that protection quickly. An involuntary scream blew out of her lungs as she tried to fight the thing off, which instantly galvanized the team. When Cooper came around the container door, it took a moment to process what he was seeing. A few of the things were standing, looking left and right, trying to zero in on where the sound of food was coming from. 4 of them were on the ground, digging at something, and that's when he saw Wesson's arm flailing from under the pile. He ran straight for her arm. As he reached her, one of the Vics on top of her looked up at him, growling. Without slowing down, he kicked the thing in the face, shattering its head into fragments of bone and ooze. Adrenaline was pounding through him, and when he grabbed Wesson's arm, he yanked her so violently that he pulled her clear of the mound of thrashing corpses. Wesson was beating at empty air, locked in the grips of panic. Now all of the Vics were fixed on the both of them, and coming. Cooper let go of Wesson and went for his rifle. It wasn't there. He'd left it leaning inside the container. He looked up just as the nearest one reached for him. He kicked the thing in the chest, knocking it back, but lost his footing in the muddy ground and fell next to Wesson. As Cooper struggled to get up, his hand fell on something hard. Looking down, he could see the shadows of the undead throng nearly on top of him. Under his hand was Wesson's LM-948. He didn't think about chambering around or checking if the safety was on. He just squeezed the trigger. Bursts of flame strobed as Cooper poured an endless salvo of machine gun fire into the converging Vics. Chunks and limbs flew off as wads of supersonic lead cut through them until there was nothing left but a pile of wrecked pieces. He and Wesson were littered in empty shell casings as smoke hissed out of the glowing red barrel of the gun. It had only been seconds, but the terror still gripped him. Cooper's ears were ringing, and he didn't realize he was screaming until he ran out of breath. A scream echoed around the compound, making it hard to tell the direction it came from. Tate brought up his rifle, quickly scanning his surroundings. He took a head count. "Where's Wesson and Cooper?" Monkhouse shook his head. "Somewhere in the camp." Tate fought down the panic, trying to hammer out of his chest. "Rossi, Fulton, Oda, go left. Everyone else, with me." They began to fan out when a long burst of gunfire ripped the air, stopping everyone where they stood. Tate identified the direction of the sound and charged towards it. The others hesitated a moment, then chased after him. Tate rounded a building, catching sight of the carnage, but all he saw was Cooper, next to a mound of bodies. Wesson! A splinter of horror shot through him. An instant later, he saw Wesson on the other side of Cooper. "Someone get Cooper!" Tate yelled over his shoulder. He skidded around Cooper and dropped to his knees next to Wesson. The rest of the team arrived a second later and ran over to Cooper. "You're okay? You're okay?" chanted Tate. But it sounded more like pleading than a promise. She looked up at him as he tore to get her combat vest off. "Monkhouse, check her arms and legs." Monkhouse immediately went to work, checking Wesson for wounds. "How's Cooper?" shouted Tate. "Checkin'," yelled Rossi, kneeling over Cooper. His eyes were fixed straight ahead, and he didn't seem aware of Rossi next to him. Rossi tried to take the machine gun from Cooper, but his hands had a death grip on it. Rossi put a gentle hand on Cooper's arm and gave him a reassuring squeeze. Cooper broke his gaze and faced Rossi, recognizing him with mild surprise. Rossi gave him a friendly smile as he eased the gun from Cooper's grasp. "It's okay, tough guy. You got him." Chapter 8. The Villa. Cooper vacantly looked at the pile of meat scraps he'd created as Rossi and Oda lifted him to his feet before examining him for wounds. A solid pat on the shoulder from Rossi snapped him out of his daze. "He's pretty rattled, boss, but he's okay. No bites." Monkhouse gave Tate a nod that Wesson was okay, too. Tate got her combat vest off and flipped it over, relieved to see the Vix hadn't clawed through it. Tate scooped her up in his arms and squeezed her to his chest. "I'm here now, I'm here," he whispered to her. Hey, Top," said Monkhouse gently. "Maybe she'd feel better if we got her away from all this." Tate looked around at the bodies and nodded in understanding. "Yeah, take them back to the boat dock, give them some water and something to eat if they can manage it." They helped Wesson to her feet and walked both of them over to the boat dock while Tate and Oda stayed behind. Together they walked around the cargo container, then came back to the pile of destroyed Vix. Tate forced himself to refocus his mind. He'd almost lost Wesson. But that was then. This was now. "You notice something wrong here?" said Tate. Oda nodded in agreement. Tate looked at the inside of the container door. "It's not like they locked themselves in the container to hide. There's no way to latch the container door from inside." "They still got a lot of meat on the bone," said Oda. "I don't think they've been dead very long." Tate looked at Oda with surprise. "Are we looking at the same thing?" "These guys are stewed," said Oda, "not rotted. Put meat in a sweltering steel box and let it simmer in its own juices? Yeah, okay," said Tate. "I get it. What else have you got?" Oda took out his K-bar knife and picked through the scraps of undead remains and lifted up a ripped sleeve of camo-patterned shirt. Sewed onto the shoulders was a round patch with an eagle holding 2 daggers. Written in the border around the patch was Brigada Fuerzas Especiales. Oda rummaged through the remains, finding more clothing. All of it appeared to be from uniforms. What the hell are Colombian Special Forces doing in a cargo box? Tate thought aloud. Oda stopped his gruesome probing and grinned at Tate. "You're gonna love this," said Oda. Judging by Oda's grin, Tate knew he wouldn't. He knelt down next to him and looked at what Oda was tapping with the tip of his knife. Tate picked up the shattered remains of an arm with a broken wristwatch. He slid the watch off and wiped away most of the reddish-black organic sludge. It was a cheap Rolex knockoff with chronograph display and oversized bezel that tried too hard to look rugged and tactical. What caught Tate's attention was that the watch had been broken 2 days ago. Just then, Monkhouse walked up, looking over their shoulders. "Good news, Top. I got one of the boats working. We can leave when you're ready." "Hey, nice watch. Can I have it?" The twin inline 6-cylinder turbocharged engines pushed the boat through the water at 40 knots without cracking a sweat. A couple of times one of the engines coughed, belching out black smoke, but Monkhouse said it was just buildup and nothing to worry about. Tate barely noticed as he puzzled over the bodies in the cargo box with Wesson and Oda. The pieces of uniform on the Vix weren't new, but they were clean, and one scrap had a crease from being freshly ironed. At face value, those men had been alive a day ago, 2 at the outside. Sergeant Wesson was recovering quickly from her near death, and the fresh sea spray helped clear her thoughts. So not only were those Colombian Special Forces guys in that DEA camp, someone else was there and killed the Colombians. Busy place, said Oda. Tate furrowed his brow as he thought through the details of the camp. Whoever it was went to a lot of trouble to cover their tracks. There aren't any shell casings. And if there were any boot prints, the rain would have washed them away, added Wesson. Well, my bet is even if it didn't rain, we wouldn't have seen anything, said Tate. And that leaves the thing that's bothering me the most. Oda turned his face into the wind and smiled as it whipped through his hair. You're wondering why they put all the effort into making it look like nobody was there. Why not hide the bodies in the jungle? Tate's expression went from thoughtful to troubled as his gaze turned to the passing coastline. I think someone killed those men and left them in that container knowing they'd turn. I think it was a trap. Wesson followed Tate's stare and looked at the lush foliage crowding the coast, imagining hidden eyes watching them and feeling very exposed out in the open. Someone knows our mission. Yes, they do, said Tate. The sun was a couple of hours from its zenith as the boat rounded a small point of land and brought their objective into view. A simple dock extended from a beach of cream-colored sand that rose up to the front of an impressive Spanish-style house. A large flagstone patio opened onto the beach. Behind it, the grand 2-story house overlooked the entire cove from glass walls that spanned the entire front of both floors. A balcony jutted out from the second floor on the right end of the house with a decorative black wrought iron banister. Attached to the left end of the house was a high turret covered in river rock. Its arched windows overlooked the beach and patio. Rossi pulled the boat onto the dock, and Private Fulton scrambled out of the boat and tied it off. The cove was protected from the large swells of the ocean, and the boat rode easily with the gentle surf. Tate and Wesson scanned the building from the boat with their binoculars while the rest of the team waited. No signs of movement, said Tate. How do you want to do this? Asked Wesson. Tate put away his binos and looked at the building thoughtfully. Normally I'd throw a noisemaker and draw out any Vicks. Be easy enough to take the boat out and shoot them from a distance, but... Tate rubbed the stubble on his jaw. I get a funny feeling about this mission. I think we need to do this quietly. The team moved up the beach to the patio in a loose line, 2 abreast. Tate felt good about the extra training they'd had, but it wasn't enough. He was encouraged to see them being alert for any movement and keeping good spacing between each other. But then Fulton swept the aim of his gun across the backs of 3 team members in front of him. Tate had to grind his teeth to bury his frustration. He made a mental note that when they got back to base, Fulton was going to pull so many hours of weapon safety he'd forget what his barracks looked like. It was another reminder that even with the best in his team, they were only good enough. He could trust their desire to protect their team, but they didn't have the experience or skills for him to trust their competence. Just the opposite. His old Special Ops team of Night Devils were a tight-woven unit that thought, moved, and fought as one. Each man was an individual warrior, yet part of a collective force. The absence of that bond ached like the phantom pain of a lost limb. Tate caught himself spiraling into the guilt and remorse and snapped his mind back to the present just as they reached the patio. Still a grand house, it wore the haggard look of being long abandoned. Weeds pushed through the gaps in the patio paving stones, and the outdoor furniture was bleached and torn. A couple of windows had broken panes of glass, but were otherwise intact and closed. As the team moved across the patio, they saw 2 sets of glass French doors leading inside, which were also closed. A good indication the place didn't hold any Vicks, but not good enough to drop their guard. Oda checked the door, which was unlocked. The hinges rasped as he pushed open the door into a large living room. Daylight flooded through the windows and glass doors, making it easy for Oda to see his surroundings. Leather furniture circled a large fireplace on the right, and a teak bar and 4 bar stools were on the left. At the other end of the living room, an open stairway circled up to the next floor, and next to that was a hallway leading deeper into the house. The air was stale and smelled of dirt and dust, but didn't have the sickly stench of rotting flesh. Nothing was knocked over or out of place. There weren't any dried ooze footprints or any other signs of Vix. Keeping his weapon up, Oda keyed his mic with his free hand. "Place looks empty." "Everyone inside," said Tate over the radio. "We're going upstairs." Oda started up the stairs until his eyes were level with the next floor, where the stairs emptied onto a broad landing which opened to several rooms. Light beige walls rose up to a wide skylight that covered the entire landing. Just like below, the second floor showed no signs of undead. He started up the stairs again with the team following. The second-floor landing was easily large enough for the entire team. Tate divided them up to check the rooms, and each of them reported back no contact. From their intel, Tate knew the safe was located in the office to his right. There wasn't any sign of Vix, but Tate wasn't going to risk getting cornered by surprise if they showed up. "Rossi, you take up a position in the turret room at the right end of the house, and Fulton, you're on the balcony on the left. Oda, scout the rear of the property. Check any outbuildings, paths, roads. Wesson, you have watch at the top of the stairs." Before Tate got to him, Cooper spoke up. "I can stay with Sergeant Monkhouse and help with whatever he needs." Tate looked at Monkhouse, who shrugged his shoulders. "Yeah, I suppose I might need him." Cooper still didn't know how he would get the documents once the safe was open, but this put him closer to that possibility, as long as he was able to fight the reckless desperation that was gnawing at him to grab the files and run the first chance he got. A wall of large windows gave the office a stunning view of the cove and the turquoise sea stretching into the horizon. The sun had bleached the wood floor and furniture, but even weathered it was impressive. A stout wood desk commanded one end of the room, while 4 leather chairs sat around a marble table at the other end. Tate crossed the room to the wall behind the desk, covered by a thick tapestry. Behind the desk was a large tapestry depicting 2 Spanish knights fighting on horseback. Around them, a surging tide of foot soldiers were locked in endless silent battle. Tate pulled back the thick tapestry to reveal the door of a wall safe. Electricity was a thing of the past for this house, making the keypad useless. Tate had memorized the combination to both the keypad and wheel lock, but wasn't surprised when it didn't unlock the safe. In his experience, people changed the combination of their safes all the time. "Monkhouse, it's time to work on those black arts of yours. Remember, we want what's inside to stay in one piece." Monkhouse unslung his combat pack with a wounded look. "I'm hurt that you have so little confidence in me." Tate watched Monkhouse dig his tools out of his combat pack and lay them out on the floor. "How many safes have you cracked?" "Like this one?" said Monkhouse as he tested the cordless drill. "Probably never." A disturbing realization crept over Tate. How many other types of safes? The safe and his tools seemed to be the only thing that Monkhouse would look at. He wouldn't make eye contact with Tate. "I don't know if they'd qualify as a traditional safe, but they had locks." It took all of Tate's willpower not to throw Monkhouse around the room until he'd exhausted himself. "We're out here because you said you could open this. Now you're telling me you can't? I should abort this mission and leave you here." "I never said I couldn't open it," said Monkhouse. "I just didn't say I had never cracked a safe. This is our first mission. If you turned it down because we couldn't open this thing, do you think they'd give us another? None of us want to be out there pulling crap patrols. This was our one shot at getting away from that, and I wasn't going to let it get away from us. I can open it." Tate held him in an angry stare. "I can." "We're out of here in 20 minutes, growled Tate. "That was the original time you needed, and that's what you'll get." "Sledge," snapped Monkhouse to Cooper, who fished out a hammer-sized sledgehammer and quickly handed it to him. Monkhouse swung and knocked a big chunk out of the wall. "I'll have it open top." Tate walked the first floor of the house to cool off. He understood why Monkhouse had bent the truth, and maybe if he were a different man, he would have done the same. But he wasn't a different man. Tate caught himself in that thought. He was different. Different from every one of the soldiers in his battalion. They were civilians in uniform playing soldier. Everyone from convicted criminals to accountants were deemed qualified to do the grunt work of reclaiming the new South America. Hump a backpack and shoot straight enough to kill a Vix was all you needed in order to qualify. Tate could feel that familiar depression pooling around him. He was a warrior, highly trained and part of an elite esprit de corps, but he'd never know that feeling again, to be part of something that made a difference. Instead, he was mired in inadequacy. His team tried hard, and Tate believed their training had made them a step above the others, but it wasn't nearly good enough. His thoughts were broken as something heavy thudded to the floor above him. He went upstairs and into the office to see a gaping hole where the wall safe had been. A bundle of wires snaked out of the hole and into the back of the safe, where it laid amongst the debris. Tate watched as Monkhouse stripped the insulation from several of the wires, then cracked the housing for his cordless drill battery. In spite of their earlier fight, Monkhouse was pleased to see Tate. Perfect timing. He tied the end of a piece of wire to 2 wires leading to the safe. Then, using a pair of pliers, he stuck the other end of the wire into the drill battery. The electronic keypad on the safe blinked, then went off. Monkhouse hummed to himself as a puff of smoke came out of the back of the safe. He took the wire out of the battery, then spliced another piece of wire to a different set leading to the safe. Tate's curiosity won over his anger. "What are you doing?" Monkhouse held a new piece of wire with his pliers. "I'm glad you asked. A standard safe works off a wheel lock with tumblers, proven to be very effective against thieves, but not very fancy. Then one day a marketing genius came up with the idea that they could make the boring old safe sexy and modern by slapping some electronics on them. Great for sales, bad for security. The tumblers in this safe only need gravity to work, but the computer needs electricity, which can be unstable. Like what to do in the event of a power surge. If the internal motherboard ever got hit with a power surge, it would lose its database of things like alarm settings and, oh, I don't know, combinations to open the lock? So they programmed it to reset the combination to the factory default." Monkhouse put the other end of the wire he was holding into the drill battery. The keyboard panel on the safe blinked a few times, then stayed lit. "And that's why you shouldn't always trust new and improved." Monkhouse pressed 0 on the safe keypad 4 times. He turned the handle on the safe door and opened it. Fulton had been keeping watch from the balcony that overlooked the patio all the way to the beach. The rhythmic waves lapping up on the surf had a hypnotic effect, and he could feel his eyelids getting heavy. His eyes drooped closed, and he could feel himself drifting off when he heard a thud from the office down the hall. He opened his eyes and caught the fleeting image of a figure disappearing into the thick foliage to his left, bordering the patio below. He reached for his radio to report it, but stopped to question that move. Had he really seen something, or was it a trick of his mind? He didn't want to admit he'd been dozing and took his hand away from the radio. He stepped back from the balcony and out of the sunlight, but was still able to keep most of his vantage point. From the ground, the glare off the exterior walls made it impossible to see into the darkness that Fulton had stepped into. Standing in the cooler shade, Fulton could hear Tate and Monkhouse talking when his radio crackled on. "This is Tate. We'll be done shortly. Be ready to move out." Tate's update was welcome news. Fulton was hungry and lethargic from standing in the sun. The dock was blocked from his view by trees and shrubs, but he could see the cove and thought how good it would be to be back in the cool spray of the ocean. His thoughts were broken by a wisp of black smoke climbing upwards. He brought up his rifle and looked through the 4-power scope and saw it was coming from the direction of the dock. As he reached for his radio, he saw movement from the same shrubs as before, and a figure stepped out. This time there was no doubt in his mind. It was very real. In the time it took him to bring up his rifle, he saw the figure was dressed in dark mottled clothing and wore something bulky around its chest. But none of that registered. His overriding thought was to take down the Vix ASAP. As he squeezed the trigger, the Vix lobbed something, like a black can, out of its hand. Fulton snapped off 2 quick shots, hitting the Vix perfectly in the chest and head. As it fell, Fulton heard the breaking of glass as the black can went through the French doors below. Suddenly, there was a flash of light from below and a deafening explosion. Fulton's radio came alive with people shouting, but he was too bewildered to make any sense of it. He looked back at the Vicks he'd just dropped and gaped as it came back to its feet. Dazed from the explosion, he dully watched as a rifle appeared in the Vicks's hand, aiming it at the balcony. Suddenly, several figures swept out of the bushes around the patio. Over the ringing in his ears, Fulton could hear a peculiar pop, 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 and bits of the wall seemed to be crumbling. He squeezed his radio. "Hey guys, I think the boat is on fire." Suddenly, something kicked him in the chest like a battering ram and blood sprayed his face. Stumbling back, his feet tangled beneath him and he fell onto his back. His lungs refused to breathe, and the room seemed too dark. Gasping, he wiped at his eyes, and his fingers came away wet. As he tried to blink his own blood out of his eyes, the room swirled away into darkness. Chapter 9. Firefight. Rossi's radio crackled to life. "This is Tate. We'll be done shortly. Be ready to move out." He was getting tired of standing around. He'd been keeping an eye out for Vicks from the second floor of the turret attached to the house, but since they hadn't seen any by now, he was sure there weren't any around. Of the two windows in his room, he was gazing out over the distant side of the property, which ended abruptly at the jungle. He had his back to the window that looked out onto the patio. He flinched as he heard two cracks of a rifle from behind him. Rossi had enough time to see there was a body laying on the patio when there was a sudden flash of light and every pane of glass in the downstairs blew out. It was a moment of disbelief as several figures emerged from the shrubs, dashing for the house. They were all wearing combat rigs and carried machine guns. Adding to the surrealism, the body laying on the patio picked himself up, knelt into a crouch, and started spraying bullets at Fulton's balcony. The danger to one of his own snapped Rossi into action. "Oh, the hell you are!" Furious and scared for Fulton, Rossi brought up his HK-556L and squeezed the trigger of the underbarrel grenade launcher. Nothing happened. "Damn it!" Rossi fumbled with the safety and pulled the trigger again. The rifle punched his shoulder as the grenade shot through the window, exploding near the crouched shooter. Metal shards lashed out from the grenade, throwing the shooter across a lounge chair. He didn't get back up again. The shrapnel fanned out in every direction, wounding 3 more intruders and bringing them to the ground. "We're getting attacked," Rossi shouted into his radio. "They're coming inside, and they got guns." Posted at the top of the stairs, Wesson turned her attention down the hall as she heard 2 shots come from Fulton's direction. An instant later, there was a searing white flash and concussion blast from the floor below. Her ears were ringing, but she could hear Rossi yelling a warning from her radio. Dazed, she looked down the stairway and saw 2 faces looking up at her. There was a strange moment where everything seemed to stop as they made eye contact. They wore dark green and brown mottled fatigues under black combat vests. Their helmets were painted in the same camo. Their guns were unfamiliar but looked sleek, deadly, and were pointed at her. Her head cleared enough to see the danger, and she moved back from the stairway just as they opened fire. A stream of bullets chewed up the wall next to her as they walked their fire in her direction. The skylight exploded in a shower of glittering rain. She cursed as she felt bits of glass fall under her shirt collar and down her back. She stuck her machine gun over the railing, trying not to expose herself to their guns, and hosed the stairway with return fire. She caught a blur of movement as Rossi ran past her and down the hallway. Tate and Monkhouse came into the hallway, nearly colliding with Rossi. "Armed bad guys. I think Fulton's hit," said Rossi, and ran down the hall towards the balcony room. Things were happening fast, and Tate was worried. People were shouting over each other on the radio. Wesson was shooting in near panic mode, burning through her ammo. His team hadn't trained for combat, let alone a full-on firefight. Confusion was everywhere, and Tate knew his team was on the edge of disintegrating into chaos. "Everyone shut up," he snarled over the radio, and was rewarded with instant quiet. "Rossi, check on Fulton. Oda, I need an update as soon as you have something. Wesson, short bursts. I'm sending you support." He knew he was stating the obvious, but everyone else's head was clouded to it. "Monkhouse, you're with Wesson. I'm getting eyes on the enemy. Listen for me on the radio. Got it?" Monkhouse gaped like a fish out of water. "With Wesson, doing what?" he asked. Gunfire rattled down the hall where Rossi had gone. Tate had to get there quick. "Support Wesson. Keep anyone from coming up the stairs, and get me eyes on the enemy," said Tate, then took off after Rossi, leaving Monkhouse dazed and worried. "Since when do we have an enemy?" Tate came into the balcony room, finding Rossi kneeling next to Fulton, who was laying on the floor, his chest and face splattered with blood. The private saw the sergeant major standing over him, looking concerned. "It's oh shit 30, right, Top?" "Yes, it is," said Tate, and knelt down to help Rossi. Broad and squat, Rossi was built like a tree trunk. An ex-prison guard, his rough edges had rough edges, but he was a natural medic. His large, meaty hands worked deftly as he examined Fulton's face and neck for wounds. "Where's it hurt?" he asked. "Hard to breathe," said Fulton. "Check his chest for—" started Rossi, but Tate already knew what to do, and had slid his hand under Fulton's chest plate, pressing his fingers, probing for holes. "Ah, that hurts," snapped Fulton. "I know," said Tate, "but the good news is you don't have any serious wounds." Rossi nodded in agreement. "Nothing serious," said Fulton. "I'm bleeding everywhere." "Easy, kid," said Rossi. "It's your arm that's bleeding. You're gonna be okay. I'm gonna get you." Something came through the balcony door and clattered across the floor behind them. "Grenade!" yelled Tate. He dove at the grenade, grabbing it, then flinging it back outside. Just as it disappeared below the edge of the balcony, their ears were hammered by the explosion. "Flashbang!" shouted Tate over the ringing in his ears. "Come on!" he said to Rossi. They grabbed Fulton by his combat vest and dragged him into the hallway. He patted Rossi on the shoulder to get his attention. "Give me a sit rep." Rossi crunched his eyebrows together, recalling what he had seen. 6, maybe 7 guys, all wearing the same stuff, loaded for war. Looked like them movies with the Special Forces guys. Tate quickly put together the situation and what had to happen next. "Can you handle Fulton?" he asked. Rossi nodded. "Good," said Tate. "Listen for me on the radio and be ready to move." Tate gave Rossi a reassuring smile and headed down the hallway. It took a moment for Cooper to realize he had been left alone in the office, and scattered at his feet were the documents he craved. One moment Cooper was watching his only chance to save his family disappear as Tate was stuffing the documents into a small bag. Then there was an explosion and all hell broke loose. Tate dropped the bag and ran out of the room with Monkhouse. Some of the documents had spilled out, and Cooper knew that if he was going to make his move, it had to be now. He grabbed a handful of documents, but stopped as his mind groped where to hide them. The longer he stood there, the faster it felt like time was speeding up. Exposed, fear and panic immobilized him. Any moment now, Tate would catch him in the act. "Cooper, what the hell are you doing?" Tate stood framed in the doorway holding a smoking machine gun, looking like an instrument of death. His face was streaked with sweat and blood, and Cooper knew the last thing he'd see would be a bright flash as Tate splattered him against the wall. "Get your shit together and help Rossi," yelled Tate. "We're pulling out of here." And then he was gone. A moment later, Rossi came into the room with Fulton and sat him against the wall, as Cooper, stunned, only stood and watched. His second of indecision had saved him. A moment later and Tate would have caught him stealing those pages. Tate would have seen him for the traitor he was and killed him on the spot. "The hell's wrong with you, Cooper? You look like you seen a ghost." Not waiting for an answer, Rossi started working on Fulton, cutting his sleeve open to the shoulder. Fulton's arm was thickly sheathed in blood. It was too much for Cooper, and the room began to swim before his eyes. Everything was going dark. Rossi's voice slapped into Cooper's consciousness like a jagged icicle, snapping his world into focus. "Cooper, you dickhead, get over here and help!" Cooper dropped the documents and rushed over, kneeling next to Fulton, hoping he didn't vomit on him. Rossi tore open a packet and took out a wad of gauze. Cleaning away the blood made his arm look less like a horror movie and revealed 3 bullet holes that began seeping blood again. He dug into his kit and pulled out a bag, tore it open, and poured white powder on Fulton's wounds. Grabbing a roll of bandage, he tossed it to Cooper. "Take this. Wrap it tight around the wounds on his arm, but don't cut off circulation. Got it?" Cooper nodded, still trying to comprehend what was happening. "Today, Cooper!" shouted Rossi. Cooper started wrapping the roll of white bandage around Fulton's arm. If he was feeling any pain, he wasn't showing it. "What about his face?" asked Cooper. "Is he going to die?" Rossi smirked. "Nah, he ain't gonna die. His face is fine. Finish what you're doing and bring him into the hall." Rossi closed his medic pack and ran out of the room. The gunfire outside was interrupted as Cooper heard 2 loud pops, then someone on the radio yelled, "Tear gas!" Cooper quickly tied off the bandage and tried hauling Fulton to his feet. Fulton drunkenly tried to get up, but was mostly dead weight and too heavy for Cooper. Tate ran down the hallway to the turret room, where Rossi had been at the start of the attack. Careful he didn't draw attention, he peeked around the edge of the window, where he could see down onto the patio and partially into the living room. One of the attackers was draped over a patio chair, and he could just make out 2 figures at the base of the stairs, aiming their weapons at the 2nd floor. Another figure stepped out onto the patio, giving Tate his first good look at their enemy. He wore a dark mottled uniform with integrated knees and elbow protective pads. His jump helmet was wired with a radio that connected to an assault vest, fat with spare magazines. These guys weren't Americans, but they were special forces of some nationality. Tate didn't see any others, but guessed they were somewhere inside. The soldier opened a pouch strapped to his leg and took out a canister. He pulled out the pin and took aim at the window above him. Tate snapped his HK-93 to his shoulder and hit the soldier's center mass. The bullets impacted with a distinctive thud that Tate instantly recognized as body armor. The soldier went down with a grunt, dropping the canister, which began spewing thick white gas. Caught in the cloud, the soldier started gagging and scrambled to his feet. Tate shot him again, this time aiming higher, tearing away half his neck. The soldier fumbled to stop the gout of blood from the fist-sized chunk missing from his neck, then fell forward, dead before he hit the ground. The window frame exploded as bullets ripped into the turret window, but Tate was already gone. He'd seen enough to piece together what was happening and knew his team would be slaughtered if they didn't bug out right now. Turning the corner to the landing, he pointed at Monkhouse. "You're with me." He keyed up his radio. "Oda, tell me you got something." "Yes," said Oda. "Far end of the property." "Great," said Tate. "We're heading your way. Out." Tate came into the office with Monkhouse close behind. Cooper was struggling to get Fulton up, and Tate grabbed Fulton's combat vest and easily lifted him to his feet. He turned his attention to snatching up the documents from the safe and shoved them into his combat pack. After a last look to check he hadn't missed anything, he grabbed his radio. "This is Tate. We're bugging out. Wesson will cover the stairway. Rossi, join up with Cooper and get Fulton down the back hallway. Meet up with Oda at the back of the property. Once you're outside, stay quiet. We don't want these guys to know where we are. Move like you have a purpose. Tate out." Propping Fulton up, Cooper quickly left the office, leaving Tate and Monkhouse. Wisps of CS gas began snaking into the office, and Tate knew they were running out of time. Tate had been sizing up the situation and realized if they were going to escape, he'd have to delay the op for long enough for the team to break contact and call in the extraction. The trick was creating a distraction big enough to keep all of the hostiles busy so they wouldn't see the team withdrawing. "You have any explosives left?" asked Tate. Monkhouse took a black package the size of a thick book out of his pack. "I didn't think we'd need much, but this is what I got." The CS gas began burning at the back of their throats as Tate directed Monkhouse to the hole in the wall where the safe had been. "Put it there and set the timer for 1 minute." Monkhouse held up a small box with a red button on it. "Timers? Where are we, in the Stone Age? Just say when." He dropped the explosive into the hole in the wall. Monkhouse looked a little confused as Tate took the detonator. "We're done here," said Tate. and ran into the hallway with Monkhouse close behind. The hallway was thick with the bitter, pungent taste of CS gas. Tate's eyes were streaming, and he could feel his lungs burning, but his combat experience had taught him how to dig deep and push through it. Wisps of gas swirled around Wesson as she doggedly held her ground. Tears and snot ran down her face as the gas relentlessly punished her senses. Tate patted her firmly on the shoulder. "Good job, Sergeant. It's time for you to go. Join up with Oda and withdraw out the back. Go about a click and call in the helo." "Like hell, Top," said Monkhouse. "We're not leaving you." "Jack, Sergeant Major," said Wesson, catching herself. "No way I'm going without you." It had been a long time since anyone had put themselves in harm's way for him. In that moment, he felt a bond with the two people who stood resolutely in front of him. The unexpected emotion seemed to fill him with renewed strength. "Go, now. That's an order. Just don't shoot me by mistake when I catch up," he said with a grin. Wesson and Monkhouse nodded, then headed down the hall. Tate watched them go, then turned his focus to the stairway. Blinking through his runny eyes, he saw shadows moving below, near the stairs. A quick glance behind him showed the hallway was clear. His team was out. He stepped back from the stairwell. "Pull back to the office with the safe," he shouted. "We'll hold them off there." He aimed down the stairs, waiting for them to take the bait. A few seconds later, two dark figures appeared on the stairs. Tate made a mental note that whoever they were, they understood English. Tate lit up the stairway as he fired two short bursts down on them, then instantly dodged away. Gunfire spouted from the ground floor, tearing up the floor and surrounding walls. Tate took off after his team just as someone threw a flashbang up the stairway, which clattered across the second-floor landing. The other end of the hallway opened to a wide loft, and Tate was almost there when the grenade went off. The corridor funneled the concussive blast directly at him, just as he ducked around the corner, missing the head-splitting force by the skin of his teeth. The concussion blew out the floor-to-ceiling windows, spewing glass across the lawn. To his left, open stairs curved to the floor below, which emptied into a broad grassy field bordered by a high wall. Tall trees crowded the other side of the wall where manicured lawns ended and the jungle began. When the time was right, that would be his way out. Wesson and Monkhouse joined up with the rest of the team waiting on the other side of the wall. They looked battered and exhausted, but Wesson knew they weren't safe, not by a long shot. At best, they'd only bought themselves a few minutes. She couldn't let their fatigue take hold or she'd never get them on their feet. "Everyone on me! Cooper, you're our comms now." Cooper was already wearing the radio pack he'd taken from Fulton when they were patching him up in the office. "Check your weapons and load fresh magazines." Rossi had Fulton's rifle and his own slung across his broad-barreled chest looking like a human pillbox. "That's what I'm talking about. I want another chance at those pricks." "Not today," said Wesson. "Orders are to withdraw and extract out of here." "What happened to Top?" asked Rossi. Wesson slung her gun over her shoulder. "He'll catch up. Let's go. And remember, fast. I want everyone to stay quiet." Without another word, she headed into the jungle. No sooner had the flashbang gone off, Tate heard boots pounding up the stairs. As they passed by the hallway, he counted off the seconds, visualizing the enemy stacking at the office door, then charging inside. They'd know they'd been tricked the instant they saw it was empty. He flicked the cover off the detonator switch and pressed the button. A crack of thunder and light slammed into him, throwing him off the landing. He cartwheeled through the air, inwardly cringing at the imminent crunch of bone when he hit the imported Italian marble floor below. Something reached out of the smoke and dust and punched him across the body, smashing the air out of his lungs and stopping his fall. The smoke cleared enough for him to see he'd landed across the downstairs couch. Wheezing for air, he rolled off the back and tucked himself behind it. If he saw Monkhouse again, he'd never let him off the hook for nearly killing him. The smoke was thinning as Tate heard boots running across the landing above and down the stairs. 5 shadows emerged through the smoke, silhouetted against the light from the backyard. "They're gone," growled one of them. "The only way out is through the yard. We'll search the house in case they dropped it. You 3 find them and take them out." One of them men hesitated. "Dex, our orders were no deadly force." "Now you got new orders," said Dex as he racked the slide on his gun. "Am I clear? Good. I'll send you back up to help search. Move out." From what he just heard, Tate guessed there was another squad positioned at the dock as a reserve force. 3 of the shadows headed into the yard. Tate knew they'd quickly find the breach in the wall his team had used. The other 2 went back upstairs. His first move was to stop the leader from calling in reinforcements. A stabbing pain shot through his side as Tate pulled himself off the floor. He was sure at least 2 ribs were broken. It would slow him down, but it wouldn't stop him. Fighting the pain, Tate climbed the stairs after the 2 remaining men. He'd just started down the hallway when he heard the crackle of a radio. He recognized the voice of their leader from downstairs. "5 men," said Dex. "You need to move fast, so only water and weapons." Damn it, too fat, too slow, thought Tate. He couldn't hold off that many men. He had to get out. Right after taking off the head of the snake. He slid up to the corner of the hallway and called out, "Dex, we got him!" Surprise was written across Dex's face as Tate came around the corner with his rifle up, instantly putting 2 rounds into his head. The second man's reactions couldn't save his life. In the same breath Tate killed Dex, he blew out the back of the other man's head with 2 quick shots. Before the dead body hit the floor, Tate was on the back stairs heading for the breach in the wall. The adrenaline of the firefight had long burned off, and the team were working hard to keep pace with Wesson. Luckily, they'd found a game trail, making the going easier. Beneath the ever-present canopy, the jungle floor rose and fell in a series of low, rolling hills, dotted with a light undergrowth of ferns and palms. But as they moved deeper inland, the jungle thickened. Tendrils of vines spiderwebbed between trees, and tall ferns masked roots that tangled and tripped the careless. Wesson changed directions a few times to throw off any pursuers, and a moment before had Monkhouse set a booby trap for added punishment. Her gut told her the enemy wasn't far away. Before she'd completed that thought, the booby trap exploded. "They're right behind us. Everyone take cover!" The team scattered for the nearest fallen tree or rock, and the jungle came alive as heavy gunfire sprayed into their position. Bullets chewed off chunks of wood and chipped stone as Wesson and her team squeezed themselves into the dirt. Wesson had landed in a shallow depression behind a rotted log. She had to do something to interrupt the enemy's fire long enough so they could shoot back. She propped her gun on the log while staying out of sight and blind fired at her best guess of where they were. Instantly, her log was hammered with incoming rounds. "Rossi, grenade!" Rossi was in cover behind a dirt mound when he heard Wesson call him. He rolled onto his back and unslung his HK-556L. He tugged open the pocket on his combat vest, and grenade shells spilled out over his chest onto the ground. Bullets ripped the air inches above him as others smacked into the mound, spraying dirt into his eyes and mouth. "Son of a shit!" Rossi groped the dirt near his side as he blinked the soil out of his eyes. Confusion filled him as he saw a blurry figure appear above him. His vision cleared and he froze in terror as he saw a Vic standing over him. Its clothing was black with grime and hung in shredded rags. Most of its shirt was gone, exposing sickly wet skin, peeled back from a huge hole in its side. Rossi could see a swarm of shiny black beetles crawling under moldy green ribs and fought against the vomit surging from his gut. Inexplicably, the jungle went eerily quiet as the shooting abruptly ended. An instant later, a scream tore the air. Tate grimaced against the scything pain of his broken ribs as he followed the tracks of the 3 men hunting his team. Heat, sweat, and thirst were pushed from his thoughts. His only goal was to catch these men. The trail led him out of the shadows of the canopy and onto a wide rocky flat. Puffing hard, he ran to the distant edge of rock. Desperately, Tate scanned for anything that would give him a direction. It was taking too long. He was hemorrhaging time. His head snapped up at the sound of an explosion. The sharp crack of gunfire opened up nearby, and he bolted towards it. Tate came to a stop beside a cluster of dense brush. The sounds of assault rifles were coming right from the other side of it, interspersed with the chatter of a machine gun farther away. He guessed at least one person on his team was shooting back, until a couple of rounds punched through the foliage inches from his head. Then all doubt was removed. "This is Tate," he whispered into his radio. "I'm downrange from your location. Everyone hold your fire. I say again, do not shoot." The last thing he needed was to be shot by his own team. The distant machine gun went quiet, and he cautiously peered through the foliage. From his vantage point, Tate was directly behind one of the enemy soldiers. Out of the corner of his eye, Tate saw movement through the gaps between the palm leaves several feet to his left. "That's two of them," Tate thought. "But where's the third?" He feared the missing man was flanking his team, but which way? There wasn't time to find him. Tate knew somewhere behind him another enemy pursuit team was closing the distance. He pulled his K-bar clear of its sheath and moved smoothly through the brush. In one practiced motion, he grabbed the soldier and drove the knife into the base of his skull. His gasp of surprise died in his lungs. Tate pushed the body away and snatched up the dead man's rifle. The second soldier glanced up in alarm as Tate came through the palm leaves, shooting as he moved. He dropped the soldier quickly with a 3-round burst. Now he had to find the... Dirt and wood spat up as bullets chewed the ground inches from Tate. 40 feet away, the third man broke cover. Tate snapped the borrowed rifle to his shoulder and fired. The rifle kicked only once, telling Tate the magazine was empty. At the same time, the other man stopped shooting, his gun empty too. The men hesitated in the abrupt silence, watching each other. Tate broke the stillness, dropping the empty rifle and reached for his own, slung from his shoulder. With deftness of motion, the other man hit the mag release with one hand while grabbing a fresh magazine with the other. It was a race of seconds who would be shooting first. It happened so fast, neither man saw it coming. Tate was lifting his rifle to his shoulder as the other chambered a round in his gun. 2 Vicks broke from the dense green behind the soldier, who let out a gut-wrenching scream as they fell on him with a snarl. They attacked with a frenzy, clawing whatever was in reach. The man grunted, trying to push himself up, as one blindly gouged at his backpack, ripping away shreds of fabric with its teeth. The other tore into the back of his leg, burying its face in the raw, wet muscle and blood. He let out a wail of pain, fixing Tate with his gaze, beseeching him for salvation. Tate nodded imperceptibly and fixed him in his gun sights. He snapped 2 quick rounds, and the man's face dropped into the dirt, free from his suffering. The gunshots did nothing to distract the Vicks from their hunger, making them easy targets for Tate. One after the other, he shot them in the head, and their motionless husks slumped over the dead soldier. "Squad, this is Tate," he said into his radio. "All hostiles are down. I'm coming over." Tate flinched as a gunshot cracked to his right. He pivoted, looking for a target, but saw nothing. The next thing he heard was Rossi yelling somewhere nearby. "Son of a bitch, puss bucket ass cracker," bellowed Rossi. "Get this shit sack off of me!" Tate ran to the source of all the yelling and found Rossi scrambling to get out from under a motionless Vicks. Wesson was grinning down at him with a satisfied expression. "You know, most people have the decency to get a room." Rossi untangled himself and flung the corpse off. He jumped to his feet, brushing away real and imagined beetles. "Yeah, really funny." Chapter 10. Escape. It had been an hour since Tate had rejoined the team. Hoping to outdistance the second pursuit team, he pushed his squad at a demanding pace. But in his gut, he knew they'd never make it back to the checkpoint before the enemy caught up. Alone, he could easily evade his trackers and make it back to Checkpoint Phoenix, but he'd have to cut his team loose, condemning them to a death sentence at the hands of their attackers. Tate remembered 2 missions with the Night Devils where he faced the real possibility he'd have to die for the success of the mission. Luck or Providence had intervened, and he had lived to see another day. The experience had taught him that sometimes lives had to be sacrificed for the mission to succeed. Looking at the sweat-streaked faces of his team, he weighed his next decision. Theirs wouldn't be the first faces he'd committed to memory, but were those secret documents worth 6 lives? Somebody thought they were, enough to violate a UN treaty, invade U.S. soil, and risk starting a war. But this wasn't war, and Tate decided those rules didn't apply here. In fact, because the secrecy of the mission was already compromised, a lot of rules about this mission had been swept off the table. Tate made his decision. Everyone was getting home today. "Cooper, bring me the radio." Everyone watched as Cooper brought it over and powered it up. Tate set the frequency reserved for the mission and made the call. "This is Rover Actual. I say again, this is Rover Actual. Requesting hot extraction. Over." Tate released the transmit button, waiting for a reply, but the radio only hissed uninterrupted. It was nearly a minute before the radio crackled as a voice replied. "We copy request for hot extraction, Rover Actual, authenticate." Tate keyed the mic. "This is Rover Actual, authentication is Romeo Oscar 559er, how copy?" "Copy, Rover Actual. Chopper is airborne and heading to your extraction point." "Exfil location has changed," said Tate. "New location is grid 4-3 November." He was interrupted by a loud burst of static followed by a different voice. "Negative, Rover Actual," said the new voice. "Your exfil location cannot be changed. Mission secrecy is top priority." Tate didn't know who this was, but he could smell armchair generals a mile away. "This is Rover Actual, authenticate." He released the transmit button and waited. The radio hissed, and nothing more. "I say again, authenticate. Who is this?" The hiss was broken as the unknown voice replied. "Return to your designated extraction point for extraction." Tate bit back his flaring anger. Memories of calls for help while critical seconds ticked by, only to be given incompetent orders by some PowerPoint ranger comfortably sitting behind a desk miles from the danger, flashed to his mind. "Negative. We have wounded and are pursued by hostiles. We need exfil right now." Tate glared at the radio, daring it to speak, but it only hissed. He tried to reach the helicopter, but whoever had cut into his transmission was jamming his radio. "What's that mean, boss?" asked Rossi. The muffled sound of one of Monkhouse's booby traps boomed somewhere in the distance. "It means we move out," said Tate. Tate had taken point and was moving at a pace he knew was pushing the limits of his team. Knowing she'd keep everyone moving, he set Wesson to bring up the rear. They'd been going hard, and the jungle fought back just as hard, sucking their energy, grabbing at anything it could snag, clutching clothing and gear to slow them down. Behind him, someone vomited, and Tate knew it wouldn't be long before his people started dropping from heat exhaustion. It was either that or stop and fight, and probably die. Trying to evade their pursuers wasn't working, and Tate decided it was time for a new plan. He came to a stop, and the rest of the team halted in their tracks. Momentum had been the only thing keeping them on their feet, and the moment they stopped, most of them sagged to the ground, not caring where they sat. Tate met up with Wesson to explain what he was planning. Her uniform was torn and filthy, and her face and arms were crisscrossed with dozens of fine cuts. He figured he didn't look much different. "Hell, Sergeant, you look like someone locked you in a sweatbox with a pack of pissed-off wildcats and rolled it down a mountain." A smile cracked Wesson's stoic expression. "It was only a small mountain," she said, then got back to business. "They don't have much left," she said, nodding towards the rest of the team. "We'll give them a few minutes to hydrate and then figure out our next move," said Tate. But he already knew there was nothing to figure out. They weren't going anywhere, and Wesson knew it too. She looked at the jungle around her, half expecting to see their attackers emerge from the shadows. "Do you think they're still after us?" The team had heard Wesson, and Tate knew they were listening for his answer. Someone else might have chosen false comfort of a lie over grim honesty, but that wasn't Tate. As exhausted as they were, they'd buy into a lie if it meant they didn't have to move anymore. If there was any chance of survival, Tate needed everything the squad had left. He wouldn't get that with a lie. "You can count on it," someone in the squad groaned. "I'm going to check out the surrounding area," said Tate. "Everyone stay quiet, back in a few." Within 10 meters, the team was lost to his view. Tate was looking for an area best suited for an ambush. He wasn't afraid of a fight, even a losing one, but if it came to that, he wanted every possible advantage. He was making his way through the dense brush when he heard voices and froze. He slowly crouched, merging with the surrounding light and shadow. His thumb eased against the safety on his rifle, turning it to off as he continued to listen. He quickly realized these weren't the operators hunting them. He only heard 2 voices, and there was a casual tone about them. The voices began to fade as they moved off. Staying in the cover of the jungle, Tate quietly tracked them. Soon, he heard the unmistakable sound of flowing water, a lot of it. The voices had stopped moving, and he crept up to a break in the foliage to see what was happening. 2 men were leaning against a tree by the bank of a narrow river. Their clothes were dirty and worn. One wore a sweat-stained, faded orange baseball cap, the other a straw cowboy hat with holes in it. A short distance from them was a pile of large burlap sacks, heaped up on a creaky-looking dock. Judging by the 2 neglected AK-668s propped against their sacks, neither man seemed concerned about security. There could only be one reason these men were out here, and Tate wasn't sure it was because those sacks had coca leaves in them. It looked like the cocaine business wasn't going to be slowed down by something as minor as the near extinction of the human race. Tate wasn't interested in these 2 men or their coca leaves. What had his full attention was the boat tied up at the end of the dock. After Tate discovered where these men were going, he'd get his team. It looked like they were taking a boat after all. After a few minutes, the 2 laborers left the dock. Following a worn path, they disappeared out of view. Half a mile away was their pickup truck with the last of the harvested coca leaves. Transporting the leaves from the field to the field lab was boring work, but as they were regularly reminded by their pendejo boss, if they didn't like the job, they could try their luck avoiding the undead and reach civilization. Following the fin del mundo, the cartel lost its hold of the cocaine business, and all-out war broke out amongst the smaller drug bosses. It was a bloodbath of drug lord wannabes, all grasping for as much territory as they could get. Things began to settle down after most of the challengers had been killed off. Eventually, only a handful of rivals were left. Battered and depleted of forces, they settled for peace, agreeing to split up the territory in equal amounts. None of this mattered to the 2 laborers. They'd been doing this for 15 years. Bosses came and went, but the job was always the same. Until today. Each of them were glad to lay the last of their haul with the rest of the burlap sacks. Now they could take a break before loading up the boat and delivering them to the processing lab. Neither of them noticed their rifles were missing until a man emerged from the bushes with a weapon pointed at them. Tate looked over the sights of his rifle at the 2 men, whose expressions were almost comical. He guessed they were so relieved he wasn't a land shark they didn't mind having a gun pointed at them. "Inglés?" asked Tate. Both nodded. "Si," said the one with the ball cap. "Good," said Tate. "What's your names?" "Mateo," said the one wearing the ball cap, pointing to himself, then pointing to the other man. "Hector." "Nice to meet you. Good news and bad news, guys. The good news is I'm not going to kill you. The bad news is I'm taking your boat," said Tate. "Sergeant Wesson, get everyone loaded up." The rest of the squad came out of the jungle and loaded into the boat while Tate kept his eyes on the 2 men. "Where's your radio?" The cartel didn't care if anything happened to these 2 men, but it cared a lot about anything that threatened their business, so they made sure communications were readily available to everyone. "It's in our truck," said Mateo. "Here's what's going to happen," said Tate. "Do exactly what I say, you live. If you don't—" Tate nodded to Wesson, who brought up her machine gun. Both men's eyes went wide with fear. "You 2 are going to head back to your truck and then use your radio to let me know you're there. I want to hear both of your voices. Once you do that, we'll leave." With Wesson aiming at both men, Tate handed Mateo a scrap of paper. "Here's my radio frequency. Okay, no problem, said Matteo, quick to be as agreeable as he could. The sooner they didn't have guns pointed at them, the better he'd like it. There's extra gas in a can. Everyone load up in the boat, said Tate. Wesson and Cooper pushed the boat into the water, and the squad quickly got in, followed by Tate, who kept his eyes on the two Colombians. He saw the gas can and gave it a shake, satisfied by its heft and the sound of sloshing inside. All right, guys, said Tate to the two laborers. Time for you to go. Don't forget, I'll be waiting to hear from you on the radio. Don't make me come looking for you. The two men backed away with all the caution of withdrawing from a coiled viper, not wanting to make any sudden movement that could get them shot. Hector broke first, turning and running out of view, with Matteo following close behind. Tate started the engine and pushed the throttle halfway up. The boat looked like junk, but the engine was strong and responsive. They'd gone a couple 100 yards upriver when his radio crackled and came alive with somebody frantically chattering in Spanish. Luis, this is Matteo. A bunch of American soldiers just took our boat. They got lots of guns. If you hurry, you can catch them. Bring everyone. Let's kill those assholes. Tate pushed the throttle all the way up, and the boat quickly picked up speed. He couldn't help but smile as he keyed up his radio. Matteo, is that you? There was a long pause, then a very anxious Matteo answered. Si? In all the confusion, I forgot to tell you one of my people found your truck. I thought in all the excitement you might forget you were supposed to radio me, so they switched your radio frequency for you. This wasn't Tate's first rodeo. He knew these guys would turn on him at the first chance they got. He needed time to put as much distance between him and the Colombians as he could, and keeping them off balance would buy him valuable time. If I see Luis, I'll be sure to tell him how helpful you've been to me. No, stammered Matteo. I'm sorry. I have a family. They'll kill all of us. Put Hector on, said Tate. Hello, said Hector. Tate was satisfied that neither man had stayed behind to watch which direction he'd taken the boat. Listen very carefully to me, because there's two very important things you need to know, all right? All he got in response was a very worried, "Si." The first thing is I left your guns in the bushes behind the sacks of cocoa leaves. You left the guns? Asked Hector. Tate could hear Hector repeat what he said to Matteo. Why would you do that? Because of the second very important thing. There's a group of very pissed-off soldiers coming your way, said Tate. More Americans? Asked Hector with renewed worry. No, not Americans, said Tate. We got reports someone is killing off the drug lords and taking over their operations. We were on patrol when we got ambushed by them. They're coming for your boss, so you should probably call for more men. Yes, said Hector. Thank you for the warning, senor. Good luck, guys. Tate put down his radio and caught Wesson looking at him with a mixture of concern and confusion. What is it, Sergeant? Those guys after us aren't interested in drug lords. They want the intel we took from the villa. Tate smiled at her. Well, they lie, I lie. Using his map, Tate navigated the several tributaries that branched off from the river to their exfil without incident. If Matteo and Hector took his warning seriously regarding the incoming soldiers, there'd be an entire cartel militia waiting for them. He doubted any of those operators would survive that, but he wouldn't lose any sleep over it. His only regret was not being able to capture and question one of those guys. He had a lot of questions that would go unanswered. While the rest of the squad ate or slept during the helicopter ride back to their base, Tate tightened down the bolts on his boiling anger, because whoever put this mission together was either a full-fledged idiot or leaked the mission. Either way, Tate would find out. But for now, he needed a clear head to think through everything that had happened on their mission, and if the combined pieces told a bigger story. It was shortly after 0200 when the helicopter was wheels down in the base, and the crew chief shook Tate awake. Tate's body protested with every move as he climbed out of the Blackhawk. He felt like he'd been trampled in a stampede. The squad shuffled into formation, waiting for his final instructions. Tate thought if he looked half as bad as them, he must be a damn wreck. "Debrief," said Tate, then paused to check his watch, realizing he had lost track of time. 1,300 hours. Someone help Rossi get Fulton to medical. Dismissed." The squad started to break up when Tate stopped them. "I'm proud of you, all of you. We were thrown into something you weren't trained for, and you overcame the challenge. It could have gone a lot worse. Good job." Alone with his thoughts, Tate entered his quarters and dumped his gear on the floor. He turned on the shower, adjusting the knobs until the water was as hot as he could stand it. Stripping off his ACUs was a slow and painful process. Blood from cuts all over his body had dried to his clothing, and he winced in pain as he peeled them off, opening some of the wounds in the process. He stepped into the shower and spasmed involuntarily as the hot water bit into every cut, scrape, and bruise. The pain faded quickly while the water rinsed away the grime. The heat and steam soothed his aches and eased his fatigue. His mind circled back on the details of the mission, refreshing his determination to get answers out of Colonel Hewitt. Nearly 2 weeks had passed since Tate had sent the colonel the mission packet containing the documents from the ambassador's villa through a secure courier, and Tate hadn't heard a word back from the colonel. The times he had called, his assistant had said the colonel was away, politely taking Tate's message. Tate didn't like being in the dark, and it was beginning to feel like Colonel was dodging him. His suspicions of Hewitt's involvement grew by the day. Tate had vented his growing apprehension through strenuous exercise, each day demanding more of himself, hoping that exhaustion would be a cure. In the end, he had to admit that all he was getting out of it was blisters, near heat exhaustion, and dehydration. His memories roamed of their own volition to the life he used to have with his comrades from the Night Devils. There was only so much stress, fear, and anxiety a warrior could squeeze into that little box each man kept inside himself. The tensile strength of courage allowed them to persist in each mission, in the face of all of the instruments of death their enemy confronted them with. But after a while, the seams of that Pandora's box would start to come apart, and it was time for the Night Devils to decompress, loudly, vigorously, and usually at the expense of property damage in a bar and bail from a local jail. But that was another time, and the brothers that knew him almost as well as they knew themselves had been abandoned because of his own failings. Before his memories and self-judgment sucked Tate down into that familiar emotional black abyss, he headed into the city and surrounded himself with people. 20 minutes later, Tate was standing under the vibrant glow of the Blue Orchid's neon sign. Rocco's massive frame stood by the club's entrance, giving the impression he had never moved from the last time Tate was there. There were several people lined up to get inside, and Tate paused as he decided if he was in the mood to stand around or find another place to go, when he heard Rocco's voice rumble next to him. "No need to stand out here, Mr. Jack. The boss says he's always got room for you." As Tate followed Rocco to the front door, he glanced up at the awning that stretched over the steps leading to the entrance, and spotted the reflection of a camera tucked in the shadows. Teddy, the owner of the club, came across as scattered and preoccupied, but Tate suspected he was more clever than he led people to believe. As he passed the doorman, he made a point to look at Rocco when he turned his head, and saw a flesh-colored earpiece. Tate guessed that whoever was monitoring the cameras updated Moon on who was outside. Moon was probably giving Rocco instructions via that wireless earpiece. It made being watched feel like customer service. Tate thought of all the times he'd shown up and never once considered he was being watched. It was a small thing, but he chided himself for not catching the camera sooner. "You're losing your edge, bub. Been too long since you've done real spec ops," thought Tate. Inside, the sounds of a normal packed house washed around Tate as he walked up to the pretty hostess. A live band was playing Artie Shaw as a willowy woman in a sequin dress sang Deep Purple, just over the sound of the low buzz of people talking. The hostess guided Tate past his usual place at the bar to a booth in the back of the club. Tate would happily trade Teddy's VIP treatment for a stool at the bar where he could keep the time between having his drink refilled down to a bare minimum. Someone was reading his mind because a waitress appeared at his table with a tumbler of bourbon. Halfway into his second bourbon, Tate was feeling the teeth-grinding tension of the past couple of weeks diffusing into a relaxing fog. He was far from drunk, but the alcohol was softly garroting his troubles to death. He knew they'd be resurrected tomorrow, but for now, mission completed.
"Jack, how did you sneak in here without me knowing?"
said Teddy. His blonde hair was almost as shiny as the sequin dress of the singers. He was wearing a muted navy herringbone suit with a tropical dress shirt of tiny fish and a broad tie.
"How is everything? Is the staff taking good care of you?"
"Just fine, Teddy. Commodore," said Tate, correcting himself before Teddy could. To Tate's surprise, Teddy sat down in the booth and looked at him over his steepled fingers for a few moments. If it wasn't for the bourbon, Tate would have lost patience being stared at. Instead, he was slightly amused and a little uncomfortable that Teddy might be hitting on him. He was very wrong on all counts.
"Jack, as you know, I'm a man of discretion."
"I didn't know that about you."
"It's very high on my list, especially when it comes to my customers. That's why when someone came here asking about you, I didn't say a word."
Teddy had his attention now. "What do they want to know?" A waitress came over and put a drink down in front of Teddy.
"Anything else, Mr. Moon?" "Thanks, Angel. We won't need anything for a while,"
said Teddy, flashing her a big smile. He turned his attention back to Tate, ignoring the drink.
"He didn't want to say too much, but he said he had a business proposal for you. Something about your trip out to the ambassador's villa."
Tate was stunned. How was information about a classified mission getting into the hands of a nightclub owner? "That's a classified mission. If you know something about a leak, you need to tell me."
"Keep your shirt on, Jack. Anything I know about your mission I heard from the fella asking for you. He's very interested in talking to you. He said you stole one of his boss's boats."
It took a moment for Tate to make the connection. It must be the boat they'd taken from the two drug workers back in the jungle. This wasn't making sense. How would they know who took their boat or where to find him? If he wanted any answers, he'd have to meet this guy. "Let him know I'll be back here tomorrow night. We can meet then."
"I'll make the arrangements, Jack," said Teddy.
Chapter 11. A Deal with the Devil. The following night, Jack walked into the Blue Orchid and was silently escorted to a private booth. Seated at the table was a well-groomed man who was occupied with a small notebook. His suit had an expensive and tailored look to it. Several of his fingers wore tastefully crafted gold rings that stood out against his deep brown skin. Tate sat down across from him without a word. He had few cards to play in this game until he knew what was going on. Better to let the other guy do all the talking. A waitress put a bourbon in front of him, which he thanked her for. The man closed his notebook and slipped it inside his jacket. He looked at Tate with a pleasant smile and extended his hand across the table.
"You are Sergeant Major Jack Tate, yes?"
He spoke with a minor Spanish accent that was more an embellishment than a sign of his native language. Tate shook his hand, expecting it to be soft, but instead it was the firm, calloused hand of someone who didn't spend his life behind a desk. "Yes, that's me," said Tate.
"Sergeant Major, I'll get to the point. I understand you've been operating in Valle del Cauca, where you took a boat belonging to my employer."
It wasn't lost on Tate that this man hadn't introduced himself or explained who he worked for. He sensed this stranger was measuring him up. Was Tate a simple soldier who had stumbled across a drug lord's operation, or had it been a planned mission to identify and wipe his business out? Could he be intimidated by a man in an expensive suit, confused how the stranger knew he'd been to the ambassador's villa? Or anxious that a complete stranger had tracked him down, knew his name, and maybe knew a lot more? The stranger had a game plan, and Tate knew the quickest way to the short end of the stick was to play by someone else's rules. It was time to introduce some new rules. To the stranger's surprise, Tate stood up to leave. "I'm sorry, it looks like you went to a lot of trouble to find me, but I don't have your boat anymore. Thanks for the drink, but I'm going to have it at the bar." The stranger hurriedly came out of his seat, leaving behind some of his suave composure in the process. "We have one of the soldiers," the stranger blurted. Now he had Tate's interest. He sat down again, trying very hard not to give away how hungry he was to get his hands on this soldier. "And you're here to trade this soldier for something I have?" asked Tate. After the initial ruffling, the stranger recomposed himself. "Not the soldier exactly. We are interested in a trade of information. We provide you a window of opportunity to acquire whatever information you can from him, and in return you provide us information useful to our needs." "Well, from where I sit, you already have more information than I do. Why don't you balance things a bit by telling me who I'm talking to and who you're asking me to get involved with?" "I'm encouraged my proposal hasn't frightened you away. Since we've gotten this far, it's only fair, as you say, to balance things. I am Dante Barrios. I am the advisor to Nesto San Roman. He is the head of a minor industry, part of which you came across during your recent mission. Your forewarning of the approaching soldiers gave us enough time to prepare for them. Only one survived, but one is enough." Barrios absently clinked his rings lightly on the glass of his drink, creating space for Tate to make the next move. Tate put the pieces together quickly. Roman was running a coke operation in Colombia. Just like everywhere else, the outbreak must have wreaked havoc on the cartel. The survivors must have all charged into the vacuum of power to take what piece of the operation they could get away with. Occasionally, the warring drug bosses slaughtered each other in power plays to expand their operations and take out the competition. San Roman must have seen a way to give his fiefdom an edge through a deal with Tate. "What kind of information does the soldier have that I'd want?" Barrios' smile took on a forced quality, and he seemed less comfortable than a moment before. Whatever deal Barrios was proposing, Tate suspected he'd just found a hole in Dante's plan. "San Roman does not have an interest in the squabbles of other countries. He will allow you one day's access to this soldier. You can question him for yourself." Tate took a measured sip of his drink as he let Barrios' words sink in. When it clinked into place, he laughed out loud. "Ha! He won't talk, will he? You guys tortured him for information, but my guess is he's some country's special forces. The kind of extreme resistance training he's had made your interrogation look like amateur hour, and that's why you're here. You're thinking, if I can get him to talk, and that's a big if, I'd be willing to cut a deal with you guys. Mr. Barrios, it sounds like I'm doing all the work in this proposal of yours." "I will say that our conversations with him were less productive than we expected. But you see, I think it's doubtful you will experience the same reluctance with him. The reason I'm here is because he asked for you, by name." Tate's instincts were tingling. Who was this soldier? Who sent him, and how did he know about Tate? More importantly, what else did he know? He had to be careful with Barrios. Getting into a business deal with even the small-time drug boss could make Tate's life badly complicated, fast. Was the risk worth the reward? It always came down to that. "Did he say anything else?" Dante Barrios smiled. Whatever he was about to say, he felt like it would seal the deal, and that made Tate nervous. "Yes," said Dante. "He seemed to feel it would be of significant interest to you. He said, 'Good is the enemy of great.' Did I say that right?" Tate's mind fumbled with those words, trying to attach them to something that was naggingly familiar. His thoughts groped through fragments of memories for the connection. Suddenly, the realization slammed home. leaving him rocking between disbelief and anger. Those were the words he'd spoken to Private Cooper. Sergeant Wesson had commented that Cooper had been on his phone the morning of their mission. When they were attacking the villa, Tate remembered finding Cooper with a handful of those secret documents. Cooper was a mole, and his treachery had nearly cost everyone's lives. There was no question in Tate's mind that he would do just about anything to get the rest of the information from Dante's prisoner. "What does your boss want in return?" "Forewarning, nothing more," said Dante. "You will contact us regarding any planned encroachment of your military into San Ramon's territory." "His territory? You understand that the entire South American continent is now part of the United States," said Tate. Dante Barrios sat back in his seat, gazing around the club with an expression of boredom. "Sergeant Major, geopolitics holds no interest for me. Let's return to the reason I'm here. We give you information, and you do the same for us. Do we have an agreement?" "And if your boss gets a heads up U.S. soldiers are going to be in his neighborhood, what's he going to do to them?" Barrios looked surprised. "Do to them? You make it sound like I'm asking you to be complicit in ambushing your people. The last thing Mr. San Roman needs is for the U.S. military to declare war on him. No, he wants your warning so he can avoid contact. The fewer Americans that know about this, the better it is for everyone. No one gets hurt, and everyone gets what they want." Tate reluctantly admitted to himself that this was a deal he could live with. The current plan to resettle South America was to move along the north coast and east, a path moving away from San Roman. It was only a fluke that Tate and his squad were there at all. There was little risk of the U.S. military stumbling into San Roman's sandbox, but that did little to silence the voice in Tate's head that said what he was about to agree to was wrong. Justified, yes, but wrong. Dante reached his hand across the table to Tate, who looked at it as if demons and saints battled inside him. Tate's expression hardened, and he made his decision and shook Dante's hand. When he got back to his quarters, Tate checked the secure phone he'd been given by the colonel. Hewitt had called, leaving a message for Tate to call him back. "I read your mission report," the colonel growled. "Is this some kind of joke?" Tate couldn't tell if he sounded more angry or worried. "No, sir, that's what happened." "An enemy special ops team, on our soil. I know it's been a long time since anyone shot at you. Details get blurred in combat. You probably ran into some scavengers. We know they're organized and well-equipped. I see reports all the time of contact with them, stripping whatever they find and selling it on the black market. Some of them must have seen you as a prime opportunity for a good haul. I'm glad you didn't take any casualties, but damn, Tate, the fact is you've been out of special operations for too long. You're rusty. Got caught with your pants down. It happens. There's no shame in it." Tate heard the colonel sigh and papers rustling. "I'm sending back your report before anyone else sees it and questions if you're the right man for this project. Your revised report will state your team made minor contact with a gang of scavengers. Okay, Jack?" "But, Colonel, do you understand me, Sergeant Major?" said the colonel with contained anger. It was more a statement than a question. The sudden flare of temper hinted to Tate that he was close to a nerve. He paused as he considered what he was about to say. No matter what happened next, it would be a game-changer. The only question was whether that change included painting a giant target on his back. To hell with it, he thought. It was time to kick over this anthill and see who crawled out. "Sir, we have one of the men who attacked us, and I'm going to find out everything he knows." There was a long silence on the other end of the phone, and even though the colonel hadn't said anything, Tate sensed a palpable change in him. "Damn it, Jack, I'm warning you now. You don't want to do this." The colonel sounded more worried than dangerous. If he was keeping any secrets, now was Tate's moment to hit him while he was off balance, and he wound up to deliver a haymaker. I know there's a leak on my team. I'm pretty damn sure it was your organization that ambushed us at the villa. I'm gonna squeeze this guy to a pulp until I find out who and why. Do you want to tell me where you fit into all of this, or do I find out from my prisoner?" "Well," sighed the colonel, "at the moment, it looks like I'm in the middle of a shit candle that's burning at both ends." "Did you have anything to do with the ambush?" "No," said the colonel flatly. "I think it's time you told me what you know, sir." "It doesn't sound like I have much choice," said the colonel. "But you're not going to like it. The outbreak did a lot more damage to our country than many know. All our systems of government, business, hell, even the military were fractured, and we lost a lot of men and women in power that kept things running. The vacuum was filled with amateurs. Some saw an opportunity to help their country, but others saw a chance for a quick rise to power. Now our country is infested with parasites who were feeding off this country and slowly bleeding it out. I didn't spend my life serving this country only to sit back now and do nothing." "And that's why you got involved with this ring? At least that's what they call themselves," said the colonel. "They said they were looking for patriots who wanted to stop what's happening to the country. They recruit powerful and influential members in the government, military, businesses, you name it. The plan was to operate outside the red tape and bureaucracy that's dragging down our country's ability to rebuild itself. But something was wrong. The principles the ring was supposed to operate by began to change. It was small things at first, but then it got worse. In the beginning, our meetings, planning sessions, all of it was done in the open for everyone to have a voice. But over time, people started having closed-door meetings. Then I started hearing about off-book operations. A new agenda was happening behind the scenes. I was recruited into the ring by a trusted friend. I discovered he had his own concerns when one night he comes out of the shadows as I'm heading for my car. Scared the hell out of me. He said we've been lied to. Everything we've been doing is a smokescreen. There's something deeper, darker going on. That's all he would tell me. He was getting out and urged me to do the same before it was too late." With each new piece of the colonel's story, Tate weighed its validity, because sooner or later he'd have to make a decision if the colonel could be trusted. "What did you do? Did you get out?" "I was making plans to," said the colonel. "Disappear, cover my tracks. I wasn't sure how bad the threat was." His voice took on a steely resolve Tate had heard in his own voice when he had faced live-or-die situations. "But then they killed my friend. They made it look like an accidental car wreck, but I saw the police report. Drunk, driving too fast, lost control, and wrapped his car around a tree in the middle of the night. Bullshit. He didn't drink and he didn't drive at night because of his bad eyesight. They killed him. That changed everything. Instead of running, I decided I'm going to rip this organization a new asshole." "What else should I know?" asked Tate. "Enough that you don't want to get tangled up in any of this. There's something monumentally bad going on, and they're not messing around. If they suspect you're a threat, or even a hint they can't trust you, they'll come after you, Jack. You're on their radar as a good little soldier. You don't want to mess that up. I can't explain what happened at the villa. Maybe there's rival infighting in the ring. Maybe it was a redundancy in case you couldn't handle it. I don't know. But if they wanted you dead, we wouldn't be having this conversation. My advice is to keep your head down." Tate knew there was no way he could swallow the idea of playing a pawn just to save his own skin. He thought he'd have more time to consider his next move, but the time for a decision landed in front of him sooner than he had expected. Could Hewitt be trusted, or was he feeding Tate disinformation, hoping to play him like a puppet? Ultimately, the answer didn't matter. Tate swore an oath to defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic, and he would make a deal with the devil to do it. It was time to make the deal, only time would tell if Hewitt was the devil. "I know too much to play dead, Colonel. In fact, I think your odds of success look a whole lot better if you added a boots-on-the-ground element to your course of action."
Damn, Sergeant Major. Single-handedly killed 6 well-trained operators and now volunteering for covert ops. You aren't the man I met at the Orchid. A lot's happened, said Tate. That's an understatement. But glad to have you. Now look, at the moment, I don't have much actionable intel. Over time, I'll work my way into their operation. As I find out more, we'll take these bastards apart one bone at a time. The success of the Villa mission made you a viable asset to them. They'll begin to trust you on more important missions, and we'll use the intel you collect against them. But you have to be careful. They aren't shy about keeping eyes on you. Like Cooper, said Tate. I'll handle that leak, but if I'm going to be facing units like the one I ran into at the Ambassador's Villa, that'll be a problem. My team barely held it together in that last encounter. They don't have the combat experience. I need something more, an equalizer. There may be something I can do to level that playing field, said the colonel. Give me some time to get back to you. Anything else? Tate was encouraged by the colonel's willingness. He wasn't convinced he could trust him, but it weighed in his favor. Yes, that file you have on the Night Devils. I need an address.
Chapter 12. Enemy Within. Tate's guts were twisting inside him, aided with a generous helping of shame and anxiety. It had started the moment the plane's tires had met tarmac with a screech at the Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport, and it hadn't let up since. Tate was returning to his former life, the thing he'd convinced himself would never happen, could never happen, and here he was. The discovery of Cooper leaking classified intel was compelling enough for Tate to agree to a deal with Dante Barrios. But as he pieced together the deeper implications of somebody planting a spy in his unit, he was mocked by the question of what he could do about it. He had no resources, no tools. When he walked away from his previous life, he'd cut all ties with anyone who could help him. Dante would be bringing his prisoner to a secluded location for Tate in 4 days. The fact was that no matter what the captured soldier told Tate, he was utterly alone and feebly incapable to determine if he was lying or act on what he believed. For 2 days, he'd racked his brain for a solution, refusing to acknowledge the harsh truth. There was only one place he could turn to. The answer was in a folder on the seat next to Tate. Inside was a dossier on each member of the Night Devils he'd gotten from Colonel Hewitt months before at the Blue Orchid. Each of the Devils had a specialty, and Caden Benedict had the skills Tate needed so desperately he would swallow his disgrace to get it. Tate looked out the window of the gypsy cab as it rolled down Arlington Boulevard. Stretches of houses were dotted with empty lots, piled with rubble and debris, dark reminders of panic and martial law. When the outbreak hit, cities across the country began to fall, as political correctness and politics crippled the ability for police and National Guard to take action. The president made the decision that would not happen to Washington, D.C. Martial law was announced, even as armored vehicles sped throughout the city. The public was ordered to go home and stay there, with a blunt warning that beginning the next day at 6 a.m., anyone seen outside would be held at a detention facility indefinitely. Emergency broadcasts instructed who to contact for medical aid and other special circumstances. Neighborhoods were given zone designations and supplied with a schedule when food would be distributed on a weekly basis. Initially, there were some who saw the martial law as an opportunity for looting and anti-government protests. A melting pot of hundreds gathered at the Washington Monument, from accusations of a power-hungry government running wild, demands the president be impeached, to an open cry to overthrow of the country. The National Guard and police were ordered to keep a distance, but to use reasonable force if the protest turned into a riot. A school bus of protesters was racing down an empty 15th Street, eager to join the rally, but unknown and unnoticed was that one of their group, Greg, had been bitten the night before while fighting off what he thought was a drunk, as he and his buddies looted the local Starbucks. Among all the cheering and yelling in the bus, nobody noticed the infection take their friend. Then the nightmare of dominoes began to fall. The bus driver didn't notice when the cheers and yells turned to shouts of alarm as he quickly crossed Constitution Avenue. He heard the screams a moment before the things that had been his friends reached around the driver's seat and tore open his chest. His momentarily lifeless body slumped forward, with his dead weight putting the gas pedal to the floor. The 3 National Guardsmen's attention was on the mass of people shouting over each other with bullhorns, and didn't see the bus behind them wildly swerve and jump the sidewalk. The radioed warning from another guard unit came too late. The impact on the heavy-armored Humvee crushed in the soft nose of the bus, driving the chassis down into the ground. Like a pole vault, the sudden stopping of the bus's kinetic energy transferred to the rear, causing the bus to cartwheel over the wrecked Humvee. The thin skin of the bus was no match for the sudden shearing force, and it blew apart near its apex, catapulting the writhing corpses within into the crowded rally. The news helicopter caught the entire thing on camera as the dead savagely turned on the living in what the horrified reporter described as a feeding frenzy of sharks. The expression was forever burned into the country's psyche. Later, hearings would fail to determine if an order was given or if the soldiers panicked, but one after another the armored vehicles opened fire. Up until the first .50 caliber machine gun began thumping out rounds, hardly anyone actually believed the National Guard had loaded weapons. Soon, every soldier and cop with a weapon was pouring fire into the crowd. Few protesters survived both the sharks and the bullets. It was a tragic, sickening event that would divide the nation. What many called a massacre was the city's narrow escape from an extinction event. That night, the president addressed the country, speaking his own words. His spin doctors had been given the night off. Ashen and red-eyed, he did what few presidents had done before. He took every truth he knew about the rally and the outbreak and dropped it squarely in the people's lap. Any fantasy or denial the country held about the outbreak was swept away. The president announced a mandatory quarantine for the entire city of Washington, D.C. He explained the risk of infection was so dangerous and could spread so rapidly he had issued a shoot-on-sight order to the National Guard. Anyone they saw would be considered infected and a danger to everyone. Additionally, a hotline was created for people to report sightings of anyone outside or other suspicious activity. That same night, Miss Alla Vance called the hotline when she'd heard screaming from the house next door. When the National Guard arrived at the house, their knock at the door was met by snarls, growls, and scratching at the door. Any doubt that the sounds were coming from a family dog were removed as a ragged hand clawed through the solid wood front door. The order was given and the house and everyone inside was annihilated. Nobody was taking chances anymore. Today, Washington, D.C. was as close to normal as could be. Quick fab walls were assembled and safe zones were sectioned off. As other areas were secured, the zones were expanded, until little by little they joined up. Now, people went to work, shopped, sent their kids to school, but nobody forgot what was hunting them somewhere beyond the walls. The cab slowed down as it neared its destination, nudging Tate out of his own thoughts. He got out and gave the driver an extra $10 to stick around just in case things didn't go well. It was a modest brick house with gabled windows on the second floor. Tate noticed a single car in the driveway as he came to the door. A swarm of scenarios flooded Tate's mind, each one predicting what would happen in the next moments. He willed them all into silence. He made his decision to be here and had his reasons. Doubt had its chance to talk him out of it, and lost. Come what may, he was here. Just as he was about to knock, the door opened. Kaden Benedict stood in the doorway, looking at Tate as if she were watching paint drying. "You look like shit, Jack." She left him at the door and walked inside. "Come on," she said over her shoulder. "I have dinner on the table." During the next 20 minutes, Kaden had chatted with Tate like they'd seen each other last week. He listened while absorbing the moment. Except for her eyes, Kaden didn't look like she'd aged at all. Her familiar ponytail was gone, but in typical Kaden low-maintenance fashion, she went with a relaxed, chin-length bob cut. On his way through the living room, he'd noticed the medals and trophies for several triathlons, mud runs, and other endurance competitions. Her athletic build, tenacious willpower, and keen intelligence got her through the 9 grueling months training for Marine Corps Forces Special Operations Command. When she joined the Night Devils, the men traded looks of unspoken skepticism, but their first mission said everything about her they needed to know. The men never gave her special treatment, and she never asked for it. No matter the miles, weight of a fully loaded combat pack, or other demands of a mission, she pulled her own and was accepted as one of the team. Her specialty in the team was intel analysis, and she was unsettlingly good at it. Years before, the team had exhausted its resources in trying to determine the location of a high-value target. Shortly after Caden joined the team, she requested the team do a recon of suspected areas the target could be hiding. They spent the entire winter crisscrossing a large rural area in southern Belarus. It was early morning as they drove down a country road, and while there was a light snow flurry, they could easily see the countryside. They had just come to an old stone bridge when Caden had them stop the car. She told them the target was at the farm they'd passed a couple of miles back. They returned on foot to scout the farm from a safe distance so they wouldn't be seen. There was nothing remarkable about the farm. Green acreage surrounded the white 2-story farmhouse. Nearby was a feed silo and well-kept red barn with a tractor and other equipment parked next to it. Sheep grazed all around the house, while cattle dotted further in the distance. The team scrutinized the farm from their vantage point, but saw nothing to indicate their target was inside. "The sheep," said Caden, with a tired sigh. "Those sheep?" said Tate. "Like the same sheep every other farm we've seen has?" "How did you trigger jockeys ever complete a mission without me?" Caden asked. The other team members only stared at her without a response. "As far back as 1700 BC, the wealth of cities were built on the wool trade. That's why even now, sheep farmers are more protective of their livestock than any other types of farmers." "Thanks for the history lesson," said Tate. "How about connecting the dots for us trigger jockeys?" "I only mention it because wool is what those sheep don't have. Those sheep have been sheared, something farmers only do in midsummer, never in winter, which could kill them. They also wouldn't leave expensive equipment like that tractor out in the snow. It would be in the barn." Tate looked at the farm through his binoculars, then back at Caden. "That's it. You think our target's there because a farmer's got bad timing and doesn't put his toys away?" Caden smiled, accepting Tate's challenge. "Our target's highly allergic to lanolin, which is found where? Wool. He travels with 2 custom-built armored cars, a Land Rover Defender for his guards and a Mercedes S-Class for himself. Not the kind of things that blend into rural countryside. He'd have to hide them in the barn, which wouldn't leave any room for the farmer's equipment. Last but not least, a nice 2-story farmhouse leaves lots of room for a farmer's family, a high-profile target, and his guards, don't you think?" Tate reluctantly agreed to set up surveillance of the farmhouse, and 3 days later they saw their target through an upstairs window. From that day forward, Caden would use her ability to interpret meaning out of the meaningless. She was so good it was spooky, and earned her the call sign Nostradamus, or Nos for short. Tate returned from his reminiscing to find Caden looking at him, slightly annoyed. "Am I boring you?" she asked. He'd been lost in thought, and didn't know how long she'd been staring at him. For a moment he'd forgotten where he was and his purpose for being there. "No, sorry, it's just that this is not what you expected," said Caden. "Under the circumstances, I didn't know what to expect. Least of all that you'd have dinner set for me. Give me a little credit, Jack. Your kid died while you were deployed on a mission. You blamed yourself for not protecting her, and after emotionally whipping yourself raw, you decided you weren't any good to anyone and left. That about sum it up?" Tate only sat looking baffled. In a few words, she had just unraveled the tangled mess he'd lived through and all the complexities of his emotions with the simplicity of untying a shoelace. "When you put it that way, it sounds like it makes sense," finished Caden. "Yeah, it makes sense. It was also selfish and a bullshit move." She tipped her bottle and finished off her beer, then got up from the table and brought in a box from the other room. She put it in front of Tate and gave him a devilish smile. "After you're done doing the dishes, I'll be in the living room. You can tell me what you want me to do." Curious, Tate opened the box. A surge of mixed emotions flooded through him as he recognized his old gear. His hand moved under its own power as he took out a classic Colt 1911 pistol. The .45 had been with him in countless operations, and in spite of advancements in pistols, he refused to carry anything else. As a boy, Tate had read the exploits of the World War I hero Sergeant York and how he defeated an entire squad of charging Germans with nothing but his Colt .45 1911. Pirates could keep their swords, Robin Hood could have his bow, but young Jack Tate promised himself that one day he'd wear a Colt. He puzzled over why Caden had saved his things. It was a question that, for the moment, would have to wait. Tate and Caden talked late into the night. For most of it, Caden listened quietly, letting Tate exhaust all the information he had. The mission to the villa, the captured soldier, Cooper leaking information, and the possibility that Colonel Hewitt might be involved. It was nearly 2:30 a.m. when he finished. He sat back in his seat, feeling tired and waiting for Caden to reveal the answers he couldn't find. She stood up and walked to the stairs. "Give me 30 minutes to get ready. Something big is going on, but there's too many missing pieces still. Let's peel someone's fingernails off and see what we learn." Tate felt exhausted and sluggish. He wanted nothing more than to stretch out on the couch for a few hours, but that would have to wait. He had a meeting to keep with Dante Barrios and his prisoner. Tate felt relief that Caden had been so quick to accept his return and willing to help. He couldn't help but suspect she knew more about what he'd been up to the past couple of years than she was saying. "By the way, how did you know I was coming here? I mean, you even had dinner ready." Caden paused at the bottom of the stairs and smiled at him. "That girl's gotta have her secrets, right?" Tate would have to live with that answer for now, but he knew there was more to it, and it would nag at him until he found out. He caught himself smiling as he wondered about the recent events. 4 hours ago, he thought he'd be on a flight back home with a broken jaw and empty-handed. Instead, he had a highly skilled member of the Night Devils. Tate sat in a beat-up folding chair in an abandoned auto body shop. A few feet across from him was Dante's prisoner, the enemy soldier with his feet and hands flex-cuffed to the chair. Caden leaned against the wall off to the side, but was close enough to hear the conversation. Tate and Caden could easily see that San Roman's men had beaten the soldier bloody. His close-cropped hair revealed dried blood from a large gash on his scalp. The skin on his face was split open in several places, and his nose had been broken. Yet it was clear by his straight posture and direct eye contact his spirit wasn't broken. His uniform was dirty and torn. There was no name tab or indication of rank. Tate sensed the soldiers' defiance, almost daring them to beat him for answers. "I'm Jack Tate. You said you have some information for me." The soldier looked from Tate to Caden, seeking an explanation. "She's with me," said Tate. Satisfied, the prisoner relaxed. "Who are you and why did you ask for me?" The prisoner tilted his head towards his bound wrists. "Do you mind?" There was nothing within his arm's reach, and it was doubtful he could take on both of them in a fight. There was a glint of steel as Caden flicked open a knife. She walked behind the prisoner and cut the thick plastic ties around his wrists. He waited until Caden had put some distance between them before he moved his arms. "My name is Nathan," he said, massaging his wrists. "Why did I ask for you? Because I knew if I could provide you with something of value, you could do the same for me." Tate's chair creaked as he leaned back and considered what Nathan had just said. "I'm listening." "You have a leak in your team," said Nathan. "Yeah, I got your message through Barrios," said Tate. "I know who the leak is." "But you don't understand why there's a leak, or how it's all connected." "You seem to know a lot for a grunt," said Tate. Nathan tried to smile, but the pain of his split lip and bruised face reduced him to a grimace. "Yes and no. Had my vocation been combat, like the rest of my team, I would have escaped with them when we were ambushed by San Roman's guerrillas. If I knew as much about tactical withdrawals as intelligence analysis, I wouldn't be here.
I was there to assess those documents you took from the villa and report back to my people."
"What people are those?" asked Tate.
"My people," said Nathan with a smile. "My employers, to be accurate. As you might have guessed, I'm an independent businessman."
Considering he looked and likely felt like he'd been trampled by a stampede of cement trucks, Nathan came across like he was having a casual conversation with friends at a dinner party. If he was worried or nervous, he was hiding it very well.
"But let me get to the point. I don't see a future in the hands of Mr. San Roman. I imagine he's using me as a bargaining chip to make a deal with you, and once you've agreed to that deal, which I'm guessing you have because you're here, he'll kill me."
Tate could feel Caden's eyes shift from Nathan to him. He didn't tell Caden anything about a deal, and now with that piece of information exposed, Tate could hear the wheels turning in her head. He knew better than keeping her in the dark, but it was a detail about his situation that he had wanted to keep to himself. Tate mentally kicked himself for screwing up. He'd have to come clean with her and stop keeping things close to his vest. "Yeah, they'll probably kill you right after we leave," said Tate. "Tough break."
"My thoughts exactly," said Nathan, "and it's why I asked for you to begin with. If you were to take me with you when you leave here, I would, in return, use my access to my employer's intel regarding your situation."
"Or we could break you out and you disappear," said Caden. "We never hear from you again."
"Oh, then you'd know as much as if San Roman had killed me," smiled Nathan. "Nothing ventured, nothing gained. This isn't about trust, it's about risk and reward. Weigh the risk of me reneging on our deal against the value of the reward and getting a peek at the other guy's cards. What I know at the moment is my employers see the fragility of your government as an opportunity."
The hairs rose up on the back of Tate's neck. "If anyone sends their army to invade, America will have them returned in body bags," he growled. Nathan leaned forward and fixed Tate with a grave stare.
"Oh no, not to invade, to infiltrate."
Dante Barrios' surprise when he saw Nathan walk out in the company of Tate and Caden suddenly turned to fear when he found himself looking down the barrel of Tate's Colt 1911. "I'm making a small change to our original deal," said Tate.
"San Roman will not react well to this," said Dante.
Tate pressed the barrel of his gun to Dante's forehead. "You really want to tell your boss you let me just walk out of here with your prisoner? Sure, he'll be mad at me, but what do you think he'll do to the messenger?" Tate gave Dante a moment to let the thought sink in. Talk about a career ender. One way or another, you were going to kill this guy anyway, so tell San Roman you dumped his body and that's that. I get what I want, and you get to keep living.
"You make a convincing point," said Dante. "We have an agreement."
Tate put his gun away, knowing that Caden had her hand on her gun just out of sight of Dante. Any shadow of a suspicious movement on his part, and he'd be dead an instant later. Tate grinned inwardly, thinking how good it felt to have someone he could count on again. Chapter 13. Cleaning House. Cooper sat in the low dirt trench, bored and indifferent to the distant gunfire. He'd pulled gopher duty on the rifle range, replacing targets while the rest of his team was 400 meters away, practicing their shooting skills. Each motorized target would dip below the dirt berm on a random pattern, making it more challenging for the shooters. Cooper sat in a trench that ran the width of the gun range and connected to each target station. The plywood board over his head kept the full brutality of the sun off of him, but also blocked any breeze that could have helped. As the drops of sweat dripped off his nose, he wondered how the human race survived before air conditioning. He flinched as a bullet smacked into the protective earthen berm above him, and a trickle of dirt ran into the trench. He snatched up the radio, crushing the talk button. "You assholes, stop doing that." Even from this distance, he could hear them laughing.
"Ah, oops,"
Rossi chuckled over the radio.
"Did that hit near you?"
"You know damn well it did," shouted Cooper. The boredom, heat, and buzzing flies had eaten through his patience, and although he knew the trench was keeping him safe from the bullets, it rattled him when they hit near him. "Cease fire, cease fire, cease fire," said Tate over the radio. "Cooper, replace the targets. Everyone else take a 20-minute break. Leave your weapons on the bench. Remove the magazines and lock your bolts open. Cooper, target 3 is stuck in down position. See what you can do." "Okay, Top," said Cooper. He got up from his bench and followed the trench towards target 3. He thought it strange he hadn't seen the sergeant major since they'd returned from the Villa mission. There was talk around the base that he'd left for a while and came back with a woman. Nobody knew who she was or what she was doing here. Cooper couldn't decide if he felt more or less nervous about the sergeant major's absence. Cooper stopped at target 3. A simple design, the target was nothing more than a 5-by-4-foot board on a tall board that was raised and lowered by a chain and gear system. The motor was inside a shallow room, dug into the berm just beneath the target. The brilliant sunlight cast the motor room in dark shadow. Cooper stood at the black entrance and swore under his breath as he realized he hadn't brought his flashlight. Just as he turned to go back for it, a hand shot out of the darkness of the motor room and yanked him into the gloom. It happened so fast there was no time to yelp. In the blackness, he felt himself spun around, then slammed into a rough earthen wall. Stunned and blind, he didn't know if he should run or fight. Suddenly, a blinding light stabbed him in the eyes. The light moved out of his eyes, and he blinked away the dots to see Sergeant Major Tate's scowling face inches from his. The flashlight threw distorted shadows over Tate's face, making him more ghoul than human. Cooper's eyes were wide with terror. Something glinted in the beam of light, and Cooper froze as he felt the hairline edge of a knife press into his throat. Tate leaned in closer, speaking in a low snarl. "One chance to talk, or I'll slit you from ear to ear." The blade of the knife was pressing against his throat so hard Cooper was sure if he swallowed he'd cut his own throat, but every second of silence marched him closer to death. "It was me, but I didn't want to. They forced me." Who are they?" demanded Tate. I don't know. Please don't kill me, please. I only spoke to one guy, Mr. Red. He told me what to do. I had to," pleaded Cooper. "I never met anyone face to face." Menace pulsed off of Tate in waves. "How did he contact you?" Terrified of moving, Cooper indicated his breast pocket by looking at it. The phone is in my pocket. That's all I know. He'd tell me what to do, and I had to do it. I'm sorry, Top. I'm so sorry." Tate took the phone out of Cooper's pocket and put it in his. "What do you mean, had to?" "They took my family, chopped off my baby sister's finger and mailed it to me. He told me worse would happen if I didn't obey them." Cooper's sorrow for his family overtook his fear of the knife at his throat as tears spilled down his cheeks. For a long moment, Tate's expression didn't change, and Cooper knew there'd soon be a rasping, sharp pain across his throat. He would try to breathe, but it would only be a gurgle and he would drown in his own blood. But then Cooper heard someone whispering near Tate. Tate's gaze broke from Cooper and the flashlight went out. Cooper stayed frozen in place, surrounded in the blackness. Miraculously, he felt the knife leave his throat. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the room light was switched on, partially blinding Cooper. As his vision adjusted, he saw the sergeant major and a woman he'd never seen before. "Hi," said Caden brightly. "Rough day, huh? The good news is, we've decided your terminal discharge from the military is premature. For the time being, you're going to stay on base, like nothing's happened. You're not going to talk to anyone about this, right?" Cooper could breathe again. He wasn't going to die. But it gave him no comfort. There was something about this woman that scared him. He was sure her smile would be the same if she kissed you or killed you. "Nobody. I'll stay right here. I mean, not here in this room, but—" Caden smiled at Tate and patted him on the shoulder. "There, you see? He won't be any trouble." Tate put his knife back in the sheath and tossed Cooper's phone to Caden. "Can you use this?" Caden turned on the phone and tapped a few buttons. "It's encrypted, but a piece of junk. I'll be able to reverse track any numbers on the call history." Tate looked at her with a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. Since when can you do that? He asked. Hey, just because you let yourself go to pot, she said, doesn't mean the rest of us have. She dropped the phone in her pocket and headed for the door with Tate following her. Hey, wait, said Cooper. What happens now? Tate stopped and looked over his shoulder at the sweat-soaked Cooper. You mean, am I going to kill you or let you live? You'll get my answer in a couple of days. Unless you run. Then I'll kill you. Tate walked out, leaving Cooper in the agony of an unknown future. The Black Hawk helicopter thudded over the muted green of the jungle as the sun edged into the dusk. It banked steeply over the ruined carcass of a small village. Rotting corpses, which had lain undisturbed, rose to their feet, craning their sunken, milky eyes to the sound of the machine above them. As the helicopter retreated, they moved with renewed purpose, trailing behind it. Inside the helicopter, Tate and Caden sat across from each other, with a squirming body bag on the floor between them. Just like old times, smiled Caden. The crew chief looked dubiously from Tate to the moving body bag and back. Like I said, Chief, it's a training mission. Whatever you say, Sergeant Major, said the crew chief with a shrug. It had been 3 days since he and Caden had questioned Cooper at the gun range, and grim satisfaction had replaced the anger Tate had been feeling before. He didn't like loose ends, and this was one Tate was about to sew up. Tate took an envelope out of his pocket and handed it to Caden, who looked at him with mild curiosity. What's this? She asked as she opened it. We finally got our new unit designation, said Tate. Caden scanned the document and handed it back to Tate with a wry smile. I like the name. Your idea, right? It seemed like a good fit, said Tate. A few minutes later, the Black Hawk flared over a clearing and settled down in the tall grass. Tate hopped out of the cargo compartment, followed by Caden. We'll be back in 30 minutes, said Tate. The crew chief gave a thumbs up in response. Tate grabbed the end of the body bag and pulled it across the deck, then hefted it over his shoulder. Tate and Caden walked into the murky jungle. They'd gone a few hundred yards when they stopped near a tree with low limbs. Tate dumped the body bag from his shoulder. It landed with a thud. Something inside grunted in pain. Caden took off her pack and pulled a coil of rope from it. With an easy fling, she threw the end of the rope over a tree limb 10 feet above. Tate unzipped the body bag, revealing a hooded figure inside. The figure was flex-cuffed at the wrists and ankles. Caden looped the rope around the cuffs and tied a knot. Together, she and Tate hoisted the other end of the rope, pulling the figure to their feet. The figure wobbled briefly before gaining their balance. Back at the base, Cooper's empty room was dark. His cell phone lay on the bed. The phone began to beep, and the display lit up. Caller ID unknown. It beeped several times, but there was no one to answer it. Caden took a sack out of her backpack and removed a bell with a length of chain attached to it, then wrapped the other end of the chain around the ankle of the hooded figure. Tate fished a knife out of her bag and pushed the handle into the hands of the bound figure. Hang on to that, said Tate. It's the only thing that can save you. Because after what you've done, I sure as hell won't. Cooper's phone stopped beeping and lay quiet and inanimate as if it had never made a sound. Darkness rushed in to fill the void left by the bright display. Tate looked at his watch and nodded to himself. About time to finish this up. He picked up the slack rope and began pulling on it, lifting the hooded figure off the ground until the bell swung freely under his feet. The figure's protests were muffled beneath the hood. Tate tied the rope off around a short but stout tree and walked back to stand in front of the hooded figure. After we leave, you can either hang here until your hands rot off, or you can try to cut yourself down. If you choose the latter, every step you take will ring that bell. Since we stirred up a lot of those undead eating machines not too far from here, well, few sounds carry like a clanging bell. Personally, I've seen what those things have done to people. Laying there, watching your limb ripped off and eaten in front of you is a hard way to go. Yeah, maybe you'll decide to open a vein with that knife before they get to you. Either way, I don't care. We're done here. The hooded figure's yells were nothing more than muffled sounds, but it was clear they were trying to say something. Tate reached up and pulled off the hood, then pulled the wadded-up sock out of the figure's mouth. The quiet of Cooper's room was broken as his cell phone began beeping. The same unknown caller ID was on the display. Footsteps ran up and stopped outside the door. Keys jangled as someone dropped them on the floor. The phone kept beeping, taunting someone to reach it before it fell silent again. The doorknob rattled, and light flooded into the room from the hallway. Cooper ran to the bed and snatched up the phone. "Hello? Hello, Mr. Red? I'm sorry, I was—" A soft young voice came over the phone.
"Big brother? Is that you?"
All strength left Cooper's legs, and he sat heavily on the floor.
"Julie, sis, is that you? Is everyone okay? How did you get this number?"
Tate looked into the terror-filled eyes of the man strung up in front of him. "My time's running short, Mr. Red. If you have something to tell me, make it fast," said Tate. "I was just doing my job," pleaded Mr. Red as he tried to keep his voice from trembling.
"Like cutting that little girl's finger off?" asked Caden. "That part of your job, too?"
Mr. Red's eyes darted between Tate and Caden, searching for any sign of clemency, but only finding cold resolve.
"I've told you everything I know, but I could help you. Be a resource, like an inside guy."
In the distance, they could hear the whine of the Blackhawk turbines spinning up.
"If we could use Cooper's phone to track you down, in spite of those amateur encoded repeaters, just think of what we can do with your computer, cell phone, all those files we took from your apartment," said Caden. "Don't get me wrong, if it was up to me, I'd love to have you on the team. But Jack's got trust issues, okay? Okay, bye-bye."
She picked up the dirt-covered sock Tate had dropped and stuffed it back into Mr. Red's mouth as he began to sob pitifully. She shouldered her backpack and headed towards the sound of the helicopter. Tate paused a moment longer, looking at the hanging man's terrified eyes. "Don't give up, Red. There's at least a 5% chance you'll get out of this alive. And if you do, and you make it back to your friends, tell them the grave diggers are coming for them." The end. Epilogue. Grave New World. A new world. Once the sole heirs of eternal rest, the dead rejected their inheritance and swept down upon man, woman, and child in a mindless horror. In some places of the world they had no warning. It spawned out of the darkness, and the ones caught off guard were wiped out. Maybe they were lucky. In other places, there were warnings something was coming, but they were ill-prepared for the enormity and speed of it. The largest killer was panic. Whole cities imploded on themselves weeks before any sign of the devouring horror appeared. Murder, looting, hoarding, nearly every conceivable variation of sectarianism to justify the brutality one human being could execute upon another was carried out in the name of racial superiority, religious right, the greater good, even humanity. But it all came down to better them than me. Ironically enough, the tinfoil hat crowd and survivalists did better than others and hunkered down in their fortified homes, lairs, or bunkers. The outbreak plumed across the face of the earth. Infection was the favored word of the spin doctors, but few people bought into that, and those foolish enough or unwilling to believe the reality of what was happening tried to treat their sick loved ones. Their mistake was short-lived and only added to the mounting millions of walking death. For whatever misguided reasons, a few governments, leaders, and politicians played it down, using euphemisms, causing further confusion. The grisly truth was that corpses were cannibalizing the human population. Perhaps the leading cause of pointless deaths was the United Nations. Countries were losing ground and people to the growing onslaught, and attempted to selectively eliminate the threat in areas where a population, living and undead, were tightly intermingled by carpet bombing entire towns.
Wanting to save lives, but without offering a solution, the UN stepped in and threatened severe sanctions of food, medicines, and aid, unless the offending government ceased their inhumane genocide. A decision that only allowed the ranks of ravaging dead to swell. France, Italy, and Spain were the loudest critics of the senseless murder of human life, and chose to set the example of the humane way to deal with this outbreak. All three countries were on the brink of being swallowed up in less than 2 months. It was enough to convince them to change their position from senseless murder to survival, and they mobilized their military. After that, the remaining countries told the UN they could shove their collective sanctions, and unleashed every conventional weapon they had at their disposal. In the United States, hard decisions had to be made to save many at the sacrifice of the few. The Federal Clean Border Act worked on the same principle of amputating an infected limb to save the rest of the body. Areas that were judged too far gone were closed off or destroyed. There was resistance to the plan based on past failures of government plans. Their concerns soon became justified. The short notice of the border locations and the cutoff time people had to reach them resulted in fewer than 25% arriving in time. As losses began mounting, the local governments took things into their own hands. Units of the National Guard were activated, but they couldn't bring enough forces to the fight. Projected losses were grim, until the President held an emergency State of the Union address, where she announced a temporary suspension of all civilian gun control laws. The President made it clear she was calling on the citizens to help save their country, but would not condone lawlessness. To drive that home, she announced that law enforcement and military personnel had been authorized to shoot on sight anyone caught committing capital crimes, robbery, or looting. People who before had chosen to defend their homes began to come out. At first it was only a few here and there, but eventually momentum grew, and the National Guard had more help than they knew what to do with. Major cities were able to wipe out the undead long enough to erect fortifications. In the end, the U.S. was, for the most part, safe. From time to time, coastal defenses would catch a stray one that made its way from who knows where. Eventually, America settled into a skittish stability. While some countries were hanging by their fingernails, they were at least hanging. South America never had a chance. The rest of the world was fighting for survival, and the aid South America did receive, it was too little too late. In a staggering cascade, one country after another fell as the continent was overrun. In many cases, governments were abandoned more than they collapsed. Left with no leadership or structure of any kind, it was in the hands of each individual whether they lived or died. Masses of people swarmed the harbors, airports, and train stations, but it was like spitting on a forest fire. With no way out, they packed together even tighter. Then the undead came, and the carnage was apocalyptic. It was the most horrific and tragic event the world had ever known. Desperation drove thousands to the ocean, grabbing anything that would float and walking into the sea with no other thought than to escape. Bodies of the drowned began washing up on shores all over the world, most along the coast of Africa and as far as Australia. Of an estimated population of 380 million, less than a quarter escaped with their lives. Of those, only 10% survived to make it to another country. Not all died at the hands of the undead. When the global community saw South America was entirely lost, Uruguay and the eastern coast of Argentina were decimated by multiple nuclear strikes. Some speculated the attacks were made in the desperate hope that others would follow suit and scorch the continent clean. Whatever the reason, those responsible for the nuclear attacks were never discovered, and the attacks only pushed the future of the human race closer to the edge of extinction. Accusations and threats flew between countries, and with many of them vulnerable and weakened, came the fear of a full-out nuclear war breaking out. In the end, it was announced that the source of the attack could not accurately be determined. The United States claimed their satellites had been down for maintenance during that time and didn't see the plume signatures of any warhead launches. Russia also admitted their satellite was inoperable due to a sizable solar flare. As the fear of retaliation eased, attention turned back on South America and the threat it posed.
As countries were beginning to make meager gains in staunching the horrors spreading around them, there was a real worry South America could be the source of a sequel to this historic nightmare. Discussions sprang up regarding what to do. The problem was any talk of a nuclear option instantly started finger-pointing and dangerous accusations about the first attack. South America was shaping up to be a political stalemate that could go on for years. But in fact, it only lasted a few months. In a move that shocked the UN, the American ambassador, Henry J. Sontag, submitted UN Resolution 14982C, stating that while South America was allowed to continue to be infested and untouched, the living world would be in constant danger. An obvious fact, but the statement brought everyone back on point. The resolution proposed that the United States be given sovereignty over South America. In his impassioned speech, Sontag said, "This danger lays at the very feet of our nation. America is the most threatened, and the bastion between the dark tide of walking dead and the rest of the world. If we fall, then Canada and Alaska will follow, adding their numbers growing by millions. Then they will cross the Bering Sea into northern Europe, and ladies and gentlemen, they will cross. Let's stop our posturing and enjoy a refreshing moment of honesty. Each member here knows how dire their own country's needs are, how each has suffered. I ask you, if any one of you believe their country can sustain another blow, another swarm of seething undead, then let them raise their hand. If not, then pass this resolution, and I promise you, you are guaranteeing that you will never see another of your country's innocent children mutilated in the teeth of this walking evil." Although the other countries initially objected, calling it a bald-faced land grab, they soon realized that this would save them trillions in financial aid and placate the growing unrest that was threatening some governments whose grip on control was balancing on the head of a pin. In short, South America was a ticking time bomb, and the United States had just volunteered to take it home. United States Resolution 14982C was unanimously signed on August 3, 2028. South America was annexed to the United States. Many in the Congress and Senate considered this to be political genius, while others said it was the worst mistake ever made. The UN resolution had been conceived, written, and fast-tracked to the President's desk in under a week. The immediate cabinet members were given a 2-hour briefing that left no room to get into the details, let alone be reviewed by the advisors to the cabinet members, who would have sent up more red flags than a Moscow parade. The gratification that came with the political victory of winning over South America was short-lived. The reality of what the politicians had just laid at the feet of the American people set in quickly. In essence, the politicians had just bought, sight unseen, a 6.8 million square mile fixer-upper, containing 3 active but abandoned nuclear reactors, countless smaller power plants, oil refineries, and natural gas pumping stations, all of which represented a cluster of potential ticking time bombs that could go off without warning. And just to make things interesting, the entire area was infested by an unknown number of inhabitants waiting to eat you alive. It was decided that traditional military resources would be used for the general eradication of the undead. Using a proven tactic from history, an area would be cleared or stabilized, and then they'd create a forward operating base, FOB, much like forts of the Old West. Using this strategy, the plan was to leapfrog ever further into the country, creating FOBs along the way. Once resources were established at an FOB, such as water and power, they would then populate the bases with civilians, create microeconomies, and the FOB would expand while transitioning from a military base to a secured civilian town. The AVEF. With many countries in disarray and their own military defense capabilities badly crippled, the more suspicious members of the UN argued that the rapid increase of American military forces may be building up an invasion force. Alliances were uncertain. Several foreign powers were fighting for their survival against coups and civil wars. You never know who was in charge from one day to the next.
The anonymous nuclear strike from the year before hadn't been forgotten, and it was decided it would be wiser to not provoke further doubts, so the United States agreed to embed UN inspectors to observe and report on troop movements. No country is comfortable with complete transparency, and the U.S. was no exception. It was felt that giving the rest of the world troop movements and locations could be used against them. There needed to be a way to augment the military but bypass UN oversight. With this in mind, the AVEF was created. The All-Volunteer Expeditionary Force, AVEF, would be out of sight of the UN by establishing it within the existing non-combatant military unit of Mortuary Affairs. The AVEF would keep its name, but throughout the entire military they would be known as the Gravediggers. Primarily manned by volunteers, the men and women were put through fast immersion in weapons and survival, commonly referred to as FUSE. Since they would not be facing an enemy that utilized tactics or any form of combined assault profiles, the need for training beyond the use of a weapon and triage medical aid was considered unneeded. In addition, it was deemed that the needs of the AVEF wouldn't require newer or top-of-the-line weaponry used by other ground units. After all, it's not like they need to defeat body armor. So instead, they were supplied with surplus, which wasn't much of a problem, except that equipment like radios and more technically complex gear was prone to failure. In spite of the known challenges and low survival rate, the AVEF had a constant stream of volunteers. This was due in large part to a radical amnesty program. Anyone who completed their tour of duty would be given a new identity, regardless of their previous crimes. All courtesy of the U.S. government. At any other time, it would have been unthinkable to allow all manner of criminals back into society. But the country was slowly losing the war against the undead. They needed fingers on triggers, and the time for being picky was past. This also meant that not everyone accepted into the AVEF was willing to follow rules, or be a team player, or at the minimum not murder their squad mates, were quickly dealt with from within the team. Often the troublemakers would go out on patrol and not return. Nobody even asked for a report. This is the grave new world. This is the end of The Gravediggers, Book 1 of the Gravedigger series. The story continues in The Suicide King, The Gravediggers, Book 2, available now. Chapter 1. Chaos. Chaos filled the Blackhawk's cabin as the helicopter slewed drunkenly sideways through the blackness of the night sky. People frantically grabbed for anything to hold on to, as others frantically tried to buckle their straps in the darkness. Tate's shouts were drowned out by the roar of the engines and panicked yells of his unit. He stomped down the fear clawing to own him, as he climbed over bodies to get close enough to see each face in the cabin. Gunfire flashed below the Blackhawk, momentarily lighting figures in a freeze-framed strobe of movement. Without warning, the helicopter violently yawed, throwing Tate over other bodies. He grabbed the frame of the bench seat and pulled himself up to see what was happening in the cockpit. In the eerie glow of the instrument panel, Tate could see Caden shouting from the co-pilot seat. The helicopter sharply pitched the other way. "What's happening?" screamed Tate over the engines. The pilot grabbed Caden's shoulder and yanked her to him across the console. Something appeared in Caden's hand, and the cockpit flashed in brilliant light as she shot the pilot in the face. The Blackhawk went into a violent spin, tilting sharply. Blinded by the gun flash, Tate fumbled to anchor himself against the pull of inertia. But the force broke his grip as the deck of the cabin lurched under his feet. He flailed for anything to grasp as he stumbled backwards. His foot came down on empty air, and suddenly there was nothing but the sound of the rushing wind. Combat Outpost Pluto, 4 hours earlier. Sergeant Major Jack Tate stretched out on his rack with a mixed grunt of exhaustion and frustration. They'd been out all day, following a cargo pilot's report of a sighting of survivors in the small village 3 hours' hike from the outpost. Tate could still see their haggard faces.
They were in bad shape, and a couple were near starvation. Their story was similar to other survivors. Vics, violent bands of scavengers, little food, and sickness. Tate had been surprised when a couple of kids came out of hiding as he and his team were greeted when they first landed. He hardly ever saw kids anymore, because they were the first to fall to the brutal living conditions. Fulton had let the kids play with the radio, and the horrors they'd lived through were forgotten as they snorted and giggled, hearing each other over the radio. Children's laughter was a sound Tate hadn't heard in a long time, and he had abruptly turned off his headset before it threatened to revive memories of his daughter. But it was too late. Even now, as he laid on his cot, her face smiled brightly in his mind. Unwanted memories came at him of her as an infant, cradled in the crook of his arm, to her chasing him around the living room as she giggled madly as he had capered around. It all turned to pain as memory of that call, the sound of the phone, and the voice telling him she was dead, and his life was over. "Not happening," snapped Tate, breaking the train of memories. In spite of his fatigue, he hefted his bulk off his cot and pushed away those memories by inventorying his combat pack. Before they'd come to this outpost, Tate had resupplied his pack, because the last place he wanted to be caught short was a remote outpost. It wasn't an attack of hostiles Tate concerned himself with. He almost wished for the days when the biggest threat was taking enemy fire. Those days were gone. The real danger now was the stuff of nightmares. 2 years ago, the world was changed forever when the undead rose up and swept across the planet in a rotting tide of blood and death. The United States was luckier than some countries, but only by a little. The country barely held together as pieces of the government and infrastructure were ripped away. With one hand, America fought for survival, while with the other hand, it threw together fortifications around its cities. Whether America or the undead are trapped inside the walls is a matter of opinion. South America didn't fare as well, if at all. One after another, the countries were swarmed, their governments collapsed, escaped, or were destroyed. Nobody realized the extent of devastation to South America. But when waves of undead began to sporadically surge into the southern regions of Mexico, it was clear something had to be done. The cork in the flowing bottle of undead was the United Nations resolution which annexed South America to the United States. Some countries objected, but nobody was in any shape to take on the task. No one had heard from any of the representatives of any of the countries of South America. The only transmissions received from there were individuals pleading for help. Everyone's story was the same. There was nothing left. South America was a thriving graveyard. America had never been as weak and vulnerable to its enemies as it was then. There was no doubt other countries had suffered the same or worse mauling. What was left of America's government wasn't going to wager the country's safety, and they refocused the military to protect the nation, leaving no armed forces to spare for what it called mopping up, killing the undead. Stemming the flow of undead, aptly named Victus Mortus, Latin for living dead, or VIX for short, became the task of the All-Volunteer Expeditionary Force, AVEF. A new branch attached to mortuary affairs, the AVEF was created for the menial task of killing VIX, and they accepted nearly anyone who could pass the entry requirements. These requirements had been greatly reduced, including no background checks, and came with the added incentive that once you served your full 4 years of service, any past or current criminal actions against you were wiped clean. In short, the military needed bodies to throw at the VIX, and weren't picky about who they got. Boot camp for the AVEF was cut down to basic weapon safety, some marksmanship, and learning to follow orders. The VIX was not an enemy that strategized or used cunning. If they saw you, they'd make a direct line to you. All you had to do was pull the trigger. It really was that easy if you got lucky. What the recruiter didn't tell you was the speed and unrelenting viciousness VIX attacked with. Before the emergence of the VIX, Jack Tate didn't exist. His name had been Jack Tiller, and his life was very different than it was now. Jack had been part of the 1st Special Forces Operational Detachment, also known as Delta Force. His unit, the Night Devils, were assigned high-risk operations nobody else would touch. Each member was highly trained, skilled in tactics, weapons, and concealment, to name a few. Individually, they were a force to be reckoned with, but combined as a unit, they made the 4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse look like Cub Scouts. Jack wasn't a violent man, but he was a warrior who understood that violence had a place in the world, and he would deliver violence upon the enemies of his country when and where needed, whether that was aiding an ally or rescuing American hostages on the other side of the world. Back then, he was fit, skilled, confident, and absolutely the last person you'd ever want to see at the other end of a gun. Now, he was overweight, out of shape, part of the AVEF, and barely holding on to a few threads of his life. Everything changed 2 years earlier when he'd been deployed on a mission and gotten the call. His daughter was dead, attacked by Vix while she played in the front yard. Nobody could explain how this could have happened in a safe zone, walled off from the Vix. There were no witnesses, nobody heard the attack, not that it mattered. She was dead. It was a loss Jack couldn't recover from. He tried, for his wife, and for the life they'd built together, but his spirit was crushed. He was circling the gaping hole left by his daughter's death, until eventually he'd fall in. After a while, he stopped fighting it, waiting for the blackness to close over him. He couldn't save his daughter, but he could save his wife before he dragged her into that hole with him. He'd unburden her from the wreck of a husband he'd become, and the following night he left. He walked out the door, leaving behind everything he had, everything he was. Jack Tiller ceased to exist. Changing his identity to Jack Tate, he eventually returned to the only thing he could relate to, the military. Knowing the AVEF wouldn't ask a lot of questions, he joined up and soon after was stationed at Fort Hickok, the primary base for the AVEF located north of the Colombian border, the stopper of Vix getting into North America. This was Tate's life. Chapter 2. Overrun. The air conditioner sounded like a cheap rock tumbler as it struggled to overcome the muggy air. Asleep, Tate swatted at a bead of sweat that trickled down his belly. He stirred restlessly as blinks of light filtered through the murk of sleep. Somewhere in the back of his subconscious, the rattle of the air conditioner sharpened and prodded for his attention. He rolled onto his side, turning his back on the intangible threat to his sleep. The window above Tate's cot exploded into the room, and bullets puckered the far wall. Tate hesitated in confusion. Then rusty reflexes took over and he launched himself onto the floor. He rolled away from the cot, grabbing his combat pack and rifle, and barreled through the door into the next room where the rest of his squad had been sleeping. They were hunkered on the floor as Sergeant Laurie Wesson, his second-in-command, barked orders at them. "Down!" she yelled over the sound of gunfire. "Stay put until we know what's going on." "Wesson!" yelled Tate. "Everyone here?" Wesson did a quick head count of the squad. Monkhouse, Oda, Fulton, and Rossi were hugging the floor, but focused on her for their next orders. "All here," said Wesson. "Squad, stay low and follow me," snapped Tate. Crouching down, they moved to the rear door of the barracks, away from the main compound. Tate cracked open the door as 3 soldiers ran by. "What's going on?" he hollered. The soldiers flinched, looking for a threat, but dropped their guard when Tate stepped into the light from the lamp over the back door. "Vix!" yelled one of them. "Vix are in the camp!" A klaxon began wailing, ratcheting up the fear in the eyes of the soldiers, who then ran off. Panicked shouts and bursts of gunfire chattered around the camp. Tate turned to his squad. "Vix in the base. We're going to the center of the compound. Weapons ready, but don't shoot if you're not sure it's a Vix." Hugging the side of the barracks wall, they moved quickly to the front of the building. Spotlights from the guard towers swept over the camp, briefly lighting up figures running in all directions. Across the yard, Tate saw a soldier bent over a body, but couldn't tell what was happening until the kneeling soldier looked up. Their eyes met, but what was looking back at Tate was nothing human. Scraps of flesh hung from his mouth, and blood smeared his face. The Vix leapt to its feet and charged towards Tate with frenzied speed. In one smooth action, Tate brought his rifle to his shoulder and fired a single round. The Vix's head jerked back as the bullet exploded from the back of its head, and it flopped to the ground. Static popped from Tate's radio. "Tate, how copy?" He recognized his friend's voice. Tate unslung his pack and pulled out the radio. "I copy, Caden," he answered. "We need to meet up. Where are you? Over." "I'm heading to the helipad," said Caden. "I have the pilot with me." "The pilot? We aren't leaving," said Tate. "We need to secure the camp." "What camp? If you haven't realized, this place is going under. If the Vix don't kill you, these panicked idiots will." "Damn it, Caden, I don't have—" Machine gun fire from a watchtower barked above the sporadic gunshots from rifles as tracer rounds rained down through the compound, hitting a fuel tank. Tate was momentarily blinded by the explosive flash. Rivulets of burning fuel snaked through the compound, lighting the camp in a flickering nightmare. The fire pushed back the darkness, revealing Tate as a panicked soldier ran by. Startled, the soldier yelped in surprise and wildly sprayed bullets at Tate until his weapon was empty, then ran off. Sergeant Monkhouse grabbed Tate and yanked him into cover. "You okay?" "He wasn't even close," said Tate. "This is nuts," said Monkhouse. "We have to find the base commanding officer or someone who isn't losing their mind." "That was the commanding officer," said Tate. He keyed up his radio. "Change of plan, Caden. Hold that chopper. We're coming to you." Tate and his squad hugged the sides of buildings, staying in the shadows until they came to the short dirt road that led up to the knoll where the helicopter was. The shooting had died down to sporadic bursts of fire, then nothing. It might have been a good sign that the Vix had been killed off, but Tate doubted it. "Sounds like things are quieting down, Top," said Monkhouse. "Maybe things are getting under control?" "Or maybe there aren't any people left to shoot them," said Tate. "We keep going." As they neared the helicopter pad, they heard the welcoming sound of the helicopter blades thumping the air, but doubt and worry swept away any sense of relief as gunfire opened up. "Caden," said Tate. "Status." His radio was only static. They had to move. They broke from the shadows and raced to the helicopter pad. Racing around a stack of storage crates, they saw the dimly lit UH-60 Blackhawk. Its safety lights strobed, illuminating figures frantically scrambling around the cockpit doors. A flash of light from the co-pilot seat, and one of the figures jolted back as the side of his head exploded. In that brief instant of light, Tate saw Caden in the co-pilot seat. "Those are Vix around the chopper," he said as he brought up his rifle. "I'm going to draw them away. Nobody fires until you have a clear shot without hitting the helicopter. Understood?" "Sergeant Wesson." Wesson was Tate's second-in-command and took her role seriously. She had been guarding the rear of the squad and moved up near Tate. "Yes, Sergeant Major." "When they come after me," he said with a grin, "don't miss." Wesson nodded solemnly, and the squad readied their weapons. With a grunt, Tate took off, crossing the dirt road and firing his gun in the air. In unison, the group of Vix around the Blackhawk turned their heads. Seeing Tate, they launched themselves after him at a full sprint. The squad watched as the Vix left the helicopter behind. "Now!" shouted Wesson. The Vix were eating up the distance towards Tate when the squad opened up. A blaze of gunfire slammed into the swarm of Vix, cutting them down in mid-stride. Tate fed another magazine into his rifle as he headed back for the helicopter. "Squad, let's go," he yelled. The rest of the squad took off, quickly joining up with him. "Caden, it's Tate," he said into his radio. "We're here. Don't shoot." As they arrived at the chopper, Caden hopped out of the cockpit and pulled open the sliding cabin door. "Everyone load up," said Tate, then turned to Caden. "You okay?" Caden holstered her Heckler & Koch UPS 9mm and brushed her hair out of her eyes. "Come to Columbia for the fun, stay for the adventure." "I'm all adventured out," said Tate. "Then you came to the right place," she said. "Let's go." She climbed back into the co-pilot seat as Tate got into one of the troop seats and put on an intercom headset, catching the tail end of Caden talking to the pilot. "Nobody else," she said.
Clear to go. Tate sat back, anticipating the lift of the helicopter, but nothing happened. "Pilot," said Caden. "What's the problem?" Yeah, sorry," said the pilot. "No problem." The whine of the turbines increased, and the helicopter lifted off the pad. Tate looked around the cabin and got a thumbs up from some of his squad, while others looked down on the chaos in the camp below. "Let's circle the camp and see where the largest group of soldiers are," he said. "We can land near them and combine forces." The helicopter reached the edge of the camp, but instead of circling above it, the Black Hawk went straight past it. Tate leaned over to see around the gunner seat into the cockpit. "What's going on?" He checked the channel selector on his headset, making sure he was on the right channel. "I said over the camp. Pilot, you copy?" In response, the helicopter sharply banked to the left towards the base. Startled, Tate grabbed onto the metal frame of the troop seat. He heard the pilot say something over the radio, but it was garbled. He felt the helicopter begin to drift sideways and wondered if the Black Hawk might have been damaged from random gunfire at the landing pad. Unstrapping from his seat, Tate reached for the gunner seat to steady himself when the floor of the helicopter fell away. The helicopter lurched sideways, sending the inside of the cabin into chaos. As Tate tried to shout over the roar of the engines, the helicopter violently pitched, throwing him onto the other bodies of his team. Tate pulled himself off the tangle of bodies, in time to see Caden struggling with the pilot. "What's happening?" he yelled. Tate heard a muted pop and a brilliant light in front of his face. Blinded, he fumbled for something to hang on to as the Black Hawk went into a sharp spin, throwing him backwards. His headphones were filled with people yelling in surprise and anger. Flailing for anything to grab, Tate was flung out of the open cabin into the empty air. Just as he realized he was falling, his thigh slammed into something unforgiving. The pain sucked the breath out of his lungs, and the impact sent him cartwheeling down. Twigs and branches slapped and clawed at him as fireworks of light filled his eyes, and it felt like he would fall forever. His body shuddered as it hit something dense, and the falling stopped. His senses became murky and dull, and somewhere in the back of his mind, Tate thought he was passing out. He groaned, causing him to spasm and choke, as something cool and thick climbed into his mouth and nostrils. He was sinking. The reality of drowning blew the cobwebs from his mind. His eyes sprang open as Tate flailed for the retreating surface. He'd lost all control and was going to drown if he didn't take hold of his thoughts. He had to punch through the panic and confusion that was about to kill him. He fought down the urge to vomit and forced his limbs to be still. His chest refused to stop heaving, but he willed himself to ignore the desperation for air. Slowly, the confusion cleared, and his mind came into focus. Seconds were going to decide if he breathed or drowned, and he clamped down on the thought, commanding his mind to listen only to the thoughts he wanted. There was nothing to see but blackness. He turned his head purposefully from side to side, seeing nothing, then looked up. There, a murky, pale glow wavered above him. His legs screamed in pain as he kicked towards the surface, but pushed through it. Tate retched as his head broke above the water, spewing his lungs clear. Every cough brought a stabbing pain in his side. He knew at least one of his ribs was broken. Wincing through the pain, Tate scanned the jungle for shadows moving within shadows, but all was still. There was only the chorus of the nocturnal jungle. The muddy shore clung to him, adding to the weight of his soaked clothes. His combat pack was saturated and nearly double in weight as he struggled to reach dry land. He unbuckled it and felt instantly lighter as the pack fell to the ground. His hand went to his hip and he felt the reassuring solid bulk of his Colt 1911. Tate opened an outside pocket on his pack and took out a flashlight, then swept the ground around him. Insects buzzed in the beam of light, and he cursed under his breath as he searched for his lost rifle, but it was nowhere to be seen. Turning the flashlight off, he went back to the pack to find his radio. He grinned at the sound of static. Finally, something was going his way. "Gravediggers 2-1. This is Gravediggers Actual," he said. He waited a moment, then tried again, but got no response.
He checked the settings on the radio and saw it on the wrong channel. Shaking his head at his mistake, he switched to the pre-designated channel used by his unit. "Come on, Jack, get your head together." "Gravediggers 2-1, this is Gravediggers Actual. Do you copy?" The reply came an instant later. "Tate, it's Caden. Are you all right?" she asked. "I'm banged up, but I can walk. I think." "Wesson says she spotted where you went down," she said. "We're heading to you." "Copy. I'll keep the radio on," he said. 10 minutes later, Tate's radio crackled awake. "Gravedigger Actual, strobe your location. How copy?" Tate smiled as he recognized Wesson's voice. He double-pressed the button on his flashlight, and the beam began strobing. He panned the flashlight around him, ignoring the gathering cloud of insects. "Gravedigger Actual," said Wesson. "We have your location. Be there soon." A few minutes later, Wesson and Caden came through the brush, bringing a smile to Tate's face. When he didn't see the rest of the unit, his smile faded, lines of worry creasing his face. "It's all right, Top," said Wesson, reading his expression. "The rest of the squad is okay. Banged up a little, but combat effective. We left him at the helo." With the adrenaline fading, Tate began to feel the beating he took falling from the helicopter. His right thigh was cramping and every step was painful. The broken rib punished him with every breath, but he wasn't coughing up blood. Small favors, he thought. "What happened in the helicopter?" he asked. Wesson stood a good 4 inches taller than Caden's 5'8" frame and looked down on her critically. "Me and the pilot were on the way to the Blackhawk," said Caden, "when we got jumped by Vicks. I thought we took them out with no problem, but the pilot must have been bit. Pretty bad, considering how fast he turned." "Poor guy," said Tate. "He was a dick," said Caden. "He lied about being bit and nearly killed all of us." Tate shrugged his shoulders, which was one of the few things that didn't hurt. "I can't argue with that. What about the helicopter?" "It's not going anywhere," said Wesson. "Lucky for you," said Caden. "We weren't very high up when you did your swan dive out the door. Not so lucky for the helicopter because it smacked into the trees as I got my hands on the controls." Tate winced at the sharp, hot pain of his broken rib and nearly useless leg. "I didn't know lucky hurt this much." They made their way back to the Blackhawk, and the rest of the squad showed their relief to see him alive. Sergeant Tyler Rossi, the unit's medic, pushed past the others with his stout frame and shined a light in Tate's eyes. "You stink like a swamp," said Rossi. An ex-prison guard and built like a bulldozer, he looked like he was better suited for dishing out damage than repairing it. His personality was rough as sandpaper, but he was as dependable as Tate could want on his team. Tate flinched at the unexpected white light in his eyes. "That's because I fell in one," he said, trying to swat Rossi's hand away. "We can do this later," he snapped. "It ain't gonna take long," said Rossi, undeterred. "Look up, now down. Where's it hurt?" Tate was sore, wet, and worried about what was happening back at the outpost, and didn't have the time or temperament to indulge Rossi's prodding. "It hurts everywhere," he growled. "Give me something for the pain, and let's get—" He gasped sharply as Rossi pressed on his ribs. "Busted a rib? I knew it," said Rossi with a satisfied smile. "I saw how you was carrying most of the load of your pack on the other shoulder." "You do that one more time," hissed Tate through the pain, "and I'll hang you by your fat neck." Rossi chuckled as he dug through his medical kit. "Look who's talking. If you wasn't sporting that extra 30 pounds of padding, your whole side'd be busted in." He handed Tate 2 pills. "Take these, and don't lay on that side. You might shove that bone into something important." Tate didn't waste any time downing the pills. Luckily, swallowing didn't hurt. "All right, everyone," he said, as he eased himself down on a tree stump. "Let's assess our situation. We're a long way from home, and from the look of it, our ride's had it." The fuselage of the Blackhawk lay on its side at the base of mangled trees. All that was left on top was the rotor mast and a couple of blade pitch control rods. Tate rightly assumed the rest of the rotor assembly was nothing but scattered fragments. The tail section was completely gone, making the helicopter look like a deflated football. "Wesson, can we radio for help?" he asked. She was about to answer, but Caden answered first. "I tried, but it's out of action." Wesson looked at Caden with irritation filling her pale green eyes, then turned to Tate. She paused, looking like she was swallowing something bitter. "I tried," she said, as she wiped sweat from her face. "But the radio isn't working. Sergeant Monkhouse?" Brett Monkhouse was the unit's engineer. Like many, his past was mostly unknown, but he proved a valuable jack-of-all-trades. "I tried to jerry-rig it to the batteries," he said, "but kept blowing the circuit breaker. We're not calling anyone from here." "What about our field radio?" asked Tate. "Corporal Fulton?" "Here, Sergeant Major," said Fulton, raising his hand like he was in a classroom. Young and wiry, Corporal Jeff Fulton was the squad's radio operator. Tate glanced over at Fulton, seeing there was no radio on his back. Fulton knew what Tate was looking for and looked at the ground, embarrassed. "I'm sorry, Top," he said. "When we ran out of the barracks, I forgot it." Tate nodded as he processed what he had already guessed. Fulton knew he'd screwed up, and yelling at him wouldn't improve the situation. Tate decided to ignore Fulton's mistake for now and focus his attention on getting them all home alive. "Then our only option is to go back to the outpost and use the radio there." "Go back? It was nuts there," said Fulton. "Those guys were shooting at anything that moved, fix or human." "That's why, Radio Operator Fulton," said Tate, "it's important that each squad member makes their assignment priority one." Fulton could feel the other squad members purposely avoiding looking at him, which only made him feel worse. Tate looked over his shoulder at the glow of the distant fire. "Judging by that fire," he said, "we're about 300 meters from the base. We make our way back, but stop at the clearing. Sergeant Oda." Sergeant Casey Oda gave Tate an easy smile as he unslung his Dragunov SVD sniper rifle. "Was this what you were going to ask me about?" Chapter 3. Ambush. Tate smiled back. Oda stood out from the rest of the squad because of his constant state of calm. A deep believer in Zen philosophy, Oda was nearly unflappable. Tate believed, and he was right, that it was Oda's ability to still the chaos of combat in his mind that allowed him to be one of the most remarkable snipers he'd encountered. Although Oda had never talked about his past, Tate suspected he had been through sniper school. In general, Oda had very little to say about anything, making it easy to forget he was there, which Tate also suspected was by design. "Me and Oda will take point," said Tate. "Wesson will be rear guard. Questions?" They were about to head out when Tate paused. "Yeah, one more thing. I lost my rifle when I fell out of the helicopter. I don't suppose we have an extra one?" Tate could feel Fulton's eyes on him, but ignored the irony. "You might be in luck," said Caden. "The pilot had one. It might still be in the cockpit if it didn't get thrown out in the landing." Tate smiled at her use of the word landing instead of crash. Even though hitting the trees was unavoidable, Caden had her hands on the controls for a couple of seconds, and that technically made her the pilot. Nobody would actually hold her responsible for the downing of the aircraft, but Caden wasn't going to leave any room for debate. Tate picked his way through the shattered trees and limbs to the pilot's door of the Blackhawk. The inside of the pilot's window was splattered from the point-blank bullet the pilot had taken to the head, making it impossible to see inside. Taking no chances, Tate drew his .45 and cracked open the pilot's door. The slumped body of the pilot didn't move. Tate holstered his pistol and opened the door. Grunting against the pain in his side, he reached behind the pilot's seat and found the strap of the rifle looped over the medkit. Even in the gloom, Tate instantly recognized the classic M4 black rifle, and judging by its condition, the pilot hadn't used it much. He checked the magazine and slid back the bolt, confirming there was one in the chamber. Now he felt ready to get down to business. The outpost's ruptured fuel tank was still burning, making a vivid beacon that helped them find their way back. The squad stopped at the edge of the clearing and took up defensive positions. Vegetation had been cleared in a wide perimeter around the outpost, making a concealed approach impossible for a stealthy approach. Relying on the confusing patterns of flickering shadows cast by the fire and the absence of any guard at the fence, Tate and Oda crept closer to the outpost to recon, while the remaining squad stayed behind. The outpost's floodlights washed the area, giving Tate a clear view into the main compound with his binoculars, while Oda used his 3x to 12x variable sniper scope. The normal complement of the outpost would be up to 40 soldiers, making Tate wonder how many survivors were still in there. "What do you see, Oda?" he asked, keeping the binoculars to his eyes. "It's hard to put a number on it," answered Oda as he peered through his scope. "There's 10, maybe more, Vics wandering around, but they keep moving in and out of view." "Rough guess, we have 30 unaccounted for," said Tate. "That would be more than enough soldiers to clean the Vics out of there." Oda continued to probe the base through his scope. "Unless the 30 we don't see are all Vics," thought Tate out loud. "Either way, where are they? Somewhere in the bush around us?" The unsettling thought made Tate look around. Speculating wasn't going to get anything done, and he looked over at a silent Oda. "You could try to help." "I am helping," smiled Oda behind his scope. "I'm scouting the base." "That's not what I mean," said Tate, already wishing he hadn't started this conversation. "I'm talking about what happened to the soldiers in the base." "I know what you mean," said Oda. "I have the same questions. Like you, I don't have answers to those questions. What's the use of two men asking the same questions of each other, knowing neither has the answer?" The adrenaline and shock of everything that had happened so far had caught up with him, and Tate had picked the worst person to burn off that jittering energy with. "Okay, when you put it like that," he said. "Nothing rattles you, does it?" "Irritating, isn't it?" said Oda calmly. Tate's annoyance with Oda was climbing quickly when something occurred to him that made him grin. "You enjoy doing that, don't you?" "A little, yeah," said Oda. "There's no rule saying I can't have a sense of humor." Tate nearly laughed out loud at his new discovery of the obscure Oda. After a moment, he turned his attention back to the base. "I'm going back to the rest of the team. Sit tight and let me know if anything changes." "Yes, I will," said Oda. Tate rejoined the team at the edge of the clearing and told them what he'd seen. "Infiltrating the outpost," he said, "is too dangerous. If there are survivors, it's a good bet they'll shoot anything that moves, including us. If they don't kill us, the gunfire will draw the Vics, who will finish the job." Tate weighed his options. "We could draw the Vics out and ambush them, except—" "We don't know how many there are," said Wesson, finishing his sentence. "And we don't know if any have wandered into the jungle. We could get attacked from behind." Smiling, Tate nodded in agreement. He had chosen Wesson as his second-in-command over a year before, and couldn't have wished for someone more reliable. She took her role seriously, maybe too seriously for some who considered mortuary affairs wasn't like the rest of the army, yet she was a professional and went by the book. She was also the unit's automatic rifleman. She carried the LM-948 squad automatic weapon, SAW, with little effort thanks to its polymer Teflon frame. The standard round was a high-energy .336 caliber bullet that chemically reacted on impact. Hitting an object caused the soft slug to deform into a metal wad and instantly harden in that shape. The slug's combination of shape and velocity created an annihilating impact through multiple soft targets. The visual effect of what happened to a body on impact was not for someone with a weak stomach. Tate turned his attention to the team's engineer. "Monkhouse, did you bring anything we can add to the party?" he asked. Monkhouse took off his cap and rubbed his short brown hair in mock thoughtfulness. "Seems like I might have something in my bag of tricks," he said. He unslung his combat pack and rummaged through it with the aid of his flashlight. "I got a couple of sticks of C4, some det cord, and a couple of frags." Detonation cord, commonly called det cord, was one of Monkhouse's handiest tools. A thin, flexible plastic cord filled with high explosive. His amused smile went flat at Tate's look of disappointment. "What?" "I had a plan A that included claymore mines," frowned Tate. "Whoa, whoa," said Monkhouse as he put his hand out to interrupt him. "Claymores aren't the answer to everything. They're heavy. I don't want to lug those around, do you? And besides, we got something better." Tate noticed Wesson bristling at the casual way Monkhouse spoke to his senior NCO, but Tate had acclimated to Monkhouse's style. Tate subtly motioned to Wesson to relax. He understood Monkhouse respected his position and authority, and felt that as long as the engineer did his job, he would pick and choose when to call him on his informality. "I know you're waiting for me to ask," said Tate. "What have you got?" "I have a crashed Blackhawk filled with a whole lot of JP9 fuel," said Monkhouse with a broad grin. "Or JP9 Plus, if you want to split hairs." Being the team's combat engineer, Monkhouse was the Swiss Army knife of skills. Whether it was fabricating a temporary shelter, throwing together a pontoon bridge, or handling demolitions, Monkhouse held a slightly disturbing fondness for the latter. If there was a way to turn something into an explosive, Monkhouse probably knew it. In this case, he was referring to the hundreds of gallons of jet fuel in their downed helicopter. Aside from the additive package, the main components of JP9 were gasoline and kerosene, which made the fuel highly combustible under the right circumstances. "How's Plan A sound now?" They returned to the Blackhawk and salvaged the water cans in the storage lockers. After emptying them out, it was an easy process to siphon the jet fuel into the cans. It said a lot about the engineers of the Blackhawk that it could take such a beating and still have intact fuel cells. With each circuit, they poured the fuel on the ground within the ambush area. By the fourth and last trip, Tate was sweat-soaked and breathing hard. The painkillers Rossi had given him were useless against the abuse of his broken rib. After dumping the fuel, he sat down heavily near Caden, who gave him a regarding look. Irritated and self-conscious, he tried unsuccessfully to ignore her judging gaze. "Thanks for helping." "You're the one who needs the exercise," she said, "not me." "Why is everyone so obsessed with my weight?" he asked, then quickly brought up his hand, signaling her not to answer. "Never mind." Tate called the team together, assigning each team member a position for the ambush. "This is a textbook L-shaped ambush." The L-shaped ambush was a tried-and-true formation used by the military since time out of mind. The squad would be divided into two fire teams, with one team positioned on the long arm of the L and the other team providing the heavier firepower at the short arm. This was where Wesson would be. Shrubs and other foliage had been placed as camouflage in the rough shape of a large L, which the team would hide behind. Their enemy wasn't going to notice or care if the brush was in an unnatural shape. The Vics weren't cunning, sneaky, or tactical. Without the stimulus of loud sounds or a moving target, the Vics appeared deceptively lethargic. Left undisturbed long enough, a Vix would stop moving entirely and fall over. They would lay motionless indefinitely until something triggered them. If that happened, they would instantly be up, looking for and moving towards the source of their attention. Once they had a tangible target, it became a whole new ballgame. The Vix transformed into an unrelenting force of raw strength and savagery that would not stop until its head was nearly destroyed or its body was blown apart. If one got a hold of someone, it could rip through bone and muscle like tissue paper. "Sergeant Wesson," said Tate, "you'll be at the bottom of the L with your saw. We'll be leading the Vix in your direction. Can you handle that?" Wesson was momentarily confused by the question. Was Tate asking her if she had enough ammunition or if her weapon was functional? The brief look he gave her held more meaning behind it, and she realized what he was really asking. A few months before, they had been searching an abandoned DEA base. She had opened a shipping container, not knowing that it was filled with Vix. Since that time, vivid images of snarling faces and rotted hands clawing at her stalked her sleep. She never told anyone how deeply the experience had rattled her, but Tate's question hinted that he had seen something in her that betrayed her secret. "I'm fine. It's fine," she said, feeling more awkward with every word. She stopped herself and took a breath before going on. "I've got my position set up and marked my field of fire." Wesson had wedged a stick in the ground to the left side of her machine gun barrel as a marker. It defined the boundary of her safe field of fire. Shooting past that stick, and she'd risk firing into the other ambush team. "Good," said Tate. To Wesson's relief, he didn't give her a second look, but turned his attention to the others. "Oda and Fulton," he said, You'll provide security for Wesson's position. Caden, Rossi, Monkhouse, and I will make up the other fire team. Sergeant Monkhouse.
I'm set up, said Monkhouse. I got detonation cord leading from my position to the area where we dump the jet fuel. When the Vics walk into that, I'll set off the cord. After that, you guys will want to grab your marshmallows and sticks.
Rossi gave Monkhouse a sidelong look of disgust and shook his head.
You got a real disturbing sense of humor, he said. You know that?
Monkhouse seemed to make a hobby out of getting under Rossi's skin. The more irritated Rossi got, the more Monkhouse enjoyed it, but this wasn't the time or place. All right, said Tate, cutting off Monkhouse's reply. Everyone get your head on straight. Once the ball gets rolling on this ambush, everyone needs to pay attention to what's happening, or this could go south on us fast. If you have any questions or concerns, now's the time. Each member of the team scanned the faces around them, looking for an unspoken question or hint of doubt. Okay, said Tate, satisfied nobody had anything to say. Everyone in position. Silent, except for the rustle of clothing and the soft crunch of boots on the ground, the team members moved to their assigned positions. Each of them did a final check of their weapons. Tate keyed up his mic. Oda, get their attention. At the other end of the ambush position, Oda settled his cheek on the stock of his rifle and rested his eye behind the scope. He keyed his mic twice, acknowledging Tate's message. Through Oda's scope, the details of the base's compound sprang into view. Several Vics were meandering aimlessly, while a couple were kneeling over bloody corpses. Oda fixed the crosshair on a Vix that was standing still and squeezed the trigger. The immediate area in front of him flashed with the crack of his shot. The head of Oda's target fragmented into a mist, and the body crumbled like a puppet with its strings cut. Every Vix within sight snapped their eyes towards the sound of the gunshot. The Vix instantly charged towards its source. Here they come, said Oda into his mic. Tate counted 7 Vix as they came running towards the kill zone.
Hell, Top, said Rossi next to Tate. We could have saved all that work setting up the ambush.
Tate was thinking the same thing, but all that changed when a mob of Vix spewed out of the base in a flat-out run towards them. Okay, Wesson, he said into his radio. You're up. Wesson was looking down the barrel of her saw at the oncoming Vix. She told herself to pull the trigger, but her finger didn't budge. The Vix were getting close, and the sounds of their grunts and snarls flung her mind back to that DEA camp. Her mind flooded with images of bony hands that clawed and ripped at her combat vest as the stench of their breath suffocated her. Naked teeth snapped and chipped inches from her face. She could hear Tate yelling her name from far away. She wanted to answer, to yell, scream, anything, but no sound would come out. Something sharp jabbed her in the shoulder, breaking the spell. She blinked and the world returned to the present. She turned and saw Oda looking at her with an expression of sad understanding. Using the stick he'd prodded her with, Oda tapped her radio. Tate was yelling at her over the radio.
Wesson, fire! Barked the radio. What are you waiting for?
Embarrassed and angry with herself, Wesson pulled the stock of her saw to her shoulder and began shooting, cutting down a small group of Vix that were about to overrun the kill zone. The flashes of her gun gave focus to the Vix and sent them into a frenzy. Positioned along the long arm of the L, Tate put his hand on Monkhouse's shoulder as he watched the gory swarm eat up the distance to the kill zone. Monkhouse pulled the safety pin out of the detonator. His earlier anticipation of setting off a big explosion was swept away by dread as the throng of seething dead and gore bore down on them. The Vix were moving too fast for Tate to wait for all of them to enter the trap, or they'd overrun it and run into Oda, Wesson, and Fulton. Now, said Tate as he squeezed Monkhouse's shoulder. Monkhouse pulled the detonator's ring. Trails of dust shot up as the det cord exploded its way into the jet fuel-soaked ground. Night turned into day with a roar as the jet fuel and its fumes ignited in a pillar of searing heat and flame. The blast wave slapped Tate in the face, making him drop to the ground. Wesson gripped her machine gun, ready to annihilate anything that came out of the flames. She saw movement within the fire and began to press the trigger on her LM-948, but paused. Sheathed in flames, a Vic stumbled out of the flames. It stood a moment, then turned towards Wesson, and though she knew it had no eyes to see her with, it sent a chill up her spine. "Just die," she said under her breath. "Leave me alone, leave me alone." Her finger tightened on the trigger when the burning Vic sank to its knees, wavered a moment, and finally fell over. Wesson wanted to look away, but she was rooted in place, transfixed by the flaming effigy. The spell was broken by someone tugging on her arm. "Sergeant," said Fulton, "Top's calling you." Then Wesson heard Tate over her radio. "Sergeant Wesson, report." "Damn it," she muttered as she fumbled for her radio. "I'm here, Sergeant Major." "Any movement at your position?" asked Tate sharply. The fire was a solid wall that rose up 12 feet, making it impossible for Tate to see what was happening at Wesson's position. Wesson looked around, avoiding the lone burning corpse. Nothing else was coming out of that inferno. "No, Top," she said. "Nothing here survived." Tate nodded to himself in agreement with Wesson. "Everyone rally at the outpost gate," he said. Everyone got up, and leaving the pyre behind, collected at the gate. With a signal from Tate, they entered the outpost. It was a short walk to the middle of the outpost, and they hadn't seen or heard anyone. "Top, should we be standing out here in the open like this?" said Rossi, looking worried. "What if we didn't get them all?" "The Vics couldn't have missed all that noise and light," said Tate. "If there's any left, they'll be inside a building." "Great," said Rossi. "Now we get to find out which door's hiding a man-eating jack-in-the-box." "Hoo-ah, Sergeant," said Tate, using the Army's universal reply. Rossi grinned back at him. "Hoo-ah, Sergeant Major." "All right," said Tate. "First priority is getting help. Second is finding survivors. Fulton, you're our radio guy. Get to the comm shack and call in our situation. At a minimum, we need transport and additional security. Rossi, you go with him. That'll be the only door you need to worry about. Get to it." Although it was a small outpost, Tate had instructed everyone to be familiar with the layout when they first arrived. Not that he'd anticipated anything like this night's events. As a practice, it just made good sense to know your way around. Rossi and Fulton headed off to the communications hut. "I don't want to be boxed in," Tate continued, "so we'll leave the gate open. Wesson, you're on security there. I think we got all the Vics, but in case you see any approach from the woods, take them out. Oda, you're in the guard tower. You'll have a view of everything from up there." Tate paused, giving them an opening for any questions, but none came. He nodded, and Wesson and Oda left for their assignments. "Leaves you and me," he said to Caden. "Let me guess," she said. "We look for survivors and hope none of those fobbits shoot us in the process." "That's right," he said. "We could wait until the help flies in and let them do it," she said. Tate frowned at her with disapproval. "All right, Boy Scout, have it your way." She rested her hand on her holstered pistol and tilted her head to one side for Tate to lead the way. Chapter 4. Stand Down. By dawn, every building had been searched and the remaining survivors found. As a safety precaution, the dead were burned, although this was mostly symbolic since they would have turned into Vics long before. With the light came the time to find answers to how the Vics breached the outpost. Tate walked the outpost's perimeter, looking for a breach in the fence, but he found nothing. His leg was hurting from the fall out of the helicopter, but he made himself walk it a second time with the same results. The fence was intact and showed no signs that anything had come in, under, over, or through. Tired, sore, and irritated, Tate limped into the dining facility known as the DFAC to join up with the rest of the team. Basically, it was a fabric shelter system that looked like a Quonset hut. He wasn't surprised to find everyone huddled over cups of coffee. Nobody had slept more than a couple of hours in a day and a half. The coffee machine was dribbling a fresh brew into the glass pot, but Tate wasn't interested in waiting. He pulled the pot out of the way and stuck the cup under the stream until it was full. After returning the pot, he eased himself down on the bench seat with the rest of his team. The rich, earthy aroma of the coffee wafted around his head, taking some of the edge off his bad mood. "What did you find, Top?" asked Fulton, as Tate was in the middle of drinking his coffee. Tate felt no need to rush the experience and took his time before speaking. Rossi gave Fulton the sharp bump in the shoulder with his elbow. "Give the man a chance to have his coffee," he said. "Can't you see he's tired?" Fulton grumbled something under his breath as he rubbed his shoulder. "What was that?" asked Rossi. "You got something to say to me?" "Both of you knock it off before I kick you out of here," cautioned Wesson. Fulton looked down at his coffee while Rossi gave Wesson a long stare. She stared back at him. "Is there something you want to say to me, Sergeant?" she asked evenly. "No," he said. "If you don't need me, boss," he said to Tate, giving Wesson a quick glance. "I'm gonna get some rack time." Tate nodded his approval, and Rossi walked out. The night had been rough on everyone, making nerves brittle. Earlier, some of the team had returned to the downed helicopter to scavenge anything left behind. With the sun up, they could see the treacherous obstacles the Blackhawk had narrowly missed. It was a marvel nobody had died. In particular was a large boulder that would have cracked open the fuselage like an egg and easily ruptured the fuel cells. The team would have been immolated in a pool of jet fuel in the same way they took out the Vicks the night before. Some didn't give it a second thought, while others were preoccupied by their near miss with an agonizing death. Tate put down his coffee and rubbed his eyes with a groan. He didn't know why he rubbed his eyes, because it didn't do anything to relieve his fatigue. "To answer Fulton's question," he said, "I didn't find anything. There weren't any breaks in the fence. I don't see how the Vicks got in." "Maybe they were already inside," said Wesson. "What?" said Tate. "I think she's saying," said Caden, "the meat sack was one of ours." Tate woke up to the familiar thump of a helicopter flying overhead. His eyes were raw and gritty, and he splashed some water on his face to help. His watch told him he'd been asleep for 4.5 hours, but it felt more like 4 minutes. Ignoring his aching leg, Tate walked out of his quarters as the Blackhawk circled low over the camp. Looking up, he saw the portside gunner looking down his machine gun at him. Fulton had reported they had secured the outpost, but when it came to the question of Vicks, it was better to be safe than sorry. Tate waved at the gunner, who smiled and waved back. Tate made his way over to the communications hut and found Fulton speaking to the helicopter pilot. "Yeah, it's just us humans," said Fulton. Seeing Tate, he gave him a thumbs up. "There's been 0 Vicks in the area since last night." He paused while listening to the pilot through his headphones. "Roger, out." He took off the headphones and Tate got a better look at him. Dark circles ringed Fulton's bloodshot eyes. The hut smelled of stale coffee and sweat. "Corporal," said Tate, "have you had any sleep?" "Not really," said Fulton. Anticipating Tate's approaching reprimand, he quickly spoke up. "I screwed up, Top. I left my radio behind when we bugged out last night. Communications are my responsibility, and I wasn't going to be sleeping when that support chopper arrived." Tate couldn't hide his rueful grin. Fulton's guilt was obvious, and he was punishing himself and proving to Tate he could be counted on at the same time. "You knew what time they were scheduled to get here. You could have gotten some sack time before then." "And risked sleeping through the alarm?" said Fulton. Not a chance." "All right," chuckled Tate. "I officially absolve Corporal Fulton from his screw-up. Now, go get some sleep. That's an order." Fulton's face creased into a haggard but sincere smile. "No argument, Sergeant Major," he said, as he shuffled out of the communications hut. Tate followed him out, then split off as he walked over to the Command and Control hut, which also doubled as the Tactical Operations Center, or TOC. Like every other building in the outpost, this was a rib structure with heavy-duty polycarbon fiber material. The smaller size of an outpost called for the limited space to be multi-purpose. In this case, the TOC was also the conference room, logistics desk, and the clerk's office. Tate limped into the TOC and saw the company clerk, one of the few survivors they'd found last night. He was hunched over a laptop next to a pile of folders. Tate noticed a small pyramid of balled-up tissues near the clerk's feet. He correctly guessed the folders were the personnel files for the outpost, and the clerk was logging the casualties. "I'm sorry to interrupt, Corporal Bassett, right?"
asked Tate. Bassett turned to him, putting a crumpled tissue to his face and wetly blowing his nose. The T's silent, he said. Like Bassie? He wiped his red nose and dropped the tissue near the pile at his feet. Tate guessed the clerk was in his 40s, which was old for a corporal, but like everything in the AVEF, the personnel was a mixed bag of whoever the Army could get to sign up. He had a few extra pounds on him, and Tate suspected the guy didn't see much, if any, patrol duty. What can I help you with? I wanted to check the activity log from yesterday, said Tate. Bassie sat back and crossed his arms over his bulk. What do you want to know? He said. Tate hated the politics of paper pushers. It wasn't if you had to jump through hoops to get anything, but how many hoops. Who knows how far back the antagonism went between soldiers and administration types, but it was the same everywhere. He decided not to press the issue. All right, were there any patrols yesterday? He asked. Nope, answered Bassie quickly. Anything else? Did anyone go outside the camp, or make contact with Vix? Asked Tate. Nope. Tate couldn't help feeling that this clerk was giving him whatever answer would get him out of his hair, and decided on a different approach. I know you're busy with other things, he said. If I can get the activity log, I'll get out of your way. Other things? Repeated Bassie. You mean writing a report for every person who got ripped apart last night? His voice became brittle and high-pitched as he jerked his thumb towards the stack of files next to him. I was in prison for embezzlement, he said. I had 7 years left, but when the waiver program came up to join the AVEF, I thought I could get a desk job. I mean, better than sitting behind bars, right? No one's going to put a gun in my hands. Do I look like someone you'd give a gun to? Tate had no answer. The last thing he expected was to deal with a meltdown and could only stare at the clerk. Right? Said the clerk. I'm thinking the safest place to be is behind a desk. But it doesn't occur to me that the Army loves to put desks in the worst ass-crack hellhole it can find. And after a night of watching everybody in the entire camp get chewed up, everyone treats it like business as usual. And oh, by the way, can you relive the worst moment of your life and write up a butcher's bill of men and women you knew? Bassie grabbed the tissue and angrily wiped the tears off his face. His weepy display hit a nerve in Tate. He felt himself get angry and was about to tell Bassie to suck it up, but bit back the words. This was a different time and world than his old life, when he had been running special operations as part of Delta Unit. Back then, he was part of the Night Devils, under the control of the Joint Special Operations Command. The Night Devils had developed a reputation for getting missions accomplished, which caught the eye of JSOC. Tate's unit had seen some hardcore missions after JSOC started assigning them more customized activities. The Night Devils weren't arrogant, but they had borne a hard-earned confidence that they could endure the worst a mission had to give and ask for more. Tate thought back to a mission several years ago when that attitude had been put to the test. The Night Devils had been tasked with a special reconnaissance mission. Warring tribes in Somalia were nothing new, but a new warlord had appeared on JSOC's radar. Known only as Jama, this warlord had been well-equipped, organized, and uninterested in the endless skirmishes of defending his meager slice of territory. He also hadn't wanted to be burdened with the innocent people who lived within his control. Whatever resources he had were for him only. Everyone else was being systematically wiped out. JSOC hadn't been interested in the genocide, but had been keenly curious to know who was backing Jama. The Night Devils were deployed to see what could be learned by boots on the ground. The defenses around Jama's camp were more than enough against the small units of rival warlords, so it made sense to Jama for the base to have multiple uses: a camp for his troops, warehouse for supplies, and a small prisoner camp. Tate and his unit had been tasked with watching the movement of supplies and the appearance of any high-value personnel who might reveal Jama's sugar daddy. The information would go a long way to explaining the motives and endgame behind sponsoring this third-world psycho. The Night Devils had taken up 2 positions, which gave them the best view of the camp. It was just what they'd expected from a defendable base of operations, just on a smaller scale.
with some beat-up trucks, a bulldozer, who knew why, and guards everywhere. They'd learned that the prisoner camp was predominantly women and kids with a few elderly types. The second day on station, Tate had observed a beat-up M35 troop truck coming down the dirt road towards the base. Known as a deuce and a half, the truck had been known and used all over the world. The bed of the truck hadn't been covered, allowing Tate to see it was jammed with people. The truck entered the camp and rolled into the prison yard. These were the unfortunate civilians who had gotten caught up in Jama's land grab. The question of how Jama had filled his army was easy enough to see, as husbands, sons, and brothers were pulled from the arms of their families and put back on the truck. The truck had left the base and turned onto a dirt road to points unknown, leaving the remains of shattered families behind. The intel briefing from JSOC had included scraps of what they could piece together of Jama's history, current equipment, and estimate of forces, but nothing about a prison camp. The prison had contained a shabby hut and a slit trench by the back fence. Tate had guessed it was a latrine, but he never saw the prisoners use it. Jama was scooping up whole villages, but there couldn't have been more than 20 or 30 people in the prison yard. Something hadn't felt right to him. Tate and his teammate Robbie Huck Finn had set up their recon position about 200 meters from the base, with an unobstructed view of the front gate. They had taken up position in a shallow depression with a scattering of scrub brush, which worked perfectly for breaking up their silhouettes as they looked over the rim of their hide. Tate had been asleep for a couple of hours as Huck took his turn watching nothing when he had nudged Tate with the toe of his boot. "Something's happening," Huck said. "It's not my turn to care," Tate had grumbled as he pushed his boonie hat off his face and picked up his binoculars. Losing sleep was part of the job, and Tate had got up to see what was going on. As he brought his head up above the berm of their hide, Huck had directed him to the activity. "Coming down the road," he said. The scenery had blurred through the lenses of Tate's binoculars as he shifted his view. He caught the end of a dust trail and followed it until he had seen a small pickup truck rattling down the road towards the base. A couple of men had scrambled to open the gates before the truck arrived, then closed them up behind the truck. 3 men had walked out of the barracks as the truck pulled up. All of them had assault rifles with the classic Kalashnikov AK-47 profile. Their clothing had been a mixed assortment of camouflage pants and T-shirts with a couple of baseball caps thrown in. They had waited as the truck came to a stop and the passenger door opened. Everything had been lost from Tate's view as the cloud of dust caught up to the stationary truck and blew over it. After it cleared, Tate had been able to see that the truck's passenger had joined the others. The new guy carried an FN-FAL, or some variant of it, and it had seemed to reflect a higher status. Sunlight had winked off his mirrored aviator sunglasses as he took off his black beret and slapped the dust off against his thigh. This guy had top dog written all over him. "Hey," Huck had said, with excitement edging his voice. "I think the Mr. FN-FAL is our guy." Tate had squinted through the heat waves at the new arrival. He had opened his pack and taken out the profile sheet on Jama, then turned it over. On the back of the sheet were a handful of pictures of the warlord. Tate returned to his binoculars, studying the distant figure. The similarities had been strong enough to convince Tate the man with the FN-FAL was Jama. "I think you're right," he had said. "Why do these dicks always dress the same? Do they all shop at Warlords or Us?" Don't knock it till you tried it," Huck had chuckled. "They got great discounts on sweaty-ass Van Heusen shirts." As Jama spoke to the other 3 men, he gestured to each of them and pointed around the base. One of the men took off at a trot while the others listened and nodded. "Yeah, that's him," said Tate. "Guys in charge love pointing at stuff." "You go there and do that thing," Huck had said, mimicking Jama. "And you go there and do that other thing." "But it makes it easier to know who's in charge," said Tate. "Nice of them to make a sniper's job easier." "Hang on," said Huck. "What the heck?" One of the men had swung open the gate to the prison yard, then jogged up to the bulldozer. The adult captives, sitting in the shade, came to their feet, suddenly alert. They called to the children playing games in the dirt, but they were having fun and ignored their summons until the bulldozer's big diesel engine fired up with a loud growl. The startled children ran crying to their parents. "I don't like this," said Tate as he picked up his squad radio. "Toaster, this is Razorback. Do you have a visual on 3 bad guys and our high-value target in the prisoner camp?" Huck turned from his binoculars to look at Tate. "What are you thinking about, buddy?" he said. Tate held up his hand to Huck as he pressed the radio's earpiece against his ear. "Razorback, this is Toaster. I confirm visual. 3 tangos and our HVT." 500 meters west of Tate's location was the other 2-man reconnaissance team, consisting of Willie Magic Beans Carson and the unit's sniper, Charlie Toaster Woodman. "Whatever you're thinking," Huck said, "don't. Our rules of engagement are clear." "I know our ROE," said Tate. "We don't shoot unless we're getting shot at." "I think he's going to kill those people," he said. "I think you're right," said Huck. "We can't save them." Tate had known Huck was right and hated him for it, but hated himself more for agreeing with him. Getting the bad guy wasn't always black and white. Tate and his team were professionals, and the hundreds of grueling hours of their training hadn't been about how many miles they could run or push-ups they could do. It had been about hardening their mental discipline against the missions that would put them in situations where no sane person would willingly go. Their job was to do the hard things, not simply endure the physical demands, but to preserve and advance the importance of the mission's goal. "Razorback, this is Toaster. I'm dialed in on the hostile in the bulldozer. Say the word." Huck had slowly shaken his head at Tate, who had gripped his radio with white knuckles. The terrified civilians were herded along the slit trench as the gunmen casually strolled within a few feet of them. "What's your order, Razorback?" asked Toaster. Tate's radio had felt too heavy to lift. His hand had trembled as he squeezed the button to speak. "Stand down," he said, just above a whisper. "Don't." The sound of popping gunfire echoed across the open desert. "Maintain our ROE," said Tate. In time, Tate had quelled his anger and guilt under a wave of acceptance. This was what happened when there was evil in the world. Killing Jama would have been like cutting off a twig of a tree. These people would have been saved, but the enemy would grow another limb. Innocent people would die somewhere else. To destroy this evil, they'd have to take it out at the root. The bulldozer had belched a column of black smoke as it rumbled forward. The rusty shovel had gouged into the ground, building up dirt that had dumped into the trench. Jama and his 2 men disappeared into the barracks as the 3rd man plowed a final scoop of dirt into the mass grave. He cut the engine and rejoined his companions in the barracks. Just like that, there had been nothing to show that 23 people had been alive. All signs of their life and slaughter had been erased, but the memory of those people was burned in the minds of the Night Devils. It would not be the last time Jack Tate would be a witness to death, and when the opportunity presented itself to exact payment on the enemy, he never flinched. That had been years ago, when Tate had been an elite warrior who wouldn't have given this piece of fluff corporal the honor of even looking at him. That had been another time, another life. He wasn't that man anymore. Chapter 5. Clues. Bassie's eyes widened in fear as Tate sat on the bench next to him. He couldn't stop himself from flinching as Tate put a hand on his shoulder. "What?" said Bassie defensively. "If you try to make sense of death," said Tate, "it'll eat the heart out of you. You'll never find the answers you're looking for, because the real answer has nothing to do with justice or right or wrong, because none of that is going to change what happened." Bassie looked at Tate for a long moment, absorbing the unexpected humanity in Tate's words. "What do I do?" he asked. "Is there even, an answer?" Tate let his hand drop away from Bassie's shoulder. "Accept it," he said. "How is that even possible?" asked Bassie. "All those people, I could hear them screaming as they were being ripped apart." "And it shouldn't have happened," said Tate. "Yeah, that's right," said Bassie.
Nothing like that should ever happen. That's how we want the world to be, said Tate. But that's not reality. Fighting against reality will break you, understand? Bassie's lips moved, but made no sound. His eyes welled up as he sat motionless, caught in Tate's gaze, until he finally nodded. Last night was a shit sandwich, but it happened, Tate said. Say it. It was a giant shit sandwich, said Bassie. It was a big, major, double-decker shit sandwich. Shit happens, and we move on, said Tate. Shit happens, said Bassie firmly. Roger that, Corporal, said Tate as he stood up. Bassie straightened up as a weight fell off his shoulders. He dragged his sleeves across his face and smiled at Tate. All right, Sergeant Major, he said. What do you want to know? No patrols or VIX contact? Said Wesson. Was he sure? Tate and his team sat around a table in the DFAC. The base activity log sat open in the middle of the table. The hum of the air conditioner was the only reminder they should be inside. Nothing, said Tate. The only thing I could find was a delivery drop the day of the attack. Did you check the manifest? Said Monkhouse. Maybe they shipped a VIX in with the drop. Tate opened another folder and slid out a sheet of paper. His broken rib protested as he passed the paper across the table to Monkhouse. Believe it or not, I looked, he said. Monkhouse only had a moment to glance at the manifest sheet before Caden intercepted it. Hey, said Monkhouse, but his objection went unnoticed, as Caden got up and left the DFAC. I think she likes me, he said. The rest of the team groaned and chuckled as he grinned. I know you're kidding, said Tate, but it would be a catastrophic mistake to go down that road. I'm not a chaser, said Monkhouse. I let my natural charm bring them to me. Yeah? Said Rossi. You're the only guy I know who female Vics run from. Monkhouse took the jab good-naturedly as the others amiably laughed. As the group settled down, Wesson straightened slightly. Sergeant Major, she said. The change of formality got everyone's attention, and the table went quiet. How long will Ms. Benedict be attached to our team? She asked. Tate had explained away Caden's presence as a liaison officer embedded in the team. It wasn't a great cover story, but considering their newfound autonomy since the formation of the Gravediggers, he could bend the rules with little fear of being called out. I can't go into the details of her assignment, he said. You mean any details, chimed in Rossi. Is she a civilian, 'cause she don't wear a rank? Or a reporter, said Fulton hopefully. Top, is she doing a story on us? Should I get a haircut? He took off his cap and tried to straighten the shaggy heap of his dark brown hair. I think she's one of them spooks, said Rossi. She's got them kind of eyes. They're always watching you. Tate stopped himself from reacting to Rossi's guess. He was partially hitting close to home, and responding would give credence to it. All right, let's cut the chatter and get back on task, he said. With respect, Top, said Wesson. We don't know anything about her, her qualifications, or what she's doing here. She began counting off questions on her fingers, making it clear she had been harboring serious doubts about Caden for some time. Everyone else had gone quiet as Wesson doggedly continued ticking concerns off her list. She's a closed book, Rossi's right. She's got no rank. Who's she taking orders from? Who's she reporting to? What's she telling them about us? What if a mission goes sideways, or we're in trouble? How do we know we can trust her? Trust me to do what, Sergeant? Said Caden. With the exception of Wesson and Tate, everyone snapped their heads around to see Caden, who had come into the DFAC without them hearing her. Wesson flushed bright red, and Tate put his face in his hands, muttering something under his breath. Awkward silence lay thickly on the group as Caden walked around the table to an open seat, across from Wesson, and sat down. She put a binder on the table and rested her folded hands on top of it, all the while looking at Wesson with a calm but steady gaze, and said nothing else. The silence dragged painfully on for only a moment, yet felt like hours. Wesson composed herself, adopting a stoic poker face, not looking away from Caden. Tate decided to break the stalemate, but Caden spoke up first. Sergeant Wesson's curiosity is understandable, she said evenly. I have been assigned as an acting member of this unit for an unspecified duration. Should a mission go sideways, Sergeant, yes, I can be trusted to save your ass. The rest of your questions I'll answer at my discretion." She looked around the table, challenging anyone else to say something. The table was silent. "I'm glad we had this talk," smiled Caden. "Now let's get back to the mystery Vix." She opened the binder and slid it across the table to Tate. He quickly read through the page of the open binder, then looked up at Caden. "This is the manifest for yesterday's supply drop," he said. "How does this answer the question about the Vix?" "The answer to the question," said Caden, "is causality. This is a small outpost, and they don't backstock supplies like a large base would. They supply personnel as needed. The last 6 supply drops included a bottle of foot powder for a private first-class Alex Stockton." Tate leafed through the pages of previous manifests and began nodding his head in understanding. "It's always something," he said. "Now it's foot powder." "I don't get it," said Fulton. "We're in a jungle. Feet get sweaty." "Sweaty enough to go through a bottle of foot powder every 2 weeks?" said Tate. "No, Private. Someone was smuggling him drugs." "And yesterday's supply drop was 4 days behind schedule," said Caden. "That's a very long time to go without a fix. When that supply drop came in, PFC Stockton must have been crawling out of his skin, and he still had to wait until lights out before he could feed his craving. My guess is he was hurting pretty bad and took more than he should have. Overdosed." "You got all that from an order of foot powder?" asked Fulton. "I'd have never figured that out." "I know," said Caden. "Monkhouse," said Tate. "You're assigned to finding Stockton's body. I want proof he was ground zero for last night's attack." "That might be hard, considering our surprise bonfire for the Vix last night," said Monkhouse. "If Stockton was one of those walking matchsticks, there won't be much to find, if we can even ID him." "Then start with the Vix that were killed before the ambush," said Tate. "That'll make your job easier." Monkhouse smiled uncomfortably but didn't move. Tate wasn't in the mood for Monkhouse's humor. In fact, he wasn't in the mood for anything. His head was beginning to throb, he hadn't eaten very much, and all he wanted to do was stretch out on a cot and sleep. His irritation was doubled by his thoughts of how far he had let himself go. He was working on dropping weight, but the hardcore lethal operator with a hard body of densely packed muscle who could go days without rest, fight like a demon, and never slow down, was a mocking shadow of his former self. The desire to be that man again was there, but the drive and willpower came and went. He was to blame for letting himself get fat and lazy. Taking out his frustration on others would be a cheap shot and undeserved. "What is it, Sergeant?" he asked, still looking at Monkhouse. Yeah, about those other Vics," said Monkhouse. Tate rubbed his hand over his face, feeling the gritty stubble of his whiskers as he realized what Monkhouse was about to say. "They already burned the Vics we shot," predicted Tate. About an hour ago," said Monkhouse. "All right. Okay," said Tate, collecting his thoughts. "Rossi and Oda, go through Stockton's barracks. See if you can find his stash. Everyone else get packed up. I want to be on the first chopper out of this hole." The team got up from the table, some breaking into side conversations when the air conditioner started rattling like a coffee can full of bolts. Something popped, and the air conditioner gave a final wheeze, then died. A wisp of smoke escaped the vent. "Heaven help the soldier who makes me miss that chopper," growled Tate. As they neared their home, Fort Hickok, Tate looked out of the open cabin of the Blackhawk over the sprawling city of Ciudad de Rosa. Before the Vix, it had been just another small town among the hundreds that dotted Panama. The town sat between 2 mountain ranges, creating a natural funnel from Colombia into Panama. The location was a perfect strategic location for the Army to put a base to stop the movement of Vix from South America into the just barely stabilized North. With the establishment of a military base came the opportunity for businesses to profit, not only as a place for soldiers to spend their off-duty time, but also for companies to take advantage of leapfrogging expansion into new territory as settlements progressed into South America.
The rapid growth of the town provided those with less savory business interests the chance to set up shop well before law enforcement could catch up. At the moment, business was good for both legitimate and illicit. With money to be made, the small town had quickly grown from a few thousand to nearly 7 times that amount. The city was an odd combination of a downtown metropolitan area, with tall cranes putting up high-rise buildings, and suburbs. But on the edges of the city were large areas of shanty towns with confusing warrens of streets and shacks of tin siding and cement bricks, where many had come to set down roots in hopes of a job and a future for their family. By the time the team landed, everyone was showing signs of fatigue and stress. Tate was anxious to discover the story of Private First Class Stockton and how so many soldiers had died, but after humping his pack from the helipad to his quarters, unpacking, cleaning up, and getting dinner, he was bone-weary. He spotted Wesson alone at another table, nearly head down in her food. Tate felt a guilty smile crease his face. Even though he was badly out of shape, he could keep up with the younger, fitter members of his team. His original plan was to meet that evening and go through everything that Rossi and Monkhouse had discovered from their search of Stockton's possessions, but seeing how exhausted Wesson was, he decided to give everyone time to rest up. It could wait until tomorrow. Back at his quarters, he called Wesson's phone and left a message with instructions to set up a meeting for the next day. Tate walked into the briefing room, glad to leave the humidity behind. The sun had come up just after 0620 with 83% humidity, and it just kept climbing from there. Someone had pushed the desk against the wall to make room for a long fold-out table. Wesson, Caden, and Rossi were sitting at the table, and the look of relief on Rossi's face hinted that Tate's entrance had broken up a frosty situation. To anyone else, Caden appeared slightly distracted and at ease, but Tate saw a hint of amusement on her face, the kind of expression she got when she knew she was getting under someone's skin. Wesson was unusually focused on the contents of the folder in her hands. "Morning, Top," said Rossi. "Really glad to see you." Tate stopped a grin from reaching his face as he imagined poor Rossi squirming in the chilly silence between Caden and Wesson. Caden wasn't the warm, fuzzy type, and for the first year she'd been with his Delta team, he never knew if she liked him or hated him. But she was as dependable as any other member of the team. It took a while to get used to her, but Tate was beginning to doubt Wesson would eventually get there. He made a mental note to think about how he could clear up Wesson's objections to Caden's presence in the team. Glad to give his aching leg a rest, Tate sat down at the table across from the others. "Before we get to whatever Rossi found in his search," he said, "did any other info come to light about Stockton or the Vix attack?" "No," said Caden smoothly. Wesson and Rossi only shook their heads. "All right," said Tate. "Rossi, show us what you found." Rossi picked up an olive drab-colored utility bag sitting on the floor next to his chair and put it on the table. He unsnapped the buckle on the cover and reached inside. "By all accounts, this was our guy," he said, as he took out a small metal box, a length of rubber tubing, and a can of foot powder. He opened the metal box and took out a couple of cotton balls, a small glass bottle, and 2 individually sealed syringes. "I found the tubing next to his cot, along with this," he continued, as he took out a small piece of rolled-up cardboard. Inside the cardboard was a plastic baggie containing another syringe. Tate took the baggie by the top, careful to avoid the exposed needle. He spent a moment looking at the syringe up close, then put it on the table. "That thing's filthy," he said. "I've seen a lot of contraband like that," said Rossi. "When I was a corrections officer, cocaine's easier to get than syringes, and prisoners would use the same syringe over and over." "Why not snort it?" asked Wesson, entering into the conversation. "You don't need anything for that, right?" "That's right, Sergeant," said Rossi. "Snorting don't require all that other stuff, but you don't get nearly the intense high as shooting up. Thing is, the high don't last very long. Some guys would shoot up with the same needle 10 times a day or more." How about Exhibit C?" asked Tate, motioning to the foot powder. With a grin, Rossi picked up a plastic green bottle of foot powder and twisted off the cap.
A string was taped to the underside of the cap, and Rossi lifted it away from the bottle until several packets of white powder appeared. Each packet was attached to the string with a staple, and above the first packet was a bent staple but no bag. Each packet had been stamped with a crown and a sword stabbed through it. Rossi laid the string of packets down in front of Caden. He turned the bottle over, and out tumbled another packet, but it was open and empty. "That was some quick thinking about the foot powder," he said. "I'm glad she's on our side, Top." Tate was sure Wesson didn't feel the same way, as he quickly glanced at her, instantly regretting it, because she had glanced at him at the same time, and they'd made eye contact. He was hoping that if he ignored the tension between her and Caden, it would somehow magically go away, but with that one look he told Wesson he knew what was happening and how she felt. Her look was an unspoken question of, what are you going to do about this? "You called it, Mrs. Miss?" stumbled Rossi. "Caden is fine, Sergeant Rossi," she said with a smile. "Did you find any more of these bottles?" "Nothing," he said. "No bottles, no packets, and trust me, I know how to throw a room. I checked everywhere. Until that shipment came in, his last hit was days ago." "Did you find anything else?" asked Tate. "Nah," said Rossi. "Anything of his I put in his footlocker and had it brought here. You can check that out, but drug-wise, this is it." "Good work, Sergeant," said Tate. His chair creaked as he sat back and frowned at the items Rossi had laid out on the table. He tapped a finger on the armrest as he focused on each object, until finally breaking the silence. "Thoughts?" "Looks like we're done," said Wesson. "We write up a report and send it with the evidence to Criminal Investigation Command." "CID?" said Caden. "They won't do anything with it." "There's nothing else to do," said Wesson. Tate inwardly cringed as he saw the expression on Caden's face as she turned to him. Among Caden's varied and useful skills was her ability to profile people. She could figure out what made someone tick, their motivations, weaknesses, etc. And if the opportunity was there, she'd test her theory on the unfortunate person of her attention. "She doesn't see it," said Caden. Wesson was about to ask what Caden was talking about, but caught herself before saying something that would both confirm her ignorance and prove Caden right. Tate could see Wesson's irritation growing and jumped into the conversation. He was going to have a talk with Caden about easing off of Wesson. "No offense," he said, hoping to sound diplomatic without being condescending. "But among Sergeant Wesson's many skills, I suspect shooting coke isn't one of them." His efforts were rewarded, as Wesson's expression softened. "There's two things Caden is talking about. Serious addicts don't use coke without purifying it. The final processing of cocaine can leave behind a lot of impurities and additional alkaloids, which screws up the buzz. Addicts will purify the coke different ways depending on how much chemistry they know and the access to chemicals. The most basic way is using high-grade acetone and coffee filters. Rossi's search didn't turn up any of that, so Caden's first point is that PFC Stockton wasn't very picky about the quality of coke he used or if it was quality stuff." "Thank you, Top," said Wesson. "What about the other thing?" "The other thing is what's really troubling me," said Tate. "He died from using a single packet." "So he OD'd," she said. "Not this time," said Rossi. "I tested a small sample from the second packet." "I'm impressed, Rossi," said Tate. "I didn't know medics had access to that kind of equipment." "I don't," chuckled Rossi. "But you hang with convicts long enough and you pick up a thing or two. For instance, pure coke melts at about 195 degrees. The more impure, the lower the melting point. The sample I tested melted at 130, and that's way low. So I sprinkled some on a glass of water. Coke dissolves right away in water. This stuff just sat there on the top. Just to be sure, I tried a drop of some vinegar on some, and it foamed like hell." "Baking soda?" asked Caden. "Did you test the next packet?" "All of them," said Rossi. Tate and Caden looked at each other knowingly. He rested his elbows on the table while Caden sat back in her chair, her gaze wandering around the room. "They murdered him," said Wesson, breaking the short-lived silence. "And," said Tate,
noting Caden's approving nod. "The reason all the other packets were baking soda was because Stockton's drug source knew he wouldn't live to use them." "Very good, Sergeant," said Caden. The sincerity of the compliment puzzled Wesson. She didn't know if Caden didn't like her or if she was misreading her. "That's half of the why," said Caden. "What's the other half?" Wesson could see that Tate and Caden had already worked out the story behind the evidence on the table and were giving her the space to reach their same conclusions. Just before the formation of the Gravediggers, Tate was their squad leader in name only. She had shouldered the weight of leading the squad, as Tate only tagged along for the ride. As Gravediggers, their training intensified and Tate would show up late, if at all. Wesson easily remembered the night she reached her breaking point. Alone in her quarters, she cried out her anger and frustration with the decision that she'd transfer out or quit. Walking to her own firing squad would have been easy compared to the long walk to the training area to tell Tate she was out, if he even cared. When she arrived at the training field, everything had changed. Tate was a different person. He had the squad running through their paces, giving orders and expecting results. The burdens that hung from Wesson's shoulders were suddenly gone. Tate was making the decisions, setting the squad's goals, and kicking asses when required. The sudden change left Wesson bewildered but grateful. They never discussed what made Tate change, and she was content to let her curiosity go hungry, because what really mattered was he was leading. Wesson shifted her focus back to the objects on the table and their deeper meaning. She pointed to the logo of the crown with the sword pierced through it. "I think that's from the King of Hearts," she said, "the playing card." "The Suicide King?" said Tate. "I think you're right. That could be their street name." "If word got out," said Wesson, "the Suicide King was poisoning its own product, nobody would touch it." "That's true," said Rossi. "But if things had gone a different way, nobody at that outpost would have survived. And Caden, wouldn't have been around to figure out what happened." "That's the other thing that's nagging at me," said Wesson. "I keep asking myself, why kill this one guy?" "Did they just kill this one guy?" asked Tate. The light switched on in Wesson's face. She became very still as the realization took hold. "Holy hell," she said. "They only put drugs in the first packet because they knew Stockton wouldn't live long enough to use any more," said Caden. "They wanted to set a Vix loose in that camp," said Tate, "and they used poisoned cocaine and Stockton to do it." "It had to kill him quick," added Rossi, "'cause as soon as he knew something was wrong, he'd have yelled for help." "Hang on," said Wesson. "This is guesswork. We don't know if the source actually planned for this to happen." "Planned and executed," said Tate. "But you're right. We need to have that syringe tested to see what's in it. Rossi?" Sorry, Top. I'm just a medic. I don't know how to do stuff like that," he said. "Do you know anyone in the lab who could test it?" asked Tate. "And keep it quiet," added Caden. Rossi chewed his bottom lip as he thought it over. It was obvious he knew something, but didn't know if he should say something. Tate was about to break the long silence when Rossi spoke up. "And keep it quiet? Nah. But I do know a guy in town who could do it," he said. "A chemist?" prompted Tate. "Not so much a chemist," said Rossi, shrugging his shoulders. "More like a vet who helps me out sometimes." "A veterinarian," said Wesson. "How would he know about cocaine?" Rossi sat back, putting his hands up in protest. "Now, before you guys get all judgmental," he said, "you gotta understand, this guy's okay." He had opened a can of worms and was squirming under Tate's stare. "I don't know where this is going, Sergeant," said Tate, "but I'm hoping it doesn't involve you in drugs or the black market." "It does, but it ain't like what you're thinking," said Rossi. "See, here's the thing. The Army treats us AVF types like we're the ugly stepson of the family. We get all the hand-me-down, beat-up, used stuff, and sometimes we get nothing at all. They keep the real doctors supplied pretty much, but I guess they don't figure you ain't gonna survive the kind of wounds you get in the field like Vicks bites, so there ain't always stuff for our field medical kit.
Someone told me about this guy who runs a business out of his veterinarian shop. When my supplies run low, I go to him."
Tate's initial misgivings began to ebb, but he still had questions. He liked Rossi and trusted him to take care of the team in the field, but dealing with the black market could get you into trouble no matter how good your intentions were. "He's not giving you these supplies for free," said Tate. "How are you able to pay him, or what are you paying him with?" Rossi looked down and fidgeted with his watch for a moment. Tate couldn't remember ever seeing this stocky, rough-talking man so uncomfortable, and wondered what horrible sin he was about to confess.
I ain't proud of it, but, I've been looting stuff off of Vic's," said Rossi, but rushed to head off any objections. I know, it ain't right, and only a lowlife would do a thing like that, but I ain't doing it for me. I'm taking care of my team, and if that means I gotta stick my neck out, then so be it."
Rossi believed in what he said and straightened up in his chair, sticking out his jaw.
"If anyone's got a problem with that, they can kiss my butt. Present company accepted."
"Whoa, take it easy," said Tate. There were a number of scenarios Rossi could have said that could have been a lot worse, and Tate was thankful the truth wasn't one of them. "I don't think anyone here will criticize what you do. I'm glad to have a medic as resourceful as you on my team. What you do to keep that medkit supplied stays in this room. Agreed?" He took a quick look, getting a nod from Wesson and Caden. Rossi was practically beaming from Tate's vote of confidence as a smile stretched across his square face. "Let your vet know we want this analyzed," said Tate, tapping the bag syringe. "He doesn't need to know the backstory. I hope he's not touchy about company. I'll be going with you."
"Sure, no problem," said Rossi. "He knows me. I wouldn't rat him out. I'll set it up and let you know when."
"All right," said Tate. "That's it for now. We'll meet up again when there's something to report." Chapter 6. Clean Room. Rossi hadn't wasted any time in giving Stockton's used syringe to the vet. Tate was surprised when Rossi had told him the vet had finished his testing a couple of days later. The vet didn't go into detail with Rossi, but asked him if he could supply the vet with several grams of the poison. Rossi's beat-up truck rattled through the night air of the southern outlying residential area of Coca de Cups towards the south side inner city. The original refugee shantytown was slowly transforming from shacks of thrown-together lumber and corrugated tin to more habitable, low-income, dreary apartment blocks. Many of the people here found jobs working for the factories and manufacturing plants that were attracted by the abundance of cheap labor. Tate shook his head as he looked out the window. He'd been all over the world, and poor neighborhoods looked the same. Good people busting their backs to make what living they could, while industries made a living off the backs of the poor. It wasn't that long ago the human race was fighting for its very survival from the onslaught of Vicks. Every life was worth saving. But then, over time, as people found a bit of safety, human nature being what it is kicked in, and money returned as the highest priority. His thoughts ended with a sharp jolt, as the truck bucked over potholes in the road, sending a stabbing pain through his side. The springs, if there were any, in the passenger seat did nothing to soften the bumps in the road.
"She's not the smoothest ride," grinned Rossi, "but she'll take a beating and keep on going."
"I've seen Godzilla leave Japanese villages in better condition than this truck," wheezed Tate.
"That's how I trick car thieves," said Rossi. "She's beat up on the outside, but a finely tuned machine on the inside."
The truck lurched over another pothole with a jarring hit that rattled Tate to the bone.
Inside where?" he winced.
A few blocks later, Rossi turned down a street lined with a mishmash of storefronts. The businesses had closed up for the night, and metal screens shuttered their darkened store windows. Rossi turned down a dirty alley and came to a stop outside a two-story row of cinder-block buildings. A pair of weak lights shone over a weathered sign near a steel security door which said, Veterinario. The entire back of the building was a chalky blue with a badly painted mural of dogs, cats, and other animals.
No light came from inside the bar-covered windows of the first floor. The flickering light of a television lit one of the windows above them. Rossi pressed a button near the door and gave Tate a nod.
"He's gonna need a minute to get used to you," he said. "So, don't overreact if he don't trust you at first."
"I'll follow your lead," said Tate, inwardly smiling at Rossi's warning. He could have told him stories from his time as a Delta operator, working alongside psychotic rebels, blind drunk bush pilots, and one hallucinating bomb maker. The door on the other side of the steel security door opened, and a backlit figure stood there looking at them.
"Hey, Dr. Jer," said Rossi. "I got your message about that syringe you tested."
The silhouette on the other side of the metal screen made no move to open the security door, or speak.
"Oh," said Rossi, pointing a thumb at Tate. "This is my friend I was telling you about. I vouch for him. He's okay."
There was a buzz, followed by a click, as the steel door unlocked. Before Tate could take a step, a bathrobed figure left the doorway and walked quickly up to him.
"Hello,"
said Dr. Jer, extending his hand out to Tate.
"Hi,"
said Tate, taking the offered hand.
"Thank you for your help with—"
He stopped short as the doctor shoved something solid and blunt against his belly. The doctor continued to shake his hand as he leaned in uncomfortably close to Tate's face.
"I got him covered, Tyler," said Dr. Jer. "Are you all right, amigo?"
Rossi walked over to Tate and the doctor, careful not to make any sudden movements.
Nah, really, Doctor," said Rossi with a reassuring smile. "He's a good guy. You don't have to worry about him, honest."
Jer's face broke into a smile, and he put his arms around Tate in a quick hug, giving his aggravated broken rib another reason to punish him and making him wince.
"You okay?"
asked the doctor, appraising Tate.
"He busted a rib," volunteered Rossi. "Fell out of a helicopter."
"Sergeant," warned Tate.
"A helicopter," said Jer. "Don't those things have seatbelts?" "Hey, maybe you got something for the pain," said Rossi.
Tate flashed Rossi a sharp look, and Rossi clapped his mouth shut before the next words left his lips.
"I have a great painkiller for that rib," said the doctor.
Since they were on the subject, knocking down the pain of his rib wasn't a bad idea to Tate. "Does it work?" he asked.
"I use it on dogs all the time. They never complain," said Dr. Jer.
"Dogs," said Tate.
"People, dogs, close enough," said Jer. "Let's not stand out in the dark all night. Come in."
He turned and headed back for the door. Tate's assumption was confirmed as he saw the doctor slip a fat, chrome, snub-nosed .44 Magnum into the pocket of his bathrobe. As he walked inside, Tate was struck by the smell of animals and ammonia. The doctor led them past darkened rooms where they heard grunts, squeaks, and the quiet rattle of metal cages. The doctor stopped at a large hole that had been knocked out in the cinder block wall that opened into another building. Beyond was empty darkness. As he took off his bathrobe and hung it on a hook, the doctor saw Tate looking at the ragged hole.
"As my businesses expanded, I needed more room," said Jer.
"The neighbors don't mind your renovations?" asked Tate. Chuckling, the doctor ducked through the hole and took a lab coat from a hook.
"I don't have neighbors," he said. "I own everything on this block."
"Business must be good," said Tate.
"Fortune favors the bold," said Jer.
There was a loud snap as the doctor threw a switch, bathing the area in white light. What had been a storehouse had been converted into the doctor's workshop. Several lab tables lined one wall, and in the center of the room was a large tent, draped in clear plastic sheets. Tate stopped short. He recognized the clean room instantly. Used to create a sterile environment for patients in mobile surgical units, they are also used by amateur madmen who tinkered with the Pandora's box of biological weapons. Tate's memories threw him back to years before when he was still part of the Night Devils, tasked to investigate reports a terrorist group was trying to develop a biological weapon. According to their intel, the terrorists had recruited Jaco Erasmus, a recently radicalized bioengineering student from South Africa. If they had gotten their hands on Jaco's university records, they would have never have touched him. Jaco had failed several of his courses and routinely mishandled material, leading to the infection of another student. When it was discovered he'd stolen school equipment to run illegal experiments in his home, the university kicked him out. In Yako's mind, the university was to blame for his failures. He believed they saw him as a new breed of bioengineer and resented him for it, maybe even feared he would make them obsolete. But the world is filled with small minds who wouldn't understand or believe him. So Yako lied to the terrorists. He told them he was head of his class and more than qualified to use his skills to further their righteous cause. It wasn't like there was a terrorist version of LinkedIn where they could validate his credentials, and they jumped at the chance to up their game from simple bullets and bombs to wholesale slaughter. The big brains at the Pentagon gave an 80% chance young Mr. Erasmus would waste the sample and never come up with anything worse than skin rash. But there was a 20% chance he might create something deadly. Nobody in Washington was willing to bet on those odds, and they sent in the Night Devils to find out what, if anything, Yako had developed and either bring him in or eliminate him. It wasn't long before Tate and his team had tracked down Yako and his terrorist cell. They were operating out of a small village in the southwest of Afghanistan, in the middle of nowhere at the foot of a mountain range. The Night Devils had picked a barren ridge above the village as their vantage point. Below were scattered buildings of dried mud and stone. Patches of scrub brush and trees dotted the village. Some of the homes had wooden stalls holding livestock. Tate's unit had observed a young guy hanging around a building on the edge of the village whose clothes were out of place. They confirmed his ID against the photos they had of Yako. After 4 days of reconnaissance, they had more questions than answers. They hadn't spotted any of the villagers, which didn't make sense. By Tate's estimation, a village that size would have had a couple hundred people, but they hadn't seen a soul. The terrorists, not acting as lookouts from the rooftops, were feeding and watering the animals, which was strange. Normally there was a mutual understanding between the bad guys and villagers. The bad guys hung out and lived off the provisions of the villagers until they moved on, and the villagers went about their business, mostly unmolested. They had spotted Yako leaving his main building and going into other homes, seemingly at random. The rest of the terrorists had a more regular pattern, which made it easier for the Night Devils to plan their infiltration of the village. There would be no moon in 2 days, and they watched and waited, unsure of what they would find. At 00 hours, the Night Devils began their quiet descent down to the village. The guards didn't have night vision optics, and since there was nothing to see but dark, they gave up any pretense of overwatch. Instead, they'd sleep until dawn provided enough light to see by. Tate and Caden were tasked with acquiring Yako and approached his building from the rear. The back of the building held a large courtyard enclosed by a high wall. They made their way along the outside of the courtyard wall and stopped before going around the front corner of the house. They listened for any sounds, but could only hear the sigh of the wind. From previous night's observations, they knew there'd be a guard sleeping in a chair outside the front door. Tate cautiously glanced around the corner to the front of the building. In the gray-green light of his night vision, all he saw was the front of the house and an empty chair. He turned back to Caden. "The guard's not there," he said. She only nodded in response. "This is Razorback," whispered Tate into his mic. "My guard is missing." In reply, he heard the radio click twice for each 2-man team moving through the village. Everyone was now alerted to a possible hostile roaming around. "We're proceeding as planned. Razorback out," said Tate. He moved smoothly around the corner with his silenced rifle at his shoulder. Just before the door was a window with thick wood limbs set into the window frame as a simple but effective security measure. A dull red curtain hung in the window, blocking their view inside. The door was made up of rough wooden beams held together with strips of iron. There's no telling how many times those iron strips had been reused for making doors. It sat securely on simple iron hinges. Tate reached into his breast pocket and took out a small plastic tube. Caden grinned and tapped the side of her helmet. Good thinking. Tate smiled back and squeezed out a few drops of oil onto each of the metal hinges. While keeping his rifle pointed at the door, he put the oil away and took out his combat knife. Very carefully, he slid the blade into the gap between the door and the frame, then guided it up until he felt resistance. As expected, the door was locked by a simple latch. Little by little, he pushed up on the blade until he felt the latch move. As soon as it was clear of the catch, Tate nodded to Caden, who came around him and aimed her rifle at the door as he pushed it open. The freshly oiled hinges were quiet, with the only sound of the door scuffing over the rough dirt floor. Tate put away his knife while they paused, waiting for any sounds of alarm. All was quiet. They slipped inside and closed the door. They stood alone in a large carpet-covered room. It was a simple room, reflecting a humble village existence. Pillows and cushions of different shapes and patterns rested against the rough mud walls. Built into the walls were alcoves draped with small, intricate, hand-woven mats which held an oil lamp, ceramic water pitchers with floral designs, and a hammered copper bowl. To their left was an empty doorway leading deeper into the house. The hallway was lined with a thick but worn carpet that muffled the sound of their boots as they moved forward, heel-toe. They came to a door on the right and listened for sounds. There was no light seeping under the door, and they didn't hear any movements. Tate carefully pressed against the door until it began to move. Curtains covered the only window in the room, but allowed enough light from outside for his night vision goggles to easily see inside. Sleeping on a mattress of cushions was a lone figure. Along the walls were stacks of large, sturdy-looking cases. Each one was stenciled with what Tate could only guess was an alphanumeric identification. They moved into the room, and Tate approached the sleeping figure while Caden swiveled her gun to cover the door. Tate slung his rifle out of the way, behind his back, and drew his knife. He knelt down next to the figure until he could see their features more clearly. It was their target. Swiftly, Tate clamped his gloved hand over Yako's mouth, who jerked awake with a yelp, barely audible through Tate's hand. "Shh," hissed Tate into Yako's ear. Yako instantly stopped moving as he felt the cool steel of Tate's knife rest under his jaw. "If you understand me, blink twice." Yako willed his wide, terrified eyes to scrunch closed 2 times, then stared at Tate's combat visage as though he'd stepped out of a portal from hell. Tate keyed the mic on his radio once, then spoke into it. "This is Razorback," he said. "I've got the target. Time to find out what he's been up to. How copy?" "Razorback, this is Redman," came a reply through his earpiece. "This village is royally messed up. We are pulling out and regrouping to our original position. Suggest you do the same." Tate and Caden shared looks of confusion. "Redman," he hissed, "what the hell do you mean you're pulling out?" "We found the villagers tied up in their homes," said Redman. "That twisted son of a bitch has been using them as lab rats. Some are dead, others look like they got the plague or something. We could all be infected for all I know." "Copy," said Tate, feeling a swell of anger flowing through him. "Bug out and wait for us." He didn't wait for Redman to acknowledge him as he tore off his night vision goggles and yanked Yako up by his shirt. "My men found the villagers," he growled, giving up any concern for stealth. "Tell me they're not contagious. Tell me my men are safe." "Quiet," hissed Caden. Outside the door, they heard the creak of a door fly open and the muffled footsteps of someone running. The door flew open, revealing a heavily bearded man holding an AK-47 at his hip. Caden's assault rifle spit twice, and the man staggered back and fell against the wall of the hallway. Yako's eyes were as big as saucers as he watched Caden step to the fallen guard. She fired twice more into his chest, and the guard's head bucked with a final shot into his head. She kicked the gun away from his lifeless hand and continued scanning for additional intruders. "Look at me," snarled Tate as he shook Yako. "Anyone else in the house?" Yako shook his head. "Are my men safe?" Yako nodded his head almost comically. "Yes, as long as they didn't touch anyone." "This is Razorback," said Tate into his radio. "Did anyone touch the villagers?" The seconds passed with mounting anxiety until broken by the static click of his radio. "Negative, Razorback," said Redman. "Nobody made physical contact with a villager." Relief flooded through Tate, and he realized he'd been holding his breath. He sucked in a lungful of air, feeling his chest expand. "The target says no infection unless physical contact. How copy?" "Good copy," said Redman. "Good to hear. There was some serious puckering action going on here." "Sit tight," said Tate. "We're making our way back to you in a few. Razorback out. Tate stood up, lifting Yako by his shirt. Where's the lab? Yako fumbled to get his feet under him and pointed out the door. In the other room, no problem. I'll take you, no problem. Tate spun Yako around and deftly bound his wrists behind his back with sturdy zip cuffs. Tate put the knife back in his sheath and drew his Colt .45. He held Yako's cuffs as he led them out of the bedroom and into the hall. Yako led them to a door only a few steps away on the left. "Anyone in there?" asked Tate, close enough for Yako to feel his breath on his ear. "No one," said Yako. "It's the lab. Only I go in there." Yako grunted as Tate shoved him hard against the door, opening it into the darkened lab. They walked in, and Kaden put her hand on the light switch. "Eyes off," she said, and she took off her night vision goggles. The lights came on with a click, bathing the room in white light. Several high-intensity work lights stood around the large room. In the middle was a clear plastic tent, a clean room designed to keep contaminants out and, in this case, a deadly virus inside. This was Yako's lab. Computers and assorted equipment occupied several tables, along with racks of glassware and vials. The thought of Yako serenely experimenting for ways to create the agony and death of hundreds, maybe millions of people, mingled with Tate's anger and horror. Because just on the other side of that flimsy sheet of plastic was a biological monster waiting to get at them. "Sit down," said Tate, shoving Yako hard enough that his teeth clacked when he landed on the floor. "Is this everything? Are there other samples, any other material somewhere else?" "No," said Yako. "It's all there inside the cooler." Tate was turning to look when Yako began to wail and struggle to his feet. Tate grabbed him roughly by the hair to hold him in place, then looked at the clean room again and felt his heart freeze in his chest. In the wall were 2 bullet holes from Caden's gun. At the close range, the bullets had gone through the guard, the wall, and the clean room. They couldn't see the holes in the plastic, but they could see the shattered glass door of the cooler that held the viruses. A handful of smashed glass vials were on the floor. "The clean room's been breached," screamed Yako. "We have to get out." Without another word, Caden was out the door and down the hallway with Tate dragging Yako behind him. Caden stopped Tate and bent over Yako. "Where's your notes?" Yako was squirming in a mad rush to get as far away as humanly possible. She gripped his face in her hand and asked him again, "Where are your notes?" "By my bed," he said. Without a word, Caden disappeared down the hall, leaving Tate and Yako looking stunned. A moment later, she reappeared, passing them and heading out the door. Tate quickly followed with Yako in tow. "This is Razorback," said Tate into his radio. "We're heading back." "Best news I've heard all day," said Redman. "That warp psycho tested his virus on the kids. I'm going to have nightmares for years." Copy," said Tate. He couldn't find the words to tell his friend that he and Caden might have been exposed to the virus. Questions crowded his mind, not knowing which one to ask or if it even mattered now. Caden held up a pillowcase she had shoved Yako's notes in. She took out a small plastic box and showed it to Yako. "Is this what I think it is?" she asked. Yako's eyes lit up like it was Christmas Day. "Yes," he said, with a mixture of happiness and lust. "Praise be to Allah, Jesus." "Save it, Ali Baba," she said. "What's that?" asked Tate. Caden opened the box and lifted out a stubby syringe. "If you were an egotistical Frankenstein with a history of having butterfingers, where would you keep the only antidote?" "As close as possible," he said with a smile spreading over his face. "What's the dosage?" Caden asked Yako. 1 capsule per dose," he said. "You can inject it anywhere on the body." "And it works?" asked Tate. "Oh, yes," said Yako. "As you say, like a charm." "What about the villagers?" asked Tate. "It only works within an hour of being exposed to the virus," said Yako. "After that, nothing can stop it." Without warning, Caden pushed the syringe against Tate's naked forearm and hit the plunger. He winced, but said nothing. Taking out another capsule, Caden reloaded the syringe and injected herself. Yako's face turned from happy anticipation to confusion as Caden closed the plastic box and put it back in the pillowcase. "I could be infected," he said. "You have another dose in the box. I could be infected."
You know all those wonderful speeches about doing Allah's work and the glory of killing infidels? That was fantasy propaganda bullshit. This, said Caden, as she held a body bag in front of him, is reality. The first hint of dawn backlit the craggy mountain range as the UH-60 Blackhawk rose into the air. Inside, the members of the Night Devils did what they could to make themselves comfortable for the long flight home, while others were already asleep. Between the 2 rows of seats lay a squirming body bag. The muted pleas for mercy coming from the bag were drowned out by the loud chop of the helicopter's rotor blades. Tate sat across from Caden, who seemed lost in her own thoughts as she looked out the open cabin door. Between her feet was the pillowcase with Yako's notes and antidote. He hadn't asked her what she was going to do with them. A year ago, Caden had been attached to the Night Devils as an intelligence analyst. The men of the unit had become a tightly bonded team, and she was initially treated as any unknown and unproven outsider would be. Her athletic 5'8" frame and pretty face belied her steel will and laid-back don't-give-a-damn attitude. As expected, the unit didn't make her life easy, as any tribe would do to a newcomer. The outsider would either cave under the alienation and hardships and leave, or patiently wade through it until the tribe finally decided to accept them. Caden understood what the unit was doing and never flinched at the challenges dropped at her feet. To Tate's surprise, the unit took her in as one of their own long before he'd expected. Every member of the team knew the others better than they knew their family, every quirk, habit, and way of thinking. But with Caden, there was always a part of her that felt hidden, a casual secretiveness, like a soft fog that tickled the curiosity. Tate had a growing theory there was more to her connection to the intelligence community than she said. He looked up from the pillowcase, seeing Caden looking at him with a slightly amused smile. He felt an awkwardness, as if she'd read his thoughts. The moment was broken as a flash of light appeared in the distance. Somewhere behind the retreating mountain, a thermobaric bomb had just found the village. Unlike a shrapnel bomb, the thermobaric bomb used the very air around it to deliver its devastating effect. The bomb had 2 detonations. When the bomb reached a determined height, a fuel cell exploded, creating a large cloud of flammable vapor. A millisecond later, the second charge detonated the vapor cloud, creating a massive blast area and incinerating everything inside the cloud. Yako had brought a viral curse upon the people of that village, and the Pentagon wasn't going to risk it spreading further. Tate and Caden watched as a distant wave of fire soundlessly billowed. 3 more bombs erupted, devouring every building, human, animal, and insect, scorching the earth clean. If Caden had any fears about being infected or the antidote not working, she hid them well, but those fears gnawed unceasingly at Tate. Even after they left quarantine, every odd ache sparked a mental image of something silently eating away at his body. It was almost a year before he was satisfied he wouldn't wake up one day as a mutated horror. Chapter 7. Half-Truths. Now Tate was facing another makeshift clean room, constructed by a black market animal doctor. Tate fought the urge to run for the door. "Tell me that's safe," he said, sounding more alarmed than he was comfortable with. "There's 3 things I fool around with," said Jer, counting on his fingers. 1, women. He looked up to the ceiling for a moment. I forget the other 2, but, I don't fool around with chemicals. They're much less forgiving than women, you know what I mean? Tate had no reason to believe Jer, but he also didn't have a reason not to. The fact that the doctor was alive and moving was enough to persuade Tate to ignore his worries. They moved through the first set of plastic curtains, where the doctor waited until they'd closed behind them, then stepped through the next set of curtains and into the lab. Jer walked over to a table with a microscope and a tray of small petri dishes. "This is very interesting, my friends," he said, tapping the microscope with his finger. Rossi bent over and looked through the eyepiece. "What are you doing?" asked Jer. Rossi stood up, looking confused. "I was looking at what's interesting."
It's an electronic microscope and it's turned off, said Jer tersely. And unless you're a biologist, how would you know what you're looking at? All right, keep your shirt on, Doc, said Rossi. People watch a TV show and suddenly everyone's a doctor, said Jer.
What did you find? Asked Tate, hoping to get the doctor back on track.
The sample you gave me had all the typical chemicals and byproducts of mainstream cocaine.
Mainstream? Asked Tate.
Well, cocaine varies in quality, depending on the budget of the operation, said Jer. A peon making the stuff up in his bathtub will have lots of impurities and fillers. The more professional the cocaine producers, the fewer impurities and byproducts. But the quality of byproducts still leaves a footprint. This sample tells me whoever is making this stuff has a big budget, and they're very, very smart.
Rossi and Tate watched as the doctor began sorting through the petri dishes, clearly looking for something.
How smart, you ask? Said Jer. You didn't, but I'll tell you anyway. Mixed in with all these other things was an amino acid with aliphatic side chains, similar to a branched-chain amino acid, or that's what it wants the body to think. Normal BCAA does lots of things, including affect immune system and brain functions. I thought it was nothing, and I moved on with my analysis, which, by the way, one of you two is leaving here with a bill.
He paused to see if anyone would challenge his claim. Satisfied they wouldn't, he continued.
When I got to the end of my analysis, I was left with no suspects, no red flags pointing to what killed your man.
Tate looked at Rossi, who preemptively shrugged his shoulders.
I didn't tell him anything about that,
explained Rossi. Then how did you know someone died from this? Asked Tate.
Because I'm not stupid, said Jer. When I finished analyzing the sample without finding anything interesting, I looked for something uninteresting. The most boring thing was that BCAA, and that's what I focused my testing on. In its normal state, the amino acids are inert, even though I had limited control group, the variables.
Tate was suddenly feeling his will to live ebbing away, and stopped the doctor before he buried them in scientific jargon. Doctor, he said, all of this is lost on me. Can you break it down to a novice level? Jer looked at him, openly baffled.
That was novice level, he said. Didn't you take basic science in school?
Rossi looked uncomfortable, while Tate answered Jer's question with a look he reserved for insects and bratty children. Jer sighed loudly, but took the hint and continued.
Okay,
he said, as his gaze wandered to the ceiling again while he rethought his explanation.
Okay. The short version is that it's an endothermic-triggered chain of amino acids that paralyze the hypothalamus, and then you die.
Jer saw Rossi's and Tate's uncomprehending expressions and chuckled.
I'm just kidding, he said. When you only work with animals, you miss a good joke now and then. All right, this is what I found. The amino acid in that coke is like a booby trap, but it'll only go off when it reaches 37 Celsius. That would be 98.6 degrees for you Americans, the average human body temperature. When it does, it attacks the part of the brain that regulates the automatic nervous system, the breathing, heart rate, digestion, like that. The amino acid paralyzes the organs and all the signals stop. Bam! Evil, right? But it gets better. After the body dies, the metabolic process stops and the body cools off. When the body gets below 90 degrees Fahrenheit, that amino acid breaks down, leaving no trace of itself behind. Somebody went to a lot of trouble to engineer a chemical whose sole purpose is to kill its host and disappear. You'd never be able to detect it unless you knew what you were looking for. And the only reason you were looking for anything in this coke is because it killed someone.
A sharp glance from Jer stopped Rossi as he was about to pat him on the back.
Did I tell you this guy's great or what? He said.
Tate was impressed, but masked it with a poker face. Nothing jacked up the price for something like letting the other guy know how valuable they are. Instead, he skipped what the doctor had learned like it didn't mean a thing. Have you dealt with anyone capable of this kind of chemical engineering? Or maybe you've heard of someone with the resources to make this? He asked. It doesn't make sense for someone to poison their own product unless they can afford to go out of business.
Okay, so A, you're welcome, said Jer, mildly irritated. B, I don't kiss and tell, comprende? The black market isn't a social network where we share pictures of food and publicize our friends list.
I wasn't asking for a name, said Tate evenly. He projected an attitude of indifference to deflate the doctor's suspicions. If you don't know anyone like that, don't sweat it. The way Rossi talked about you, I thought you swam with the big fish. Jer inhaled sharply as he was about to say something and angrily pointed his finger at Tate, but he paused as his face broke into an amused grin.
I see what you're doing there, he said. You're good. You've done this before, I can tell.
He squinted as he peered at Tate.
There's a snake under that fat, he said.
Tate knew Jer hoped the fat barb would knock him off balance, but he only smiled. Thanks for your help. Maybe I can send some more business your way when I need small stuff. Jer laughed good-naturedly, but couldn't let the jab to his pride go unchallenged.
You can't afford the items I can get.
I can afford a lot, said Tate, with a predator's smile. Rossi watched the exchange, totally baffled, seeing Jer and Tate in a new light. Valuing the medical supplies he could get, at a reasonable cost no less, he'd always treated Jer with the greatest respect. He liked Tate, even if he did take army rules too seriously, but this street-smart side of Tate was brand new to him.
Okay, big spender, said Jer. What do you want to buy?
5 minutes, with someone who knows about this symbol, said Tate, as he handed Jer an empty plastic packet. Stamped on the packet was a crown with a sword through it. Jer considered the packet for a long moment, then quickly shoved it into his pocket.
I'll be in touch, he said.
It had been 2 days since his meeting with Dr. Jer, and Tate was on the gun range with his team. Each of them was a decent shot, with the exception of their sniper, Casey Oda. He stood head and shoulders above all of them, with an almost eerie skill with a gun. Tate had spent time with Wesson, working up the shooting drills. It was something she could have done on her own, but he wanted to spend some time with her one-on-one, hoping to quiet her concerns about what, if any, Caden's addition to the team represented. He expected her to speak her mind about Caden, and every time she started speaking, he cringed inwardly that she started asking questions he wasn't prepared to answer. The formation of the Gravediggers was known throughout the base, but their purpose was known only to its team members, Colonel Earl Hewitt, and a growing entity named the Ring. The emergence of the undead had caught the world by surprise. Some countries had completely fallen, all semblance of leadership collapsing under a denigrated population. The United States had hung on by its fingernails, and though some members of the government and much of the media did their best to sweep the facts under the rug, it had been the gun owners who had joined with the National Guard and stateside military that turned the country away from certain extinction. The country had been savaged, and the true extent of the damage became clear with the realization that it wasn't just the number of lives lost. The country had lost engineers, doctors, skilled technicians, and more. Suddenly, people like auto mechanics, plumbers, and school teachers were regarded with greater appreciation than movie stars. The government had suffered loss, and in spite of many who had previously speculated how much better the country would be if Washington, D.C. were swept clean, the reality was the promise of complete anarchy. Emergency state and federal elections were held to fill the gaping wounds left by the undead. The country needed leadership, and Washington, D.C. threw as many warm bodies into empty positions as quickly as it could. The budding America was able to cope with the inexperience of its founding fathers. While some had limited legal training, many were merchants, investors, land speculators, and farm owners. The complexities of governing 2.5 million people paled in comparison to the demands of hundreds of millions now. In fact, nobody knew what the total population was after the Vics had devoured their way across the continent. Depending on whom you asked, the death toll ranged from 7 million up to 150 million souls. The federal government was flush with inexperience and wholly unprepared members of Congress and the Senate.
No amount of dedication from these new and unseasoned politicians could make up for the wisdom and détente gained over years of navigating politics. Infighting, conflicting agendas, and simple ignorance soon clogged the flow of government, and that's where the founding members of the Ring saw their opportunity. They professed to be like-minded individuals looking for patriots who wanted to stop what was happening to the country. Quietly and cautiously, they recruited powerful and influential members in the government, military, and businesses. The plan was to operate outside the red tape and bureaucracy that was dragging down the country's ability to rebuild itself. Colonel Hewitt discovered there was something deeper and darker going on. Hidden from many of the members, they didn't realize they were being used. Colonel Hewitt convinced Tate to run secret missions for the Ring. They were supposed to be simple but covert reconnaissance missions to identify major resources in South America that could be used to accelerate the rebuilding of the country. Abandoned energy plants, natural resource production, large stocks of stored fuel, raw materials, and other materials that would bring desperately needed relief. To Tate, it was like air to a suffocating man. Even with a broken spirit, his heart still longed for the thrill and challenges of his time in the Night Devils. The missions were low risk, which was important because his newly formed team was raw and untrained. Even their basic training was substandard. It would take time and experience to make them into soldiers, and then the real training could start to take them to the next level. But Tate's first mission turned into an ambush. He and his team barely escaped alive. Anger and confusion lit a fire in his gut, and he was determined to get to the truth behind the Ring. What he discovered from a captured spy froze his blood. The Ring was conspiring not just to influence the United States government, but was systematically executing an infiltration of the government until they could take it over. Taking a great risk, Tate confronted Colonel Hewitt with his discovery. Colonel Hewitt said he knew something suspicious was going on within the Ring, but he wasn't part of the inner circle and never knew of their real goals. Was the colonel telling Tate the truth, or was he manipulating him like an expendable pawn in a larger and deadly strategy that would lead to a coup in the United States? Not knowing the colonel's true allegiance meant never knowing if or when he would be betrayed, but the Ring had to be stopped, and Tate's years as a special operator had taught him the uneasy truth that you work with the tools you have, even if they try to kill you. Tate and the colonel devised an alliance. The colonel would pass on information to Tate about the Ring's activities, and Tate would use the very team the Ring had sanctioned to undermine and sabotage them. When Gravediggers was formed, Tate decided to tell the team members only what they needed to know and made up what they didn't know. As far as they knew, the Gravediggers was a special mission recon team created by the Joint Special Operations Command. Operating under the radar, their tasks were to scout long-range targets of interest beneficial to the restoration of the country. The best lies have a sliver of truth in them. The team was sworn to secrecy and to report anyone inquiring into their actions. Tate wanted to protect and seal off any attempts to infiltrate or spy on them. With Colonel Hewitt as his inside contact, Tate would walk the razor's edge, always looking over his shoulder, until he destroyed the Ring or they destroyed him. Sergeant Wesson walked behind the row of prone shooters as they aimed down their rifles at the targets 100 yards away. The awning provided welcome shade from the afternoon sun, but did nothing against the humid air. Tate stood off to the side, in conversation with Caden, taking advantage of the crack of gunfire to counter anyone wanting to eavesdrop on them. "I sent Colonel Hewitt my report about the Vicks attack on the outpost," he said. "Including Stockton?" asked Caden. "Or the poison coke?" Tate squinted against the glare of the sun as he watched the team for a moment. "No," he said finally. "Why keep it a secret?" she asked. When Tate had reunited with Caden and asked for her help, he told her everything he knew about the Ring and his dubious alliance with Colonel Hewitt. "Do you see a connection between the outpost and the Ring?" asked Caden. "No," said Tate. "Not yet. Maybe there isn't one, but every contact we make, every time we progress, it's more information the Colonel knows about us. I hate not knowing the truth. Either the colonel is loyal to the ring, which means he's playing us, or he's honestly working with us to bring them down from the inside. If he's with the ring, she said, and this unit gets too good, you risk ending up like the Templars. They became so powerful their king worried they were a threat. The last thing I need to do, said Tate, is give the colonel a reason to see us as a threat. Tu n'es pas content, nous avons des ennemis de la foi dans le royaume, said Caden. What's that? He asked. God is not pleased. We have enemies of the faith in the kingdom, said Caden. It's the first sentence of the arrest warrant King Philip IV wrote when he betrayed the Templar Knights. He had them tortured and burned alive. Well, nobody can accuse you of being a Pollyanna, said Tate with a wry grin. He took a moment, collecting his thoughts. Colonel Hewitt isn't stupid, and he will suspect there's more to the story than what's in the report. It's a fine line between saying too much or too little, said Caden. Truth is like a weed. It's always looking for a way to sprout up. If I say little or nothing, said Tate, and he finds out later I was holding out on him, he won't trust me. Or see you as a potential threat, she said. If I say too much, he said, then exhaled heavily. Templars. Templars, said Caden. The following day, Tate's instincts were confirmed when his satellite phone rang. It was his direct line to Colonel Hewitt. Hello, Colonel, said Tate. How are you, Sergeant Major? Asked Hewitt. I got your report about the Vix attack on the outpost. I'm damn glad to hear you didn't lose any of your people. Tate could tell the colonel wasn't going to waste any time getting to the point and quickly shuffled through how he'd answer the approaching questions. We were lucky, he said. The colonel laughed. A camp in chaos, he said. Vix running wild, dodging friendly fire, and getting thrown out of a crashing helo. With that kind of luck, you should be playing craps in Vegas. Well, sir, said Tate, when you put it that way, it almost sounds like we were the target. Do you believe the ring tried to take out your team? Asked Hewitt, suddenly serious. From my end, there's been no signs they got you in their sights. As far as they're concerned, you're just another smooth-running operation. No, I don't think it's them, said Tate. It didn't feel like a trap. What did you find out? Asked Hewitt. Colonel, said Tate, feigning confusion, buying himself a moment more to decide how much of his investigation he'd reveal. We lost nearly everyone in that outpost, said Hewitt. You and your team could have easily been killed, and it happened with the gates closed, the fence intact, and sentries on duty. You're not the type to dust yourself off and walk away from something like that without a second look back. If I know you, you've been kicking over stones looking for answers. The colonel was convinced he knew how Tate's mind worked, and he wasn't wrong. Tate knew he couldn't play dumb, but it didn't mean he had to put all of his cards on the table at once. He told the colonel about Private Stockton's coke addiction. He even told him how the coke was smuggled in the bottle of foot powder. It was a solid bet that the drug supplier knew the method of using bottles of foot powder was burned, and most likely had already switched to an alternative way to smuggle their coke. But that's where he stopped. He didn't tell him about Dr. Jare, the analysis of the poison in the coke, or the effort or chemical engineering needed to create the poison. Tate believed if push came to shove, he could tell the colonel about that in the future without arousing suspicion. Addiction's a lousy way to die, said Tate, hoping to wrap up the conversation. That weak-willed bastard, said Hewitt. If I'd have caught him in my unit, I'd have had him shot. Addiction, my left nut. It's weakness, and it got everyone else killed. The colonel's tone showed there was no room for a second opinion. Standing in the ruin of Stockton's creation, Tate had vehemently condemned him for his weakness, just as Colonel Hewitt did now. But after his emotions had cooled, his judgment of the private became less black and white. Tate had seen good men, better men than Stockton, break as life buried them with one burden after another, until morality and dignity were crushed out of them. Was Stockton weak, or was he just a stupid kid who made a bad decision that took control of his life? The judgment was pointless. He was dead. "Make it on the report?" asked Hewitt. Tate snapped out of his own thoughts in time to catch the tail end of Colonel Hewitt's question. You broke up, sir," said Tate. "What did you say?" "Was there anything else," said Hewitt, "that didn't make it on the report?" "No, sir," said Tate. "Sir, if I can change the subject. A few months ago you mentioned the possibility of better equipment for our unit. I know you're busy." "I'll stop you right there," said Hewitt. "I'm still in the process of moving those assets around. When the Ring lost the spy they had watching your team, it shook things up around here. There wasn't anything that could connect either of us to it, but they've been keeping a close eye on my activities. Once they're satisfied, they'll back off, and I'll have more breathing room to operate." Tate might be running a special operations unit, but they were still assigned to mortuary affairs, and in the eyes of the United States Army, this non-combat division did not need the latest and greatest combat gear. As a result, mortuary affairs was the recipient of the Army's surplus equipment. All of it functional, but in some cases bordering on relics. Colonel Hewitt had told Tate about an untapped slush fund he discovered. Originally slated for someone's pet project in the Drug Enforcement Agency's operation out of Colombia, it hadn't been touched since the VIX outbreak. Colonel Hewitt concluded the person channeling the funds was either dead or stranded in one of the possibly thousands of yet-to-be-discovered isolated pockets of survivors scattered throughout the country, still waiting for rescue. Either way, he was going to plunder it when the moment was right. "I understand, Colonel," said Tate. "If you find anything else about this Stockton mess," said Hewitt, "I want to hear about it." "Solid copy, sir," said Tate. "Good man," said Hewitt, and disconnected the call. Tate intended to find out a lot more. How much he was comfortable passing on to the colonel was yet to be seen. Chapter 8. Suicide King. A few days later, Sergeant Rossi unexpectedly sat down across from Tate as he was eating lunch at the DFAC. Tate had to stop himself from smirking at the dramatic way Rossi glanced around with deep suspicion for anyone looking in their direction. Satisfied, he leaned across the table, gesturing for Tate to do the same. "You got a message from Dr. Jer," said Rossi, almost so quiet Tate couldn't hear him. "It's all right, Rossi," reassured Tate. "I don't think we're being watched." "Yeah, well, just the same," said Rossi. "It don't hurt to be careful." "Roger that," said Tate. "What have you got?" "Dr. Jer says he found a guy who maybe knows about, Rossi said, his voice dropping to a hiss of a whisper. "The Suicide King. He's got a meet set up for tomorrow night." Rossi slid a scrap of paper across the table. "Good," said Tate, as he took the paper and read it. 9 p.m., Blue Orchid, the Falcon Room, alone. Tate reread the note in surprise. The Blue Orchid was Tate's favorite haunt when he wanted to get away from it all. The owner of the orchid was Teddy Moon. Colorful with an affection for the 1940s, Teddy made the club look like something from a Humphrey Bogart movie. Tate wondered if he should read something more into the meet taking place at the orchid. He didn't like going alone into a situation where someone was already a step ahead of him. The vivid neon sign of the Blue Orchid cast a rainbow of colors on the street below as Tate's taxi pulled up. The club's doorman opened the taxi door as Tate paid the driver and got out. Teddy had taken a liking to Tate and had instructed his staff to give him VIP treatment, which included not having to wait in line to get in. "Evening, Mr. Jack," said the doorman. "Hello, Rocco," said Tate. Rocco, the orchid's doorman and bouncer, tipped his hat with a gloved hand. "It's good to see you again," he said in his deep rumble of a voice. Tate mused at the amount of cloth used to make a doorman's coat big enough to fit this giant man. It could double as a ship's sail. "We haven't seen you in a while, Mr. Jack. The Commodore will be pleased you're back." They walked up the wide steps, and Rocco opened the club door for him. Tate heard angry shouts over the music spilling from the club. Across the street were 20 or 30 people milling around. In the streetlight, Tate could see they carried signs. "USA Invaders," said one. "Fight American Land Grab," said another. As the United States continued its program of clearing out VIX and the resettlement of South American survivors, Protests like this were becoming larger and more frequent. To them, the VIX outbreak was a smokescreen created by power-hungry corporations. It had been 2 years, and the world was still picking itself up from the incomprehensible destruction of the VIX outbreak, yet many refused to believe the evidence. To them, it was a masterpiece of all conspiracies. In spite of the resistance, the resettlement program was working. When Tate considered the scale of the operation, it was a wonder it hadn't turned into a giant government disaster. Accessibility was key in the sweep-and-clear strategy of reclaiming territory from the VIX. AVF elements would move along the northern coast, reclaiming ports that provided ocean freighters to deliver needed supplies. As AVF forces encounter survivors, they'd be treated for injuries, fed, and cared for. Afterwards, they'd be processed through the resettlement program and relocated based on their skills. The complexities of undertaking this repopulation were not lost on the newly formed Department of South America. It wasn't as simple as moving chess pieces from one square to another. They were deciding the lives of people from diverse cultures, generations of traditions, national pride, and more. That they had become American citizens was tougher to swallow than their country being wiped out by the living dead. UN Resolution 14982C. Tate had been all over the world and witnessed the bond people felt for a patch of land. He empathized with the refugees, but there was no getting around the reality that the world had changed. Everyone had lost something, and no amount of denial would roll back the clock to the way things used to be. The life people had known was gone, never to return again. Tate looked at the dejected protesters, recognizing how futile their effort was. "Protesters," said Rocco. "Some people aren't happy South America's under new management." "What are they even doing over there?" asked Tate. "Everything's closed for the night." "It's the orchid they're protesting," grinned Rocco. "They were marching right here, like the orchid's got anything to do with anything. Then the Commodore saw what was going on and told me to escort them across the street." "He sent just you to move 30 angry protesters?" said Tate, openly astonished. "Well," chuckled Rocco, "there's 30 of them now. They might have lost a few between here and the other side of the street." "Persuaded by your natural charm?" said Tate. "Something like that," said Rocco. "Have a good night, Mr. Jack." "Thanks, Rocco," said Tate. He handed the doorman a folded $50 bill without pretense. Rocco nodded and slipped the bill into his pocket without looking at it. Inside, the blue orchid was as different as night and day from the outside world, which was exactly why Tate came here. Beyond the reception area, the club opened up into a large hall. Small tables covered with cream-colored linen filled the center floor. To the left was the bar, its rich polished wood tastefully accented in brass. The bartender was particular about keeping it immaculate. On the other side of the hall, a row of booths offered a more private setting, and further back was an open lounge of fat leather couches and club chairs. At the back was a stage where bands would play 1940s music. Except for the stage, the lights were kept low, giving the club an air of intimacy. The lighting had the additional benefit of obscuring the wear and tear the place had seen over the years, but the club wore it well. Whatever small talk Tate would have had with the pretty hostess vanished as Teddy Moon made his entrance.
"Jack," said Teddy, "the place hasn't been the same without you. Welcome to the Blue Orchid."
His love of the 1940s was reflected in his appearance. He wore a white three-piece suit with a vest. The lamp caught a subtle shadow pinstripe in the material of his jacket. His collared shirt was a rich, deep blue, and his gold paisley tie matched the hanky in his breast pocket.
"Thank you, Teddy," said Jack, as Teddy warmly shook his hand.
Tate caught the scent of Teddy's signature cologne, a mildly citrus smell with a warm mix of tobacco and leather.
"Teddy, Jack, you're always so formal," he said. "Commodore, please. But you're not here to shoot the breeze with me tonight. The other member of your party is cooling his heels in the Falcon Room."
The Orchid catered to a variety of customers, and some of them preferred a higher level of privacy.
Behind the open lounge was a door that led to 4 well-furnished rooms where people could enjoy a private party, or in tonight's case, conduct business. Each room was named, not surprisingly, after a Humphrey Bogart movie. Teddy led Tate through the crowded club, greeting other customers along the way, until they came to the door leading to the private rooms. Teddy waved the well-dressed bouncer aside.
"It's none of my business," said Teddy, which was his way of saying he was about to make it his business. "But your appointment brought along a tough guy. They know the rules, no rough stuff in my joint, but if you'd feel better with one of my men in there, consider it compliments of the house."
Tate didn't know how, but over the years, Teddy had gotten a soft spot for him. Tate's instincts told him that, in spite of Teddy's dapper, smiling appearance, you wouldn't want him for an enemy. "That is very generous of you, Commodore," he said. "I don't see any reason for this to get hostile." But even as he said the words, he considered that Dr. Jare's poking around the black market could have rattled the wrong cage. He could be walking into a meeting with one of the Suicide King's people, here to tie up a loose thread.
"Stick around afterwards," said Teddy. "I'll keep a place open at the bar for you."
"Thanks," said Tate. The door closed behind him, and the lock slid in place with a soft click. His steps were noiseless on the plush carpet as he walked down the hallway. Red and gold striped velvet wallpaper lined the walls, and Art Deco sconces lit the way. Tate paused at the door adorned with a brass plate engraved with "The Falcon Room," taking a moment to collect his thoughts before going inside. The first thing to catch Tate's attention was the gorilla of a man standing on the other side of the room near a leather couch. He looked at Tate impassively through small, deep-set eyes. The man's black and white bowling shirt hung loosely over his bulky frame, causing Tate to wonder if the shirt concealed a gun. The next surprise came as Tate shifted his view to the kid sitting in the middle of the couch. He couldn't have been more than 19, and he regarded Tate with a mixture of arrogance and amusement. 2 upholstered chairs were separated from the couch by a low wood table. Tate sat in the nearest chair. He and the kid regarded each other for a few moments, until Tate decided to end what was beginning to feel like a game of who blinks first. "I'm looking for information about someone running coke," said Tate. "They use a Suicide King logo."
"That's what I heard," said the kid. "You don't look like someone who belongs in that world."
He flicked his head, swinging his long braided ponytail over his shoulder before leaning back against the couch. "I belong wherever I need to be," said Tate. The kid made a show of chuckling, but it was so artificial that Tate couldn't help smirking. It was like watching a child in a school play. Tate's expression clearly annoyed the kid.
"You should be respectful, old man," said the kid. "Mr. Sergeant Major Jack Tate," he said, with mild contempt.
Tate was more confused by the kid's first statement than he was curious about how the kid knew his name. "Respect is earned," he said. "I don't know you."
"We haven't met, but you know me," said the kid. "I am Nestor San Roman. You work for me."
San Roman had been a small-time nobody in the Colombian cartel operation. A nobody who was hungry to move up the ranks, but that's not a ladder someone climbs quickly. His only chance to jump ahead would take a miraculous opportunity, and it came on the backs of a storm of undead. The cartel was hit by the VIX outbreak as hard as any other business. While others were trying to stabilize the fractures wrought by the undead, San Roman saw an opening to leapfrog into power. He paved the way with dead bodies, and when he got there, he held on to that power with a cold brutality that kept his enemies at a respectful distance. He and San Roman had crossed paths when Tate and his team were escaping an ambush. Tate's attackers ran into San Roman's soldiers, who killed all but one of them. The surviving attacker said he had information about a spy in Tate's unit, and San Roman offered Tate a deal. Tate would be allowed to talk to the prisoner, and in return, Tate would warn San Roman about any military operations planned in his territory. Tate didn't like it, but as the saying goes, needs must when the devil drives. Now San Roman was sitting across the room, peering at Tate with cunning brown eyes. Tate was there to do business. but San Roman's shrewd expression said he wanted to win a knife fight. "You're pretty young to be a drug boss," said Tate. If the kid wanted to play, Tate was up for it. The bodyguard stiffened at the affront to his boss, but didn't move. At least he was trained to stay on his leash. San Roman frowned his indifference to the jab. "You're pretty fat to be a soldier," he said. "But I don't care if you're fat or old. When people double-cross me, that makes me very angry." On cue, the bodyguard pulled a silenced gun from under his shirt and aimed it at Tate's face. Tate glanced at the bodyguard, keeping his expression flat and neutral. If San Roman was looking for fear, Tate would give him nothing. He'd had guns pointed at his head before. It scared the hell out of him each time, but showing fear was like giving permission to pull the trigger. He told himself that if that bodyguard pulled the trigger, he'd never feel a thing and left it at that. "What are you talking about?" said Tate, unfazed. "I let you interrogate my prisoner," said San Roman. "Mine, and you stole him from me." After Tate had interrogated San Roman's prisoner, he'd let him go. Tate used the cover story that the prisoner had been killed trying to escape. There were only a handful of people who knew what really happened, and Tate was about to bet his life that none of them had sold him out. Tate didn't think San Roman knew the real facts, but had doubts about the cover story. He suspected San Roman was fishing for a confession. "The last time I saw him," said Tate calmly, "he was tied to a chair with a bloody face, but he was there. That's the last time I saw him. What happened? Did you lose your prisoner?" "I didn't lose anyone," said San Roman, sitting forward and pointing a finger at Tate. "When my man returned from that meeting, he said my prisoner tried to escape and he killed him, dumped the body in a river." Tate decided that if San Roman hadn't given his bodyguard the order to shoot by now, he didn't have any evidence of the truth. "And you think I was able to take your prisoner from your guards and right-hand man, and then convince him to lie to you, his boss," said Tate. "If that was true, you have a bigger problem than me. Your guard's worthless, and your right-hand man is a traitor." San Roman stared at Tate with smoldering frustration. Without a confession, he had nothing to back up his suspicions. Tate knew San Roman's type: distrusting, reckless, and unflinchingly violent. But he was hungry for status and power, and Tate was too valuable a prize to lose over vague doubts. "Maybe you're right," said San Roman, "and that would be bad for many people, including you. I think in my head that you played a trick on me. But that's okay, because now I know you better." San Roman tapped the side of his head with a grin. "A clever man like you is a useful thing. I think we can be useful together. You are looking for information about this." San Roman tossed a small pistol on the table with a thud. Tate gave a meaningful look at the bodyguard. San Roman gestured to the guard, who tucked his gun under his ample shirt. Satisfied, Tate picked up the pistol. Out of habit, he pulled back the slide to confirm it wasn't loaded, then examined the gun more closely. Painted on the grip was the logo for the Suicide King. Tate hadn't seen a drug manufacturer brand their guns before, and he was beginning to think he was after a different breed of cat. "Okay," said Tate, nodding his head with a chuckle. "I get it now. This guy's competition, and you want me to do what? Take him down for you? Not a chance. He's your problem. You deal with it." San Roman's face flushed red. He was on his feet in an instant with a gun pointed inches from Tate's head. "You will show me respect," he sputtered, "you fat old gringo, or I'll paint the wall with your brains." San Roman was holding a 4-inch barrel Rhino 357 revolver, and at this range he couldn't miss. Tate had been prodding to see how far he could push the kid, and now he found it. San Roman was gripping the gun so hard his knuckles were white, and the gun trembled. His anger was screaming for him to pull the trigger. "You're right," said Tate, as he slowly raised his hands. "I apologize." "You're damn right, Beach," spat San Roman. He stood over Tate with his hand cannon in Tate's face for a while longer. until his anger suddenly evaporated. He sat back on the couch with an amused smile on his face, as if nothing had happened. Why do I get all the psychotic ones? Tate wondered to himself. Tate had pushed the edge with San Roman. Now it was time for him to be respectful and give San Roman's ego plenty of open ground to run. He'd shown up to learn about the Suicide King, but having San Roman in front of him gave him a rare opportunity to study his counterpart up close and personal. Know thine enemy. "You will not like what I know about the Suicide King," said San Roman. "In the rumors I have been hearing, you will like even less." He pointed casually to the pistol with the marked grip. "That is the mark of General Guillermo Rojas. Before the world went to hell, your DEA was working with the General to take out the cartel." He laughed at an unspoken joke, then sighed. "He played you Americans for fools. The DEA thought they could buy him and his men with money and weapons, and all the time he was working with the cartel. He hated America, but put on a show of being the gringo's bloodhound. The cartel would give him one of their small operations, a sacrifice, but it made the DEA believe the General was doing a good job. Your newspapers would beat their chests over their great victory. I tell you from my heart, I was embarrassed for you. When the undead came, I watched the news reports. The people of my country were dying everywhere. Some hid, some ran, but the General is a clever man. Like you, he showed up at this army base with many soldiers that were loyal to him. People were panicking, looting, and the General kills all the undead. He restores order. He gathers all the soldiers and gives a big speech about how they are the beating heart of Colombia, and the people of their country are crying out for them to save them. He fills the soldiers' hearts with pride and hope. He asks them, "Who will follow me?" The men have lost so much. They are not sure if there's anything important enough to fight for. Then General Rojas takes out his revolver and empties all the bullets but one. To everyone's amazement, he puts it to his own head. He says his loyalty to his country is so great he would rather die right there than lead men without the will to sacrifice everything for their homeland. Everyone is shocked when he pulls the trigger. The hammer clicks loudly on an empty chamber. He asks again, "Who will follow me?" Some of the men shout they will follow, but only some. Others are frightened. Without flinching, the General pulls the trigger again. "Snap," said San Roman, slapping his hands together. The men watch, transfixed, as the General pulls back the hammer of his gun. It is so quiet you can hear the click of the spring in the gun setting the trigger in place. Suddenly, a man shouts, "He will follow." Then another and another, until every soldier there swears an oath of fidelity. With tears in his eyes, the General points his pistol into the air and pulls the trigger. Bang! The gun goes off, the men go crazy, they start chanting, "Re Suicida," the Suicide King. "How many men does he have?" asked Tate. "He started with maybe 200, said San Roman. "Now it's more like 500, maybe more." He chuckled at Tate's troubled expression. "That's the rumor." "Hard to believe he can sustain that many men," said Tate. "Now, the first thing they did was gather supplies, food, everything they need to provide for the General's private army. When they needed more, the General went after the small-time cocaine producers. He took over their operations." Tate was too seasoned to doubt that the drug trade would be slowed down by something as insignificant as the world nearly being wiped out. He'd seen places ravaged by war, no clean water, people starving. No electricity, nothing, but people still found a way to get drugs through the battle lines. The Suicide King was growing in power and knocking down anyone who got in his way. "Who knows?" said San Roman, pulling a face and shrugging his shoulders. "Maybe he could take over all of Colombia.
It is not like there's a government to stop him. Until, of course, here come the big American gringos who plant their flag on South America and try to take it."
"And that's when the Suicide King found his true calling," said Tate. "Liberating Colombia from the United States. That would be the shortest war in the history books."
"Maybe, yes," said San Roman. "But I think, maybe no. Not the way he would make war."
The young drug boss studied Tate for several seconds before he went on.
"You wanted to know about the Suicide King. I have information I think you will be interested in."
"And in return for this information," said Tate. San Roman turned to his bodyguard, laughing.
"You see, Juan? That's what I'm talking about. Working with a professional is very refreshing."
He turned his attention back to Tate.
"In return, you will do a small job for me. A minor annoyance that I want removed."
Anger flared up in Tate. To mask it, he leaned back, drawing a long, deep breath as though he were relaxing. "I don't do hit jobs," he said, much calmer than he felt. It was bad enough that he was tangled up with San Roman. He had to guard against the kid having any more leverage on him. "You have sicarios for that."
"I come all the way here to offer you valuable information," frowned San Roman. "And this is how I'm treated."
His smile disappeared in an instant.
"If I say the price for this information is a pile of bodies, then you stack them up at my feet. Or I could always let slip to the United States Army that one of their sergeant majors isn't the Boy Scout they think he is."
Tate was getting the hang of San Roman's game, pushing people off balance, making threats, then quickly backing off. He was also getting tired of it, but whatever San Roman knew, Tate had a strong feeling it was important. He waited, stone-faced, for San Roman to go on.
"But that's not the job," said San Roman. "I have learned that someone has set up a distribution site on my territory. They drop off their products, and when it's big enough, they ship the whole thing out. I tell you, these pigs have no respect for boundaries. I want you to remove it."
"Guards? Armament?" asked Tate.
"They're using a gas station in a small abandoned village," said San Roman. "The only time people are there is to drop off or pick up. It's simple. You go in, blow it up, burn it down, I don't care, as long as it is destroyed."
"Why me?" asked Tate. "A couple of your men and a can of gas could do it."
"Blah, blah, blah, all these questions," said San Roman with a wave of his hand. "You make it sound like we are haggling in a market. No, this is the price to get what you want. You don't do it, I leave."
Tate's suspicions were waving a crowd of red flags. He didn't believe for a second that San Roman was telling him everything about the gas station. But he'd deal with that later. He had no other option but to agree. "I'll do it," he said.
"Bueno,"
said San Roman as he clapped his hands and stood up. He took a small gate drive from his pocket and tossed it to Tate.
"That's everything you need to know about the distribution site. That also has a one-time phone number," he said, pointing to the gate drive. "You call that number when you're finished, but only when it's done. One call, then psst, the number doesn't work again. I'll give you the information about the Suicide King when you call."
San Roman flicked 2 fingers at his bodyguard, who waited across the room and opened the door. He stood back for San Roman to walk out.
"You should stay away from starches," said San Roman to Tate. "Drop some pounds, you know?"
He walked out. The bodyguard followed, closing the door behind him.
"I'm working on it," said Tate.
Chapter 9. Setup. At the back of the Blue Orchid, a stout steel door opened into the night. San Roman walked out and got into a gloss-black, up-armored Land Rover, a car he had liberated from an ex-competitor. Dante Barrio slipped his phone into the pocket of his tailored jacket, giving his boss his full attention.
"How did your meeting go?"
Dante casually appraised San Roman's expression as he waited for an answer. Unlike San Roman's volatile mood swings, Dante Barrios was cool and measured. His mind was always assessing his surroundings, looking for advantages, leverage, and, if needed, an exit strategy. His polished exterior didn't give away his anxiety that San Roman's next move would be to blow the back of his head off. Months earlier, San Roman had tasked Dante with letting Tate interrogate a valuable prisoner. With Tate's Colt 45 at his head, Dante had agreed to let Tate take the prisoner, and both had agreed on a cover story that the prisoner was shot trying to escape. San Roman's next words would tell Dante if Tate had given him up or kept their mutual secret. But if Tate was willing to keep that secret, maybe he could cultivate a useful liaison with Tate outside of San Roman's interests.
"The way you talked about Tate," said San Roman, "I thought he was gonna be this badass dude."
The bodyguard closed the ballistic-reinforced door with a hushed thud.
"Things went well, then," said Dante.
The Land Rover creaked and mildly rocked as San Roman's bodyguard got in the front passenger seat.
"Tate's a pussy," said San Roman. "He'll do what I tell him."
The only outward indication of surprise from Dante Barrios was the slight raise of his right eyebrow. His last encounter with Tate had proven he was a man of confidence and audacity. After San Roman's account of tonight's meeting, Dante would add cunning to Tate's list of qualities. The Land Rover's V8 engine started up with a throaty rumble and drove out of the alley onto the main street.
"Do you have the messenger ready?" asked San Roman.
"Si," said Dante. He took out his phone, preparing for San Roman's instructions. San Roman dictated his message, then Dante read it back. San Roman nodded in approval.
"Don't send anyone useful?" he asked.
"No, sir," said Dante.
General Rojas's track record with your messengers has been very consistent. All he ever sends back are body parts."
The neodiode ceiling lights harshly lit the hooded figure bound to a simple metal chair. Two soldiers stood attentively but relaxed beside the chair. Through the row of small windows, the indigo sky was changing with the coming dawn. The two soldiers instantly came to attention as the door swung open. Lieutenant Miguel Castillo entered and moved out of the doorway, adopting the same rigid attention as the two guards. The guard snapped a salute as General Guillermo Rojas walked into the room. He briefly looked at each guard before returning the salute, then turned his attention to the hooded figure. Lieutenant Castillo followed the general and stood off to his right side.
"At ease," said Castillo.
In synchronized movement, the guards changed their position in textbook fashion. General Rojas rested his hands on his web belt and nodded his head towards the guards.
"Release the prisoner," snapped Castillo. "Take off the hood."
One guard unsheathed his knife and cut through the plastic ties around the hooded figure's wrists and ankles, then removed the hood. The general's dark brown eyes glanced over the man seated in the chair as he blinked his eyes in the sudden brightness of the room. His hair was slightly ruffled from the hood, but otherwise his simple features were well groomed. He looked around the room unhurriedly, then turned his attention to Castillo.
"May I stand?"
asked the man calmly. Castillo's gaze flicked to the general.
"Si,"
he said, after observing no change in the general's expression. The man rose to his feet, smoothing the wrinkles from his collared shirt and khaki slacks. He smiled at Castillo and gestured at the general with his hand.
"You may speak to the general,"
said Castillo. The man turned to the general and offered a bow of his head.
"General Rojas," said the man, "it is an honor to meet you. I bring an urgent message from Señor Nestor San Roman."
"I know who sent you," said Rojas in a smooth rumble. The messenger only smiled. Any fear he felt was completely diluted by the opiates he'd taken shortly before surrendering himself to one of the many outposts that guarded General Rojas's territory. Even though the man was only a messenger, San Roman didn't want his representative quaking and groveling at the general's feet. His messenger would be clean, groomed, properly dressed, composed, and entirely disposable.
"Señor San Roman," said the messenger, "has learned that the American army will soon be attacking one of your facilities."
The lines in the general's creased face deepened as his square jaw clenched.
How would an insignificant drug pusher like him know this?
The messenger was unfazed by the insult of his boss, or the general's darkening expression.
Senor San Roman has informants inside the Americans' army base near Ciudad de Rosa.
The general's thick eyebrows rose in mild surprise as he guardedly appraised the messenger with new regard.
Senor San Roman offers this valuable information in the hope it will aid your cause to reclaim Colombia from the American invaders, said the messenger. He only asks that you reconsider his proposal that you make him a part of your operation. Senor San Roman believes his position in your organization would be both significant and beneficial to you.
Where and when are the Americans going to attack? Said the general.
Senor San Roman doesn't know where, said the messenger smoothly, but he does know the attack could be as soon as 3 days.
The corner of Rojas's lip dipped to a frown as his mind quickly processed his next actions.
Anything else?
Senor San Roman looks forward to,
began the messenger, only to be abruptly cut off by the general.
I mean,
growled the general,
anything else useful?
No, sir,
smiled the messenger. He knew the next words from the general would likely be to torture him to death or a bullet to the head. The drugs flowing through his body quenched any fear. The only sensation was a detached curiosity about what it would feel like at the moment of death. General Rojas turned on his heel and headed to the door. Castillo got there first, ensuring the general never broke stride, waiting for the door to be opened. Castillo closed the door behind the general and trotted to catch up to him.
Send the messenger back,
said the general.
In what condition, sir?
asked Castillo.
Alive,
clipped the general.
Any message, sir?
No. San Roman's getting his dog back alive,
said the general.
You'll understand the meaning.
With respect, sir, said Castillo, are you thinking of adding San Roman to your organization?
Having a source inside the American base is an important advantage, said the general.
San Roman has no loyalty, said Castillo. All he cares about is power. I suspect the only reason he wants into your organization is to murder you and take it over.
The general barked a humorless laugh.
I know, that's exactly what he's planning, said the general. He's a little boy with fantasies of being a king. He believes he's the clever one in a world of fools. I'll bring him into the organization, take his spy, then kill the brat.
And the Americans pending attack, said Castillo. What are your orders, sir?
The general's response was immediate.
There's not enough manpower to reinforce each location completely. Send a platoon to the important sites. You will take a squad and extra weapons to each of the small sites. Supply the locals with guns and conscript them to strengthen those positions. I won't risk losing my own men over something that's expendable, but do not be quick to throw away the lives of our countrymen. Our time with the DEA taught us much about their special forces tactics. We know how they think and move. That is our edge. You will use that to cut their throats.
Yes, sir,
said Castillo. He concealed his frown from the general. It would take time to get to all of the small sites. Would it even be possible to reach them before the Americans attacked? What if they strike a site before he's been there?
I will have failed the general.
Lieutenant,
said the general, breaking into Castillo's thoughts.
The difficulty of your mission is not lost on me, and it won't be the last. We will lose good soldiers defending our country, but we will bring such death and fear to America that they will quiver every time they think of us. This is an important mission. I wouldn't trust anyone else to carry it out.
Castillo's chest swelled with pride.
Thank you, General,
he said.
Get to it, then,
said the general as he stopped and faced Castillo. Lieutenant Castillo came to attention and crisply saluted the general.
Yes, sir,
he said.
The general returned the salute. Castillo's quick glance stopped at the nearest soldier. "First corporal," he shouted. The first corporal nearly jumped in surprise. "Si, Lieutenant Castillo," said the corporal, nearly knocking off his cap as he saluted. "Have Sergeant Lopez report to me immediately," said Castillo. "Rapido!" The unbroken canopy of dense jungle smoothly fell and rose beneath the Black Hawk helicopter, masking the rugged terrain underneath. Tate had carefully studied the information from San Roman's gate drive before briefing his team on the mission. The location of the drug distribution site was just over an hour's flight away. The satellite image of the village was old, but small places like this didn't change much. Tate had informed the team of everything he knew about the objective, with the one omission of the source of the intel. Instead, he presented it as another sweep-and-clear operation. Tate had wrestled with coming clean and telling everyone on the team the truth, that some of their missions were actually covert strikes against a clandestine organization called the Ring, that the Ring was behind the formation of their unit, the Gravediggers, and some of their missions were at the direction of the Ring. But with that knowledge came incredible danger. The Ring had already proven they could infiltrate a spy in their base. One wrong word from anyone in the team could be a death sentence for all of them. No amount of justification dulled his self-loathing. He looked at the faces seated in the cabin of the helicopter, knowing each of them trusted him with their lives. Time after time, Tate played out endless scenarios of what would happen if he confessed the truth to them. They'd all hate him, rightfully accuse him of betraying them, using them, maybe seek some payback for endangering them without their knowledge. Why not? They'd be justified. His thoughts were broken by the crew chief's voice in his ear. 2 minutes to the LZ, said the crew chief. Tate switched the helicopter's intercom to the team's channel. You heard the man, he said. Loosen up and check your weapons. I think my right butt cheek is asleep, said Monkhouse, wincing. I always knew you was half-assed, chuckled Rossi. The Black Hawk banked left and began to descend towards a broad clearing in the bottom of a valley. The team's objective was 2 miles away on the other side of a range of rugged mountains. Tate had mapped out a path, giving their approach a good amount of concealment, but at the cost of a steep hike. I can't think of a better way to work those stiff joints than to be point, grinned Tate. Except for Wesson, everyone chuckled as they got ready. Wesson was making sure everything was going by the numbers. The air in the helicopter warmed, and the loamy scent of moist earth and grass filled the cabin as the wheels touched down. The window gunners swiveled their machine guns, watching for movement breaking towards them from the tree line. Tate took off his headset and put his goggles on, with the team following suit. With a thumbs up, he leapt out of the helicopter, going to one knee with his rifle at his shoulder. One by one, the team exited after Tate, forming a defensive semicircle. In a jumbled cloud of dirt and debris, the Black Hawk lifted off. It circled twice, watching for any Vicks. Satisfied, the helicopter flew off, leaving the team alone in unknown territory. The Gravediggers remained in position long after the dust had settled. Tate waited, listening until the natural sounds of the jungle returned. Let's go, he said. They got to their feet and began the 2-mile hike to their target. The efforts the team had put into their training and conditioning were paying off. The hike up the mountain wasn't long, but it was steep, with thick patches of bush. Eventually, they made the peak of the mountain, with a clear vantage of the village roughly half a mile away. Keeping low, Tate scanned the village through his binoculars. It took a while for him to get his breathing steadied so he could see the village without it bobbing around. More evidence of how badly he'd let himself go to pot. Getting fit was a real struggle, although, truth be told, he could be working harder at it. A cringe-inducing trickle of sweat running between his shoulder blades and down his back punctuated the frustration he felt with himself. With a renewed promise that he'd take his fitness more seriously, Tate turned his attention to the second leg of their trip. The village shimmered like a mirage through the heat waves. Earth-toned buildings huddled on either side of a red dirt road. There was no sign of movement. Their path would take them down the mountain within the cover of trees up to the edge of the village. From there, they would be forced to use the buildings to conceal their approach. Anything? Tate asked Oda.
Oda only shook his head. There was no reason San Roman would send Tate into a trap, but he didn't trust the snot-nosed punk not to do it just for giggles. Tate considered his options before heading out. He'd split up the team on the approach and move with all due stealth. Swaths of vegetation blocked them from view of the village as they got closer, but it worked both ways. It wasn't a hot day, but everyone was sweating from the stress of moving quietly. Nobody understood why, but Vics were attracted to places of human habitation, even though they were abandoned. Whoever used this distribution site probably cleared out whatever Vics were here, but there was no way of knowing how many may have come here since then. Their cover came to an abrupt end 100 yards from the edge of the village. Staying in shadow, Tate scanned the open ground separating them from the village. Something by the village glinted, and he snapped his head in that direction. "Looks like members only," said Caden as she brought down her binoculars. Tate looked in the same direction and then saw it. A chain-link fence and locked gate blocked off entry to the village. "Monkhouse," he said over his radio. "Tell me you brought bolt cutters?" "I'm hurt you have to ask," smirked Monkhouse. Wesson and the other part of the platoon were 60 feet away at the other end of the bush that was concealing everyone. She'd been intently scanning down the barrel of her gun for any threats. Gusts of wind sighed across the open plains, rustling the tall grass and picking up clouds of dust. Her pulse would jump as she caught movement from the corner of her eye, only to see a scrap of weathered paper tumbling over the ground. Another flicker of movement tugged at the edge of her vision, and her mind would blur with images of twisted menace that she might discover. But it was leaves catching the light as they riffled in the wind. "What's our next move, Sergeant Wesson?" asked Tate, thankfully breaking the spell. "Climbing the fence will make too much noise," she said. She was stating the obvious, but it was the first thing that came to mind as she sorted out her thoughts. "We form up at the gate. Monkhouse breaks the lock and we go in. We can secure the gate with a zip cuff. We'll still be exposed, but it can't be helped." "Sounds good to me," said Tate. "Everyone ready up? Wesson, you take it from here." With her head back in the game, nobody had long to wait. There was nothing but open, flat ground between them and the gate, making that position very exposed. "On my go," she said. "Monkhouse and Fulton move to the gate, fast. Fulton provides overwatch while Monkhouse cuts the lock. The rest of us will act as security from our positions. Monkhouse open the gate after you pop the lock, then find some cover. We'll move to you. Any questions?" "Since you asked," said Monkhouse, "Fulton's really not my type. Can Rossi come with me? I see the way he looks at me." "Oh, that's clever," grumbled Rossi. "How funny are you with my boot in your face, huh, funny guy?" "Both of you can it," said Wesson. "Any real questions?" She let the pause hang momentarily. "Monkhouse and Fulton, go." The two men broke from concealment with their rifles shouldered and quickly headed to the gate. Fulton continued to crane his head, looking for any threats, trying to keep his gun pointed in the same direction he was looking. His nervousness showed in his stiff posture and jerky movements. Exposed, out in the open, time slowed down as he waited for Monkhouse to cut the lock. But in reality, it was only a few seconds. With the latch free to move, Monkhouse pushed it out of the way and swung open the gate. He tapped Fulton on the arm, motioning for him to follow, and they moved inside. Chapter 10. Zen Master. Leaving the gate open, they crouched in the shallow alcove of the building just inside the fence. "We're good here," said Monkhouse into his mic. "No sounds or movement." "Copy that," replied Wesson. "Rest of the team, we'll move out in staggered formation and meet up with Monkhouse and Fulton. Move fast and keep your eyes open." She paused a few seconds for the rest of the team to get ready. "Go." The team came out of the shadows of the tall plants, heading directly for the open gate. The only sound was the soft crunch of their boots and the quiet rattle of the odd bit of gear. One after the other slipped through the gate until they were all inside. "Close it up, Rossi," said Tate. Rossi pulled a thick plastic zip cup from his pack and threaded it around each gate. He fed the tip of the strip through the eyelet and cinched it tight. For good or bad, they were locked inside the village. The wide street was mostly hard-packed dirt, with a meandering gully snaking its way down the center, carved by years of rain. Bordering the street was a jumble of weathered, mismatched buildings of mud, brick, and cinder block. A couple had been painted in bright green or blue, but had faded to a chalky dullness long ago. Others had been whitewashed, with the rest left with their naked red brick and gray mortar. Most appeared to be homes with an occasional shop front littered among them. The team stayed to the sides of the street, walking around piles of junk and scattered abandoned cars. Here and there, a window was covered with rusty bars in patterns that failed to lessen the ugliness of their purpose. As the team moved up the street, Tate noticed that all of the doors on every building were closed. The people using the abandoned gas station for their distro site must have done that, he guessed. It would keep the Vicks from hiding inside. But isn't that what the fence is for?
I don't like this place, said Rossi.
Yeah, said Fulton.
Like it's haunted.
Kinda, said Rossi.
There's nothing here, but the nothing's watching us.
Keep the chatter down, said Wesson. Tate didn't believe in ghosts, but he felt what Rossi was talking about. He glanced over his shoulder at Caden, whose expression told him she was feeling the same. There was something softly pulling at the edge of his instincts that made him grip his HK-98 tighter. The road ahead was lost from their view as it made a bend to the left, giving the illusion of a dead end. The buildings around them were jammed together, leaving no view of the outside world. There was only the sharp blue sky above, but it only added to the sensation that they were seeing it from the bottom of a hole. The entrance to the village felt much further than the 100 yards to the closed gate. Without warning, Tate brought up his right fist, signaling the team to halt. Everyone stopped and quickly dropped to a knee with their weapons up. The only sound was the scrape of dead leaves pushed by the wind. "What is it, Top?" Wesson asked, looking around. All she saw was hard-scrabble road and the blank faces of buildings around her. Tate didn't answer right away. He tried to pull apart the confusing knot of sensations that were coiling in his chest. Am I letting paranoia get into my head disguised as intuition? Or is there something really there? Seconds ticked by as his senses blindly groped at something constantly shifting beyond his touch. He was aware the longer he paused, the twitchier the team was becoming. "It's all right," he said. "Let's go, people. Stay sharp." The team rose to their feet and continued moving up the street. Deep in the musty, dark room, behind a pile of broken and tattered furniture, eyes peered from the shadows, watching the team gradually pass by the sun-drenched window. Across the street, pools of blackness hid another figure looking down on the team from an upstairs window. Trickles of sweat ran down their arms and seeped between their hand and the pistol grip of their assault rifle. As the team moved deeper into the village, more and more eyes watched and waited as anticipation stretched and pulled at their nerves. As the team reached the bend in the road, they saw a line of cars 80 feet ahead blocking the road. Further down the road, they could see their objective, the abandoned gas station. Tate signaled the team to stop. "Fences, blockades," he said. "Someone's got a lot of time on their hands." The wind blew a puff of dust in his mouth, and he took a sip from his hydration bladder before spitting it out. "Okay, Monkhouse, check out that barrier for tripwires and traps. You know the drill. Everyone else, keep an eye out for bad guys." The eyes watched from the shadows as one of the team moved cautiously towards the cars. The lone figure would stop and glance around, sometimes looking right at his observer and not seeing them. He kept moving until he was 20 feet from the cars, then started to crouch. "No wires that I can see so far," said Monkhouse. He crouched, but he wasn't low enough to see all the way under the cars. He squinted as the wind changed direction, blowing dust in his face. The wind carried a faint tang, and then it was gone. Monkhouse got down on his hands and knees to look for anything attached to the underside of the cars. "Well," he grunted, "nothing here but cars." Then he noticed that strange tang in the air again. It seemed the shadows the cars were casting on the ground were oddly dark, but he quickly changed his mind when he saw the ground under the cars was wet. What the? Puzzled Monkhouse under his breath. He moved closer for a better look and bent over again. Under each car, the dirt was dark with large wet puddles. The wind gusted into his face, and his senses were overwhelmed with the stench of gasoline. The cars were surrounded by a huge vapor cloud of gas, and that could only happen if the cars had been drenched in fuel. Monkhouse heard an enormous roar as he sprinted from the cars. There was a tremendous flash of light, and Monkhouse was punched into the air. "Cover!" yelled Tate as Monkhouse's body ragdolled through the air and landed in a motionless heap. The rest of the squad bolted to the buildings on either side of the street when, one after another, those buildings boomed into flames. The squad scrambled in confusion, seeking some form of cover. Tate's mind raced as he quickly took in the chaos around him. He saw that the structures further behind them weren't burning. "Ambush! Everyone down!" he yelled, just in time as the windows of the buildings not in flames lit up with gunfire. Spouts of dirt kicked up all over the street, and bullets knocked pieces off burning buildings. Wesson had dropped to her belly with a grunt and yanked on the trigger of her light machine gun. The recoil knocked the butt of her stock into her shoulder, and she quickly got the bucking weapon under control. Caden fired a burst at the flash of light from a window. The shooting stopped, replaced by frenzied screams. Rossi was bent over Monkhouse, ignoring the sizzle of bullets ripping past him. The heat from the raging fires around them was pushing them into the middle of the road as the gunfire from the buildings was intensifying. Somebody knew exactly how to make this kill zone, thought Tate. As he peppered one of the windows with suppressing fire, he heard a tortured groan as the walls of a burning building buckled and the building collapsed into the street. If they stayed there, they were going to be shot, crushed, or burned alive. Laying prone, Tate squeezed himself against the road. Out of desperation, he looked back at the line of burning cars, hoping to find even the smallest gap in the flames. He was so surprised he had to look twice. Next to the blockade of cars was a squat building made up of sheets of corrugated steel that wasn't burning. He didn't know why and didn't care because it was all they had. "Squad!" he shouted. "Fall!" A bullet hit the street in front of Tate's face, kicking dirt and grit into his eyes and mouth. He angrily rubbed at his eyes as he hacked up grimy spittle until he could talk. "On me!" he croaked. By the time he got to his feet, he could see everyone else quickly closing on him. Leading the way, he ran to the squat building and drove his shoulder into the door. On the other side of the door was a piece of wire, hastily wrapped several times around the doorknob. The wire snaked up the face of the door and threaded through a bent nail in the doorframe and ended tied to the small ring of a pull-fuse detonator retaining pin. The slim, pencil-long detonator disappeared through a hole in a coffee can, duct-taped above the door. Aside from part of the detonator, the can contained some coins, some rusty nails and screws, and a brick of composition C, or C4. Bullets ripped the air as Tate threw the full force of his bulk into the door. The impact smashed the door's latch, and the door flew open. The sudden force of the edge of the door on the tripwire was 100 times greater than its tensile strength, and the wire snapped before pulling the retaining pin free of the detonator. The jolt knocked some of the tape loose from the wall, and the coffee can hung suspended over the door. The squad charged into the darkness of the squat building, tumbling over dusty furniture and junk. Their gazes quickly adjusted to the shadows, and Rossi laid Monkhouse on a musty couch. Wesson slammed the door closed, which only swung open again. She pushed it closed, and Fulton wedged the door against it. "I'm fine," said Monkhouse. "Just a little groggy." Rossi gently rolled him onto his side, grimacing in anticipation of the charred, cracked flesh left behind from the gasoline explosion. To his surprise, there were no burns. The shockwave must have propelled Monkhouse ahead of the fireball, saving him from being flash-fried. The shooting outside had all but stopped, and Tate knew they had a couple of minutes of breathing room. "Caden," he said. "I'm on it," she said, as if reading his thoughts, and disappeared into the back of the house for a way of escape. "How is he?" Tate asked Rossi. Nothing seems to be broken," said Rossi as he finished checking. He gently pressed on Monkhouse's abdomen. "Does that hurt?" "What?" he asked.
He's gonna be deaf for a while, said Rossi. Good bet he's got a concussion, but damned if I know how he ain't dead. I think the wind dissipated the gas vapor enough to weaken the explosion, otherwise he'd be jelly. Can he move? Yeah, said Rossi. Tate bent close over Monkhouse's face, whose eyes went wide. Whoa, blurted Monkhouse. What are you doing? Tate found his radio earpiece and snugged it back into his ear. He turned the volume until it stopped and gave Monkhouse a wink. Relax, he grinned, feeling a sudden wave of relief. You're not my type. I heard that, said Monkhouse. That was the point, smiled Tate. Kaden entered the room, shaking her head. There's 2 back rooms, she said. All the windows are blocked from the outside. This is where they wanted us. Everyone find something solid to get behind, said Tate. Sooner or later, they're going to be shooting through the front of this place. Fulton started for one position, then turned for another, then turned again. I don't know, he said, as his voice pitched higher and higher. I don't know where to go. I didn't sign up to get shot at. Do they know we're, Americans? They're trying to kill us. Holy shit. Tate crossed the room and gently put his hand on Fulton's shoulder. Look at me, he said. Right here. He pointed to his eyes. Fulton's nervous glance settled on Tate's gaze and stayed there. Take a deep breath. You have a million voices screaming in your head, and nothing they're saying is going to help you right now. Do you understand? Yeah, said Fulton, slowly nodding his head. I think I do. Good, said Tate. The only 2 things that matter is that you're here right now, and we're going to get out of this. We are? Asked Fulton, astonished. Do you want to give up? Asked Tate. Do you want to give up on your team? The question hung in the air as Fulton tried to process his rattled thoughts. He looked around at the faces of his squad, then back at Tate. No, he said. I wouldn't do that. That's right, smiled Tate, punching Fulton in the shoulder. And none of them will give up on you. Go get behind that table and stay close to the floor. Fulton still stood looking at Tate. Am I the only one scared? Before Tate could say anything, Rossi burst out laughing. Are you kidding? He said. When them cars blew up, I nearly crapped out a midget. Fulton sputtered, trying to hold in a laugh, then let it out. He walked over to his position and hunkered down, still chuckling. You're the best, Rossi, he said. They began to smell smoke as the surrounding fires began burning themselves out. It had been quiet for several minutes when they heard a distant rumbling. As it neared, they could make out the growl of a big diesel engine. There was the squeak of brakes outside and the engine died. They could hear the sound of several feet crunching on the dirt street come to a stop. Americans, called an accented voice from outside. You will come out with your hands on your heads. Tate looked across the room at Kaden and shrugged his shoulders. She silently mouthed back a profanity-laden opinion. We are American soldiers, shouted Tate. We are not if you don't come out, said the voice. You'll be slaughtered where you stand. There was a short mechanical clack of steel hitting steel that Tate instantly recognized. On the ground, he yelled. Before he'd finished, fist-sized holes were being punched through the sheet metal wall as a .50 caliber machine gun boomed with each round. The booby-trap coffee can broke free of the tape as the wall shook violently from the impacts. Glass, wood, everything was shattering and exploding around the room as 709 grams of full metal jacketed bullet ripped through the building at 3,000 feet per second. Beams of light poured through the holes, lighting up the chaos inside. As suddenly as it started, the shooting stopped. Anyone hurt? Asked Tate, coughing on the dust. Everyone responded they were okay. Monkhouse saw something incredibly white sticking out of a can, and he reached out to touch it. It was firm, yet doughy, and very familiar. Hey, Top, he said, unable to keep from grinning. You are gonna love this. I will not give you another warning, said the voice outside. Tate quickly crawled over to Monkhouse and instantly put together what he'd found. Get that prepped, he said. These pricks ambushed us right out of our playbook. Crouching low, Tate quickly moved to the front wall and peeked outside through a bullet hole. Let's see if they read this chapter.
A slim-fit soldier in creased Colombian fatigues stood next to a large troop truck with his hands on his hips. He didn't wear any rank, but there was no mistaking his bearing of authority. He was their leader. Another soldier knelt beside him with his assault rifle aimed at the front door of the house. Above them, Tate saw a third soldier standing up through a hole in the roof of the truck's cab, manning a mounted .50 caliber machine gun.
"You Americans should have stayed in your own country," shouted the leader. "You don't belong here."
He signaled to the machine gunner.
"Dispara."
Tate keyed his mic. "Okay, Zen Master, it's your show." The soldier behind the .50 caliber machine gun chambered a fat bullet with a clack of steel. He swiveled the barrel and lined the sights up with the house. An instant later, the gunner's head disappeared with a wet smack. Red mist and goo splattered over the roof of the truck, and the gunner's body collapsed inside the cab of the truck. Several confused soldiers ran into Tate's view to see what had happened as the crack of a distant gunshot echoed around them. The soldiers swung their guns in every direction, looking for the source of the bullet. With a grunt and a spray of red, one of them slammed against the side of the truck as if kicked by a mule. Before he fell, blood plumed from another soldier, who ragdolled into one of his comrades. The air filled with shouts of panic and the echo of deadly sniper fire. High up on a hill, overlooking the village, Oda calmly rested the crosshairs of his scope on a frightened man in a green uniform. He observed the way the wind was blowing the smoke near the soldier and adjusted his aim. A small smile played across Oda's face as he thought about Tate's new nickname for him. Zen Master. A little boastful, but he liked it. Oda squeezed the trigger, and the man in his scope tumbled back as his chest exploded, spewing gore on the people behind him. One of them vomited as they collectively ran behind the troop truck for cover. From inside the squat building, Tate glanced through the ragged bullet hole at the turmoil outside. He hadn't known what to expect in the village, but having a sniper on his team was not to be underestimated. He'd cut Oda loose to find a vantage point and provide overwatch, but only engage on Tate's order. It didn't take long for Oda to find a good position and settle in. Tate watched the Colombian leader herd several armed civilians into a cover behind the troop truck. He and his team were entirely forgotten at the moment. "Monkhouse," said Tate into his mic. "You're up." Monkhouse smiled at Tate through a face caked with dirt and sweat as he squatted by the door holding the coffee can. He had resealed it with duct tape from his backpack, and knew stronger wire was wrapped through the detonator's retention pin. Tate cracked open the door, and Monkhouse lobbed the can far into the street where it landed near the truck. The loops of wire at Monkhouse's feet played out as the can bounced once and rolled under the truck. It veered to the right and bumped up against the far rear tire. Without pausing, Monkhouse yanked the wire, pulling the retention pin free, releasing the coiled spring inside the detonator. Almost instantaneously, the spring drove the pointed striker rod into the percussion cap, igniting a small charge. The charge exploded, transferring its heat and shock wave into the C4 with exactly the right force to set it off. The explosion shredded the thick tires and lifted the rear of the troop truck into the air. "Go, go, go!" shouted Tate as he dashed out the door with the rest of his team close behind. They came around the back of the battered truck, using the thick plume of smoke and dust to conceal their movement. As the wind cleared the air, 4 men in fatigues took shape, spread out on the street. "Wesson," said Tate, "cover those windows." Just as she brought her weapon to her shoulder, someone tossed a rifle out a window where it clattered in the dirt. A moment later, several more guns were tossed out. Doors opened, and people walked out with their hands stretched above their heads. Unlike the soldiers in the street, these people looked to be locals. One of them was an old man who kept apologizing. "Lo siento, lo siento." The team moved quickly, picking up weapons and binding arms behind their backs. "Rossi, check these people out," said Tate. "Then see what shape these soldiers are in. Monkhouse, see if that truck still runs and knock a hole in those cars." Monkhouse walked around the back of the troop truck. Both rear tires were shredded. The rims and axle were bent upwards and buried in the body of the truck. "In case anyone asks," he said,
It was like this when I found it. Monkhouse climbed into the cab of the truck and started it up. There was a shriek of grinding metal from the rear axle before it snapped. He shoved the truck into gear, and the front tire started turning. The truck limped up to what was left of the blockade of cars. The fire had burned itself out, leaving charred husks. Monkhouse nosed the wide steel bumper of the truck against the cars and pushed on the gas pedal. Even badly damaged, the truck easily bullied its way through the cars, clearing the way up the street. Chapter 11. Fallout. Tate and the squad had found their objective further up the street from the ambush. They had rounded up the prisoners in the garage, where they found several wooden crates containing cocaine. "How did you find out about this place?" asked Caden with a crooked smile. Tate was fuming. If San Roman were here, Tate would have snapped his arrogant neck. "It's a long story," he growled. "It's a long story, like you don't want to tell me?" nudged Caden. "Or it's a long story and you don't have the time?" Tate looked at her with a dark expression, but said nothing. "So it's like that," she said lightly. "You need my help and it's all roses and candy, but if I want something—" "I'd forgotten what a Class A pain in the ass you are," said Tate. "You already figured this out, but you want me to say it anyway?" "A girl's gotta stay sharp," she grinned. Tate stalked off to the side of the road, out of hearing from the rest of the team, and steamed in irritation while Caden calmly joined him at her own pace. He was about to speak, but Caden put her hand up, stopping him. "I'll go first," she said. "You found someone with intel on the Suicide King, but you had to pay the piper first. Then they double-crossed you and walked you into a trap. Sound about right?" "About, yes," he said. "How'd you know?" "Because it's what I do, Tate," she said, as seriousness edged into her voice. "It's why you kept me on in the Night Devils, and it's why you asked for my help when you had an informer in your team. Your lone wolf style almost got someone killed. Your team didn't sign up for combat. You told them they'd be killing Vicks, not people. You're a good man until you have your head up your ass. Then people get hurt." "I should have never started this," said Tate. "I walked away from that old life because trying to do the right thing got people hurt. It was safer to stop trying. But then I learned about the ring. I couldn't stand by and do nothing. But damn it, I'm back where I started. I thought I could protect the team if they didn't know the truth." He paused as the full weight of his decisions heaped on his shoulders. Caden didn't rush to console him. She stood quietly watching him battle his demons until she sensed he was ready to listen. "The problem isn't that you're trying," she said. "The problem's that you're doing it the wrong way. It's stupid to think you can single-handedly protect your entire team, and they can't protect themselves when they don't know what they're walking into. Maybe you don't have to tell them everything, but they need to know enough to decide for themselves if they can give what you're asking them to do." Tate was aware Rossi had been looking at him from the gas station. There was still a lot to do before this mission was over, and because of San Roman, things had become a lot more complicated. "Thanks," he said. There was so much going on in his head, the one word was all he could come up with. He and Caden turned back to the gas station and the tangle of demands awaiting him. Seeing his conversation with Caden was over, Rossi met Tate halfway in the street, walking with him to the gas station. "Except for one dead," he said with a quick glance at Caden. "All the civilians are okay. They're pretty scared about what's going to happen to them." "What about the soldiers?" asked Tate. "One's in bad shape," said Rossi. "I'm thinking he got that C4 blast full on, and he got some internal damage from it." The impromptu conference grew as the rest of the squad gathered around to hear what was going on. "Will he live?" asked Tate. "If he don't see a hospital in 24 hours, said Rossi. "I don't think so." Tate pursed his lips in thought about their next move. "What are we going to do with all these people?" asked Fulton. "Do we let them go?" "Private," said Caden. "Do you mean the same people that nearly burned us alive, cornered, and tried to slaughter us? Those people?" "Well," said Fulton, "yeah, I guess so. It's not like they're dangerous anymore." Caden pointed to the 3 bound soldiers, scowling at them. "Leaving them behind would be the same as leaving an unexploded landmine for someone else to step on," she said.
Hang on, protested Wesson. Are you suggesting we execute these prisoners? It's the smart thing to do, said Caden. Fulton paled, and the rest of the team traded anxious looks. Kill them, he said. Top, are we going to kill these guys? I can't do that. They tried to kill us, said Rossi. Gun us down like dogs. Maybe they didn't have a choice, said Monkhouse. Maybe these soldier pricks have their families. The why don't matter, said Rossi. We'd still be just as dead. You cut 'em loose and they'll kill someone else. You want that blood on your hands? Monkhouse pointed at the bound civilians, who were looking more and more worried. You want their blood on yours? He asked. Everyone quiet down, said Wesson. She has no authority here. You want to test that assumption, G.I. Jane? Baited Caden. This is crazy, said Fulton. I'm not a murderer. That's enough, said Tate, breaking out of his own thoughts. Everyone take a step back. Sergeant Wesson, take the squad, separate the civilians from the soldiers, and put both under guard. I need a word with Caden. The squad quieted down, and Wesson was relieved that some order had been restored. Tate and Caden walked away from the rest of the team until they were out of earshot. You know I don't operate that way, he said, and I didn't form this team to kill people. Caden's annoyed expression softened as she looked at him for a long moment before speaking. Maybe that's what you told yourself, she said. But come on, Tate, deep down, you know it's a lie. Don't pull that psychology thing on me, he said. This is about working in the background, undermining the ring until they fall apart. That sounds good on paper, said Caden. But you've been on enough operations. It always comes down to the same thing. If you don't pull the trigger, the other guy will. Sorry for beating a dead horse, but you almost lost a man today. You keep believing in your fantasy world, and you're going to get your people killed. And you think killing the prisoners is the right thing to do? He seethed. No, she said. It's not right, but it's smart. We don't know if we'll cross paths with these guys again, but someone will, and these guys will have learned from the lesson. Their next ambush will be smarter, they'll anticipate Overwatch, close the loopholes, they'll be more lethal. Tate had no good arguments against Caden's logic and walked away. We leave them here, he said, over his shoulder. Wesson had put the soldiers in the work shed, away from the gas station. They'd been bound with duct tape and sat against one wall. While the unconscious soldier was laid on a pile of blankets, someone foraged from the neighboring buildings. Even though it was unlikely he would pose a threat, his ankles and wrists were bound in duct tape. Tate walked into the dim light of the shed. The three soldiers sat on the packed dirt floor with their gazes fixed ahead, ignoring him. He immediately recognized the soldier who had been giving orders and crouched in front of him. The soldier had 2 stars embroidered on the shoulder boards of his fatigues, making him a lieutenant, but his name tape was missing. Tate had seen pirates, bandits, you name it, wear scavenge uniforms to intimidate the locals or try to give themselves more legitimacy. But if these guys were part of a real army, they would have had enough men without conscripting the locals to fight. The other men looked a bit rough compared to the spit and polish of the lieutenant. Sorry about your truck, said Tate with a lopsided grin. You want to tell me what cartel you're working for? The lieutenant remained silent. His gaze burned holes through Tate. The sound of a distant helicopter reminded him of the ticking clock he was working against. There were other things hungry for his time, and he wasn't getting anywhere with this drug enforcer. The good news is, said Tate, we're not going to kill you. A courtesy you ballsacks didn't give us. The bad news is, you get to explain to your boss how we kicked your ass, blew up your truck, and, oh yeah, and we took your pretty .50 caliber too. Those are hard to come by, so thank you, he said, patting the prisoner on the shoulder. Tate paused at the door. Any other time I'd shoot you all for impersonating soldiers, but you caught me on a good day. Take my advice. Ditch the fatigues. You're not impressing anyone. Nobody in the room made a sound or looked his way. Tate walked out without another word. The civilians squinted against the thrashing dust and grit blown up by the helicopter's rotors. They carried what few personal items they were allowed and escorted to the waiting helicopter just outside of town, where Tate was talking to the crew chief.
"The relocation camp is too far outside our operational area," said the crew chief. "We'll have to relay the civvies to another chopper that has a recam in their OA. Any of them need medical?"
"No," said Tate, understanding the meaning behind the crew chief's question. "We checked them out. No one's going to turn Vix on you." The crew chief nodded his approval.
"Appreciate that. What were you guys doing so far south? I thought all the search and clear work was up north."
"Just a routine patrol," said Tate matter-of-factly. The crew chief took in the mangled troop truck and the smoldering ruins in the town.
"Whatever you say," he grinned.
"It's the message that's important," said San Roman. "This time the General can't deny how valuable I am. I have Tate. The General's got a lot, but he doesn't have anyone inside the American army."
"Do you think this will persuade him to make you part of his operation?" asked Dante.
"If he thinks the Americans are a threat to his operation," said San Roman, "he'll crawl on his knees to get the information I know."
"You have been trying to get into his organization for a long time," agreed Dante. "This could get you the position you're looking for."
"That's the plan," said San Roman. "It's got to be high up the ladder. I need to be close to the heart of his operation. Sooner or later, the old man will get distracted, forget about me, or drop his guard, and bang!"
He whipped out his big pistol and jerked it, mimicking the recoil.
"The General's dead, and I'm running everything."
"It's risky, don't you think?" asked Dante. "By warning the General, Tate could walk into a death trap."
"The site I picked is remote," said San Roman. "He will send most of his men to bigger, more important sites. He wouldn't even know this place got hit if I didn't tell him."
"And if Tate dies," said Dante, "you lose your source of information. You're no longer valuable to Rojas."
"So they killed Tate," said San Roman. "You can recruit me another soldier."
The dynamics of Dante's future just shifted to a potentially dangerous path. Recruiting was an optimistic word for blackmailing, and finding something to leverage a soldier in Tate's position was as rare as a Jewish pope. If Tate was killed in this raid, San Roman would be looking at Dante to produce another informant. If he couldn't deliver, San Roman might have one of his childish but deadly tantrums. Dante made a mental note to review his emergency exit strategy from San Roman's reach if he smelled smoke on the wind, because the all-consuming fire of San Roman's rage would be right behind it. The flight back to base seemed to Tate to take forever. The tension between the squad was heavy in the air. He couldn't wait to get away and have a drink. It wouldn't change anything, but just to get away. That's what you're good at, running away. Tate didn't know where his inner demon had sprouted from, but he hated it. It was a vigilante that knew his every thought. The Black Hawk was a foot off the pad when Tate hopped out, earning him a sharp look from the crew chief. Wesson watched in mute surprise as he walked off without a word. "Rossi, can you get Monkhouse over to the infirmary?" she asked.
"Yeah, sure," he said.
"Stop treating me like a baby," protested Monkhouse. "I'm fine."
"You know you're bleeding from your ears, right?" said Rossi.
It was a slight exaggeration. The overpressure from the gasoline explosion had caused Monkhouse to briefly bleed from his ears. Monkhouse's eyes went wide, and he reached up to feel the dried blood on his ear.
"I need a doctor," he said.
Yeah, said Rossi. "You're on death's door."
"I want everyone's after-action report by this time tomorrow," said Wesson.
"You too, Monkhouse."
She quickly grabbed her combat pack and weapon, leaving the helicopter pad before Caden had gotten out of the Blackhawk. She told herself if she saw Caden's all-knowing smile one more time today, she'd knock it off her face. Walking into his quarters, Tate saw the message waiting light blinking on his sat phone, and knew Colonel Hewitt would have caught wind he had called in for civilian transport, effectively blowing any chance of running this off under the Colonel's radar. Tate involuntarily clenched his jaw, which he instantly regretted. His mouth and lips were caked with dirt and grit.
In what had become a ritual he'd repeated over the years, too many times to count, Tate dumped his combat pack by the door. It landed with a thud and a puff of dust. He leaned his rifle against the wall and went into the bathroom, stripping off his shirt along the way. He splashed his face until the water circling the drain was clean, then swished cool water around his mouth, long past caring what he saw come out of it. Deciding on a balance between wanting to get the conversation over with and being mentally prepared to tell the colonel only what he was sure of, Tate picked up the sat phone and punched in the code to put it in encryption mode. The colonel picked up on the first ring. "I'm listening," he growled. Tate spent the next 20 minutes carefully laying out the sequence of events leading up to the ambush at the village. Trusting his instincts, he omitted his intel source was a cartel boss he had become indebted to, or that the Suicide King was a Colombian general, an old pal of the DEA. "My intel is sketchy at best," he admitted, "and there's a lot of blanks to fill in. Someone out there is purposely poisoning Coke." The colonel was quiet for a long time before he replied. Through the static, Tate heard a pained sigh. "What's your feel on this?" asked Hewitt. "Are we looking at small-time occurrences?" "I honestly don't know," said Tate. He meant it. Until San Roman told him the full story, he had no idea how this puzzle fit together. Even so, the risk of having an overdose in a military base? He trailed off, letting the colonel connect the dots. "Damn," said Hewitt, signaling he understood. "We might as well para-drop Vicks right in our living room." Tate was wrestling with something else, and he wasn't sure how the colonel would react, or if he should even tell him. He rolled his bottom lip between his teeth as he picked at a long scrape he just noticed on his forearm. Before thinking better of it, the wound began seeping blood. He grumbled under his breath as he snatched up a dirty sock and pressed it on the wound. "What did you say?" asked Hewitt. "Sorry," said Tate. "Nothing. Colonel, I almost lost a man today." "Will he be okay?" "Yes, sir. Thanks for asking. I don't think I can keep them in the dark about what we're doing." "Are you suggesting telling them about the ring?" asked Hewitt. "You're risking both our lives if any of them can't keep a secret. Hell, they could give us away without even knowing they're saying something they shouldn't." "I know, sir," said Tate. "I hope you do, Sergeant Major," grunted Hewitt. "I understand they're going on operations blind to the full potential of danger. That's a hard thing to shoulder as their leader. But weigh that against what happens if one of your people runs their mouth to a hooker, talks in their sleep, or has one too many at the bar. Next thing you know, you wake up strapped to a chair, spending the next 2 weeks hoping death takes you before having to endure another day of excruciating torture." "And if we're taken out," said Tate, "who's left to stop the ring?" "I think you're seeing the bigger picture," said Hewitt. "I may have additional resources to help you stop this drug issue," he said. "I'll be in touch." The connection broke, and Tate shut off the sat phone. Bringing up telling the team about the ring was something of a gamble. His alliance with the colonel was a tricky one. He didn't know how much he could trust the colonel. Was he playing both sides, only interested in saving his own skin? Would he betray Tate to the ring to save himself? Or was he as committed to bringing down the ring as he said? Or were his full loyalties with the ring, and he was manipulating Tate like a puppet on a string? Tate purposely brought up telling the team everything to see Hewitt's reaction, and he got one. Hewitt sounded genuinely worried that he and Tate could be found out. If he was a true blue member of the ring, Tate reasoned, Hewitt wouldn't have been concerned about being exposed. The colonel might have simply ordered Tate to drop it, end of conversation. It was a guessing game, sure, but Tate felt he'd come away more convinced the colonel could be trusted. Trusted. That word rattled around in his head as he thought about the uneasy silence on the ride back from today's operation. He could see the wheels turning behind their poker faces as they suddenly were looking at their own teammates with new eyes, reevaluating who could be trusted, how far the other person was willing to go for the good of all, or whether that person was capable of cold-blooded brutality. Tate's gaze came back into focus. The room was dim, and it was dark outside. How long have I been sitting here? He glanced at his watch.
1640 hours. He snapped on the table lamp, feeling stiffness from his arm all the way across his back. Not old, just rusty, he groaned as he loosened the tightness across his shoulders. He picked up his phone and called Wesson. She picked up after the third ring. Yeah, Wesson, she mumbled. Sorry I woke you, he said. It's okay, Top, she said, sounding artificially alert. What's up? Have the team assemble in the ready room, he said. I'll be there in 30. She stumbled, caught between asking why or just doing it. Copy that? Wait, do we gear up? My bad, said Tate. No, this is a bull session. Okay, she said. 30 minutes. And Sergeant, he added, I want an MP outside the door. Top? Said Wesson, sounding fully awake now. What's going on? 30 minutes, he said, and hung up. Chapter 12. Transparency. Tate walked into the ready room after making sure everyone was present. He'd called Caden, telling her what was going on and giving her the option to sleep in or show up. I wouldn't miss this for the world, she said. With final orders for the MP, Tate entered the ready room. The customary chatter was absent, as each team member silently watched him with a mixture of emotions. Some appeared puzzled, while others were disapproving, bordering on scowls. Tate walked around to the desk in the front of the room and sat against it. He knew what he was going to say, yet still paused as if he might change his mind. He knew it was too late for that. Nobody spoke. He had their full attention. He braced himself as he pulled the cork on the genie's bottle. I've lied to all of you about what our missions really are, he said. I have my reasons, but after we nearly got wiped out today, I recognized that was a mistake. He paused, gauging the room before he went on. I know some of you have something to get off your chest. Speak your mind. What's said in this room is for us only. Tate stopped. The room was quiet, and the background static of bottled-up emotions intensified a couple of notches, but nobody spoke. Nothing you say will be used against— Where do you get off lying to us, you two-faced son of a bitch? Broke in Rossi. The room erupted in a clash of people shouting to be heard over each other, voices condemning Rossi and others supporting him. Wesson was flushed red, growling a warning to Monkhouse, who made a show of not being able to hear her, which only egged her on more. Everyone shut up, said Tate. I said you can speak your mind without penalty, and that's what we're going to do. He waited for the room to settle down. Rossi, that's a fair question, he said. I will answer it before we're done here. You better, grumbled Rossi. Someone snapped an objection at Rossi's tone. Hey, said Rossi. He just said we can clear the air. This is me clearing the air. Who else has something to say? Asked Tate. I gotta say, Top, said Monkhouse. I don't know if there's anything you can say that'll make me trust you again. Tate pressed his lips together, nodding his head in understanding. He saw Caden make a pained face at the stinging accusation. Who else? He asked. I'm sure, said Wesson, that Top had his reasons. Tate waved off the rest of Wesson's words. No, Sergeant, he said. Don't do that. I appreciate your loyalty, but I'm not worthy of it. I've got tonight to find out if I can earn enough of that back before our next step. Top, Fulton nearly squeaked. If things were different back at that village today, would you have killed those people? I know that possibility rattled you, Fulton, said Tate. But I won't answer that. I don't deal in hypotheticals. Okay, said Fulton, drawing out his answer to solidify his thoughts. You never talked about it, but the way you know stuff about tactics and shooting, like that, we figure you used to be in the regular army, fighting and stuff. Have you ever killed a defenseless person? I've never killed a prisoner, said Tate. But you need to understand the difference between defenseless and harmless. Fulton's gaze momentarily wandered as he thought over Tate's words, then snapped back to clarity. Oh, okay, he said. I get it. Oda, said Tate. What about you? Oda looked at the people around him and smiled, uncomfortable with all the attention. I'm here because of my own decisions, he said. How can I blame someone else for my actions?
He lied to us,
barked Rossi. That was his decision, said Oda. It was my decision to believe him or not. If I was going to be mad at someone, it would have to be me.
What is wrong with you? Said Rossi.
Oda only smiled. Unruffled, he turned his attention back to Tate.
All right,
said Rossi to Tate.
Now you know most of us think you're an asshole. Now you gonna answer my question?
Almost, said Tate. But first, each of you have a choice to make. Leave, right now, without any consequence. You'll be reassigned to another unit, off base, and the book is closed on your involvement here. But if you stay, make no mistake. What you learn here, you take to the grave without telling another human being. The only people you can ever talk to will be the ones in this room. Not your shrink, not your priest, not another soul. If the wrong people even suspect you know something, it could mean a gun to the head of everyone here, including yourself. Fulton's hand crept up. Tate could see it quiver from across the room. Go on, he said.
You're scaring the hell out of me, Top, said Fulton. What if I talk in my sleep? I don't know if I do. I never slept with anyone, so how,
He stumbled to a stop, flushing red as Rossi chuckled under his breath. Have you ever broken a promise to keep a secret? Said Tate.
A promise?
Said Fulton thoughtfully.
My dad taught me the only thing a man's got in this life is his word.
Tate inwardly grimaced at the unintentional stab. There's your answer.
All right, Top, said Rossi. You got us all shaking in our boots over this dangerous secret. You gonna tell us or what?
Whoa, not so fast, said Monkhouse.
I haven't made up my mind if I want to know. You're not giving us much to go on. You have to give us some idea what's worth putting our lives on the line.
Sighing heavily, Tate dropped his gaze to the floor, mentally shuffling what he could divulge without saying too much. All right, he said. The country's at risk. Our mission is to run deep, covert missions to end that risk. He caught Fulton's expression, reading his thoughts. Yes, said Tate. The bad guys will try to kill us, and if we want to save our country, we might have to kill them. Fulton, you understand, I'm not saying murder.
Yes, Top, said Fulton.
Nobody here's got a problem with killing Vix, but if killing a human being crosses a line, there's the door. Tate deliberately locked his gaze on each person in the room. He wanted them to feel uncomfortable, exposed, and crumble any self-delusions keeping them here when they knew in reality they weren't cut out for this. The future of everyone's lives rested on those who decided to remain in this room. Tate let the silence drag on, giving time for their fears and doubts to work on them, locking them in a mental isolation chamber, forced to face their demons. No one dared show weakness by looking at Tate. All they would have seen was indifference. His cool demeanor betrayed the brutality of his own thoughts. He was unflinchingly yanking his own fears and doubts out of the shadows and facing a possible future where someone on the team turned traitor or became a threat. Caden was very good at reading people, and he could have asked her thoughts, but the consequences demanded that the responsibility rest entirely on his shoulders. Stripping ideals of friendship, sympathy, or sentiment down to the bone, he forged his resolve to kill anyone who betrayed them. His decision was an unwavering, cold-blooded commitment that he shackled deep in the darkness of his mind. Only betrayal would set it free, but once off the chain, he wouldn't stop it. Tate came out of the black well of his own thoughts. He looked up and scanned the room for vacated seats. There were none. Except for Caden, who was smiling at him in that unnerving way of hers, each member of the team was looking at him, gaze fixed on his, back straight, with an attitude of determined resolve. Without preamble, Tate got started. We thought the Vix were the only threat to our country. Not long ago, I learned that's a lie. He explained the origins behind the formation of their unit, when he'd learned about the true threat to the country, and how he'd decided to use the gravediggers against the real enemy. The morning sun had cleared the horizon when everything was said and questions answered. When it was over, each left the room with a renewed sense of purpose, but seeing the world and people around them in a different light. Caden smiled at Tate as he slumped against the desk, mentally and physically exhausted. Not bad, she said. Thanks, he said at the rare compliment. Not how I would have done it, but not bad, said Caden. Tate put up his hand in weak protest. Please, he said, you're going to make me blush. I thought you were going to tell them the whole truth, she said. No, he said. I said I wasn't going to lie. They don't need to know about the ring, the kind of people in it, or that Colonel Hewitt is involved. For their safety? She asked. Come on, Caden, he said. I'm too tired for your mental games. They understand the threat to our country and how dangerous our missions will be. They accept they'll likely kill bad guys and they're going to get shot at. Everything else is way outside their need to know. What's next? Asked Caden as she stretched the stiffness from her arms. Tate fished San Roman's gate drive out of his pocket. I contact the guy who knows about the Suicide King and tell him I took out the gas station, he said. Then he gives me what intel he's got. Does that square you up? She asked. Or are you still under his thumb? It's not a perfect arrangement, he said, but he's useful. Caden arched an eyebrow. I was going to say psychotic, but sure, useful works. Like I said, explained Tate, it went like clockwork. We found the abandoned gas station exactly where you said it would be. Huh, said San Roman, puzzled. And you took it out, like, just walked in and blew it up. Using the number on the gate drive, Tate had called San Roman. That San Roman had someone smart enough to know how to convert and piggyback a cell phone signal onto a microwave satellite was a reminder not to underestimate him. He was a cocky prick, but that didn't mean he didn't have resources. In spite of the static and poor connection, Tate could hear San Roman's confusion. He decided he wasn't going to tell him anything about the ambush. If someone had told San Roman about the ambush, he now had to wonder who was telling him the truth, his source or Tate. It was a small head game, but Tate would exploit any opportunity to use against him. Yeah, said Tate. Is something wrong? No, said San Roman. It's all good. All right, said Tate. Tell me about the Suicide King. San Roman laughed. Oh, that dude is a serious combination of dangerous and loco, he said. See, this guy has always hated Americans. Not like me. You got them badass dudes like Clint Eastwood and Bruce Lee, right? How bad can America be? But the Suicide King, oh man, San Roman laughed again. When you Yankees walked into South America like you owned the place? And don't give me that mierda about the United Nations. We never voted on that. Tate ignored San Roman's objections and tried to get him back on topic. You said the guy hated Americans, he said. Like you wouldn't believe, said San Roman. I don't know how, but what I heard was he thought America was going to come here and help save the country. The general, you know, the Suicide King, right? He's thinking maybe America's okay after all. But then he finds out you guys just announced you were taking over the country. Holy crap! He about lost his mind. Yeah, okay, said Tate, losing interest in the history lesson. I hear it all the time. Everyone hates America. That's why they were jumping the borders to get here. Tell me something I don't know. Oh, said San Roman. Okay, gilipollas. Here's something you don't know. He put together an army to fight, like a guerrilla war against you. But he didn't have enough men or equipment or something. But then he gets this idea, and it wasn't me, but he decides to get into the cocaine business. But not to make money. He makes bigger and bigger shipments into the U.S., waiting until his product is being sold all over the country, right? That's just the cheese for the trap. That's his revenge? Asked Tate. He's going to get the entire country addicted? No, estupido, laughed San Roman. He's going to ship poisoned cocaine all over your country. All those walled-off cities where everyone thinks they're safe from Vicks, then bam! Drug addicts all over town die from his stuff.
And before anyone knows what's going on, you got Vicks running all over the place. Killing, making more Vicks. You sure did piss off the wrong guy.
Tate sat, unblinking, feeling steel bands squeezing his chest at mental images of Vicks rampaging through unsuspecting cities. The potential carnage would be devastating, but the aftermath would be more destructive. It could be months before people could be convinced it was safe to go out. They'd be terrified another outbreak was happening. They wouldn't leave their homes. There'd be hardly anyone to maintain power plants, hospitals, utilities. Even things as simple as grocery stores and gas stations would shut down.
"Hey, Tate," said San Roman. "You still there?"
"When?" said Tate, feeling numb.
"I bet you're piecing yourself, right?" chuckled San Roman. "I don't know when, but I got something might be helpful. I know where the Suicide King's making his poison coke."
Tate caught himself, gripping the phone with white fingers. Rage flared through him at the thought of San Roman playing with him, withholding the location until Tate ran more missions for him. He wanted to reach through the phone and crush his throat, but as fast as his anger surged to life, it was gone as San Roman began speaking.
"It's located on the Isla Cascajal," he said.
"How do you know so much about this guy?" asked Tate.
"Only a fool ignores the competition," said San Roman.
"And you're hoping I cut down on your competition?" probed Tate. San Roman burst out laughing, and it felt like he was laughing at Tate.
"Oh, man," he said, you think you're some kind of badass dude, don't you? No, that's good. You got balls, but you take out the Suicide King? You're small-time, soldier boy. He's got enough men and guns to chew you up and spit you out. No, I'm telling you about him because we had a deal, and this is me keeping my part. You try going up against him, and he'll swat you like a fat green bug."
"Anything else?" asked Tate, ignoring the jab.
"That's it," said San Roman.
Tate broke the connection and put down the sat phone. He had a heavy steel ball that twisted his gut as he tried to get his head around the size and gravity of what loomed in front of him. The Black Hawk banked as it passed over the wide plains below. Dotted here and there, thick stands of trees broke the shallow rolling terrain. Tate's gloved finger pointed to the plastic-covered map in his hand.
"We insert here," he said into his headset. "Sector Echo 12. From there, it's Sergeant Wesson's show."
The day before, an air patrol had spotted a group of survivors holed up in a small city, and after returning to base, had posted it on the mission board. Tate had upped the squad's combat training, but there was no better school than experience. He put Wesson in charge of planning the operation, and although it was a low-threat mission, Tate told her to simulate an infiltration of hostile territory.
"The city is a click northwest from there," said Wesson. "There's a 4-story building in Grid 7. We position on the roof and recon from there. The area is active with Vicks, so we go in with weapons hot. Once we spot the survivors, we'll move to their location, secure, and chopper them out. After that, we'll set up some fire and move drills."
Tate smirked at the general groan of the squad. He caught Caden's eye and nodded to her radio. He switched the channel selector on his radio, and she did the same. "You copy?" he asked. She nodded. "I hear you," she said. "You've been thinking about what to do with the Suicide King." "Stop doing that," he said with a wry smile. "I think you spend more time in other people's heads than your own." "I'm too boring," said Caden. Tate almost laughed at her lie. Tate had known Caden for years, during which they'd gone on countless missions, and she was still a mystery to him. When she wanted, she was a closed book, yet he called her a friend. He knew none of the typical things people share with each other: childhood, parents, where they grew up, etc. He did know she was always thinking, very calculating, brave, but shockingly ruthless to her enemies. He'd told Caden everything he'd learned from San Roman about General Guillermo Rojas and his plan to import poison coke. She told Tate if he wanted her help, she'd dust off some old contacts and see what came of it. "You still considering telling Colonel Hewitt about this?" she asked. I'm keeping the option open, he said. I don't know what we'd be going up against, but it's a sure thing the Suicide King can bring a lot more firepower to the party than I can. With Hewitt's authorization, I could change that. Not exactly staying under the radar, said Caden. Hewitt will want to know how you know so much about the Suicide King. The more he realizes you've been operating behind his back, the more suspicious he's going to be of you. He says he wants to take down the ring from the inside, but he could be one of them, using you until you're too much of a threat. It's a huge risk, he admitted, but I can't sit back while the Suicide King unleashes holy hell on hundreds of people. Thousands, she corrected. Tate was about to say something when a green light began flashing in the cabin. He switched his radio to the helicopter's open channel. The LZ's in sight, said the pilot. Get your people prepped for a quick dismount. Vics were confirmed in the town, but the surrounding area was an unknown. The less time the pilot spent on the ground or even near it, the better he liked it. The gunner leaned over his machine gun as he looked out of his window for any threats, and the pilot made a circle around the LZ. Zero contact, said the gunner over the radio. Copy that, said the pilot. We're going in. As they neared the ground, it disappeared in the prop wash of dirt and debris. The squad pulled bandanas over their noses and mouths. The crew chief hung onto the door frame as he looked down and called out their estimated distance to the ground. Hold, said the crew chief, and the Black Hawk came to a hover a couple of feet off the ground. Good to go, he said. Tate was letting Wesson run this op, and she didn't need to be told twice. Gravediggers out, said Wesson. Spread out and set up a defensive perimeter. Their extra training showed, as each member of the squad deployed and took up a defensive position without a stumble of getting tangled up with their gear. Tate couldn't help but be reminded of doing the same thing with his old outfit, the Night Devils. He shook the memories from his thoughts and leapt out of the helicopter, instantly taking a knee and bringing up his weapon. Tate's shoulders sagged under the downforce from the Black Hawk as it increased power and rose into the air. They stayed in position, and Tate glanced at Wesson, wondering why she hadn't given the order to move, when a blur of motion caught the corner of his eye. A Vix broke from the tree line at a full sprint. The sound of the helicopter must have attracted it, because it wasn't running at the squad. Tate would have shot it, but was stopped by Wesson. Everyone hold, said Wesson over the radio. A moment later, a swarm of Vix burst from the same place the first one came from. The first Vix never slowed, but kept racing in the same direction, giving no interest in the squad crouched 60 feet to its left. Nobody move, hissed Wesson. Nobody did. The knot of Vix mimicked the first and disappeared into the woods a few hundred yards away. Tate's knee was beginning to gripe as it pressed most of his weight into the coarse ground. He inwardly cursed himself for the 100th time. I used to be a forged-in-steel, throat-punching nightmare of death. Now I can't— Squad, move out, said Wesson. Tate rose with a stifled grunt, and the squad headed towards the city. He was pleased and impressed with the way Wesson had handled their insertion. If he'd seen her face, he would have known she had been nearly frozen with fear. It was all she could do to will herself to stand, knowing that each step she took would bring her closer to the Vix. Unchecked, her fear would easily bloom into panic. She bit down on her tongue until she tasted blood. The pain cleared the turmoil in her mind, and she could function again. The gravediggers had run several patrols into towns and villages, but this was their first city. The number of Vix was unknown, but the potential entered into the thousands. Anyone could have run this rescue, but Tate had been increasing the difficulty of their missions in order to condition the team to operate under progressively greater stress. If they could keep their heads and operate in a high-threat environment like this, it would build their confidence and bring them closer as a team. Had he known Wesson's battle with herself, he'd have left her back at base, or maybe kicked her from the team. In every operation, there was a potential moment when everyone's lives would depend on the actions of one team member. This was the absolute worst time to discover their breaking point. The edge of the city cut abruptly through a flat range of grass and scrub. The team entered through an industrial park of office bungalows and warehouses. Their mission report had the survivors 2 clicks from their position.
A two-story building had been selected nearby as an observation point where the team would assess the situation and route their approach to the survivors. Staying close to the buildings, the team followed the paved road carefully, looking around every corner and intersection before moving on. Unless something triggered the Vix to move, the team didn't expect to see them roaming around. According to the lab coats who were studying the Vix, after a long period of no stimulation, the Vix would stop moving. Stationary, they either had no equilibrium or made no effort to remain standing and would fall over, making a dormant Vix indistinguishable from a real corpse. That is, until something like a noise or vibration threw their start button. Then the next thing you knew, they were falling out of the woodwork and charging you like an Olympic sprinter. What made this a prime choice for their observation point was that the roof could be accessed from exterior stairs. This eliminated having to clear the interior of the building. The top of the building was a covered patio, and the shade was a welcome relief from the unrelenting sun. "Rossi," said Wesson, "watch the stairs and let me know if you see any Vix coming in our direction. Don't shoot without my okay. Everyone else, keep your heads down. We don't want our movement to draw unwanted attention." Tate and Caden joined Wesson at the low wall of the patio and checked the map against their position. Looking through her binoculars, Wesson peeked over the wall, scanning the area, then looked at the map. She pointed to a corner building the next street over. "They're here in this liquor store," said Wesson. "They've thrown a sheet or something white on the roof as a signal." Tate looked over the wall and easily saw the white material contrasting with the red roof. From their vantage point, they could see the front of the building and adjoining street. Behind the security bars, faded posters of models holding bottles of beer and cigarettes filled the windows. Except for a few cars, there was nothing else in the street. "So far, so good," said Tate. "What's your plan of action, Sergeant?" "There's an alley 2 buildings from here," said Wesson. "We can use that for our approach. It's lined with walls from yards, but several of them are low enough to climb over if we encounter a lot of Vix. That should put us half a block from our objective." "Sounds solid," said Tate. "Good work." "Thanks," said Wesson, smiling at the compliment. "After we make—" Multiple pops in the distance interrupted her. "Gunfire." Chapter 13. Scavengers. Except for Rossi, everyone had gathered at the wall and was peering over to see what was happening. Wesson, Tate, and Caden were the only ones with binoculars, but the surrounding buildings blocked their view of everything except the street the next block over. There was another chorus of gunfire, this time much closer and coming from several guns. "Aw, crap," said Rossi. "I got Vix running around down in the street." "Are they coming up the stairs?" asked Wesson. "No," said Rossi, "but those gunshots got them stirred up." "Next time start with if they're a threat," growled Wesson. "Then you can follow with the color commentary. Copy?" "Yeah, whatever," said Rossi. "I didn't hear you, Sergeant," said Tate. "Yeah, I copy," said Rossi sourly. A few Vix ran past the liquor store, but soon they were coming in droves. They watched in amazement as a Vix broke apart with pieces flying everywhere, instantly followed by the sound of a machine gun. Before they could wonder what was happening, a large armored personnel carrier rolled into view. Waves of Vix were madly throwing themselves at the blunt grill of the APC, which plowed through them on thick 4-foot tires. A man stood out of a hatch behind a mounted machine gun, laughing and slapping the roof of the APC. A string of skulls hung above the thick bulletproof windshield. The Vix that weren't crushed clawed and bit at the metal monster as it heedlessly cut a swath of gore and drove out of sight. "What the hell was that?" said Fulton. "A diversion," said Tate. "Like Cooter Pass," confirmed Caden. "Yeah," said Tate darkly. "Just like Cooter." "Cooter what?" said Fulton. "It's a small town in the northeast of Mongolia," said Oda matter-of-factly. "How do you know stuff like that?" asked Fulton, even more baffled. Tate looked at Oda with mild astonishment. Oda merely grinned and shrugged. "Top, you've been to Mongolia?" said Fulton. "Focus, people," said Wesson. A moment later, a troop truck and a smaller but bulky armored vehicle drove into view.
Someone had made a clumsy attempt to paint a naked pin-up woman on the hood of the vehicle with the name Raquel underneath. When they reached the corner, both vehicles slowed and maneuvered lengthwise across the street, creating a blockade. Several people got out of the troop truck and began casually shooting the remaining Vics. Buildings blocked Tate's view of the entire street, but it was clear another blockade had been set up as more armed people joined the first group. Through his binoculars, Tate could see they were a mix of men and women, many dressed in a mismatch of civilian and military clothing. Some carried assault rifles, while others had shotguns or hunting rifles, but all were armed. The door to the armored vehicle opened, and out stepped a tall, thin man with long black hair that tumbled out from under a combat helmet. The others gathered around him as he spoke, gesturing with his assault rifle. They couldn't hear what he was saying from this distance, but the others began cheering, then broke off into groups. "This is bad," said Wesson. "Scavengers?" "Yes," said Tate, "a lot of them, and they're well armed." The scavengers began kicking in doors or prying at security screens to get into the shops on the street. Caden tapped Tate on the arm. "Take a close look at the Slash wannabe." "Isn't Guns N' Roses before your time?" asked Tate, as he focused his binoculars on the gangly leader. At first glance, Tate thought the leader was wearing a black tank top, but now recognized it was a ballistics vest. His assault rifle looked modern, and the mounted optic appeared to be a recent generation. Tate shifted his view to other scavengers and saw many of them wore bits of modern gear. "Top," said Wesson, breaking Tate from the distraction. "The survivors." Tate's view blurred as he swept his binoculars back to the liquor store, in time to see scavengers break through the door and disappear inside. "Oda," said Wesson. "Sight on the leader." "Sure," said Oda. "Whoa," said Tate. "Nobody fires without my authority." "They have them," said Wesson. The scavengers came out of the liquor store, dragging several terrified people with them. "I count 4 men, 3 women, and a little girl," said Wesson, with rising tension in her voice. "What are we going to do, Top?" asked Fulton. Tate and Caden looked at each other with grim understanding. Wesson reached down and grabbed her automatic weapon. She swung it up and put the bipod on the edge of the wall. "We have the high ground," said Wesson. "Oda takes out their leader, and I keep them pinned down. The rest of the squad moves into fire position, and we all die," broke in Caden. Wesson flushed with anger as she thrust a finger at Caden. "Shut it!" barked Wesson. "You are not—" "Sergeant," said Tate kindly. "We've got Vics running all around our position. Those scavengers outnumber and outgun us. They have an APC with a heavy machine gun. With surprise, we could get a handful of them, but it'll end with everyone here dead." "Top," said Oda, who had been watching the scavengers through his scope. Everyone turned their attention back to the street. The survivors were huddled in front of the liquor store. The little girl was clutching at one of the women as one of the men stepped out from the group. He was saying something to the leader and gesturing to the store behind them. The leader nodded and a couple of scavengers ran into the store. A moment later they reappeared with a box, but it was impossible to tell what was inside from this distance. The self-appointed spokesman of the survivors backed against the others with his arms out and started to herd them toward the end of the street. The leader ignored them while he looked briefly inside the box. Tate saw the leader move his hand to the pistol holstered on his hip. "Aw, shit," said Tate. The leader turned as he brought up his pistol and fired randomly into the group of survivors. The other scavengers joined in, cutting down the helpless people. The squad remained frozen in place, unable to comprehend the cold brutality of the last few seconds. Tears were streaming down Fulton's cheeks, and Wesson squeezed her eyes shut, fruitlessly trying to erase what she'd just witnessed. Oda looked up into the sky, mumbling something quietly to himself. "Sergeant Wesson," seethed Tate, "I'm taking operational control." Her eyes still shut tight. Wesson nodded her head. "I'm sorry," she said. "Maybe—" "Stop right there," said Tate. "There was nothing you could have done to save them. Nothing. But you saved our lives by making the right decision." Wesson looked at Tate with lost eyes, but Tate stopped whatever she was going to say. "Laurie," said Tate, "regret will not bring back the dead. I know what I'm talking about." Fulton's dirty young face was streaked with tears. They killed that little girl, Top, said Fulton. Like she was nothing. How can people be like that?
There's worse monsters than the Vicks, said Rossi, joining the conversation. I seen plenty of 'em behind bars as a prison guard.
They're getting ready to leave, said Caden, who'd been watching the scavengers. Staying crouched, Tate moved over to Rossi and peered down to the street below. Any Vicks?
Not for the past couple of minutes, said Rossi.
We bailing out?
Not even close, said Tate.
Fulton, you're with Rossi. Find us a car or truck, something we can all fit in, and make sure it's got gas. Fulton came over and dropped his radio pack. What are we doing?
We're about to make the world a little bit safer, said Tate.
All of you, listen to me. Tate's mind flashed through images of past firefights, those he killed and those he saw die. In that instant, he felt an immeasurable chasm between the man he was now and the untarnished young man he'd been those long years ago. He couldn't force his team to cross that chasm. It had to be their choice. This is real now. You're about to knowingly put yourself in danger. If you have any doubts, now's the time to quit.
The world is a dangerous place, said Oda.
Not because of the people who are evil, but because of the people who don't do anything about it, finished Wesson. Each member of the team paused silently, looking at each other. On each face, Tate could see their resolve. Let's get this done, said Tate, and the group broke into action. Come on, kid, said Rossi kindly as he tossed Fulton a bandana. Here, wipe your face. The two headed down the stairs, and Tate rejoined the rest of the team. What did I miss? Asked Tate. Looks like they emptied the liquor store of every bottle they could find, said Wesson.
This is getting better by the minute, said Tate.
Isn't it nice when the bad guy does half the work for you, said Caden. What's the plan, Sergeant Major? Asked Wesson.
With all that booze, said Tate, those bastards are going to party hard tonight. We wait until they can't stand up and move in.
There they go, said Caden. The scavengers had loaded up into their various trucks and began rolling out with the previously blockaded Vicks following behind. How are we going to find their camp? Asked Wesson. Tate smiled at the crack of a gunshot. They're going to leave a trail of dead Vicks for us to follow. The darkened jungle echoed with tortured music and sporadic gunshots as the scavengers partied inside their camp in an unrestrained binge of drinking and drugs. The gravediggers watched them from the inky blackness of the jungle and waited. The scavengers were parked in a trailer park. A tall razor-wire-topped fence surrounded the park. Here and there, RVs had been positioned next to the fence, giving guards on top of the trailers a good vantage point of the surrounding area. Nobody paid any attention to the handful of Vicks that were clawing and biting at the fence.
I hate these guys, grumbled Rossi. What a waste of good booze.
Maybe they'll save you some, said Tate.
Not at the rate they're drinking, said Rossi.
The rest of the team was sleeping, or trying to, as Tate and Rossi took their turn watching the scavengers. Most of them could be seen sleeping around small campfires. Several were gathered around a central bonfire, laughing and yelling. A man stood up, dropped his pants, and started peeing on the fire. Others laughed until the half-naked man turned to his audience, spraying them while he sang. A woman jumped up and landed a right cross to his face, dropping him where he stood. She stood over his motionless form as others cheered.
How much longer? Complained Rossi.
Get everyone up, said Tate. It's time. Using the shadow of the RV cast by the roaring bonfire, the gravediggers moved up to the fence near the back of the trailer park. Their primary objective was a wide corrugated metal barn where they'd seen the scavengers park the armored personnel carrier earlier that day. Rossi and Tate pulled the fence away from the ground, making enough of a gap for the others to crawl through and under the RV. The barn was only 50 yards away, but between them were two smoldering campfires with sleeping scavengers around them. Wesson deployed the bipod of her LM-948 and swiveled her aim to gauge her field of fire. I'm set, whispered Wesson. Tate pointed to himself and Fulton, then to the barn. Everyone else nodded in understanding. Tate and Fulton crawled out from under the RV and crouched against the bumper.
Above them, they heard the guard on the roof of the RV coming closer. Tate quietly drew his Colt 1911 from its leather holster and aimed up. If the guard's face appeared over the edge of the RV, Tate was prepared to blow it off. They heard the scrape of boots as the guard turned and headed to the other end of the RV. Fulton's head was scanning back and forth like he was watching a sped-up tennis match. Tate put a calming hand on his shoulder and gave him a smile. He mimicked taking a deep breath and releasing it. Fulton followed his example. Looking calmer, he nodded to Tate. Staying close to the fence, they headed out, creeping towards the barn. As they passed near a tangle of sleeping scavengers, Tate saw Fulton was fixated on them, as if they would jump to their feet at any moment. Just as he was about to step on a beer can, Tate put his hand up. Fulton froze, looking at Tate's alarm. Tate pointed to his own eyes, then to the ground. Fulton understood the dangerous mistake he had almost made and nodded his head. His eyes fixed on the ground, they continued towards the barn. Soon they'd gone as far as they could with the fence at their side. To reach the wide hangar-like barn doors, they'd have to cross open ground. Tate took his time, looking for anyone facing their direction. He could only see a couple of the guards at the perimeter of the trailer park standing on RVs. They were all facing outward. The few still awake at the bonfire were slouched on the ground, mumbling and staring at the fire. Tate signaled to Fulton, and they quietly headed away from what little security they had into the open. In Tate's mind, every crunch of his boots was amplified tenfold. His heartbeat thudded in his ears like massive drums, only 40 feet from the doors. Tate resisted the wild urge to run the rest of the way. He turned to Fulton to give him a reassuring smile. Fulton's smile instantly transformed to confusion as a spout of dirt flew up at his feet. Tate heard the gunshot and threw Fulton to the ground. There was no cover near them. Tate winced as 2 more shots sizzled over him. Looking for the threat, he saw a distant RV guard kneeling. Something black was covering his eyes, and Tate realized the guard was wearing night vision goggles. The scavengers were slow to come out of their stupor until Wesson opened up with her automatic weapon. The windows shattered and the thin metal side puckered as Wesson laced the RV the guard was on. But the rounds didn't climb to reach him. "Wesson!" yelled Tate on the radio. "I can't elevate the gun!" shouted Wesson. Her position under the RV kept Wesson from raising her gun any higher. "Damn it, I should have thought of that," cursed Tate. Tate swung his H&K 93 to his shoulder, just in time to see the RV guard somersault backwards off the top of the RV. "Got him," crackled Oda over the radio. Outside the trailer park, Oda had perched himself in a tree. "At least I thought of that," thought Tate. All of the scavengers were on their feet, shooting blindly in every direction. Many were too drunk to aim and emptied their guns into the ground. One thumped his chest with a savage war cry and charged into the bonfire, emerging on the other side unscathed. "Let's go!" shouted Tate, scrambling to his feet. He and Fulton ran to the barn and tugged on the large door. With a screech, the door moved a few inches, then stopped. Bullets smacked the metal door in front of Tate. Fulton tried to find the shooter in the jumbled chaos of shadows, screams, and flashing guns. Then he saw a man looking right at him. His hair was a brown tangle, and his teeth showed through his braided beard as he sneered at them. He was shooting from his hip, his assault rifle strobing flame. Somewhere in his consciousness, Fulton was aware of the metallic thud of bullets slapping into the door around him. Before he realized what had happened, the man stumbled back and fell to the ground. Fulton blinked in surprise and looked at his rifle as if it had materialized in his hands. There was a loud screech, and Tate disappeared into the barn. Without prompting, Fulton followed. Several of the scavengers had focused on the flashes from Wesson's gun and had taken what cover they could and were returning fire. Caden was shooting from behind the rear tire of the RV, while Rossi was behind the front. Dirt spattered in front of Rossi, and he quickly looked for the threat. He spotted a scavenger racing at him and getting closer fast, his pump shotgun splattering the ground and the side of the RV around Rossi with pellets. Rossi ducked behind the tire, and the shooting stopped. He looked around the tire and saw the scavenger standing just inches away, reloading his shotgun. Rossi rolled out from behind the tire and pointed his H&K 5.56L at the man's face. "Hey!" shouted Rossi.
Do I look like I'm gonna wait for you to shoot me?" The man's eyes looked at the barrel of the grenade launcher fitted under Rossi's gun and dropped the shotgun and ran. The shotgun hit the ground and went off inches from Rossi's face. It was only luck that it wasn't pointed at him, but unloaded the entire shell into the front tire, shredding it to ribbons. Momentarily blinded and ears ringing, Rossi wasn't prepared as the RV collapsed onto the rim of the tire and came down on him like a sledgehammer. His helmet saved his skull from caving in, but the force drove his face into the dirt with a terrible crunch. "You okay?" shouted Wesson. Rossi didn't move, but Wesson could hear him moaning. "Rossi!" yelled Wesson. "Rossi! I think Rossi is down!" shouted Wesson over the radio. "I'm fine," mumbled Rossi, waving at Wesson. He rolled onto his side and smiled at Wesson through a face of caked dirt and blood. "Just rung my bell is all." "Welcome back," said Caden. "Get back on your gun." He looked wrecked, but no one had time to spare for him. Bullets gouged the dirt around him, chewing through the thin metal of the RV. Wesson swiveled her gun left and right, trying to suppress the incoming fire, but the shooting was intensifying. "Reloading!" yelled Wesson as the bolt of her gun locked open. Smoke was trailing up from the hot barrel, and she worried how soon before the gun overheated. She grabbed another box magazine and snapped it into place. The gun kicked into her shoulder with a loud thwack, and the box magazine flew off. She grabbed it and saw a ragged hole in the front of it. "Come on, Sergeant," urged Caden. "We need that gun." "They hit my mag," said Wesson, snapping the magazine back on the gun. "I think it's—" She cycled the bolt and pulled the trigger. Her gun barked twice and jammed. "Screwed," said Wesson. Suddenly, the ground flared in front of them with intense heat and the stench of gasoline. Fire splashed on the side of the RV, narrowly missing Caden. "Molotov!" she yelled as she crawled further under the RV. "Tate, our cover's about to catch fire. Wesson's gun is out, and Rossi's hurt." "We had some trouble figuring this thing out," said Rossi. "Get ready to break cover." Over the blaring music and gunfire came the scream of twisted metal as the 17-ton APC ripped the barn door from its tracks. The scavengers cheered and waved their guns over their heads, but that all stopped as Tate appeared through the top hatch and grabbed the mounted machine gun. The fight turned into complete chaos as scavengers ran and others stood and fought. Tate raked their lines with bursts of fire, sending spouts of dirt and blood into the air. The APC turned and drove up to the mangled RV, covering Caden, Wesson, and Rossi. Tate shouted down to Fulton in the driver's seat, "Circle the camp." "Copy," yelled Fulton, and pressed on the gas. The APC lurched forward as Tate swiveled the machine gun, firing bursts at knots of scavengers, until finally nobody was shooting at them. Tate swung the gun around and ripped the loudspeaker to confetti, silencing the wailing music. The APC rumbled to a stop near the bonfire amid the wreck and gore of the camp, and Tate yelled for them to stand in front of the APC. He closely watched them as the few remaining scavengers held up their hands and gathered in front of the APC. From nowhere, their gangly leader appeared with a makeshift white flag. "Oda," said Tate into his radio. "You see anyone else?" Oda scanned the carnage for signs of movement. His crosshairs lingered where he couldn't tell if the flickering light was playing tricks, giving movement to inanimate objects until he was satisfied. "Looks clear from here, Sergeant Major," said Oda. "Squad," said Tate over the radio. "We're clear. Secure the prisoners." Wesson, Caden, and Rossi stepped out of the APC and trained their guns on the scavengers. The scavenger leader, Slash, held up the white flag as he grinned up at Tate. "That was a wicked trip, boss," said Slash, laughing. "You sure know how to use that meat chopper, huh? You got us good." Slash looked around at the scattered dead, then back to Tate. "Kind of a shame. Your people and mine, what's left of them, could join up." Fulton got out from the driver's seat of the APC and walked up to Slash, who mistook him for the team's leader. "I was just saying to your man on the chopper," said Slash. "Your people and mine could own—"
The crack of a gunshot caught everyone by surprise as Slash tumbled back with blood trickling from a hole in his head. A wisp of smoke trailed from the barrel of Fulton's gun as he let it drop to his side. "You aren't people," said Fulton coldly. Slash wobbled on his feet a moment, then crumpled to the ground. Fulton walked off into the shadows without a word. "Rossi," said Tate kindly. "Would you—" "I'm on it," said Rossi, and went after Fulton. "Secure the rest of them," said Tate. "Then we'll police the camp, and make sure the dead ones stay that way." Chapter 14. Spoils of War. By early dawn, the team had piled the dead scavengers in the back of a pickup. While searching for possible hiding scavengers, they discovered an old man and 2 children locked in a makeshift cage. The children clung to the old man's legs as they looked at the gravediggers with distrust. The old man told them they had been looking for food when the scavengers grabbed them. Why they hadn't killed him and the children was a mystery to him, because he had seen horrible things happen to all of the scavengers' prisoners. Apart from dehydration, Rossi found no serious injuries, and Tate gave the old man and kids food, water, and soft beds in one of the trailers to sleep in. But the old man was anxious to leave. He'd been separated from his family and wanted to get back to them. Tate had explained about the relocation program, but the old man respectfully turned him down. "What are we going to do with them?" asked Rossi, gesturing to the small knot of surviving scavengers. Anticipating that question, Tate had already come up with a solution. "The old man is taking them in his truck," said Tate. "From what he told me about his village, these bastards have a lot to answer for." "What about the old man?" asked Rossi. "And the kids? We're going to let them stay out here? It ain't safe." "No, it's not," said Tate. "But he grew up here and wasn't going to give it up even with Vicks all over the place. Nobody said the relocation program was mandatory. He's free to live where he wants." "But them kids?" protested Rossi. "Do you want to try to take those kids away from him?" smirked Tate. Tate's radio crackled. "I'm in the barn," said Caden. "You're going to like this." "On my way," replied Tate. "Double-check the scavengers are securely tied up," Tate told Rossi. "Give the old man a pistol and any assault rifle he wants. Lots of ammo. Make sure he's got enough food and water before he goes." "Hey, you can't do that," yelled one of the scavengers. "This guy's family? What happened?" The scavenger faltered a moment, then came at his protest from a different direction. "You don't know what they'll do to us." "Well," said Tate, "I have a pretty good idea." "We didn't do anything to you," pleaded the scavenger. "Who are you guys?" Tate reached into his pocket and flicked a playing card at the scavenger. It bounced off his chest and landed face down at his feet. On the back of the card was a red-bordered shield with a black dagger plunged through an evil-looking skull. In the red banner above the skull were the words, "Remorseless, Relentless." "We're the gravediggers, bub," grinned Rossi. "We do the hard work. All you gotta do is climb in." Tate gave Rossi a smile and headed to the barn to find Caden. She was standing with Wesson, looking at a pile of stuff. Tate's eyes quickly adjusted to the shade of the barn and a grin creased the corner of his mouth when he realized what he was looking at. "See what I mean?" smiled Caden. In front of them was a battered, scorched, and chipped dark green crate. The scavengers had clearly spent a lot of time and energy trying to open it, without success. On its sides were stenciled cryptic letters and numbers that would be meaningless to the average person, but not to Tate. Among all of the identification marks that stood out was FSC 1005. "What is it?" asked Wesson. "It's an army supply crate," said Tate. "The more important the contents, the stronger the crate." Tate appraised the beating the crate endured. "This is a polymesh hardened weave crate and can withstand a lot more than a blowtorch or an axe. And that FSC designation, that stands for Federal Supply Classification, and 1005 means we just moved up in the world." Wesson looked even more confused than before. She can tell by Tate's smile it must be something very good, but that's all. "Guns, Sergeant," grinned Tate. "Inside that crate are brand new guns." Easily distracted by shiny objects, said Caden. Now it was Tate's turn to look confused. This isn't why you called me? Asked Tate. Caden stepped behind the crate and scattered a pile of random items into the deeper shadows of the barn, where she grabbed onto a large tarp and pulled. The tarp fell away with a hiss, revealing something that looked like a giant insect. Caden turned on her flashlight, making Tate laugh out loud. "We have a helicopter?" said Tate in disbelief. "Most of one," cautioned Caden. "It looks like they gave up trying to assemble it." As his eyes adjusted, Tate could make out more details. The fuselage was partly intact, but the rotor blade housings were missing from the sides along with the tail boom. "I think it's a Viper," said Tate. "Jackpot," said Rossi as he walked into the barn. "Is that a chopper?" "If we have all the parts," said Tate. "How are we going to get all this stuff back home?" asked Rossi. Tate had been thinking about that too, but in reality they had no use for an APC or command vehicle. The missions weren't exactly within driving range of the base, and logistically, who would maintain it? It would be like bringing home a St. Bernard and dumping all the responsibility on your neighbor to take care of it. "The small stuff we can take," said Tate, "but the big stuff stays behind." "What?" protested Rossi. "And leave all this loot?" "Loot," pondered Tate. "That's not a bad idea, Rossi. What are the chances we could move these through your veterinarian friend?" Rossi threw a quick glance around, making sure nobody else was listening in, and walked up closer to Tate. "Yeah," said Rossi. "I think I could do that." "We don't deliver," said Tate. "We give the buyer the location where we'll put these." "Sure, makes sense," said Rossi. "I'll see what kind of deal we can make. What do you want for it?" "I don't know," said Tate. "What can I get?" "I don't know," grinned Rossi. "But it'll be awesome, whatever it is." Tate leaned back on the couch and looked around Caden's quarters with some surprise. When he brought her into the team, it was a struggle to find housing for her. But with some arm twisting, he had got her a roof over her head, but not much more. He didn't know when or how she'd gotten new quarters, but it made his place look like a cheap motel. Given the choice, Tate would have rather been nursing a beer, stretched out on his bed, and getting an early start on a long night's sleep. The moment the Blackhawk's wheels touched down, he felt like a one-legged man in a butt-kicking contest. The doctor had cleared Monkhouse for duty, and the timing couldn't have been better, because the engineer was losing his mind from boredom. All of that changed when Tate presented him with a battered mystery crate. Monkhouse excitedly guaranteed he could open it, but his enthusiasm blossomed into near euphoria when Tate told him they'd found a helicopter. He made arrangements for Rossi and Fulton to return to the captured scavengers' camp and try to rebuild it. For a horrifying moment, Tate thought Monkhouse was going to cry, or kiss him, or both. Fulton, on the other hand, was badly shaken. The murder of the little girl and his shooting of the scavengers' leader had catapulted him into an emotional turmoil. Rossi had been the one to suggest Tate send Fulton and himself to help Monkhouse. From the beginning, Fulton had seen Rossi as something of a father figure, and Rossi thought he could use the time together to help Fulton sort out his emotions. Rossi was the last person Tate would have picked as the nurturing type, let alone talk about feelings, but Fulton did look up to him, so he'd agreed. Tate was encouraged by the way the team had performed on the mission. Reading through their mission reports, he could piece together how each had not only supported the other team members, but had done so under fire. He was pleased, but recognized they were still rookies, and the only thing that honed a soldier into a warrior was experience. "Just like the old days," said Caden, sitting next to him on the couch. Tate had to admit this last mission did have a familiar feel to it. Many times the Night Devils had deployed for an operation where all the carefully laid-out mission plans had gone out the window hours after they were boots on ground. Tate could feel his heart beating faster as the memories came, faster and faster. Tate's eyes refocused and saw Caden frowning at him. He realized he'd been a million miles away while she had been talking to him. "Sorry," said Tate. "I was somewhere else." "I asked you over to show you this," said Caden, as she put a file on the coffee table. After you told me about the Suicide King and his plan to smuggle poison coke into the northern United States, I did some checking around and learned a few things." "What do you mean, checking around?" said Tate, sitting up. "Did I stutter?" frowned Caden, not liking Tate's tone. "I'm sure this guy doesn't have a social media page," said Tate. "And unless he's giving interviews, you went outside with classified information without telling me? We have no idea who all of the ring members are, if they're watching us, or where they're placed. They could be anyone. A Secret Service agent on the president's detail, or the corporal shoveling our food in the mess tent. Damn it, Caden, how do you know you can trust anyone with this information?" Tate flipped open the file, growing angrier as he scanned over the first page. "This is CIA spook-level intel. Who the hell do you know that has that kind of clearance and access to intel about the Suicide King?" Tate found himself suddenly looking at Caden with new eyes. There had always been an inscrutable side to her that was a complete blank. Each member of the Night Devils knew the others so well you could finish their sentence for them. But with Caden, while a trusted member of the unit, you only knew what she wanted you to see. Tate began to wonder if she was really who she said she was, or was that a lie? Had she been playing him all along? He remembered she brushed shoulders with military intelligence, but was that all? Distrust and doubt flooded through Tate. Caden's expression was unsettlingly blank. Her cool gray eyes gave nothing away, and if Tate hadn't been so angry he would be cringing uncontrollably. "My memory's a little foggy," said Caden flatly. "Who came to me for help 2 years after bailing on the unit? Who did I save from bleeding out in Munich? How many operations did I pull out of the fire because I had intel nobody else had?" They both knew the answer, and with each memory came a growing realization that if anyone was keeping score, Tate owed his life to Caden more than a couple of times. "When I brought useful intel to the game, you never questioned my methods and were happy in your ignorance. But that was back when you were a hard-edged fire-eater. You got soft, Tate. Paranoid. You look at me like I've changed, like you can't trust me anymore. You're so full of bullshit you can't even see the truth. You lost trust in yourself. You're filled with more doubt than confidence, but because you don't want to admit it, you turn it on me." Caden stopped and let her words hang in the air. Tate's inner conflict didn't keep him from seeing the truth in what she said. He recognized he put all his attention and energy on training and improving the team, so he wouldn't have to face dealing with his own flaws. Would a real man have run out on his grieving wife? A real man would have been home protecting his family, his little girl. Self-disgust and loathing boiled up in Tate with every damning condemnation. "Hey," said Caden, snapping Tate out of his thoughts. His fists were clenched so tightly Tate wondered if his palms would be bloody when he opened his hands. Close. Even though he kept his nails trimmed short, they had dug deeply into his skin. Caden gently put her hand on his arm. The gesture took Tate entirely by surprise, and his anger evaporated. Tate felt emotionally and mentally wrung out, like he'd just been whitewater rafting without the raft. He wasn't sure what to think or feel. He felt Caden squeeze his arm and brought his attention back on her. Caden looked at him in that eerie way, like she could read minds, and smiled. "I'm going to forgive that rush of shit to your brain," said Caden, "if you're ready to get back to work." Tate nodded, and Caden went back to work like nothing had happened. He wondered how she could effortlessly switch gears, leaving the past behind, while he felt mired in self-conscious awkwardness. "Brigadier General Guillermo Rojas," said Caden, a.k.a. the Suicide King, "is a real piece of work. He was in charge of the 42nd Brigade out of Cali, infantry, counterinsurgency, and a joint task force. He was also getting a sizable paycheck from the cartel to keep his troops out of their hair. When the DEA began counter-drug operations in the area, Rojas saw an opportunity to fatten up his wallet, and with some bribes in the right pockets, he got himself assigned as the head of the Colombian Counter-Narcotics Joint Task Force. Now he was getting paid by the cartel and the DEA. The cartel would give Rojas sacrificial coke shipments to distract the DEA from the big shipments. The DEA were making busts, but not making progress, and the general was feeling the pressure to produce more. Next thing you know, the general is stacking up body bags, claiming his men are taking out the cartel sicarios. Caden handed Tate pictures of the general and his soldiers standing among dead bodies. Tate had seen the aftermath of enough battlefields to know that men don't die in random places and never out in the open. In real combat, a bullet finds them shooting from around corners, over walls, in a hollow of ground, or any place they can find cover. In these pictures, the bodies were scattered around like they had been running away in every direction. After a year of small busts and bodies piling up, the DEA finally got suspicious that Rojas might not be the golden boy they thought. After a closer look, it turns out all of those Sicario kills were false positives. Rojas had grabbed up locals under the pretense that they were needed for government labor. He'd take them somewhere, kill them, dump a gun in their hands, and call it a victory for a drug-free world. "The DEA must have had a PR nightmare on their hands," said Tate with an ironic chuckle. "They'd probably been parading the general in front of Congress to increase their funding, and Congress found out the general had played them for suckers. They'd never let the DEA live it down." "Exactly," said Caden. "The DEA went into overdrive with the Colombian government, offering incentives if they would retire General Rojas early. It nearly bankrupted the DEA's anti-drug budget. They greased the right palms, and the general was pulled from active duty and scheduled for an honorable discharge the following year." "But he's still in uniform," said Tate. "Part of the deal," said Caden, "was that the general would announce his retirement a month before he left the military. He had to be worried. He was no use to the cartel. In fact, he knew too much, and it would be cheaper to kill him than to pay him off for the rest of his life." "It's a good bet," said Tate. "The DEA were concerned the general might blackmail them with spilling the truth about them covering up his false positives. The general would have wanted to disappear before having an unfortunate accident care of the DEA." Caden looked at Tate with disapproval. "What?" said Tate defensively. "Don't be stupid," scolded Caden. "The DEA doesn't do that kind of thing. They hire other people to do it." "I'd ask you how you know so much," said Tate. "I read a lot on the internet," said Caden. "How do you get the internet out here?" asked Tate. Caden said nothing, but fixed Tate with a stare filled with meaning. "So about the general," said Tate, finally breaking the silence. "What happened to him?" Caden let the stare linger a moment longer, then went back to her briefing. 3 months before his retirement, the VIX appeared. The world went to hell, everyone forgot about the general, and 2 years later he's running his own army, and mission number 1 is to take down America. "And somehow we have to stop him," said Tate, puffing out his cheeks. "We know where he is and what he's doing, but that's all." "First order of business is to recon his operation," said Caden. "Easier said than done," said Tate. "The Suicide King's a scumbag, but a tactical scumbag. I went over a map of where he's set up. It's a port city on the Isla Cascajay. Think of New York's Long Island, but smaller, about a mile wide and 2 miles long. The whole thing is surrounded by water with only one bridge connecting it to the mainland." "A city?" frowned Caden. "That could be swarming with Vics." "Yeah, the last recorded census had a population of 45,000, said Tate. "There's no way he could have cleaned them all out. An island of Vics would be a great security barrier. All he has to do is isolate the lab with a strong, unbreachable barrier to keep out the Vics. He's likely to have some heavy defenses on the bridge." Tate tapped the bridge on the map as he considered his next move. A low rumble of a distant thunderstorm came over the sound of the air conditioner. "We can't recon an entire city. 5 minutes after we step foot on there, the Vics would be chewing on us." "I know a way," said Caden. "But it doesn't happen unless you accept it with 0 questions, and I know that puts you outside of your comfort zone." Tate nodded as he struggled to maintain a poker face. "Yeah, when I'm around you, there's no such thing as a comfort zone," said Tate. "If you want my help, you have to trust me, Jack," said Caden. "There's no in-between. Either you do, or you don't." It was a lot to process, but Tate knew she expected an answer now. If he agreed, he'd have to eat his doubts and reservations. Cynicism cast the final vote.
He'd done nothing meaningful with his life over the last couple of years, so if he died now, it wouldn't be as if he had much to live for. "All right," said Tate. "But you tell me what's happening before it happens. There's no unilateral decisions. Agreed?" Caden closed the file and walked over to the front door. "Arrange for a helo to drop us for a recon mission in 2 days," said Caden as she opened the door. Outside, streaks of rain were splattering the packed ground, but it wouldn't be long before it turned the base into a muddy mess. Tate paused on his way out the door. "Is that a yes?" asked Tate. "And work on your trust issues," said Caden. "You're starting to get on my nerves." The moment Tate stepped into the rain, his hair was plastered to his scalp and his shoulders were dark with wet. Caden closed the door behind him without another word. "I'm taking that as a yes," said Tate. Chapter 15. Standoff. They were less than 200 meters from their objective. The rain had let up the day before, but Tate and Caden were soaking wet and caked with mud. To avoid their helicopter being detected, they had been dropped several miles away. They had spent the last 2 days carefully making their way through the jungle towards the Suicide King's island. There was no sign of any outpost or listening station, which told Tate their quarry had a lot of confidence in his position. Despite their observation point was separated from the island by a half-mile wide bay, they were taking no chances and low-crawled the last 50 meters. Soon the soggy ground slipped below the murky water's edge, and they stopped and rested. Further from shore, clusters of trees rose tall out of the water, reminding Tate of tupelo trees in the Florida bayou. Tate wiped the mud from his lips and took a grateful pull from his hydration cell. He scraped the crud and gunk from his H&K 93, then dipped it into the water. "It's a crime the way you treat that weapon," said Caden. "The whole reason I picked this was because it's tough," said Tate as he sloshed the rifle underwater. "It's not one of those fickle guns that only works when the conditions are perfect." "It's not even military issue," countered Caden. "They sold those things in sporting goods stores." "Exactly," said Tate. "The Army has a long and glorious history of getting suckered into buying magic beans, but civilians, they know a quality gun when they see it." "And it was the last gun the armorer had that wasn't falling apart," added Caden. Tate lifted his rifle out of its bath and drained the water from the barrel. "Let's get down to business," said Tate. Staying on their bellies, each unclipped the straps to their assault packs and pulled them around to unload their gear. Caden busied herself with a hardened laptop, while Tate took out a short tripod and removed the protective wrapping of his enhanced digital imaging system. He snapped the EDIS to the tripod and pointed it at the distant island. Tate looked through the viewfinder and pressed the button to focus the image sensor. Nothing happened. Swearing under his breath, he pressed the focus a few more times with no success. "Piece of junk," he said, as he smacked the EDIS with the flat of his hand. "Everything we have is out of date, broken, or first generation." "And yet you love your army," teased Caden. Tate held up a muddy finger to make his point. "I love my country," said Tate. "There's a difference." He put his eye back to the viewfinder and pressed the focus button again, and watched as the OIP image processor displayed pops of jagged lines and light until it melded them together into a single near 3D image. "Okay, that got it," smiled Tate. The distant island came into sharp view. The entire northern edge of the island was lined with a mile-long concrete dock. Beyond the towering cargo cranes were rows and rows of Connex shipping containers. Rusting cargo ships scraped against their moorings at the northeast end of the dock. It was the single cargo ship at the northern end of the dock that got Tate's attention. "I got movement on the dock," said Tate, while keeping his eye on the EDIS. "I can see a couple of armed guys in uniform. They have a military patrol boat tied up at the dock. There's a couple of mounted guns on it." Tate zoomed in on the container ship. "That's what I thought," said Tate. "There's a lookout on top of the ship's bridge with binos. From that vantage he can see a boat or helo a long way off." Tate tried to zoom the EDIS, but the image fragmented. He worked the various buttons with no success. "Please tell me whatever it is I'm not supposed to ask about will be ready soon," growled Tate. "Right here,"
said Caden as she swirled the laptop screen into view. On the screen was a top-down view of the docks in real time. A drone, said Tate. How did you get... right, no questions. But Tate was filled with questions. Who did she know with access to this kind of tech? How was she able to get a high-level file on General Rojas? Something like that, smiled Caden. This has some long acronym that nobody cares about, but the short version is it's an unmanned reconnaissance vehicle. They watched as multiple icons began appearing on the screen. Some of the icons were stationary, while others slowly moved. The URV, said Caden, is mapping and tagging biologicals, humans, high-density metals. Weapons? Asked Tate, impressed. Exactly, confirmed Caden. It compares what it sees against a visual database of weapons, then assigns a confidence rating depending on how closely they match. See those icons with the lines? Tate could see that as the icon moved, it would leave a track of its movement. The URV is recording the movement, said Tate. Right, confirmed Caden. It records patterns of life. That'll mean we can see a history of the guards' patrol areas. How long can the URV stay up? He asked. It's a near-indefinite loiter time, said Caden. The entire surface is a multi-density solar cell that charges the power pack faster than it can drain. See that? Said Tate as he pointed at the screen. A wall of stacked shipping containers had been erected around the shipping dock, creating a 40-foot-high barrier. That's how they're keeping out the Vicks. The URV was picking up packs of Vicks roaming along the barrier. I've programmed the URV with waypoints around the island, said Caden. With the relay I brought, I can get a real-time feed on this laptop from base. I know I've been out of the tech loop for a couple of years, said Tate, but this is seriously advanced stuff. Whoever loaned this to you must have owed you a big favor. Caden's teeth shone bright white against her muddy face. I didn't exactly borrow it, said Caden. You stole it, said Tate, only mildly astonished. It's only stealing if they know it's missing, said Caden. Please tell me you changed the RTH, said Tate. All unmanned devices were programmed with a return-to-home GPS location. If the vehicle received an RTH command, it would fly back to its home position. Seriously, said Caden disapprovingly. Give me some credit, Jack. Tate began packing up his EDIS. I'll signal the helo for our pickup, said Tate. What? Said Caden as a large beetle crawled across her arm. And give up this luxury vacation? I'm curious to see the intel the URV gets, said Tate. But I've seen enough to know we can't breach that position. Maybe there's another way to interrupt the Suicide King's operation. Caden looked at Tate with disbelief, but said nothing. He looked away, busying himself with packing up his gear, but could still feel her eyes on him. Are you ready? Snapped Tate. Let's get moving. But Caden remained where she was, holding Tate in her stare. What? Hissed Tate. You have something to say it. I am, said Caden flatly. The only way to reach that dock is by the water, said Tate. We wouldn't get halfway there before that patrol boat was shooting holes in us. Even if we survived that, they'd have the high ground from the deck of the ship shooting down on us. We'd be wiped out before we touched the dock. Damn it, Caden, why are you staring at me? I was trying to see past the bullshit for the Jack Tate I know, said Caden. Tate went back to hotly cramming his gear back into his assault pack, biting back the anger that roared through his veins until he couldn't contain it anymore. That was a cheap shot, snapped Tate. You think I don't know I'm out of shape, that I lost my edge? You think I like this? I have to accept I'm not as good as I used to be. Maybe you can wipe that look off your face and accept it too. I don't think any of that's true, said Caden. And I think you know it. We've been through some scary stuff. More than once I thought we weren't going to make it out of an operation alive. And each time you pulled some hardcore Chuck Norris tactic that nobody else in the unit would have thought of and saved our butts. But then your kid died and you disappeared. You think you're a bastard for doing that, and you let that redefine you ever since. Caden closed the laptop and stuffed it into her pack. She snaked her arms through the straps and buckled it on her back. Tate only watched in silence as she got up. You should close the chapter on that time in your life, said Caden, and start writing a new one. Caden paused before disappearing into the brush. Do it soon, Jack. I'm getting tired of waiting for you to pull yourself together. As the Blackhawk skids touched down, Tate hopped out, looking forward to a long shower and an even longer time alone. The 2-day hike back to the exfil point had been a chilly one. Tate and Caden had hardly spoken 5 words to each other. Once he got over his anger, Tate began to see some truth in what she'd said. He almost laughed at the idea that he was angry at himself for being angry at himself. It was something to think about over a lot of beers and solitude. Those plans looked less likely from the worried expression on Wesson's face as she jogged towards him. "Sergeant Wesson," said Tate, as a simple greeting. "Welcome back, Top," said Wesson. "Just in time." "For what?" asked Tate. "You received a priority message from command," said Wesson. "There's a full-bird colonel arriving in the base in—" Wesson looked at her watch. 20 minutes. Wesson handed him the message. Tate glanced through the pile of abbreviations until he got to the meat of the message. Tate had been called to a joint task force meeting. Other than the date and time, there was no other information. "What's going on, Top?" asked Wesson. "No idea," said Tate. "Do me a favor. Stay in your quarters in case I need you in the meeting." Tate took off to his quarters to clean up and dress. He cursed as he nicked himself shaving and pressed a wad of tissue paper on it. He could hear the sound of a helicopter as he threw on fresh fatigues and ran out just as the chopper was touching down. Tate snapped a crisp salute as Colonel Hewitt stepped out and returned the salute. "Lead the way, Jack," said Hewitt. "Yes, sir," said Tate, as he guided the colonel to a nearby building. "Would you like anything brought to the conference room, sir?" "No, thanks," said Hewitt. "This won't take long." The chilled air of the conference room was a welcome change from the muggy weather, but Tate's mind was swimming with questions around why Colonel Hewitt was there. "I'm here about this issue with the poisoned coke," said Hewitt. "Sir," said Tate, "I don't have any new intel to report. Frankly, I've hit a dead end." Tate wasn't about to tell Hewitt everything he'd learned about General Rojas, a.k.a. the Suicide King, or that he currently had a recon drone flying over his operation. "That's why I'm here," said Hewitt. "Not long after we talked, I was contacted by another of our field assets regarding the same situation." "Army asset?" probed Tate. "No," said Hewitt. "Within the ring. This coke issue is serious, and it's gotten the attention of some inside the ring. Shipments of poisoned drugs into North America would cause widespread destabilization and pose a serious setback to the ring's activities." "The irony isn't lost on me," said Tate. "If we left him alone, the Suicide King could do more damage to the ring in one blow than we could in months, but at the cost of countless American lives." The conversation was briefly interrupted by the thudding of a helicopter flying overhead. "That'll be our other asset," said Hewitt. "I appreciate the extra resources, Colonel," said Tate, "but I believe my team has got this." "Sorry, Jack," said the Colonel, unmoved. "There's too much on the line, and frankly, I have doubts that your unit is up to the task. I understand no unit leader wants to hear that, but we can't risk letting these drugs make it into the cities." "Colonel," said Tate firmly, "bringing in another asset could—" Tate was interrupted by a sharp knock at the door. A private opened the door. "Colonel, sir," said the private, "your visitors are—" "That'll be all, Private," said Hewitt, as 2 men in camo fatigues walked in. "Master Sergeant Jack Tate," said Hewitt, "this is our field asset, Brigadier General Guillermo Rojas, formerly of the Colombian Army." Tate stood in complete shock. He was standing only inches from the Suicide King. Tate barely had the presence of mind to not blurt out his name in front of the colonel. Rojas entered the room and fixed Tate with hard, brown eyes. His mouth was a chiseled groove that never smiled as he sized up Tate. Time slowed as both men looked at each other. The moment shattered by Rojas's gravelly voice. "A pleasure to meet you, Sergeant Major," said Rojas, unsmiling. Tate's thoughts whirled in his head. Does he know I know who he is? Does the colonel know he's the Suicide King? Have I walked into a trap? Tate was still reeling as the colonel continued. "This is the general's aide, Lieutenant Castillo," said Hewitt. Just behind the general was a round-faced lieutenant, gawking at Tate. His initial confusion vanished as he recognized the lieutenant as the same soldier that had ambushed Tate and his team in the village with the abandoned gas station. Tate clawed through his worries and distrust and focused his mind. He began to piece together the reality of the situation and realized if it wasn't so deadly, it would have been comical. The lieutenant's surprise could only mean they didn't know the person who attacked their drug supply and Tate were the same person. But that would change very soon. Tate now recognized that Hewitt didn't know Rojas was the Suicide King. Both Tate and Rojas were running clandestine operations behind Hewitt's back. Shortly, Rojas would know who Tate was, then both of them would possess the other secret. Each could use that information as a weapon by telling Hewitt, but it would be a case of mutually assured destruction, because the moment either of them told Hewitt, the other would be forced to do the same. No amount of denial from either of them would convince Hewitt to believe them. To be safe and maintain his cover in the ring, Hewitt would have Tate and Rojas killed. With his eyes fixed on Tate, the lieutenant leaned over to whisper in the general's ear, but Rojas stopped him with an annoyed wave. "I've relayed your intel about the Suicide King to the general," said Hewitt, "unless you have anything new." No, sir," said Tate. "All we know is this guy's alias, and for reasons unknown he's sent poison drugs to one of our outposts."
"With such meager information and disappointing progress, it's fortunate that you requested my help, Colonel," said Rojas. "No offense, Sergeant Major. I'm sure you've done what you could."
"None taken, sir," said Tate. "Colonel Hewitt tells me you're operating a militia inside Columbia to stabilize—"
"The men I lead are soldiers," corrected Rojas, "as skilled and well-trained as any American."
Colonel Hewitt threw Tate a disapproving glare, but Tate spoke up before Hewitt could interject. "My apologies, General," said Tate. "No offense meant." General Rojas looked at Tate for a long moment, frowning.
"None taken," said Rojas. "As I was saying," grumbled Rojas, "after Colonel Hewitt explained the situation, I sent out my elite guerrilla fighters to find what they could about the Suicide King. They intercepted and interrogated some local peasants who were hiding in the hills. One of them was an escapee who had been forced into slave labor at the drug plant for the Suicide King."
"You know where the drug lab is?" asked Tate.
"Of course,"
said Rojas, putting his hand out to the lieutenant. His aide pulled a map from his briefcase and put it in the general's hand. Rojas unfolded the map and put it on the table.
"There," said Rojas, pointing to the map.
The general was pointing to a location almost 200 miles north of the island Tate and Caden had just reconned. Tate willed his eyes not to look at the true location of the drug lab on the map. Instead, he leaned in to look at the area the general was indicating with his finger.
"That is the Suicide King's drug operation," said Rojas. "At least for the moment, Colonel. I will write up the combat plan, and my men will destroy that target."
"General," said Hewitt, "I'd like my unit to be part of the operation." The general looked at Tate, bluntly sizing him up as if Tate were on inspection and disapproved of what he saw.
"The jungle is an unforgiving world, Colonel," said Rojas. "My men have years of experience in this terrain. They are highly trained, good fighters, and fit. No doubt your unit is competent at eradicating packs of derelict Viks, but my intel says that this position will be heavily defended. This is no place for unseasoned soldiers. At best, they will be in the way. At worst, they'll get themselves killed."
The only sign of Colonel Hewitt's anger was the brittle formality in addressing the general. "Sir," said Hewitt, "with respect, I'm confident my unit can handle themselves. If the general would allow me—" Rojas turned to his aide.
"Preparar mi helicóptero."
"Sí, General," said the lieutenant, snapping off a salute, and headed out the door.
"I've made my decision, Colonel," said Rojas. "My men will attack and destroy this Suicide King's poison lab. You'll be notified after the operation is completed. That is all."
Rojas collected his things and paused at the door with an expectant look at the colonel. Taking the hint, Hewitt opened the door for the general. Tate couldn't believe what was happening. Rojas had tasked himself with executing this mission on a position Tate knew was not the real drug lab. Tate suspected Rojas would burn down a few buildings, scatter some bodies, and send Hewitt photographs confirming the mission a success. Hewitt would consider the matter closed, and Tate's hands would now be tied. Colonel Hewitt and Tate followed the general to his helicopter. Every step the general took to the chopper shut the door more on Tate's chances to get on the general's mission. Tate's mind raced for something to say or do that would change the general's mind, but nothing came to him, and he watched in frustration as the general was pulling himself into the helicopter. Before the general was inside, his lieutenant stopped him and said something in his ear. The general's eyes went wide in surprise, and he and his lieutenant looked at Tate. The cards are on the table now, thought Tate. He knows who I am. Standing out in the open flight pad under the scrutiny of the general, Tate felt jittery and exposed, as if he were in the crosshairs of a sniper. The general spoke with his aide for a moment longer, then they climbed down from the helicopter and approached Colonel Hewitt and Tate.
"I've reconsidered my decision," said Rojas. "In the spirit of cooperation, I believe Sergeant Major Tate and his unit should be part of the mission."
Yes, sir," said Hewitt. "I appreciate your confidence in my team, sir."
"You will receive my combat plans within the week," said Rojas. "Make sure your unit is prepared to depart when you receive my orders, Sergeant Major."
"We won't keep you waiting, sir," said Tate. "I'm looking forward to taking the Suicide King out of action."
"Be careful, Sergeant Major," said Rojas coolly. "He may prove to be deadlier than you think."
"Thank you for the warning, General," said Tate. He looked at Rojas in the eyes as he saluted. "I'll make sure my team's ready for anything."
"We will see," said Rojas.
Returning the salute, the general turned and headed for the helicopter. The lieutenant glanced at Tate with a smirk, then followed behind the general. As soon as he climbed in, the helicopter rose quickly. The rotor blades bit into the air as the helicopter pitched forward, and the general was quickly lost to sight. Colonel Hewitt spent a few minutes discussing the typical preparations for Tate's upcoming operation, and then it was over. The colonel boarded his own helicopter and was gone. It had hardly disappeared behind the tall trees when Tate discovered Caden at his side. "So that's the Suicide King." "Geez, Caden," said Tate, "how'd you know that?" "I recognized the lieutenant from the ambush," said Caden. "If we had eliminated the prisoners, that lieutenant wouldn't be here to identify you. Now the Suicide King knows who you are." "If I had let you kill the prisoners," said Tate, "we wouldn't know who the Suicide King was." "I feel you're trying to make a point here," said Caden. "You know what I'm saying. I was right," said Tate. "Admit it." Caden grinned, then changed the subject. "What happens next?" "Oh, I imagine," said Tate, "the general is already thinking up how he's going to kill all of us during the course of his bogus mission. He'll tell Hewitt about our brave but rapid demise with an 'I told you so' thrown in." "I'll miss you," grinned Caden. "You're not going?" asked Tate. "I have this thing about knowingly walking into a bullet," said Caden. "But seriously, Jack, you're playing a dangerous game. The Suicide King's controlling everything, from the place, day and time, to the movements of every soldier on the ground. He'll have the kill zone ready days in advance, and on the day of the mission, he'll maneuver you into ground zero, and then—" Caden slashed her finger across her throat. "You're one of the best Delta operators I know." Caden glanced at Tate's paunch. "Or were. But you're being led to the slaughter." "I didn't say it would be easy," said Tate. Chapter 16. Now or Never. For the past 2 days, Tate had been racking his brain for a plan to not only survive the inevitable trap the Suicide King was leading him into, but to reverse the roles, killing him and forever eliminating the threat. Time was running out, and the growing pressure was making sleep hard to find. His late-night hours were reflected by the piles of notes littering his desk as he created one scenario after another. Plans, maneuvers, and even tactics borrowed from the Chinese 36 stratagems, page after page, a physical manifestation of Tate's military knowledge.
Tate jolted awake as someone banged on his front door. His head came off the desk too quickly, and he was rewarded with a pounding headache. His front door banged again, and his head angrily thudded in protest. "Stop that!" barked Tate, instantly regretting his shout as his headache smacked him. "I'm coming!" Tate balled up his free hand into a fist as he opened the door, wishing the world would turn its back for just one moment so he could slug whoever was behind the door without consequence. He didn't change his mind when he saw it was Kaidan. Not waiting for an invitation, Kaidan walked into his quarters and put her laptop on his desk. "Look at this," she said, after she opened her laptop. Tate shuffled over and squinted at the screen as his eyes adjusted to the bright image. He instantly recognized the island being used by the Suicide King. A three-dimensional top-down image overlaid the satellite map. Icons and track lines crisscrossed parts of the map, making it a confusing jumble. "What am I looking at?" said Tate. "Here," said Kaidan, and she zoomed into the image of the docks. "This is over the past 24 hours. Kaidan played back the footage at high speed. The loading cranes sped alongside the ship as freight trucks brought them Connex boxes from a warehouse. Kaidan then switched the URV's filter to thermal. The cranes and trucks were replaced with small blooms of heat. "Wait for it," said Kaidan. Then, after a short pause, "There it is." The rear of the cargo ship changed from a deep blue to a whitish yellow. "They started the ship's engines," said Tate. "The Suicide King knows he's on our radar. It's a sure thing that he's moved up his timetable. In a few days, Rojas will report he killed the Suicide King, and everyone involved will think it's over." "But it's only just beginning," said Kaidan. "By then, that ship will have reached North America," said Tate. "The coke will do its work, and Vix will start springing up inside cities. America will be fighting for survival." "They'll believe the Suicide King's dead," said Kaidan, "and nobody'll go looking for him. Nobody will think there'll be more shipments." "But there will be," said Tate. "Show me the activity around that warehouse." Kaidan filtered the reconnaissance history to the warehouse. Trace lines and icons, assigned by the URV, appeared on the screen. "Yeah, that's it," said Tate, his headache forgotten. He zoomed the image to show several people sitting in the back of a flatbed truck outside the warehouse. "Those aren't soldiers, they're laborers." Tate ran the recorded footage and saw the people get off the truck as other people came out of the warehouse and got on the truck. Two armed men stood by as the truck pulled away, and the armed men herded the people inside. "They were changing the factory shift," said Tate. "They're going to be making more poison coke," said Kaidan, "after the ships left. The Suicide King's going for one attack. He's going to keep sending his poison into the cities until... what?" "His revenge is satisfied," said Tate. "Jack," said Kaidan gravely. "I know," said Tate. Weary resolve settled heavily on Tate, bleeding away his strength. "We have to try and stop it, no matter the cost." He pointed at the trace lines of the patrol boats crisscrossing the bay around the docks. "We can't come in from there." Tate changed the filter, and the island filled with large orange globs. "Holy hell," said Tate. "There's thousands of Vix on the island. Even if we landed at a location that's not patrolled, we'd never make it to the docks." Tate put his face in his hands and sighed. "We don't always have the luxury of picking our fights. Sometimes they're pushed on us." Tate got up and went to his closet, taking out an empty gear bag and combat pack. "Do you want me to call Wesson?" asked Kaidan. "Have her assemble the team?" "They're not here," said Tate, with a tired sigh as he bent over to open his combat pack. Tate stopped what he was doing. "They're not here," he repeated thoughtfully as though he was examining every word. "Kaidan." "These work," said Kaidan, tapping her ear. "Where are they?" "I sent them to the scavenger camp," said Tate, a cold smile spreading across his face. Except for the tinny beeps of the laptop, the room went quiet for a moment as Kaidan tried to decipher the meaning behind Tate's expression. Her face lit up with sudden understanding. "To work on the helicopter," exclaimed Kaidan. "The helicopter," grinned Tate. "Damn it, Top!" shouted Monkhouse over the whine of the Blackhawk's General Electric T-1200 engine as it pulled the helicopter into the air.
I told you it's not ready to fly.
But you didn't say it couldn't fly, yelled Tate. The scavenger camp had been cleared of the dead bodies and garbage, but otherwise looked the same. Floodlights lit up the inside of the barn and spilled out into the center of the camp. As Tate, Caden, and Monkhouse approached the open doors of the barn, they could see the helicopter.
I'm not even an aircraft mechanic, protested Monkhouse. I only got the engines on through guesswork. Besides, we don't even have a pilot.
I can fly, said Caden.
Me too, Fulton chimed in. You get back to work, ordered Monkhouse.
I can, protested Fulton.
My pop had one on his farm. I used it all the time for crop dusting and supply runs.
It's not the same thing, snapped Monkhouse.
Sergeant Monkhouse, said Tate, undeterred. Does it work?
Yes, said Monkhouse. Maybe. I think I have everything connected right, but you're not listening. This thing's got integrated digital avionics, cross-metric stabilizers, layered heads-up display, and 500 other bells and whistles that keep this thing in the air that haven't been tested or aren't working. Tate stepped up to Monkhouse and put his face an inch from him. There was no malice in Tate's expression, but his gray-blue eyes bored into Monkhouse like daggers of ice.
Thousands of people live or die depending on your next words, said Tate. Will it fly? The full weight of Tate's words hit Monkhouse to his core, withering the trivial to ash.
Yes, said Monkhouse, barely above a whisper.
Tate rested his hands on Monkhouse's shoulders with a friendly squeeze.
That's all we need. Top off the tanks and get it ready.
I'm on it, said Monkhouse. Fulton, you heard the man. Get the chopper hooked up to the APC and tow it out here.
Then in a quieter voice,
and don't break anything.
With a bob of his head, Fulton jogged off. Monkhouse went back to the barn, muttering under his breath. Tate saw Wesson and Rossi struggling with the heavy bags Tate had brought. Included was the machine gun they'd captured from the Suicide King's botched ambush at the gas station. Rossi had the big .50 caliber machine gun over his shoulder and smiling like he'd won the lottery.
How you think that Suicide King's gonna like it when we blow holes in his little plan with his own .50?
Grunted Rossi under the weight. Rig that up on the co-pilot side of the helo, said Tate.
Yeah, said Rossi. Won't take long.
It wasn't long before Tate heard the growl of the APC as it hauled on the tow cable. The helicopter rolled out of the barn, looking like a large, cybernetic insect. The fuselage was missing panels of skin, exposing ropes of wiring and neat rows of narrow metal tubing, a testament to the complexity of this machine.
I got the .50 mounted up, said Rossi.
Good work, said Tate, sizing up the helicopter with growing doubts.
Is that one of ours? Asked Rossi.
No, said Tate. He'd flown in helicopters all over the world on missions with other countries. He hadn't been on this type, but he had blown up a few. Just another mission that, according to the Army, never happened with a special missions unit that never existed.
It's South Korean, said Tate. Call them Moth.
Huh, said Rossi.
More like moth-eaten, if you ask me.
How's Fulton doing? Asked Tate. He'd sent them both out here, knowing Rossi would be good therapy for the young private. Witnessing the execution of the little girl by the scavengers had been a brutal eye-opener to the level of violence people are capable of.
He's okay, said Rossi. I mean, better, you know? That little girl being killed like that, it's something you can't unsee.
Tate understood. He'd had those nights when his mind was determined to flip through all of the horrible memories he could never free himself of.
I get it, said Tate. There's never enough time to get over something like that. But we find a way to keep it from getting in the way of what we have to do. If he's not ready for tonight, I'll have him sit this operation out.
Hell, Top, chuckled Rossi. Never mind the kid. I don't know if I'm up for it.
The smile faded from Rossi's broad face.
I ain't a shrink, said Rossi, more thoughtfully, but I done a lot of years as a correctional officer. I've seen all kinds of men wrapped up inside their own heads over things they done. You learn to read 'em, if you know what I mean.
Rossi paused while he considered his answer.
Yeah, I think the kid's gonna be fine.
Fair enough, said Tate.
See what you can do to help Monkhouse. I'll catch up with everyone in a few." Rossi nodded and headed over to Monkhouse. "Sergeant Wesson," said Tate into his radio, "assemble the team in the barn in 15 minutes for our mission brief." "Copy that," crackled Wesson's voice over his radio. The team sat in a semicircle around Caden's laptop as Tate explained the symbols littered around the map of the island. "There's a fixed heavy machine gun on the top of this hotel," explained Tate, pointing at the map, "at the west tip of the island. It's set up to shoot down on anything that approaches from the west. The north roof of the building will obscure their aim, so we'll come in low from the north under their field of fire. That leaves a heavy gun on top of the cargo ship's bridge, an APC, also with a mounted machine gun, and 1, maybe 2 patrol boats. Don't worry, we don't have to deal with all of them at the same time. The patrol boats will be running a quarter-mile from shore along these tracks." Tate pointed to the recorded guard paths of the patrol boats on the laptop. "It's dark, and they won't see us until we've taken them out. Next is the APC and the position on the ship's bridge. We take those out and, if possible, soften up any ground resistance with our 50 cal. The helo drops us in front of the drug factory, this metal structure here. We destroy that and move on to the cargo ship. The chopper will provide overwatch." "How do we take out the drug factory?" said Fulton. "Well, based on the size of that lab," said Tate, "and the number of people working there, it's a safe bet there'll be barrels of solvents like kerosene or gasoline. Punch a few holes, add a match, and stand back." Tate zoomed the map onto the ship. "This part's going to be harder. The only way to put this ship out of commission is to damage the engine beyond repair, but getting to the engine room is where things get hard. According to the track data from the URV, there's no more than 10 armed hostiles on the ship at any given time." "We'll have to fight our way onto the ship," asked Wesson, "and down to the engine room." "Whoa, hang on," said Rossi. "That thing's like a giant steel castle. Ain't no way we're gonna do that. No way." The team all began talking at the same time. Deep inside himself, Tate knew what he was asking was impossible, but there was always a chance. The alternative was letting the ship deliver its deadly cargo. His mind skipped through one possibility after another, but each of them ended with them captured or dead. He shook the grim images from his mind and turned his focus back to the team. Oddly, everyone was quiet, looking at Tate, except Monkhouse, who said something Tate missed. "But there's no way to know if it will work," finished Monkhouse with a doubtful smile. "What do you mean?" said Tate. "If it'll work." "Well, it's what?" said Monkhouse. "Inch-thick steel? Maybe more if it's angled." "Monkhouse," said Tate, exasperated. "What are you talking about?" "The cannon," said Monkhouse expectantly. "I swear," growled Tate, "if you don't start speaking in whole sentences, I'll—" "The 20-millimeter cannon," said Monkhouse. "On the chin turret of the helicopter." Tate couldn't help himself from standing there with his mouth hanging open. He didn't see a chin turret on the helicopter. But it was dark when they towed it out of the barn, and his mind was on a million other things that he wasn't paying attention to. "We have a 20-millimeter cannon?" said Tate. "That's what I've been saying," chided Monkhouse. "But hey, before you get too excited, I don't know if it works. Well, okay, it works, 'cause I could hear the ammo feeder cycle, but targeting? There's a bazillion wires, and I can't tell how they all connect." "But it'll shoot?" said Tate hopefully. "Oh yeah," said Monkhouse. "It'll shoot. Probably. Mostly. Or maybe it'll misfire, the shell will explode up into the cockpit, taking out the avionics, and we crash in a fiery ball of death." Everyone stared at Monkhouse with pale disbelief. "I'm kidding," said Monkhouse. "I'm almost 100% that won't happen." "Just make sure it shoots," grumbled Tate. Eventually, everyone stopped looking at Monkhouse, and Tate got back to the briefing. "We have a limited time to hit our objectives in Exfil. There's a small military base at the east end of the island by the bridge. They figure that's the most likely approach of attack, so they've garrisoned the majority of their strength there. We don't know if they have alarms, but they're sure to have radios. As soon as someone tells them the dock's under attack, you can bet they'll mobilize everything they have." "I thought this island was crammed with Vics," said Rossi. "How do they get around?" Tate shifted the map to a highway running the length of the island, then zoomed in.
What at first appeared to be piles of debris running the entire length of the highway resolved itself to be several hundred bodies. The soldiers only travel in heavy vehicles and keep the foot on the gas. They plow through any Vics that are in the way. Tate shifted the view of the map back to the docks, pointing to the high wall of containers surrounding the area. "This container wall is 60 to 80 feet high," said Tate. "Look here." Tate pointed to an arrangement of steel container boxes that created an alleyway leading to the barricaded docks. "This is the only way in," said Tate. Using the giant cranes, they move the cargo boxes, creating an opening to one end of the alley, and the vehicles drive in. They return the cargo boxes, and the alley is boxed off again. They kill any Vics inside the alley, then open the other end, and the vehicles drive right up to the factory. "That sounds like it takes a long time," said Wesson. "I'm counting on it," said Tate. He looked at his team, their expressions all asking unspoken questions about a future he had no answers to. They weren't alone. Tate could feel their need for something to hold on to in the face of so much doubt. He thought of the coming fight, the blaze and noise of combat. He thought of the enemy, whose hope was to kill thousands of innocent people. His anger smoldered and lit a fire inside him that burned away his doubts and fears. "I know," said Tate. He smiled and nodded his head in unspoken acknowledgement of their thoughts. "If I had my choice, I'd be home in bed catching up on my beauty sleep." The team smiled. Some laughed, bleeding away nervous energy. "But we have work to do. That's why we're here. There was a time we were all someone else. You were a prison guard, or a farmer, or bartender. But not today. Not anymore. Everyone here traded those lives to become part of this unit. Fight the darkness. That's what we do, who we are. There's an enemy out there that believes their cause justifies the mass killing of innocent people. That's not going to happen. In a minute, we're going to get on that helicopter and crash their party. We will unleash an unholy rain of hell on their heads they will never forget." The faces looking at Tate were set with fierce resolve. These were the warriors he would take into combat. "Grab your weapons, gravediggers," said Tate. "It's time to kick ass." Chapter 17. The Island. The twin 470-horsepower diesel engines burbled softly as they pushed the light patrol boat at 5 knots across the ink-black waters of the bay. The pilot kept a steady direction along their patrol route, having done it so often he knew it by heart. Each of the other 2 men were stationed at their mounted machine guns, a .50 caliber in the bow and a .762 machine gun at the stern of the boat. Their duty to the Suicide King was to protect his island from intruders attempting to cross the bay. They were proud to do it, but the tedious role of lookout was not enough to keep the man in the stern awake. For the man in the bow, the only thing to see in the darkness were the lights of the distant docks and the stars above. With visibility at a minimum, they were relying on hearing the sound of an intruding vessel. The days were hot, with a canvas canopy as their only shade. By sundown, their eyes were red and tired from hours of scanning the surrounding area with binoculars. The nights were cold, and a constant breeze chilled their damp clothing. The only break in their long and boring duty had been several months back when they spotted a rickety fishing boat setting off from the distant shore. They were satisfied to watch the small white speck choose its course without interference, but the fishing boat's fate was sealed the moment it headed for the island. Still, the men in the patrol boat weren't in a hurry to chase it off or capture it. That wasn't part of the job description. Sink or destroy was all that was required of them. Anticipation got the better of their patience, and the pilot gunned the engines. The beefy, turbocharged 6-cylinder engines dug into the water, throwing the light patrol boat forward. Carving through the water at 40 knots, they quickly closed on the intruders. The people on the fishing boat saw them coming. One of them held up a homemade white flag as the others waved their arms. The man in the bow of the patrol boat racked the charging handle of his .50 caliber machine gun. The fishing boat was easily within the effective range of the heavy machine gun when the gunner opened up. Confusion and panic swarmed the passengers of the fishing boat as spouts of water kicked up around their vessel. Using the tracer bullets to guide him, the bow gunner corrected his aim and was rewarded as the big rounds chewed into the fishing boat, sending chunks of the hull and cabin flying into the air. The patrol boat pilot swung the boat parallel to their victim to bring the smaller M240 machine gun to bear. The people on the fishing boat disappeared from view as they desperately scrambled for cover, but the aged wooden boat had no protection to offer. The two machine guns hammered the fishing boat to pieces. Smoke trailed from the hot machine gun barrels as both gunners stopped while the pilot circled the debris. There were no bodies or survivors signaling for help or quarter. They'd hidden in the lowest part of the fishing boat, below the waterline in hopes of salvation, and that's where they died, as the old boat took them to the bottom of the bay. The Suicide King's claim to the island was absolute. The sleeping gunman woke up when the lulling grumble of the twin engines went quiet.
"What are you doing, Oscar?" complained the groggy gunner.
"Do you guys hear something?" asked Oscar.
"See," said the newly woken gunner. "I hear my rear getting chewed out for screwing around on duty."
"Quiet, Luis," said Oscar. He tilted his head as his ear searched for something that maybe was real or maybe his imagination.
"All I hear is the water," said Luis, "and now I have to pee."
Luis got up and braced himself against the hump of the big outboard motor as he undid his pants and relieved himself.
"I say to be quiet," snapped Oscar, "and you make more noise."
Luis finished up and zipped up his pants, unconcerned, but stopped in the middle of buckling his belt as he heard a sound.
"Someone's trying to sneak past us,"
said Luis excitedly. Oscar turned his head, trying to get a fix on the direction of the sound.
"I can't tell where it's coming from," said Oscar. "Javier, hit the spotlight."
The bow gunman snapped on the 1,000-watt searchlight, cleaving through the dark.
"I hear it," said Javier. "It's close."
The sound was close and getting louder. Javier swung the searchlight in every direction, but all they saw was empty water.
"It's right on top of us,"
yelled Luis as he grabbed onto his machine gun, desperately looking around.
"They're going to ram us."
Suddenly, the water around the boat churned into a white froth, and the men were lashed with spray and wind. Fulton brought the Moth into a hover above the patrol boat as Tate centered the barrel of the heavy machine gun on his target and fired. Balls of yellow fire flashed as Tate walked the machine gun up and down the patrol boat, punching through plastic, steel, and flesh. The boat's searchlight sparked, then went out. Each strobe of Tate's gun etched the mauling of the boat and its crew in a gruesome split-second image.
"Target Bravo," said
Tate as his gun went quiet. The helicopter tilted to the side as it rose into the air and headed to the lights of the distant shipping docks.
"Gun position on ship's bridge coming up," said Fulton.
The details of the dock firmed up as they closed the distance. Industrial floodlights bathed the docks and surrounding water in yellow-tainted light. Deep shadows thrown by stacks of shipping containers and the hangar-shaped coke factory contrasted sharply with the light. Fulton flew low over the water, closing on the port side of the ship. With 50 yards to go, he twisted the collective, and the Moth quickly lifted. The ship's 80-foot-high bridge zoomed past them as Tate looked for the machine gun on the wing of the bridge. The sudden roar of engines and gust of wind caught the guard by surprise. The Moth's black exterior made it hard to see, but not impossible. The guard looked up, seeing a pale face looking down at him. The face disappeared behind a puff of orange flame, and the guard instantly reacted. His heavy machine gun boomed as he yanked down on the grips of the gun, tipping the barrel up. Tracers arced across the sky as he tried to find his target against the night sky. The Moth slowed as Fulton was mesmerized by the surreal streaks of green tracers flying by.
"Move, Fulton," yelled Tate over the radio. "Circle him."
Fulton snapped out of his trance and yanked the cyclic over. The Moth violently tilted, throwing Tate against his safety harness. Something flew off the Moth, cartwheeling into the water below.
"Damn it, Fulton," snapped Monkhouse. "Easy. This thing is barely holding together."
"What was that?" asked Caden.
"A maintenance panel," said Monkhouse. "I think. Nothing important, I hope."
Tate was nearly suspended by his harness, looking straight down on the machine gunner below.
Tate shoved his thumbs against the trigger, lighting up the port wing in fireworks as the big .50 caliber slugs punched through the steel deck, sending up showers of sparks. A bullet hit the ammo box of the guard's machine gun, setting off a horrendous chain reaction of lead and steel. Dazzled by the flash of his own gun, Tate didn't know if he'd hit the guard, but knew he'd never survive that swarm of flying metal. "Target Charlie," said Tate. The Moth shuddered as Fulton leveled off and slewed hard to the left with a sickening motion. Everyone on board instinctively grabbed onto something as Fulton wrestled for control of the helicopter. Above their heads, one of the turbine engines began to howl. Most of the gauges and indicators in the cockpit hadn't been connected and showed nothing about what was happening. "Shut down the left engine!" yelled Monkhouse. "Where?" screamed Fulton as he countered the bucking Moth. The control panel was dark and impossible to make out where the engine switches were. Below, the dock was alive with activity, and guards fired into the sky, unsure where the helicopter was. Some spotted light gleaming off the shiny black Moth and zeroed in on their target. More and more bullets zipped around the helicopter as the turbine engine reached a piercing scream. The engine exploded, spraying out shards of the turbine blades, and the helicopter lurched down as if punched. Smoke billowed out of the failed engine as Tate struggled to keep his aim and return fire. "We gotta land!" yelled Monkhouse. "This thing's coming apart!" "Not yet," said Tate. "Fulton, you got this?" The Moth evened out, and Fulton felt the controls respond to his movements. "Yeah, Top," said Fulton. "I got this." The guards sprayed the Moth with their AKs, and bullets stitched a path across the fuselage. The co-pilot's windscreen spiderwebbed, and rounds smacked the hardened plexiglass. The APC swerved into view, and the turret gunner swiveled his big .50 caliber towards them. Fulton slewed the Moth to keep Tate and his machine gun facing the APC. Each opened fire at the same time in a duel between the APC and the Moth. The APC driver showed his experience by weaving the APC, making it harder to hit, but the Moth's speed made it the harder of the two to keep up with. Tate measured his bursts of fire, watching where his rounds gouged chunks out of the asphalt as the APC dodged erratically. Guessing the APC's next move, Tate aimed at the expected direction of the vehicle and opened up. The APC drove right into Tate's stream of bullets and pulverized the windshield. Blind, but fearing Tate's machine gun, the APC driver careened across the dock, plowing into several guards too focused on the Moth overhead. An instant later, it slammed into a stack of cargo boxes. Unconscious or dead, the turret gunner stopped shooting. "Fulton, get us on the ground, fast," ordered Tate. "Everyone, get ready to bail out. Monkhouse, stay with Fulton. Make sure this chopper stays in the air." Fulton dove for the dock. His gut clenched as he realized they were going too fast and twisted hard on the collective, hoping to slow their descent in time. The remaining turbine engine howled as the Moth clawed at the air to slow down. The helicopter skids hit the ground hard, sending up sparks and bouncing the Moth 4 feet into the air. "Go, go, go!" yelled Tate as he sprayed the last of the .50 caliber ammo, slowing the rush of the attacking guards. The skids were still in the air as the team jumped down and dashed for the nearest cover. Fulton quickly lifted off and was lost in the night sky, leaving the guards to turn their full attention to the grounded team. The guards lost sight of them behind the jumble of trucks, forklifts, and packing crates. The clatter of gunfire abruptly silenced, only broken by a guard taking a random shot at an imagined movement. Tate fought against the illusion of time dilation, thinking the reinforcements would be arriving from their military base soon. What felt like an hour of combat was in reality only a few minutes, but time was as deadly an enemy as the men hunting for them. Tate quickly got his bearings as he snugged up against a large, grease-stained wood crate. The coke factory was a few yards away, on the other side of a stack of containers. At best guess, there were 12 guards left. Tate suspected the Suicide King wouldn't use his prime troops for something as menial as guard duty, and he was right. Tate could tell the guards were rattled by their nervous shots. "Team," hissed Tate over his radio. "Move right. Stay in cover. I'm flushing hostiles into the open. Be ready to fire on targets. Out."
From his position, Tate could see Oda and Wesson. Both nodded and moved quietly out of sight. The guards had gone quiet, and now it was a guessing game of where they would appear. Tate unsnapped a frag pouch on his assault vest and pulled out an M67A2 grenade. He twisted the fuse head to activate the motion sensor and looped his finger into the pull ring. Tate froze. His intuition blared a warning his other senses missed. Without questioning himself, he acted, reaching around the corner of the crate. His hand hit something that grunted in surprise. Before the guard knew what happened, Tate yanked him around the corner of the crate and drove his elbow into the guard's jaw with a crunch of bone. The guard feebly pushed back, but it was already too late for him. Tate's grip quickly transitioned to the guard's shoulders. Simultaneously jerking him down, Tate drove his knee into his chest. His lungs collapsed under the force, knocking the air out of his lungs. In one fluid motion, Tate reached over his shoulder and pulled his tomahawk out of its sheath. As he let the guard fall, Tate buried the tomahawk spike in the back of the guard's skull. He was dead before he hit the ground. The man had died in less than 10 seconds. Maybe Tate would remember the moment when the leisure of old age were forced on him, but right now the body never got a second look. Tate picked up the drop grenade, pulled the ring, and tossed it around the corner. He heard it land and roll, followed by panic shouts of, "Granada!" Assault rifles opened up for only a moment, and then everything went quiet. "Report," said Tate. "Everyone okay?" His radio crackled back. "Doing fine," said Oda. "Got 2. "Okay here," replied Wesson. 4. "I'm good," said Caden. 2. "Wounded 1. "Yeah, I'm okay," reported Rossi. "I don't know. I think I got 1, but I don't see him." "Stay put," said Tate. "There's a live grenade—" Tate never finished, as his grenade exploded in a gust of fragments and dust. One or more of the guards had wandered into the sensor radius of the grenade. "Disregard my last," said Tate. "Move up and check your targets. How copy?" Everyone acknowledged, and the team moved forward. Cautiously, the team moved up, glancing around corners, hoping they wouldn't be looking down the barrel of a gun. To guarantee no Vics would attack them, each of the dead guards were shot in the head. Soon the team was standing in the clear with no sign of any guards. "Looks like that's all of them," said Wesson. "Target Charlie's next," said Tate. They'd taken out 11 guards, leaving Tate arguing with himself whether he'd miscounted the number of guards, or one was missing. "Keep your eyes open. There may be more hostiles." Staying low, they crouch-walked to the door of the coke factory and stacked up against its metal wall. Light spilled out of the gap of the partially open door. Oda was in first position, with Tate as number 2. Oda pushed the door open with the barrel of his gun. Nothing happened. From the end of the line, or stack, each member signaled their readiness to enter by squeezing the shoulder of the teammate in front of them. Tate felt Rossi's meaty hand heavy on his shoulder, waiting for him to squeeze. Rossi must have been worried his signal would be missed, and squeezed Tate's shoulder hard enough to make him wince. Tate pressed Oda's shoulder. "Ready?" Oda nodded. He was going in. The team flowed through the door, each checking their assigned threat area given in their briefing. Tate couldn't suppress a smile witnessing his team's skills beginning to show. "Clear," barked Wesson. Her signal was repeated by the rest of the team. There were no hostiles in the building, and any civilians that were there had run out the moment the shooting started. In front of the team were rows and rows of long tables, equipped like an assembly line for producing cocaine. Beakers, tubs, ovens, and on it went. The smell of kerosene and gasoline assaulted their senses from the rows of plastic and steel 55-gallon drums. "Won't be hard to burn this down," said Wesson, fighting back her gag reflex. Reminds me of the CS gas we used for prison riots," grinned Rossi, the harsh vapors making his eyes stream. "I can't tell if you're crying from the fumes or you're homesick," said Tate. "Yeah, maybe both," said Rossi, wiping his face with the sleeve. "Rossi and Oda," said Tate, getting back to business. "Put a plastic barrel against the far wall every 60 feet. Take the top off some of the steel ones in the back. Wesson, you're with me. Caden, you're Overwatch." Each acknowledged their assignment and got to work. Positioning the drums of chemicals went quickly as they knocked them over and hastily rolled them in place. Tate stopped as Fulton came over the radio. "Hey, Top," said Fulton. "There's like 4 trucks filled with soldiers and an APC pulling up to the outer set of containers." "Copy," said Tate. "Are there Vics around them?" "Oh, big affirmative," said Fulton. "A couple hundred." "Good," said Tate. "They're trapped in their trucks, and they don't know there's nobody here to open the door for them. They're stuck, and we're almost done here. Pick us up." "Roger," replied Fulton. With an ironic grin, Tate cursed himself under his breath. He'd worried and stressed about attacking the shipping dock like a nervous old man, and instead, they were almost done and about to exfiltrate. He felt it, and so did the team. They were focused and intent on their tasks, but the edgy tension was gone. They were nearly home. "And Fulton," added Tate, "don't land near the factory. There's going to be a little bit of fire." "What? Oh, I get it," laughed Fulton. "The factory." Tate could hear the pent-up anxiety in Fulton's laugh, and it reminded him of how much he was asking of them and how much they were giving. "Top, something's happening out here," said Fulton, breaking into Tate's thoughts. "That's not helpful," bristled Tate. "Details, Corporal." "One of the big cranes is moving," said Fulton. "It's picking up one of the containers where the reinforcements are." Tate kicked himself for being an idiot and doubting his earlier count of guards. He'd counted 12 guards when they landed, but talked himself into believing he'd made a mistake after they could only account for 11 of them. The missing guard, the one he should have known was around, was now in the operator's cabin of the crane. "Copy. We're on our way," said Tate. "That's it, team. You have 30 seconds. Punch holes in the drums. Move." The change in mood was instantly reflected by everyone's grim faces and heightened speed. Rossi and Oda had moved 5 barrels, but Tate and Wesson had only placed 2 before Fulton's radio call. The vapors of gas and kerosene were overpowering as the liquid spilled across the factory floor. "If I breathe any more of this stuff," said Rossi with a lopsided grin, "I'm gonna be loopy enough to fly home without a chopper." "I think you're already there," said Tate as he took Rossi by the arm and headed for the door. "Everyone out." Fresh air greeted them as the team stumbled out the door. The world slurred around Tate, and he breathed deeply, trying to clear his head. "There's our ride," said Caden, and headed for the Moth. Fulton had landed near the cargo ship, and the team set out for it. Even from nearly 5 football fields away, Tate could easily see the huge gantry crane just as it dropped the steel cargo container into the water with a crash. The operator's cabin hung from the crane's boom over 100 feet in the air. Tate knew he'd be wasting valuable time trying to hit the guard from here. The crane's jaws were already dipping down to grab another container. The damn thing moves fast. Tate glanced over to the Moth and saw Oda climbing aboard. He lifted the flap of his grenade pouch and pulled a phosphorus grenade out of its sleeve. Tate smiled at the thought of the Suicide King's face when he saw the wreck of his cocaine operation. His elite army was nothing more than thugs, and his poison attack on North America was something a coward would do. But he did have an army, and was dangerous. The Suicide King was a snake's head Tate would personally cut off. "Wishing you were here," said Tate, as he looped his finger into the pull ring of the grenade. Tate jolted from a loud, sharp crack behind him. He snapped around but saw no danger. "Jack," snapped Caden over his radio. "The ship is pulling away." Now Tate saw it. The huge cargo ship had snapped the stern line, tying it to the dock. Instead of the typical 6 mooring lines, only 2, the bow and stern, had been used, and the cables were no match against the ship's massive 100,000-horsepower engine. There was no victory to savor now as the ship's monstrous propeller thrashed the water, pulling it away from the dock. Tate yanked the pin on the incendiary grenade, lobbed it through the door of the factory, and ran like hell. The grenade's fused detonation charge wasn't as powerful as a fragmentation grenade. It wasn't made to accelerate deadly shards of steel. It only needed to burst its outer skin, launching pieces of phosphorus in every direction. The grenade bounced and skittered around the concrete floor of the factory until it bumped against a table leg. Seconds later, the grenade exploded. Exposed to air, the chemical reaction was instantaneous, igniting the flying bits of phosphorus to 5,000 degrees. The white-hot fragments did their work long before they touched the fuel-soaked floor.
In a millisecond, the vapor-choke factory erupted from 1,000 miniature supernovas, vaporizing the roof as a massive ball of fire rose into the air. Even from his cover, Tate felt the hot shockwave pound his body. Tate took off, sprinting for the moth as falling debris pelted down around him. "Get us out of here!" yelled Tate as he threw himself into the moth. "Go, go, go!" Fulton pulled up hard on the collective, and the moth's remaining engine rose to a scream as it drove the helicopter into the air. The air cracked as the container ship snapped its bow line, and the thick cable whipsawed below the moth. "Get us over water," ordered Tate. "Everyone hang on," shouted Fulton as he banked the moth over the ship away from the dock. Pieces of the factory were falling everywhere, and they could see splashes in the water. Tate winced as he climbed into a seat. Blood was oozing below his right knee. As he buckled himself in, he guessed he'd slammed his knee on the edge of the moth when he did his John Wayne dive into the cabin. Fulton flew the moth far out over the water until Tate told him to hold their position. "What about the ship?" asked Wesson. The container ship had left the docks behind and was still building speed, leaving a churning wake in its path. Tate craned his neck to look into the cockpit. Monkhouse was in the co-pilot seat, looking at the inert instrument panel with concern. "Monkhouse," said Tate, "you're up. Fulton, bring us behind that ship. Monkhouse will tell you where he needs you." "What are we doing?" asked Wesson. "Sinking that poison barge," growled Tate. "This bird's got a 20mm cannon, more than enough to punch through the steel of that ship." "I just bolted it on," cautioned Monkhouse. "I can't tilt or rotate it." "Does it shoot?" asked Tate, frustration edging his voice. "Yes," said Monkhouse. "Then make it happen," said Tate. The stern of the container ship was filling the windscreen of the moth as Fulton quickly closed the distance. "Look at the size of that thing," said Wesson. "We can't do enough damage to the hull to sink it." "Oh, ye of little faith," said Caden. "Watch and learn." Caden pointed over Monkhouse's shoulder at the ship. "See that large rear deck behind the superstructure?" asked Caden. It wasn't hard to miss. At the base of the tall bridge was a broad, windowless platform nearly 30 feet high. Inside that are the ship's fuel tanks. "Drill 'em." Monkhouse flipped a switch, and the cannon came to life. He tapped the trigger on the stick. There was a muffled boom beneath their feet and a flash of light as the chin turret fired. A wink of sparks appeared on the back of the ship and was gone. "Hey, it works," said Monkhouse, sounding pleased with himself. "Focus your aim to the right and left of your shot," said Caden. "That's where the tanks are." Fulton was holding steady behind the ship as Monkhouse had him drift slightly to the right. "This'll be," said Monkhouse, "like shooting fish." Bullets hammered across the belly of the moth as the lower cockpit window shattered. Fulton banked the moth sharply as tracers sliced past from below. The cabin was thrown into fear and confusion as they looked out the sides to see what was happening. "It's another patrol boat," yelled Rossi. "They must have called in the one from the other side of the island." "Everyone all right?" shouted Tate. "Anyone hurt?" Holes riddled the floor of the cabin, but miraculously nobody was hit. Fulton was swinging the moth wildly, trying to avoid the twin machine guns from the boat below. "Fulton," said Tate, "get us back behind that ship." "Top, that boat'll chew us to pieces," protested Fulton. "Follow your orders," commanded Tate. "Monkhouse, take out those fuel tanks. Everyone else, hose that damn boat." The patrol boat maneuvered to stay directly under them, making it impossible for Rossi to get them with the .50 caliber. They were hanging out the sides of the moth to shoot down at the boat. Fulton lined up on the rear of the ship, and Monkhouse tapped the trigger, firing one round at a time. Monkhouse winced as tracers ripped by, tearing at his nerves as he tried to place his shots. The 20mm cannon chugged almost leisurely compared to the chaotic gun battle happening in the cabin behind. The patrol boat fought against the boiling wake of the container ship trying to stay under the moth. The prop wash of the moth's blades beat down on the team as they leaned over the edge of the cabin into the face of the boat's machine guns. "Reloading!" shouted someone over the radio, reminding Tate their ammo was exhausting fast, and soon they'd be sitting ducks for that boat. "Concentrate on the bow gunner!" yelled Tate over the chaos. Instantly, all their tracer fire focused on the bow gunner, chewing up the deck of the boat and splattering off the gun shield. Tate's attention turned to Monkhouse, and he heard the methodic beat of the 20 mm cannon. "Monkhouse," said Tate, "stop babying that thing and open up." "I don't know if it'll handle the shock," said Monkhouse. "How about getting shot out of the sky?" snarled Tate. "Think it'll handle that shock? Do it!" Monkhouse gripped the trigger, and the back of the container ship lit up with tiny fireworks as the heavy rounds punched through the steel. A moment later, the impacts were hitting all over the place, and the gun stopped shooting. The nose of the Moth lurched up as something bumped hard under their feet. "We lost the gun," called Monkhouse. "I think it tore itself off the helicopter." Tate knew better than to waste precious time questioning Monkhouse's judgment. "Get us out of here, Fulton," barked Tate. He didn't need to be told twice, and the Moth pitched forward, swooping over the length of the container ship. The patrol boat swerved out from behind the ship to chase them, but the pilot changed his mind, deciding to stay behind the ship and protect it from another attack. The Moth was crabbing at an angle as it flew away, but felt steady in Fulton's hands. Tate's hands were shaking, and his body was buzzing with adrenaline. He swallowed a couple of deep breaths, trying to slow his racing heart. "Y'all did great," said Tate. "Status?" Everyone responded at once, filling Tate's radio with a jumble of voices, but somewhere in it he heard fear. "I'm hit," said someone. The radio went deathly silent as everyone reacted to the words with dread. "Who said that?" said Tate, desperately trying to see his team in the darkness. "Report." "Wesson," came Wesson's weakened voice. Before anyone could react, Kaden had snapped on a small flashlight. She put it in her mouth to free up her hands as she searched Wesson for wounds. Kaden's light traveled down until it stopped on a spreading pool of blood around Wesson's boot. Kaden unbuckled from her seat and knelt down by Wesson's leg. "Hold this," said Kaden as she shoved her light into the nearest hand. "Keep it on her leg." "I got it," said Oda, holding the light steady. Wesson's lower pant leg was dark with blood. A wicked-looking knife seemed to magically appear in Kaden's hand, and she deftly sliced open the leg of Wesson's pants, then cut through her bootlaces and took off her boot and blood-soaked sock. As the team's medic, Rossi's reflex was to shoulder by Kaden, but he saw she knew what she was doing. There was no wasted movement, doubt, or indecision. Instead, Rossi pulled open his medkit and handed Kaden a wad of bandage. Wesson hissed in pain as Kaden wiped the excess blood away to better see the wound. Blood dribbled from a deep gouge that ran from Wesson's foot up to her knee. Near her foot was a jagged hole in the deck of the Moth. The patrol boat's heavy machine gun had punched through the Moth, carving through Wesson's leg. "I need to clot this," said Kaden flatly. Rossi pressed a can into her palm, and Kaden held the nozzle near Wesson's leg. As she sprayed white foam down the length of her wound, the foam flattened into a flexible seal. Kaden double-checked her work and nodded her head, satisfied the bleeding was stopped. Between the loss of blood and fear of not knowing what was happening to her leg, Wesson looked pale as a sheet. In a rare display, Kaden sat next to Wesson and put her arm around her. "It'll be okay," said Kaden. "You're not losing the leg, but you'll have one badass scar." Wesson smiled and closed her eyes, letting her head lay back against the seat as Rossi knelt down and wrapped Wesson's leg with a fresh bandage. "Hope I didn't step on your toes," said Kaden to Rossi. "Huh?" said Rossi. Oh, no, you did great. I kinda feel like a third wheel." "And here I thought you wouldn't say something stupid," grinned Kaden. "I hate to be that guy," said Monkhouse, "but there's still a city block of poison cocaine heading for our Purple Mountain's majesty. What are we gonna do?" "We wait," said Tate. "For the ship to run out of fuel?" said Monkhouse. "Okay, so we knocked a bunch of holes in the tanks. After they weld up the hole, that ship will be on its way again." "You didn't shoot that up just to make it run out of gas," said Tate. Monkhouse pondered for a moment, then chuckled as he shook his head. "You didn't think you were going to set that ship on fire, did you? That's diesel. We could shoot that all day, and no amount of sparks in the world is going to set that off." Tate could feel the others looking at him, and wondered if they were questioning his judgment, perhaps doubting if he was really qualified to be making decisions that would risk their lives. Tate avoided their gaze and looked out the cabin door at the shrinking lights of the container ship. The pilot on the ship's bridge began to breathe a sigh of relief. With the help of the patrol boat, they'd beaten off their attackers. Like a tenacious guard dog, the patrol boat continued its position behind the ship. Even with their escort, the ship's pilot was worried they'd be attacked again and maxed the huge engine at full power. He could feel the vibration of the steel decking under his feet as the RPMs of the propeller shaft rose above its operational ceiling. The gauges on the ship's board showed the pilot he was losing fuel, but all that mattered was distance from his attackers. They'd tow him back for repairs once the danger was clear. 70 feet below the bridge rested the enormous fuel tanks. Of all the rounds Monkhouse had fired, only 3 had connected. But connect they did, and diesel fuel was chugging out of the holes. The large room that housed the tanks was sealed to contain any leaks, but several of Monkhouse's other shots had dug cleanly through the metal floor, and streams of fuel were spilling into the decks below. Open passageways funneled the fuel deeper until it reached the engine room. The engine room was deafening as the huge power plant roared. Parts of the engine, too hot to touch under normal conditions, began to radiate intense heat. As some of the diesel fuel splashed down the metal stairway to slosh harmlessly on the floor, trickles of fuel wandered along the ceiling, dripping onto the equipment below. As the ship pitched, the engine tilted out of the way of the occasional drip until the engine lined up with a single drop. The metal surface was well beyond the diesel's flashpoint, and the fuel set off a chain reaction. Suddenly, thousands of gallons of fuel went off like a mini nuke. The explosion blew off the back of the ship, lifting the rear of the hull into the air and cratering a hole in the water 40 feet deep. The shock wave instantly killed the crew of the patrol boat as it pitched forward into the crater. With a titanic groan, the container ship fell back down, crushing the patrol boat and breaking its back. The hull of the ship cracked open. Tons of water surged through the open hulls, pulling the broken ship beneath the surface. In less than a minute, all that remained was the glow of a bonfire on the open water. Tate watched with satisfaction as Wesson snapped out critiques while the team drilled on room clearing. Everyone heard the thump of her crutches from the observation platform above as Wesson kept pace with the fast-moving unit. 2 days ago, Colonel Hewitt and General Rojas had returned for a status meeting. Even though the general's report was all good news, every time he looked at Tate, there was murder in his eyes. According to General Rojas, the joint operation to eliminate the Suicide King wasn't necessary anymore. Acting quickly on intel, the Suicide King was going to be exposed as he traveled to a safe house. Rojas had put together a rushed ambush and caught the Suicide King in the open and killed him. Colonel Hewitt congratulated the general for his swift actions, while Tate laughed to himself at the irony of General Rojas and the Suicide King being the same person. What was it Mark Twain said? The reports of my death have been greatly exaggerated. Good work catching the Suicide King in the open, General, said Hewitt. Yes, said Tate. I'm sorry I missed that firefight with you. Don't worry, Sergeant Major, said Rojas. Lines creased his face with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Opportunities have a way of sneaking up, and we never see them coming. The general stood, signifying the meeting was over. Tate extended his hand to the general, who shook it with a very firm squeeze. I look forward to our next opportunity, smiled Tate. As do I, said Rojas. After that meeting, the general had gone off the radar, but Tate knew Rojas wasn't the kind of man who would tolerate looking over his shoulder for very long. Tate was a threat. Sooner or later, they'd cross paths again. Tate's thoughts began to wander about the future of his team in the ring. No doubt the ring was leaning heavily on leveraging what wealth and resources they could claim in South America, but it only made sense that they'd expand their efforts elsewhere. More importantly, what could Tate do to know once and for all if Colonel Hewitt could be fully trusted? He was walking a fine line in the dark, not knowing friends from traitors. Oh, that is, except for his team. It didn't happen overnight, but they were slowly becoming a family. The thought made Tate's gut tighten. He'd failed and eventually abandoned his last family. He wasn't looking for a new one, but there it was, forming right in front of him. Is it inevitable that I'll fail them too? Top, said Wesson, startling Tate out of his thoughts. Huh? Said Tate, feeling a little embarrassed. Sorry, Sergeant, I was a million miles away. What did you say? I'm done with the scrubs for today, said Wesson good-naturedly. The team playfully groaned and protested Wesson's criticism from the room below. They're all yours, said Wesson. Yeah, said Tate with a smile. I guess they are. This is the end of The Suicide King, The Gravediggers, Book 2. The story continues in Grave Mistakes, The Gravediggers, Book 3, available now.